Okay, it says we're live, but you can never trust that until you actually see it over on the channel itself. So I'm doing some refreshing here. That's me. I'm echoing. Sweet. Hello and welcome, my gentle and of course very modern apes, to this debunk-athon. We are here with a sole purpose outside of course, annihilating several, we have a lot on the docket, creationist videos, young earth creationism to be precise, but we're also here to raise money for field work. Both Dok, who I believe is below me in our little quad here, and myself are trying to raise a little bit of cash to fund some field work. So the way I see it, we've got a nice little mutual exchange here. You guys get the entertainment of us busting some creationists and hopefully throw $1 or $2 in the hat along the way. I, of course, am your gentle and very modern host. My name is Erica Gutsick Gibbon. You're here on my channel. I hope you clicked with abandon because you knew what you were getting into here. But I'm joined here with some familiar faces, some folks that I think you guys probably already know. But, I think we got to do like a little introduction round. This is going to be like a fun, casual day where we all just have a good time, but names are a must. So Dapper, let's start with you. Tell me a little bit about yourself, my theropod friend.
Well, I'm Dapper Dinosaur. I have a channel with that name. If you find yourself on the channel of a green Tyrannosaurus who's giving you coding advice, you're not at my channel. I am the brown Ceratosaurus who's dunking on young earth creationists. Different Dapper Dino. My educational background, oddly enough, I have a degree in history, and I went to nuke school in the Navy. However, I have also been mistaken for a paleontologist, a linguist, several other things, because I'm a bit of an autodidact. And so, yeah, I can hold my own, generally speaking, with professionals in those fields. Not as, an actual peer, but at least as someone who knows what's going on and who can speak intelligibly. And yeah, if you want, like, 3 times a week creationism, well, it's not always creation debunking, but it's always dunking on really, really silly things. If you want that 3 times a week, feel free to head over to my channel. And yeah, we have Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday are usually the days that we have new content. There's usually in excess of 4 hours of new content every week.
I think that's such an important point to make there, Dapper, like distinguishing yourself from the coding dinosaur of a similar name, because if I were to perhaps try to dox you, that would be important information.
It really would, yeah. Like if you mixed us up and then you just suddenly ended up giving out that guy's real name for no reason at all, other than that you just screwed it up, that would really suck. It's a good thing that has never happened over on, say, like creation.com or anything.
It would be so crazy if that was something that happened over at creation.com by our friend Rob Carter. That would be insane if that had happened. Good thing it didn't.
Yes.
To his credit, though, hypothetically, if it did happen, he did apologize for it. So, credit where credit is due.
Although it did require the help of Jonathan Sarfati, or it would have required the help of Jonathan Sarfati over on Twitter to go actually get into the website and make the correction. If this, of course, had happened, which obviously it wouldn't, because why would creationists want to dox their opponents? That just seems weird.
Dude, it is literally so hypothetical. Like, we're not even worried about that.
No.
Okay, before we move on to Dok here, we've got a shit ton of super chats to read. So, and I'm still learning how to get Dapper. How do you easily see all the super chats?
So there should.
Oh, sorry. You go ahead.
Okay. So you're on your studio in YouTube, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so there should be an option that's like viewer activity.
Okay, gotcha.
And that should include all of your super chats. Any membership chats if you have memberships, which I don't think you do, and also if people so I guess if you don't have memberships, it's just going to be the super chats.
Okay, perfect. Okay, wait, so I'm going to my content. Okay, while I'm trying to find this, Dok, please tell us a little bit about yourself. Tell us what we're doing here today, and tell us specifically for you, Dok, since you and I are the ones who are trying to raise some money for some field work here. Tell us what you're doing, tell us where you're going, tell us how much you need, and tell us how much you've raised already. So hit all the points, my friend, go.
Sure thing. Pop quiz time. Well, for starters, hello there, folks. I am the blue dinosaur on the screen. I realized that could be a bit confusing, so I changed my avatar. I am Dok Deino, or Dok for short, and I am not an actual doctor. My name is a complete and utter play on everyone's favorite charlatan. because he deserves parity. Unlike him, I do have a bachelor's degree in paleontology, though. And this summer, I am going out to Wyoming. For anyone who doesn't know, there's a ton of great fossil localities out in Wyoming, but I'm looking for one in particular. One that, unfortunately, has been lost to time and subpar documentation, I guess you could say.
Happens to the best of us.
Well, it would have been nice if notebooks had been invented before 1965.
That's crazy. What an unfair, unreasonable expectation to have.
I know.
Check yourself, Doc.
Right. Dino privilege. Anyway, at my alma mater, we have some dinosaur bones in the basement. As I've already alluded to, we have zero documentation on them, but thanks to a few months of detective work, many sleepless nights, I've narrowed down the area they came from to about 2 square miles out in the desert of Wyoming. And the money that I'm raising is to go out there. I want to find the original site and get it actually written down, because one, that could be a legal issue if the bones were collected from private land. We have no idea if they were or not. Second, they could be important future research. One of our specimens, actually, I could pop it up on screen, Erica. Maybe that'd be a good
By
idea.
all means, give me the option to screen share, and I will share away. For those of you who don't know, by the way, so last year I did some fieldwork myself, and when I did the way, and I'll talk about this in the fieldwork video, which is done, by the way, it's just on Patreon because I'm waiting for my boss to still approve it. He's got a million things to do as we continue to get ready and head back out there this summer. But the way that a lot of this stuff works for surface collection anyways, which is what a whole lot of fossil collection is, you got a nice big crew, you got a spot that you're looking at that's nice and exposed, everybody links arms and walks down the way, walks up the hill, walks down the hill, walks sideways across the hill, and you're like, or in our case, because our fossils are all tiny, you're like crawling on your hands and knees looking for fossils. And every time you find them, you pin the spot so that you can make sure that you capture the location with GPS coordinates that are like down to the inch. Mm-hmm. It is really important to know where a fossil comes from, because having that provenance, right? That's the correct word.
Provenance,
yeah. Finding the correct provenance is important, because that's going to allow you to go back to that site and reconstruct things like the environment, do tests with stable isotopes, and reconstruct the community of like the critters that were living there alongside whatever it is that you're looking at. So it's super important. And back in the 60s, we have the same problem in West Kenya, but back in the 60s, people just sometimes didn't write stuff down, right? Like you're looking at these old maps that are found in the museum, and they were wonderful scientists, of course, but you didn't have the GPS precision that you have today. And so as a result, it was, you do a lot of backtracking.
So what if someone today with access to GPS had found a horn somewhere in like Montana, and rather than giving a GPS location or, a site map or anything, had indicated in an obscure tax-based surveying system a 40-acre plot of land that wasn't even actually where the location of the find was? What would that mean for the provenance of that find?
So, Dapper, I am so sorry, but we are going to have to give everybody, the audience needs to know the background for this. We have to have this background. I want Doc to finish, and I want John to introduce himself as well. And then before we even start this first video, we're going to have to tell the tale of Mark Armitage, and we're going to have to tell the tale of the project that you and Doc are working on right now, which, let's, fingers crossed, hope that we finally get to the bottom of this wonderful Triceratops/bison latifrons horn. You guys in the chat, this is a good story, so you're going to want to stick around for a minute. But Doc, please continue.
Sure. And I am sharing an image. You have to.
There it is.
Yes. So this is humerus. For anyone who doesn't know anatomy, the humerus is your upper arm bone. But this one in particular belongs to a juvenile sauropod. Her name is Lentil. I named her because I'm sentimental like that, and I thought it sounded cute. This thing is about 2 feet long, so it's a 2 foot long upper arm bone, and I think I said it already. It belongs to a juvenile sauropod. Dapper, how common are juvenile dinosaurs?
I mean, not very common. We generally find adults. I mean, there's a lot of reasons for that.
Mhm.
You know, young dinosaurs are less likely to fossilize just because, you know, bigger things are more likely to fossilize than smaller things. It seems like a lot of dinosaurs didn't actually spend that long as juveniles. But there's a lot of like bone histology studies that have indicated that dinosaurs really did not spend very long before they got to be full grown. Something which, by the way, Timothy Clary has contested just a few days ago over on ICR by saying that, well, you see, bone histology gives you a minimum age. It's like, yeah, okay, but if it still says that it was, 12 years old by the time it was an adult, that just means that it stopped growing. And sure, it could be older, but you still get fast growth there, Dr. Clary. So, yeah, sorry to bring him up. I'm writing a script about that very episode. Like, I was writing it right before I got here, so it's fresh in my brain.
While I was at the gym this morning, I was skimming over some of the videos that we're planning on going over today, and time again, the running theme I feel of today is people talking, and it's going to be shocking, I know you guys, but people talking out of their area of expertise and getting basic stuff wrong. Right?
Weird.
It's fine to talk out of your area of expertise. That is fine. I do it all the time myself, but I'm not trying to reconstruct biology at a foundational level or geology at a foundational level, right?
Or just all of physics.
Yeah, or all of physics, optics, like chemistry, however you want to go about it. But sorry, Doc, continue.
Yes, sorry, not to interrupt anything. I saw a super chat go up in the side chat of $100.
Oh, listen, we're gonna get to it. I have a lot of praise that I like to heap on my audience in these rare live streams because they almost bring me to tears with the level of hype that they have for science and for talking about science and for funding education. We're going to get to that a little bit later because obviously with the four of us, we have plenty of compliments that we can dole out on these wonderful viewers. But Doc, we have to tell them what we're raising money for first. So
yes,
why we're raising
I'm
the
sorry.
Money.
I noticed that and it was like, holy cow.
Oh yeah, these live streams are rare, and so when they show up, the audience is particularly generous. The members of the troupe are really coming in for us today.
Erica, I've sent you a screenshot of the YouTube studio, so you know where to look.
It's okay, Dapper. I found it.
Oh, okay, good.
Okay.
I forgot to mention it, but I did find it.
All right, good to know.
All right. Okay. So yeah, like I said, this is from a juvenile sauropod. It's hard to give an age estimate, but I can give a size estimate depending on what it turns out to be. Because since we only have a humerus, it's a little hard to tell. Reconstructing it based on Diplodocus, it would probably be from an 8 to 10 meter long animal, which is massive, but that's a baby.
Yeah, it's massive unless you're a sauropod.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, reconstructing it based on the most common sauropod in the area, Camarasaurus, probably 6 to 8 meters long and 3 to 4 meters tall. So still a pretty big animal, unless you're a sauropod.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we have a thing to, like, when I do field work, I say that like I do it all the time. The last time and first time I did field work, it's like when you find long bones, it's incredibly difficult to identify the species unless you're looking at something, and we're looking at mammals too. So it's
the post-crania of mammals are all just basically the same.
It's the same, right? Like, this is why mammals, like mammalogy and mammal paleontology is so tooth dominated, because it's like mammals are wonderful because they have a zillion different types of teeth that they use for a zillion different things. But from the neck down, it's like you have a couple of archetypes and they don't deviate all that much from it, which is why it's a big deal when like in hominoid evolution, when you see something that's, changing locomotion style, you go from these above branch quadrupeds to the first suspensory animal, or, a vertical climber, or an extended limb climber, or whatever, which those are all real categories. It's a big deal, but you can't do much with the shaft of a long bone. It's almost useless.
There's a meme I've seen that has a picture and it says mammals according to paleontologists, and it's just a skull with some feet sticking out of the bottom.
Yeah,
that's it, because that's all that matters. No one cares about your thoracic vertebrae or your scapulae or anything. It's like the hands and the feet and the skull. That's the only thing that anyone cares about.
One thing that's absolutely devastating is pulling up caudal vertebrae from any mammal, because you're like, wow, this is worthless. You can't do anything with this. It's a piece of a tail. Awesome. Can't wait to do that. And I talk about this a little bit in the fieldwork video, but we would take these large bags of sediment from Chamtuara, which is one of the sites that we worked at. We'd take them back to camp, pour them out on a giant tarp, dry them, and then pour them back into bags and then into little plates. And then we would pick through them with dowling rods to find microfossils. And it was like rodent incisor, caudal vertebra, rodent incisor. It's like, that's what we found. And with a couple of very cool, very big exceptions, but mostly just that. So
yeah, you lucky mammal paleontologists.
I'm
just sitting over here like, if I find a toe bone, it could make my career.
The wonderful thing about East Kenya is that when it comes to fossil density, it's ridiculous. You don't go out and not find a fossil. You don't go out and not find 60 fossils a day. But they're all tiny. For whatever reason, this entire area, which Tinderet used to be like a volcanic region, it's got these big volcanic vents that are gorgeous. They look like Studio Ghibli hills. But they preserve like opposite to normal taphonomic biases. So for those of you who don't know, typically in paleontology, you see certain biases. And one of those biases is, as Dapper said earlier, big things fossilize easier. Because they don't get carried away by the wind. They don't get crushed underfoot. They tend to fossilize easier. But at Koru in East Kenya, or in West Kenya, excuse me, it's all tiny stuff. Like the biggest stuff is like, not that big. Anyways, so we're trying to find out where this bone came from. We're trying to figure out the provenance of this bone so that we can go back and hopefully, fingers crossed, pull more up out of the ground if there's more still there.
Yes. I should clarify here. Legally speaking, if it's on public land, I cannot do any excavations. There's a lot of laws about fossil collecting, so I cannot collect these. But I can record where they are, get GPS coordinates, images of the site. Like I said, I have it down to a few square miles, so it's doable to look through all of that in a couple weeks. But my goal is find the site, document it, and then notify the U.S. Bureau of Land Management, or BLM. For anyone who doesn't know, the BLM takes care of a lot of the natural resources in the U.S., and they have a network of museums and universities they can contact to excavate important fossils when they're found. So that's what I'm hoping to do.
Ideally, too, if I'm understanding correctly, like if it works similarly, once you've got those permits, you can actually send people out to stop. Yes? No, maybe.
Sorry, you cut out there. I didn't hear any of what you said.
Oh, sorry. I was asking, like, once you found the location, if there's additional stuff, you get permits and send a team out there to actually pull it up out of the ground.
Yes, that could be done, and that's what I am hoping for. Because like I've alluded to, this is a juvenile sauropod. They're pretty rare. So if we can find more of the skeleton and get it analyzed, that could be important.
Yeah, absolutely. It is. How much are you trying to raise again, Doc? Tell us again. Not that I don't know.
I'm attempting to reach $3,000. Of that, I've already raised about $1,600, And
And
I
how long
think
are
we're already going on 300 more tonight so far. Jesus.
and how are you going to be allocating those? Like, how long are you staying out there? How are the funds being allocated?
Sure. So that's dependent on how much I raise. From what
Yeah.
I have so far, I can afford to be out there about 2 weeks, going on 3. Now, that sounds like a lot of time, but I do still have to comb over a decent size area. So if I can be out there longer, I would like to. Reaching my full goal should be enough for basically a full month. Those
So,
supplies are going to vehicle maintenance, food, housing, stuff like that.
I mean, you're living pretty bare bones, right? Like pun. But you're going out there, you're
Yeah.
living pretty bare bones. You basically had to pitch a tent when you're out there in a lot of these locations. If it's anything like Kenya, the money that I raised last year, it was $1,200, and it was a 2.5 week, it was about 3 weeks, about 3 week stay. Covers land fees, food, contributions to gas to get out there. When you're doing field work, a little goes a long way, which is
Yes.
nice. But it can be pretty tough being out there isolated, and it's worthy endeavor, but it can be a hard one.
Yeah, but I mean, hey, I'm down for it. I love field work. Like, I wish I could say I'm more of an outdoors person normally, but whenever I'm out in the field, I just love it. You get lost looking at the rocks and reading them like a book, and then you find a fossil and you can just sit there for like an hour just contemplating, what was this?
There's a thrill to it when again, because like I said, in West Kenya, it's a lot of little things, and my big thrill is finding primate teeth, and I found 5 primate teeth last year. A loris, Rangwapithecus, which was my big one, a Rangwapithecus molar, a really busted up canine that I do not know what it's from. It is a piece of crap of canine, but I technically did find a canine. I think there was a Micropithecus molar and an incisor, which was sweet, right? But I mean, you're combing along and you see the glint of the enamel, and you're like, oh my god! And it's your heart just starts racing. It's the most wonderful thing in the world to find a fossil. It's really, really fun. But there's negatives to field work too. The same day that we found the Rangwapithecus molar, I was sitting there eating my lunch, just basking in the glow of success, and I got bit on the butt by a gigantic ant. Like, I don't know what the ants are on in West Kenya. I have no idea. I thought I'd been bitten by like a snake. I jumped up, and I was like, "Oh my god!" I was like, "What was that? Do I need to go to the hospital? Like, do we need to get them to airlift me out of here? Like, is this like a fly-in doctor situation?" And there was just like the fattest ant with like the hugest mandibles just crawling along on the ground. I'm surprised it didn't take a piece of my clothes with it. It was misery.
Yeah, I've felt that before. Not with an ant, or, well, in my case, I'd be looking out for rattlesnakes.
Yeah.
But I have lost a glove to a cactus before.
It's fun. It's challenging. You're going to get scraped up, but that's one of the wonderful things about field work. So, John, why have you been so quiet? Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, hi. How's it going? Good to be here. No,
John,
I've just been listening to the story. I'm actually excited for this field project and to see what comes of it. So, and I remember, oh gosh, was it 16 years ago? I got to do some summer paleontology field work myself, and it was an amazing time, great memories. So I'm looking forward to seeing Dr. Deino here succeed with that. So myself, I'm a geologist in general. I got my bachelor's in geology with a focus on sedimentology and minor in chemistry. Then I moved on to get a master's in sedimentology and chemostratigraphy, which oddly enough led to me doing a PhD in paleoclimatology and isotope geochemistry. So that's what I do now. I study ancient climates and reconstruct them, especially from cave samples that we find around the world. And I've had a long time interest in creationism. I started blogging about it in 2008. That went on for like 7 years before it consumed too much of my time to continue. Recently, I've kind of shown up in various other channels online, and only in the last week started posting videos of my own, dealing with popular creationist claims and whatnot. So if you're interested, happy to share that with you.
John is working on something that I've really wanted to do for a long time on my own channel, but he is hopefully, I mean, I'm hoping I'm not I'm like not blowing your cover here, but I know you were considering releasing a series that goes in depth, ins and outs of radiometric dating, how it works and how we know that it works in a way that's actually accessible to people. Because as you rightly pointed out when we were chatting the other day, most of the resources that try to teach people how it works suck.
Yeah. I've already started. So the first part is out. I want to do this in 4 levels, as I put it. So the first level is maybe what you would get in high school. And then going all the way up to what you might expect in a graduate studies level. So you can get into all the gory details of radiometric dating, but I'll just go little by little, and that way you can start and stop wherever fits your own background. That's my hope. It's a lot of work, I found, but I'll get there. Give me, have a little patience, and over the next few weeks, I should get those up. Yeah, so please check it out. I'm also working on. I was talking to you last night about this too, looking back at Steve Austin's Mount St. Helens samples, which if you don't know, in the 1990s, Steve Austin and the Institute of Creation Research sampled rocks from Mount St. Helens, which had just erupted only 10 years before. And they sent them off for radiometric dating, and they got back results that were like hundreds of thousand years old, 2.8 million years old even. And they were able to say, like, look, this doesn't work. We know the age of this eruption. It's like 10 years old. So how can we get a 1,000,000+ year age on these minerals? So I wanted to make a video specifically about that claim. And as I was looking at his data, like, I wanted to calculate the ages for myself, and found out that he did not do it properly at all. They're completely wrong. Air bars in particular are way off. And there's a lot more to the story. So that video should be out tonight or tomorrow. If you're interested, maybe we can come back to that. But yeah, I'm kind of enjoying, getting back into it. It's been a number of years since I spent a lot of time looking at, creationist claims, but I enjoy doing it. And so I'm happy to be here to, support your efforts as well.
Oh my gosh.
If I may.
Oh, go ahead, Dok.
Sorry.
You go ahead.
Well, I've read through Steve Austin's quote unquote paper before, and keep in mind, bachelor's degree, there were so many just absolutely horrific errors. He did everything he could to get a bad result.
Well,
Yeah.
that's
Mind blowing.
But you want to know the
running-
spoiler? Well, I don't know if I should give away the spoiler. It turns out when you recalculate his ages using the appropriate constants and collecting for the errors properly, you know what the age of his samples are?
What's the age?
0. I'm not kidding. They are 0 years. They actually worked. It gave the real age of the eruption. And
That is insane, John.
there's a lot
Oh
of
my
math
god.
at that point. I'll take you through it slowly when I get there. But yeah, they are all within air of 0 years old. And for how many years now, this has been like the most popular creationist meme. All of them jump back and say, but what about Mount St. Helens? It shows that, dating doesn't work and everything can be deposited fast. And that's not the case. But, so this worked out better than I thought.
With the deposition thing, I love that creationists will just point to currently unconsolidated ash on the side of a mountain and be like, look, this unconsolidated ash got here quickly. Therefore, this 300-foot limestone cliff could have got here quickly. And it's like, I'm not a geologist, but I'm pretty sure that's not how that works.
Well,
I don't know.
I mean, the lesson that I feel like a lot of us, those of us in this circle, friends who are in our little circle, but not currently on the call here, right, on the show here, is that when they release these papers, it is in your best interest to read what they say, read their literature, track down exactly how they did it, because I promise you, one of two things is the case. Either they did it right, and it has no bearing on evolution. It's just run-of-the-mill stuff. Like usually this is like the irreducible complexity stuff, things like that. Or 2, they have done something incredibly wrong or inappropriate. And I struggle with this a lot personally. I've talked about this on the channel many times. Is it ignorance or is it deceit? I don't know. I'm not in their heads. I can't speak to it. God knows there's plenty of things I'm ignorant on. So it's possible that accidental mistakes, whatever. But you reach it like Steve Austin is a geologist. No?
He is, and
Yeah,
and
I believe he does
honestly,
have a degree. Yeah.
my sincere assessment, he is a competent geologist, and he's done papers that are good and defendable. These works, I
Like
always
smelling,
see
right?
them as being one of the more sincere. And that's I know that's a low bar here, but I've always perceived him as such. And in this case, like, yeah, I can't see it any other way. I think there's some very minor details in that paper in particular that are just deceitful. Like, there's no way he would have missed that. Just to give you one quick example, he lists the ratio used for 40 to 36 argon in atmospheric argon, and this is a well-known number at the time. It was 295.5, and he listed it as 295, which doesn't seem like a big difference, but there's a plus or minus 0.5 in that, and he used like the lower end of that uncertainty, and that artificially inflated the ages by just a little bit. And it's like, why would you choose that except you want to get it a little bit higher to make these
Right.
results look a little bit more in your favor? And it's just very strange. It's hard to see it any other way than they were trying to deceive their audience and maybe justify it with thinking that they're going to be right in the end.
Sorry, it's filled with just little errors like that. And I don't like ascribing deceit to people, but having read it, there comes a point when it can't be anything else.
Oh yeah, especially
Like,
when they have a degree in a
too
relevant
many
field, right?
errors.
Like, you know they know better.
I subscribe to the same thing that John just said, right? Like, I think that they get away with it mentally, right? Like, they're able to say, I'm being a little bit deceptive here, but it's okay because I'm doing it for the right reasons. And in the end, I'll be vindicated. In the end, I'll be shown to be correct. And it's like, no. That is not how this works, right? Like, if that's the kind of thing that is going to get you blackballed from a journal, you can't just do that. Like, it's not all right. And I think that they know that. And case in point, as John pointed out, and as we've talked about on this channel many times, sometimes these guys do publish in conventional journals. They publish conventional work in conventional journals, and it's fine. It's fine. It passes peer review. It's perfectly appropriate. It uses the appropriate tests. It uses measured language. It's all good. But then the second that you get back down into the realm of creationism, things just get they take a head injury or something, and they start. It's genetic entropy on the level of their journals. I don't know how else to describe it. But we've got a new player has entered the game here. Grayson, welcome. Based Theory, please introduce yourself. And once you're done with that, I think it's time to get into our first video here.
Okay, cool. Well, I'll try to be brief. For most of this, I'm probably going to keep my avatar off of video because I'm actually calling to you from the road because basically this is just a testament to the kind of guy that Dok Deino here is. But when I heard that he was doing this and I asked him if I could come along with, because I mean, like many of the people listening, I assume, it was a childhood dream of mine to, be in the process of finding a dinosaur in the ground. And when a friend of mine, Dok Deino here, had his whole plan and everything that he was going to do, I kind of just asked if I could come with. And yeah, he said yes. And don't worry, before anybody is concerned here, none of your funds will be spent on me. I'm all the gas and food and stuff. So yeah, I left a little bit earlier and I am on my way to Wyoming. Let me see if I could turn on my video here. So I'm currently in Colorado here on the road. So
nice.
I don't know how long my service will hold out. So I was thinking maybe I'll just minimize the amount of video, but y'all had to see where I'm calling in from. So,
beautiful.
Yes. And then my YouTube channel is Based Theory, as in like the opposite of a cringe hypothesis, a well-based theory. And I do, debates with young earth creationists on YouTube. I've had many of them over the course of my channel. Even like
you just had one on the age of the earth.
Yeah, I just did one on Noah's flood and the evidence behind there. And so yeah, I'm pretty well versed in a lot of the creationist arguments for young Earth creationism. I do flat Earth stuff, climate change denial stuff, all kinds of debating pseudoscience. So I was really looking forward to getting into this debunk-athon.
Oh yeah. Yeah, well I think everybody here is going to be quite excited because our first video is someone we're all very, very familiar with. And I'm going to go ahead and extend that to the audience. Our friend Donnie Deals at the Standing for Truth Emporium for Truth and Rigor has released a new video that is a summary of several interviews that he's had with people in an attempt to show why Tiktaalik rose, a wonderful fossil specimen, a tetrapod in transition, if you will, is just not really as good of a fossil as we thought it was. And I thought this would be a fun one to kind of get started on because I love Tiktaalik. I think it's a great specimen. It's really a testament to the predictive power of evolutionary theory. And I skimmed this video again while I was at the gym today, and there's quite a bit that I would like to touch on. Does that sound like an okay one for all of us to start off on here?
It does. And I actually have a proposal, which is that we try to keep track of how many times one of Donnie's guests contradicts another one of Donnie's guests without Donnie ever seeming to notice or acknowledge the fact that he is just blindly accepting these mutually contradictory statements.
Oh, Dapper, just you wait, because later on in this debunk-athon, I think we just have 2 videos from Donnie. Mostly it's AIG Today and AIG Canada. But the other one is his whale evolution video, where exactly that happens, what you're talking about. And I noticed it again while I was skimming it. I noticed it earlier today, and I was like, is he just not going to say anything? Like,
no, he never does. Anything that the current guest says, he will agree with it if it's someone who has the broad same outline of like their view of the history of the world as he does. And he never bothers to compare or to bring up contradictory claims from different creationists. It's like he starts with a blank slate of a brain every single time he sits down to do a live stream.
Yeah, and there's something that I find kind of alarming about that, right? Because like I know that I have personally, like in conversations, corrected him on some of this stuff. The Kent Hovind exposure is bleeding into him and rotting his head a little bit on this because he knows that some of the stuff that his guests are saying and that specifically like when Raw Matt gets on, that Raw Matt will say is incorrect. He doesn't care. And a lot of folks who are who talk to me and who email me and stuff like that are like, why bother with Donnie? 1, it's fun and I'm gonna do it because I'm sick. But 2, this is a really important channel to cover in many ways because it's a great litmus test for where creationists at the layman level are at. The kinds of arguments that they find compelling, the kinds of ideas that they're trying to push and disseminate. I think it's important for that reason alone. A good little canary in the coal mine here for where we're headed on some of these arguments. But that being said, as Dapper said, they're always changing. So we'll see where this ends up. But I for one am excited. So let me find our
really
window.
quick. Should we read through super chats? We've had quite a few.
Oh crap! You are so right. Actually, we're gonna do that first.
I think we've got at least 2 dozen. And also, I just want to say thank you, Grayson. Thanks for being here and thanks for the endorsement. While you're in Colorado, I might suggest checking out Morrison, the town of Morrison. They've got a little museum there. I've heard it's really good.
All right. Looks like, okay, I am going to talk about these super chats. Now, should I do this on StreamYard or should I do it? What do you think? What do you think, Dapper? What's the best way to do this? Because I want to show them if I can.
If they're still available,
StreamYard.
Yeah, if they're still available to be seen on StreamYard, then that's probably a great thing. But that would mean you'd have to scroll up through the comments to find them.
Yeah, some of them aren't. So I'm just gonna start. I'll tell you what. What I'm gonna start with is the ones that are not available to share and move on from there. Okay, folks, let's get started on some of these super chats. The first super chat we got was from Savage 1080 Radiometric on the Pixels Cobra. And in an astonishing display here, they donated 100 USD for science. And yes, that will be directly where it's going, and hopefully in a way that can be disseminated to all of you guys sooner rather than later. Paul Donnelly for 10 Great British Pounds. So speaking as an ex-JW, go get those creationists. Oh yeah, we're getting ready to. Starstrong for 2 USD says, go Erica, go. Oh, I can, I've got some staying power. I've got some endurance when it comes to these long streams. Padron Puffer for $4.99 says Queen. I try to be, but you might be giving me too much credit there. Limited Light for 5 USD says, I needed this for background noise while I grade papers. I don't know that I could do that. If I was grading papers, I think my poor students would suffer because I'd be getting irritated by like the creationism stuff and start taking off more points because I was in a bad mood. Crow for 5.99 euros says, Erica, Baronius. Oh, the Baronius. I don't know how to say it. Manfredschmiedi? Yeah, it's a new Mycene critter video when. Baronius is particularly cool. It came out on Twitter the other day because it is sympatric with Danuvius. They're both these German Miocene apes. And we don't know Baronius from very much, but what's cool is it's like itty bitty, like it's smaller than a gibbon, but it's a hominid. It's not a hominoid. So it's the smallest ape, like great ape that we've ever discovered. Video coming soon when I get the time. Just in Time Worlds for 10 euros says, because I love your fieldwork, Erike, but it's Erike, so cute. I like it. Ignuther says for 5 USD, celebrating my birthday today. This is a great surprise. Way to spend it. Thank you for all the work you do. Thank you for supporting what we do here. Zoe for €1, 99 euro cents. What would that be, Dapper? What is cents in euros?
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. I don't remember.
For 99 euro cents. We'll just call it that.
Yeah, euro. That actually might be what it is in English because English is lame.
Yeah.
They are called euro cents. There you go.
There we go.
Lame.
Okay, lame.
Get a better name.
There are plenty of them here.
Get a better name, Europe.
Yeah, this is a United States currency / Canada currency supremacy zone. Base theory, Grayson. You thought we were gonna miss this? You thought we weren't gonna see this? Grayson donated $100 for science. So
I have to say, I do have a little bit of ulterior motives with that donation. And I don't think that Doc mentioned this, but on his fundraiser, there's a policy that if you donate over $50, then you get to add a song onto the playlist that we will have to be listening to while we are searching for this fossil. So
you're right. You get to pick 2 songs.
Yes. This was a clearly like selfish donation on my part because I want to have at least some say on some of the songs that I'm going to be subjected to. So I will be getting to add 2 songs for my $100 donation. And if you are in the audience listening and you want to add a song, please remember, I'm a human. Please be kind. Do not make me listen to Baby Shark or whatever devious suggestions you people can come up with that we will have to listen to if you donated over $50. So I will be adding my 2 songs of songs I actually like.
To add to that, please don't pick anything that will get us used for target practice by the locals, please.
It seems like a good idea, yeah.
I have to know, what 2 songs are you picking?
Okay, so Erica, I think you might know this, and I love your poster behind you. Yeah, Gorillaz is my favorite band. I thought a really long time about whether or not I wanted to add any Gorillaz songs, but ultimately I was like, I want it to be something that I could, every single time it comes up on the playlist, I'm going to enjoy it. It's going to motivate me. I'm going to want to dance or keep going, whatever we're doing. So I have 2 songs. One's kind of a meme pick and one's a song that I really like. So for the song I really like, I've got Love and Happiness by Al Green. I love every time that song comes on. If we're, if it's 110 degrees outside, there's no shade and we're sweating and tired, I could hear that song and want to keep going with a smile on my face. And then 2, I don't know if anybody's seen the movie Anatomy of a Fall, but there's like a meme song with it, like PIMP by Bacao Rhythm and Steel Drum. And that song makes me laugh every time, and it's also a bop. But yeah, they played it on the Oscars. It's like a kind of become a meme song. So I picked that one just for fun.
All right. Okay, I like
they're added. When you brought up gorillas, I thought you were going to say something like Feel Good Inc., and I could say that's already on the playlist.
Oh, look
There
at
you
that.
go.
Nice. I
Yeah.
was going to add a gorilla song, but I was like, all my favorite gorilla songs are so eclectic and weird that I don't necessarily want to
Dude,
add
I don't know
Pirate
though.
Jet.
I don't know though. Listening to Empire Ants while you're like poking around in the Badlands would be kind of epic. I that would be very surreal and a very cool. I might be doing that I think I know what I'm doing this summer. It's gonna be on
I might just spend the extra $50 just to add a gorilla song. We'll see.
See, there you go. So Skeptic Dank for $4.99 says, okay, I am 99% sure that what this is an attempt at a Simon call or just a high-low-batted call in general, because it says ooh whoop, ooh whoop, ooh whoop, ooh whoop, 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 whoop. So I'm going to say that it's more like ooh, 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 like that, which is like the classic high-low-batted. Love it. Thank you, Skeptic Dank. My Unfinished Journey for 2 USD says, well, that's humorous. Take your money back. Come in here and drop. Sanguine Ripsneck Sonder for $4.99 USD says, can't wait for the Triceratops Laterfrons video. Yeah, me either. We have to talk about Armitage as well, but we got to put a pin in that because eventually we're going to have to get to this video. Skullduggery for $5 USD says, sending a little your way. Erica's my favorite YouTuber whose videos have helped my mom and I bond over the last few years. That has been invaluable. I am so glad to hear that, Skullduggery. Truly, that is wonderful. I'm glad that my long rambling monologues have been helpful to you and your familial bonds. Litter Ramble for $19.99 USD says, you've been a huge resource for helping me get out of YEC over the past few years. Wonderful. That's the idea. Can't put a dollar amount of value for all your content and how much I've learned, but happy to have the opportunity to support your work. Thank you very much, Litter Ramble. That is the goal. If it were up to me, if I did this solely, I would love nothing more than to have a video. I was talking about this on Skep Talk earlier this week, but like a video library that's effectively like a Talk Origins, where you could like search for video content on the questions that you have, the creationist claims, whatever, that are updated. Because as much as all of us love Talk Origins, it's a bit out of date. For Unclean Unicorn, 5 USD, Erica, I'm told that large apes like gorillas can't sustain a brain as active as a human's. I worry about the latest Planet of the Apes movies. Yeah, listen, the Planet of the Apes movies, which I love so much, the recent trilogy and the new one, starting the new trilogy, as wonderful as they are, I don't know how they're getting away with the encephalization, because the brain case can be organized, like the brain inside can be organized efficiently. We've seen this in Homo sapiens, right? As the brain case size has gotten smaller since archaic Homo sapiens. So you can do some rewiring and maintain a certain cognitive level, but you're never going to get a 350, 400 cc brain to do, Homo sapiens level cognition and above. And those apes in the Planet of the Apes movies have normal sized brains. I find that concerning, but I just turn my brain off for it and enjoy it.
If I recall, granted, the last time I saw the first movie was a few years ago, I thought it caused like extreme neurogenesis, so a lot of new neurons, and like I think it made them packed in tighter. And the reason why it killed humans was just because humans already have, or like their brains were too big, so they grew too much.
Maybe, but I don't know how, I don't know the neurobiology on this, but I don't know how many neurons you can actually pack into a piece of tissue the size of a chimpanzee or a gorilla brain. I'm just not sure. I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt and just say someone smarter than me did the legwork and showed that that's possible, because I love those movies. I mean, Stars on for 10. Oh, go ahead, Dapper. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, the real thing is it's a sci-fi movie, and one of the things about all sci-fi is that there's at least one or two things that are basically impossible, and you just don't worry about it.
You just have to let it go.
Yeah, look, I like Star Trek. I recognize that warp fields and Heisenberg compensators and graviton plating, that's just a whole bunch of physics buzzwords. But you know what? They facilitate the story, so I don't care.
It's fine. We're just gonna live with it.
Okay, I get what you're saying, but on the other hand, I like to be a nerd.
There you go. I mean, I like Rules in it as well, but not for my faves. My faves get to be untouched. You can't mess with the things that I like. I can just mess with your things, not vice versa.
Oh, we want to
Star
go over the science of Jurassic Park?
No, I'm not doing that with Dapper here. I will not do that with Dapper on the screen because it will elucidate how little I actually know about dinosaur morphology and how our conception of certain species have changed since Jurassic Park came out. Because my knowledge is like capped off at like, oh, the T-Rex doesn't have any peach fuzz feathers, and Velociraptor is actually Utah Raptor. That's like my cap.
Well, it's like a Utah Raptor sized Deinonychus because the actual shape of the Velociraptor is based on Deinonychus, but then they scaled it up to the size of Utah Raptor, and they're still calling it Velociraptor. It's just a whole hodgepodge of dromaeosaurs just tossed together.
Okay, it is kind of, but to counter that, Dapper, like it is not that far beyond the upper bonds of Deinonychus. Like it would be they would be exceptionally large individuals, but I think it would be possible.
I'm bringing the hammer down. We're finishing the super chats. We're finishing the super chat. We can come back to this. We have so much shit that we have to get through. We've been doing this for an hour already. We have a lot to go through. So I'm doing. It's okay. I'm having fun. Start a song for $10. I want to hear more about the heat problem. You will. There will never be a time that I'm on the air that I won't talk about the heat problem. Also, more for your field trip. Thank you very much, Star Song. Camilio Flamingo says, I'm actually training in geology this year, so I can't wait to learn a little bit here as well for 5 USD. Thank you, Camilio Flamingo. And I think this is just Nick 2440. Please accept my inflation diminished British pounds for £6 and 66 pence. See, I know that one. Laura Ava for 20 USD says, for my gentle and of course very modern ape. Thank you much, Laura. That was very, very kind of you. Very much appreciated. Scott Duke for 199 says, mud problem video was outstanding. Promote it. Well, it's actually down right now. Scott Dunn contacted me. I re-edited it. It's ready to go, but I didn't want to release it so close to this stream because YouTube is weird, and if you release things too close together, they I don't know, the algorithm doesn't like that, and I'm a slave to the algorithm. Johnny Noggin for 5 British pounds says, is it wrong that I once thought Erica's last name was Gibbon? Considering her studies, I was like, wow, Erica Gibbon is the perfect name. I actually do have a very, very quick anecdote about this. Recently, I met Eugenie Scott from the Kitzmiller versus Dover trial at the last ABAs, and she contacted me recently because I'm going to be a speaker on a panel that she's promoting out in California. And she said to me, she emailed me and then emailed one of my advisors to make sure that it was the right person because I was in the Caribbean and didn't have any Wi-Fi, so I didn't respond to her right away. And when she emailed my advisor, she called me Erica Gibbon. And she was like, oops, I didn't know, I couldn't remember your last name. I didn't have your name tag and your last name's not public, so I just went with Gibbon, but everybody knew, so it was fine. Jonathan Lazo says, you have cool professor energy for 5 USD. That's going to get put to the test this year because I'm teaching honors at the lecture level. So I'm very excited. We'll see if I can really cultivate it more. I need more button downs that have a nice starched collar with monkeys on them and apes on them. But you'd be surprised. They're not selling very many of those for whatever reason. 007 for 50 USD gives a little sticker, and the sticker is running and being cute. Thank you, 007. Eric Burns for 5 USD says, last year I said I was going to start making science videos. I finally found some time to do it, and we'll start soon. Good luck, you two. Wonderful, Eric. I wish you the best of luck. Keep me in your thoughts if you ever want to, you have a video that's busting creationism, you want to boost on Twitter or something, let me know, and I will retweet it. Pibblepunk, half dog, half canine, says, this is me bribing Erica to get Dapper on Skep Talk. Dapper, why haven't you been on Skep Talk, actually? That's a really good question.
I don't know that there's actually an answer to that. I don't know.
I feel like the reason is, and that was for 20 USD, by the way, by Pibblepunk. I feel like the reason is because when I need a guest, I hop on our shared chat, and I'm like, who wants to be on Skep Talk? And Dapper's always he always finds out about it last.
That's true. Yeah. Well, part of it is I kind of turned off my push notifications for Twitter because they were really dragging me down for the most part. Not that group chat, but that kind of became a casualty to it. So now I'm always catching up on that unless I'm actively currently right now looking at it as people are talking. And hopefully when Blue Sky finally gets group DMs and we all migrate over there,
Please,
I'll
God.
keep those push notifications on, because then it won't be full of just like the absolute worst of the internet constantly all the time.
It really is impressive how horrible Twitter has gotten. Like I'm shocked at how bad it is. I didn't think it was going to get that bad, but here we are.
I mean, I thought it was just going to break and then that would be it.
Yeah, me too. But no,
this is worse.
It's a cesspool.
Yeah, oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'm still on it, but it's a cesspool. Brandon Michaels for 20 USD says, I need Erica to have a show with Natalia Reagan so they can both geek out on primatology together. They may never stop. I actually have seen Natalia a few times on other channels. I would love to chat with her because I know we have a lot in common and she's super funny and I would love to chat with her at some point if I can make that happen and find the time. Hieronymus Binge for 10 USD says, thanks for doing what you do, Erica. It's my pleasure, Hieronymus. The only thing that will stop me is death, so knock on wood. Skullduggery for 2 USD, immortalizing that ant. You don't need to, Skullduggery. The ant survived. My butt didn't crush it. It bit my butt and went on its merry way, and I was too afraid of it to squash it or get near it. I didn't want to get attacked again. Jessica Williamson for 20 USD has a beautiful little sticker that says, you are amazing, and it looks like it's a pear dancing around. Very cute. Confused Cabal says, whoop whoop, science always wins for 129 MXN. I don't know what that is, but thank you very much. That's super nice. Do you know what MXN is, Dapper?
Sorry, repeat that question real quick.
Do you know what MXN is?
I think it's Mexican pesos for some reason, I think.
Okay, well, we'll go with that.
You know what? Google knows. MXN currency. Mexican pesos. Yep.
Thank you very much, Confused Cabal, for your 129 Mexican pesos. ZD for 5 USD says, going on a paleontological. Is that a word? Yes, it is. Or archaeological dig would be so satisfying. Here's my tiny contribution to furthering the science. Yes, thank you very much. And that's precisely what it's going towards. Brandy Kirchhoff for $19.99 USD has another one of those very cute little pear stickers. And the pear is looking at itself in the mirror and doing like a little dance, which I like. Sarad for 5 USD says, if evolution is true, then why do dapper dinosaurs still exist? Stasis? You can't improve on what's already perfect, baby.
There it is.
You got shooters out on these streets, Dapper. It's me. I'm shooters. Ginger Queenie for 10 USD says, thank you for all the educational videos, Erica. Go ISU. It is my pleasure to provide any and all educational videos for till the end of time or till I'm in the ground. Balthazar 228 for 9.99 USD says, is Kent the originator of the COVID-19 pandemic of science ignorance? Honestly,
Look, it goes back farther than him, though. He's like the second generation of creationists.
Yeah, he's like the Omicron. He's a variant, but
yeah,
because he definitely caused a spike. Kent's ineptitude should be studied in a lab, honestly. He's got to be just... I mean, Kent's lying. Kent is lying. There's just no way. And I feel comfortable saying that. He's been corrected on the same things over and over and over again. And he's also just kind of a horrible person, so I don't feel bad being like, yeah, he's the type of person that would just lie for 50 years.
He recently murdered a timber rattlesnake because of his own mistake of picking it up.
Wonderful.
Oh, he killed it. Great. Lovely.
Yeah, he beheaded that snake.
Yeah, for you guys who don't know,
Kent was
recently bitten by a rattlesnake. And I made the joke to the science friends on Twitter, but I guess evidently his blood is so already poisonous that the venom could do nothing to deter him. He survived. He was fine.
So here's the question: do you guys? Because I've gone to Dinosaur Adventureland. I've met Kent Hovind in person. My impression was that he genuinely thinks that he's right, and he doesn't see it as lies. He might think oh, I'm saying a different thing than is published in all the textbooks, and all the scientists disagree with me, but I'm telling the truth. And they're the ones that are mistaken. So in his head, he has it justified. Well, it's not a lie. He actually told me when I was there, he's like, well, look, you seem to know a lot about science stuff, but when you die and you go to the great beyond and you get all there and you finish climbing up all this ladder of knowledge, be sure to say hi to me at the top. That's what he told me.
Of course.
No, he didn't.
I think when it comes... Oh, sorry.
What an asshole! Who said that?
That was like his parting words. Like
Kent.
in my last 15 minutes there.
That's not the only time he said that. That's one of his things.
Yeah.
Oh, Kent. Oh my god.
I think the thing with Kent is
I'll get the footage to you wherever you are.
I think overall he's a believer in the big picture of what he says, right? I think he actually thinks there was a vapor or an ice canopy. I think he thinks the Earth is 6,000 years old. I think he thinks that the law of superposition doesn't make any sense. I think he thinks those big things, right? But I think he knows that some of his specific claims, like that evolution says we came from a rock, or various other things that are specific claims he's been corrected on over and over and over, I think he does know he's lying about that. I think he just thinks it's acceptable to lie about those things because he's doing it in service of the bigger, wider truth that he honestly does believe in.
I think there's something to that. I mean, I do think that he's definitely more intentionally dishonest than some of the guys that you see who come out of like ICR AIG or Creation.com CMI. He strikes me as more malicious than them. And the reason I think that it feels that way in my head is because he's been malicious in so many other ways in his life. Like, what's boldly lying? What is boldly lying in addition on top of the pile of horrible things that Kent has done?
Kent is directly implicated in multiple instances of child abuse, including with his own children and with the children of strangers.
Kent is a legitimate criminal, right? Like he did legitimate time, and he's also allegedly done more crimes since then. So
he's been convicted of at least one more crime since then. It's just that currently he's going through a retrial of that.
He appealed it. Of course he did.
I definitely think that what Dapper was saying was true, where he has justified it in his head, where he thinks that it's okay for him to lie because he's leading souls to Jesus or whatever. He's convinced himself that it's morally good to lie about these things and that he ought to. Like, I've brought up to him the claim that was mentioned about, evolution says that we evolved from rocks. And I went through Kent's presentations where he's claimed that. He has a link to it, like a citation from some scientist who he says claims that, like an origin of life researcher who's an expert in like geochemistry. And so I contacted this guy and I said, hey, this guy's trying to use your work to say that evolution says that life evolved from rocks. Is this an accurate characterization? And the guy's like, that is the biggest crock of BS I've ever heard. He's like, that was ridiculous. And like, I showed Kent that email in a debate. I was like, look, I emailed the guy that you are citing, and he says that's not at all what he's saying, and it's a ridiculous mischaracterization. And Kent's exact words in response to me were, don't listen to him, okay? I'm the expert. He literally just said that he's the expert. Don't listen to the actual expert he's citing. So yes, it is 100% he's lying.
No. I'm so sorry. Let me make sure I'm getting this right. So Kent quotes somebody. He uses a quote from somebody to say that evolutionists say we came from rocks. The guy who said that said, no, I didn't say that. And it's very clear I didn't say that. And then Kent said, don't listen to him. My quote by him is correct.
He literally said, like in his exact words, don't listen to him, okay? I'm the expert. Like,
what does that even mean? What is he trying to say with expert on what? Yeah. Quoting, like telling people that what they said was not actually what they said? It's not a conceptual issue.
When it comes to Kent Hovind's alleged expertise, I just want to point out that he has built himself for decades as an expert on specifically two things: dinosaurs and the Bible. Every single one of my videos starts out with Kent Hovind admitting to me in a debate that he doesn't know what a dinosaur is in the first place. Just putting that out
and
there.
I turned that into a meme.
Yes, you did. It was very good, by the way.
I'm flummoxed by that. The level of cognitive dissonance that has to be going on, or just piece of shittery that has to be going on to take a quote that someone said where they are saying, no, Kent, what you're saying I said, I didn't say, or is at least grossly misrepresentative of what I actually said. For Kent to just say, nah, I'm still right though.
I think it's kind of like default, like when you're backed into a corner, he's kind of defaulting into his habitual mode of lying. But normally he tries to have his lies have the veneer of science or maybe sound believable to his audience. But then like when you actually call him out on something, he'll still lie, but he sheds the veneer of needing that lie to make sense. Like he just lie in a completely ridiculous fashion just so that he doesn't have to admit that he was wrong about something.
He genuinely just was like different. I can't believe that. That is unreal to me that he actually said that. Okay. We gotta keep doing these.
We're way behind.
We're way behind. I know. And while we were doing that, curse you, my wonderful audience. People kept donating. So now we're more behind than we were.
How dare they?
The audacity. Okay, so let me find. Okay, here we go. We are on, and I can show them. Hound Reports for $100 says, find something neat out there. We did last time. We will again, Hound Reports. Thank you very much for your incredible generosity, and I like your profile pic. Northo2 is here with $10, just sending some support. Hey, Northo2, good to see ya. You've probably talked to him, but you should know Rudy's doing well. We have a Left-Handed Jedi for $5 who says, facts matter. Glad to have caught you live. It happens like once a year, so I'm glad you're here to catch it as well. For Endermenor for $31.99, which is the youth... which is the ticket price for a youth at the Ark Encounter, how much yours truly paid in Kentucky, my home state, but I think this money deserves to go to something actually intellectual. Thank you very much, Endermenor. We are, of course, putting it towards that, both myself and Doc here. We have $20 from See Me Sean, who says, Erica was driving to Florida on April 1st, listening to your video on creationist car model garbage. I looked it up to see there was literally a billboard saying no evolution. In the beginning, God created Genesis 1:1 only in Florida. You know what? I've seen that same billboard because it's that 0014 truth line that you can call. And I asked my husband once while we were driving if we should call, and he was like, no, I'd like to keep my blood pressure down today. And I was like, not me. I love a fight. Ryder Rosenberg for $9.99 says, I'm just fascinated by super chats appearing and disappearing. I swear I'm not a toddler, but a fully functioning adult. Good to see support for science education videos. No, your wonderful pattern recognizing brain is seeing the array of colors and attempting to find a through line there. Thank you very much for the donation. Lacey Angle, for $20 says, in the interest of the pursuit of knowledge, very cute avatar. Love it. Thank you very much. Evan Girardi says for $5 Australian dollars, I think, Jesus was a mammal. Yes, technically, yes. Jesus Christ's physical body was mammalian. And I think it's interesting to put it that way because I've never really seen, I guess if you asked a creationist, they would be like, yeah, well, I don't know. What do you think, Dapper? Do you think they would own that?
So most creationists generally accept that humans are mammals, which is weird because they also then try to reject that humans are animals.
And apes. Yeah,
and apes,
above
right.
and below, they won't accept, but mammal is fine. It's weird.
But they seem to know, because I think the thing is most people in very early on in school learn that mammals are the animals with hair that give live birth and feed their babies with milk. There's more to it, but those are the things I think people learn in school. And it's very obvious that humans do all of these things. It would be hard to not notice that humans have hair, that breastfeeding is a thing, and that humans don't lay eggs. Because, virtually everyone has some basic experience with, the reproductive process. They have friends or family who had babies, even if they haven't. And so for that reason, I do think most of them would probably say that Jesus was a mammal, especially if you're going with, the sort of typical Christian theology of the hypostatic union, where Jesus is 100% human in every way that a human could possibly be a human.
Right.
And if humans are mammals, then Jesus would be too.
Yeah, he would have to be, right? Because it's God becomes flesh, right? I mean, theologically, I think that tracks. I just think they would dislike that. They would be like, yeah, reluctantly, which is dumb because I think part of becoming human means becoming everything about humans, including our indelible stamps. Isaac Treaster, sorry, hold on, let me pull that up. There we go. Was just writing that as Dakota's pointing out that y'all have a backlog, so adding to the backlog for $9.99. Yes. Get to the backlog. Robert Little for $10 says, hi, I like to argue for biogeography in debating against geologically recent floods. You should talk to Jackson Wheat because biogeography is also his favorite argument for anti Noah's flood not having happened, and for evolution while we're at it. The Paradox for $20 says, huge fan of Erica. This is unrelated to the current live stream, but I wrote a paper about your deadliest pattern in nature video. Oh my God, that's wonderful to hear. I would love to send it to me in an email. I'd love to see it. I am a lowly philosopher, but I love this topic. No, the philosophers are above my pay grade. Please do not undersell yourself there. That stuff is way over my head. Stealth Gun 5 for 10 pounds. Erica, huge fan, but has any young Earth creationist ever solved the heat problem yet? And hope this helps towards the Dino Find funds. No creationist has solved the heat problem yet. And to make matters worse, well, or better, depending on how you look at it, they've stopped trying, at least in the YouTube arena. I haven't seen a video out of Donnie Deals and Company or any others about the heat problem in quite some time, because I think they finally, fingers crossed, pulled towards the it's going to end up being miraculous. And at that point, where does it stop is my question.
No, see Erica, what happened is, remember how Donnie does all those streams about like the heat problem absolutely demolished, there's no recovery for this? It was just true the last time, and there you go, now they've solved it, we're done now.
It's so true. So yeah, exactly. And like my 4-hour compilation response was just like, he was just like, I ain't reading all that. Like,
oh, Erica, I had a debate with a young Earth creationist last week where he solved the heat problem when I brought it up.
How'd he solve it?
Oh, didn't you know? Water can get rid of heat.
Oh, wow. Fantastic.
No one ever thought about it before.
That's so crazy, Grayson. And if I may ask, just to elaborate the question, where did they get the Jupiter's worth of water to solve the heat problem required by the, 44 1 megaton hydrogen bombs per cubed kilometer of the planet? Where did they get all that water from? Because it ain't here anymore.
The fountains of the deep, Erica. No elaboration needed.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, cool. Well, I mean, just for those out there who might be curious, no, that doesn't work.
I thought that water was already supposed to be hot, though.
Yeah, well, under hydroplate it is, because the tidal pumping heats it up, and that's what deposits all the limestone, don't you know? Because you need a supercritical fluid.
He also offered, because I brought up all those rebuttals, and he said, well, look, okay, it's not going to be causing that much heat because water can cut continents without emitting heat. So water cut the shape of the continents, and then the continents slid around without causing a lot of heat because they were lubricated by the water and mud. That was literally what he said.
Okay, here's the thing that gets me about that, right? So, the first law of thermodynamics says that energy has to go somewhere, right? It can't just go away. So when all is said and done, all this motion, all this moving, all this sliding around, all that kinetic energy has to go somewhere. Literally the only place for it to go is thermal energy. So I don't care how much lubrication you're talking about. I don't care any about all this stuff. The amount of energy it takes to move a freaking continent from one side of the globe to the other is a huge amount of energy. And that heat will end up on Earth. There are no other options. You can slick that thing up with a bunch of baby oil and KY as much as you want. It doesn't matter. The thermal energy is going to be there.
Well, okay.
I think they just came up with a great new marketing.
Hey,
Yes.
hey, the issue is twice as bad as that, Dapper, because you also have to slow it down.
Yeah, which itself requires actual work to be done, right?
Can I just say too, right? That's hydroplaning. I've talked about hydroplaning before. There is nothing new under the sun with regard to the heat problem. If it exists, I've seen it. And do you know who debunked hydroplaning? If memory serves, it was Woodmarap, a young Earth creationist who was like, nope, hydroplaning doesn't work. Sorry, Walt Brown, that's not going to get your continent sliding around at race car speed 72 miles per hour. Like, it's just not going to happen. You can't make it work. But, that's what happens, Grayson. They're like, actually, have you considered this? Yes, I have. And so have other young Earth creationists. This is why there's a multi-piece series on Answers in Genesis where they keep going, well, maybe we can get rid of this 0.1% of the heat. Actually, we can't even get rid of 0.01% of that 0.1% of the problem. It's extensive. Just say it's a miracle and call it a day. That's what they need to do. Okay, next thing. now that we've got our obligatory heat problem rant. For Catherine Defy, for $19.99, go forth and explore. Thank you very much for your lovely donation. Very much appreciated. For Leighton CC for $10, I'm so grateful for your work. Please continue to dismantle creationism. You guys don't even know. When I get that PhD, once that doctorate is in hand, I'm about to go into turbo drive on this channel until I get a job and have to do that too. ZD for $2, just call them your synths. The why is to make it fancy. You should contact the European Union with that. I think they'd really like that as a pitch. Steve Areno for $10 says pelagic tunicates for science. Love us. Dapper, embrace us in your tiny arms.
Never gonna happen. Tunicates should stay sessile on the floor of the ocean or on a rock or a beam or something like that. The idea of swimming around using your anus as jet propulsion is just crazy talk, and I don't want to hear anything more about pelagic tunicates.
That's a very all tomorrows kind of morphology or physiology, I mean.
It is, yeah.
Okay, Cornet Howard, excuse me, baby shark. That's 14. What is this, Zapper? What's ZAR?
I think that's South America or South African rands, I think, actually.
Okay, well that's going towards, that's a baby shark. I think just because they put that there, you have to put that on. You have to put that on the list.
No, it's 50 or above, and here's the gorilla song.
Hey, baby, for $50, obligatory gorilla song and 2 signs. Which gorilla song though? Empire Ants, perhaps?
I did confirm it is South African rand.
Perfect.
Okay, I mean, I just put because we were talking about it, I just put Feel Good Inc. on there, but I could add another. I'm not opposed. I don't listen to a ton of gorillas, but I like their stuff.
Empire Ants might be the consensus here.
I'm just saying, dude, it's for the beginning of Empire Ants with the wind in your hair, like while you're looking out surveying the landscape, like that's hard to beat. That's some liminal shit in a good way. Astro
right,
Geek
it's down.
61 for 99 fieldwork money. Thank you very much, Astro Geek. And I'm sorry if I'm zooming through super chats, guys. I do eventually want to get to the video. So we have so many. You guys don't even know how many videos are on the list either. Psychological projectionist for £2. Ironically, creationists are creative with the truth. Yeah, they are. I had a Twitter argument about that earlier today, where they're just making stuff up to make Noah's Ark work as a global event. Gil's husband for $10, let's say. Erica Phylogenetic says that every descendant from any organism will continue to be of that same group, like birds or dinos, but all life is a descendant of a single-celled organism. I'm Brazilian, sad face. Ooh, descendant of a eukaryote. So we are all eukaryotes that descend from a eukaryote. Multicellularity, I don't believe is a higher, a portion, like a characteristic of a higher, like of a domain. Correct me if I'm wrong, though.
Yeah, multicellularity has evolved independently several times.
Animalia is all multicellular, isn't it?
Yeah.
Animalia is right, but eukaryota is not.
Yeah, eukaryotes are mostly single-celled, and multicellularity has evolved independently in several different instances. Also, there are some eukaryotes that are macroscopic organisms that are single-celled anyway.
Yeah, they're huge, right? Like they're very large amoeba.
Like most seaweed is actually a single-celled organism that is just a cell that is as big as most plants are.
It's just
also
it's just huge.
The R with the $sign is the Brazilian real.
Okay, thank you, and I'm sorry, my Brazilian friend.
So let me get this straight, right? So creationists they accept that we're eukaryotes. They reject that we're animals. They accept that we're vertebrates. They accept or reject that we're amniotes. And then they accept that we're mammals, but then reject that we're primates, but accept that we're placental mammals.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that this is all making sense to me. So perfect. Yeah, it all makes sense. Thanks.
100% yes, all of that is true. Which is why Ken Ham tweeted several months ago that humans should be in a separate kingdom as non-animals. With the sole criteria of being created in the image of God. Like every Christian naturalist has like wept upon hearing that. Like Linnaeus is turning in his grave. Okay, Star Song. Oops, hold on. Back at it. There we go. Star Song for $5. Dapper, one of the Star Trek was asked how Heisenberg compenators work. The answer was very well. Oh, okay. Compensators work. The answer was very well. Thank you. Also, donation to Fieldwork. Thank you, Star Sung, for that. I'm sure Dapper would, if I gave him the opportunity, which I'm not, would go off on that topic.
By the way, I think you missed one from Elizabeth Calvert.
Oh, no. Okay, I don't want to miss any. Thank you. Oh, I did. You're right. Sorry, Elizabeth. Elizabeth Calvert for $20. Hi, gang. Normally, tiny human question of the week goes to Kyle Hill. My TH Alex wants to know how chickens are the closest living birds to T-Rex. Also love Erica's enthusiasm and happy Pride. Yes, happy Pride. Dapper and Doc, I'm going to boot this one to you guys.
Yeah.
I know you guys love the dinosaur questions.
Chickens are the closest living relatives of T-Rex, but they're tied for first place with literally every other bird. All birds are equally as closely related to T-Rex as any other bird is.
I really liked that, Dapper. I wasn't expecting that, taking a drink. I was about to be like, they are?
I mean, technically, yes. All birds are equal. It's sort of like, which is more closely related to humans, chimpanzees or bonobos? And the answer is both.
Yeah. No,
So-
you're 100% correct. Panons.
Yeah, so all birds share a more recent common ancestor with each other than the one that they share with T-Rex. And so while birds are more closely related to, say, Velociraptor than they are to T-Rex, in fact, Velociraptor is more closely related to birds than it is to T-Rex, all the birds are equally related to T-Rex as, each other. Similarly, like if you take it down to like apes, right? Like gorillas, panons, and humans are all equally related to orangutans. Orangutans are more closely related to gorillas than they are to humans. That's an equal amount of relationship.
Right. It's because it's at a group level, right? You're not looking specifically. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Well, that's crazy. You can apply concepts in human evolution to other critters. That blows my mind.
Yeah. It turns out there's this whole unifying theory in biology that helps us correlate otherwise unrelated data in ways that has predictive power. I think it's called the theory of evolutionism or something like that.
Something like that, right? No, that makes sense. I heard there was a guy who wrote a lot about that and revolutionized biology, but maybe I'm tripping. We have $20 from Bernie Gores. Hey, I may be sounding dumb, but are Gigantopithecus related to us? Yeah, they are. No, that's not a dumb question at all. Gigantopithecus are closer to pongins, so they are more closely related to orangutans than they are to any of the other apes, but they are hominids. They are members of the great ape family Hominidae, and so are we. So we're about as close to them as we would be to orangutans, maybe a little bit more distant. B. Draken, hey dude, for $5, enjoy a drink at Fossil Cove. I will. Thank you very much. Nick Armour for €5. AIG is a bag of never mind. Wrong stream.
I'll take a drink anyway.
Yeah. I will too, but I'm on water this early, so we'll see how things advance. Lori for $27.90 are ours. This is the Brazilian one, right? Am I correct?
Yes, Brazilian real. Yep.
Brazilian real. See, I'm learning. I can learn. They're centavos in PTBR, so you can call them cents. Nice. Love your content and worry about the rise of evangelical creationism here. Keep up the good science. I, too, am worried about the rise of evangelical creationism in Brazil and in several South American countries because they seem to be getting a second wind, and I find that concerning.
Yeah, actually, a few months ago, I spent a while listening to creationism in Spanish. I can understand Spanish way better than Portuguese, so that's why I bothered. And I'm worried about it because, on the one hand, I don't know that I can effectively counter it in Spanish because my Spanish is not good enough. But also, I don't know that I want to cover them because all of the Spanish stuff that I was listening to sounded like English language young Earth creationism from 20 years ago.
Yeah, I've noticed that as well. Like there's a big lag on it. I don't know. I mean, there's already a lag with creationism and like conventional science, but I feel like once it has to go through other iterations, because like let's face it, the United States is kind of the hub for young Earth creationism right now. So it has to like trickle outward.
Yeah, Yak stuff is almost always done originally in English, and if it gets translated, it's only well after the fact. I think the only language I've actually seen people reasonably keep up with is for a little while, there was actually a reasonable amount of stuff coming out in Turkish, and now Nathaniel Jensen is making sure that a lot of his stuff gets put into Arabic for some reason because he's recently got a lot of like Muslim fans.
Jensen, really?
Yeah, he's got a whole bunch of streams where he's on with an interpreter who is taking questions from the audience in Arabic, translating them, Jensen's replying in English, and it's being immediately translated right into Arabic in real time.
That is really interesting. That's really interesting. Yeah, I bet because he's hoping, I mean, he wants to expand his reach, but he's kind of like exhausted his English audience, his English speaking audience. So he's probably just trying to.
Well, similarly to Christianity, I mean, there is a hyper-conservative, very literalist faction of Islam, or well, factions of Islam. Islam is far less organized into categories than Christianity is, but there are very, very fundamentalist, conservative, literalist strains within Islam. And while they tend not to care so much about the age of the earth, because the Quran is much less clear on that than the Bible is, say, if we take either one literally, they do care a lot about things like Adam and Eve, because the Adam and Eve is told several times in the Quran. It's actually a major factor in a lot of theology. And so there's also a Muslim creationist tradition, but they tend to still be sort of parasitic on English language creationism, because again, only people in English are really bothering to produce like new books and papers and whatnot.
Well, and I don't know. I have a lot of thoughts that I haven't really gotten out yet about like how that machine is turning, because it seems like it's concentrating. The young Earth creationist movement in the United States is concentrating to a degree that's kind of insane. Like they're producing much more dedicated audience. It's a weird deal.
Yeah, it's turning increasingly cult-like, I would say, in the United States.
Yeah, it's concerning. Okay, Isaac Traster for $4.99. Now, Twitter's always been a cesspool. It's more of a toxic waste dump now. True, it is. It's like almost humorously bad at this point.
It's being distilled. What's happening is all the people who were not part of a cesspool have been slowly leaving, like the water being, like the alcohol being boiled away in your distillery, and then all that's left, like, is the concentrated horribleness of those like things that just won't go away as everything else is being boiled off. You get all the non-volatile cesspoolness. It's
really some high concentration of vitriol that you see in Twitter in some ways that are kind of blow your mind. Minute Race for $5. As a snake owner myself, it breaks my heart that Kent killed that poor snake. I know, and I wouldn't want to be the snake that was killed by Kent Hovind too. That's not a good way to go. Parker Taylor, hey Parker, for $20. Best of luck with the fieldwork, Erica. Can't wait to hear about it. You will, and it will be a deluge of info. Thank you for the donation. Revelo 178 for $5 Canadian. The Hovinds obviously keep snakes for their oil. Thank you guys for your informative content. Yeah, that's probably like I'm just gonna leave it at that. Jobs for $10. Kent Hovind is a funny ape. LOL. Yeah, but he's funny in the same way that like Koba is funny in the second Planet of the Apes movies in Dawn. Like he's funny in a menacing way because he does a lot of harm. JP for $20. Go do a science. Will do, JP, and thank you so much for your donation. From Tubian for Tubian 323, golly, for $5. You could say Dwayne Gish is the originator of the creation virus. Kent got his Gish Gallopy speaking style from him. You could take it earlier than Gish, right? Like you could go to Whitcomb and Morris, and you could point to them, or what's her name of the Seventh-day Adventists, and be like they're responsible for the revival for like young Earth creationism at least. Okay, for Yahooligan for $2 Canadian. This is just because Grayson and Dr. Deino. There you go, guys. Brian Stevens for $2. Dr. Hovind has 3 PhDs. He's an expert. He's an expert on writing the goofiest dissertations that I've ever had the displeasure of seeing. Hello, my name is Kent Hovind. I can't even imagine. Putting that on a high school level paper.
The question to ask anyone who thinks that Kent Hovind has 3 PhDs is to say, how many PhDs did Kent Hovind earn from accredited universities? And the answer is 0. Right?
The answer is 0. Like solidly 0.
Right. I think one of those was like an honorary degree bestowed by a non-accredited university. And like he's got 2 other non-accredited PhDs. But here's the thing that a non-accredited PhD is. It's nothing.
It's literally nothing. Yeah.
It's just like me saying, okay, hey, Dok Deino, I am granting you a PhD. You are now actually a doctor because I said so. You might say, who am I? I'm some guy with just as much authority to give a PhD as Patriot Bible University, which is to say, none.
I honestly, does he actually have 3 alleged PhDs, or is it just the one? Because I thought it was just the one.
So he claims to have gained another one while in prison, which, to be fair, I mean, people do a lot of schoolwork in prison. So, I mean, whatever. But apparently it's from another unaccredited university. And then I think there's another one that was honorarily granted to him by yet another Christian school of dubious accreditation.
In what, though, Dapper? What are they in?
They're just in other pseudo-academic Christian-y stuff, right?
Okay.
That's
I
it.
mean, you would think the guy that is destroying evolution with half his brain tied behind his back, debating every professor that you have at your university, would take a single course in biology. But, I guess
I think it's probably on the evolution of life from rocks.
Gotta
He
be.
is the expert.
He's the expert. I'm reeling from that. I can't believe he said that. It's so funny and very symptomatic of something much deeper psychologically that I don't have the credentials to diagnose. Skullduggery for $5. One more, and Happy Pride, my favorite joke from your Ark Encounter video. Yeah, Happy Pride Month from the Ark Encounter. They got the big rainbow flag and support up and ready on the side of the big boat. Ember for $5. Yay, science friends. I'm poor, but have some love. Thank you very much, Ember. For Hound Reports for $4.99, I didn't know I could pick songs with the last dono. Add Holding Out for a Hero by Bonnie Tyler and Wannabe by the Spice Girls. You heard them, Doc. That goes on the list. Doc's got it. Pillpunk half dog, half canine for $10. I discovered my favorite argument for evolution from Zach Hancock. Is DNA the molecule of inheritance? Does math work? Then evolution is inevitable, suckers. Yeah, hopefully Zach is coming on later. If we literally ever get to any of the videos, then Zach will be on to talk genetics.
And I just realized I've been muted for like the last 5 minutes. I got I got the Holding Out for Your Hero. I got that. Also, though, I feel bad saying this, but I think we have to just blitz through these or we will never get started.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. Okay, all right. We must turn the lights down and get ready for some rapid fire. All right, let's do this thing. Reverend Hal for $5. Taxes are how the government funds wars. I don't like paying taxes, but I like funding education, health, and elder care. Jesus is a reptile overlord. Caps. I agree. We need to take some of the defense budget and put it into education. Howie BHD for $50. The Devil Put the Dinosaurs Here by Alice in Chains. By Alice in Chains.
Nice.
Put it on the list. It's on the list. Oh, yeah, wonderful. The Hyrosotherum wing for $2. But Erica, have you considered a wonderful example of the Donnie Deals fallacy in action? Yahooligan for $5 Canadian. This is the first money I spend for the campaign to get Erica on Deep 61X. Okay.
I was just there last week. Fun show. A lot of fun.
Wonderful. Rema Suvanto for €2. Nothing. But thank you for the donation. Very, very generous. And just as a general note, everybody out there, you're genuinely being too generous. Like I'm asking you to slow down so we can get to the video. I killed Earl for $10. I second the previous super chat. Would love to have Eric on Deep 6 IX. Love what y'all do at Ride the Wavelength. Thank you very much. I'm down to go on just about any show when I have the time to do it. For Ruthie with the wonderful rainbow flag for $2. Thank you for the wonderful vids. It is my utmost pleasure, Ruthie. Thank you for the donation. Gil's husband for 10 Brazilian currencies. I keep forgetting the name. Thanks, but I thought multicellular was one kind of domain. Thank you for the big contribution for science. Of course, it is my pleasure. Rayons?
Real.
Real. Okay. I'm not going to remember that, but I'm going to do my best. Reale. Okay. For Menoiti for $5. Why are the dinosaurs in the museum so old? They can't afford new ones. So true. If only they had the funding.
To be fair, there are some new dinosaurs in museums because every once in a while they get in new stuffed birds.
Oh, there you go. Okay, yeah, technically r/technically the truth. Bridge the Divide for $4.99. Love y'all's work. Just curious if any of you have tackled CTVT, how CTVT helps refute creationism. CTVT. What is that? What's the abbreviation? Does anybody know?
I don't know.
I don't.
That's
probably why I haven't covered it.
Bridge the Divide. Tell us what that means, and I will tell you if we've covered it. Captain Kelk for $4.99, and thank you for the donation, by the way, Bridge the Divide. For $4.99, money for the Rattlesnakes Against Kenthoven Fund. Yes. Yeah, we were all neutrally waiting with bated breath to see how that turned out. Gimpy G Gaming for $9.99. I'm a quadriplegic and want to know when or if hominids took care of severely disabled individuals. Tried asking you on Twitter, but no reply. I'm really sorry, Gimpy. I've been slammed on Twitter because I keep starting fights and then I get replied. I get a notice every time someone replies to anything in that tweet. It's actually been a nightmare. But I do it to myself. Great question. And the answer is yes. We find severely disabled hominins, like from pretty much Homo erectus onward, and they are cared for by their conspecifics. It's actually very cute to see and pretty epic to see that behavior emerges so early.
Shanidar 1 is probably the most famous example, right?
Shinadar one, but then also the Dmanisi specimens. I think it's the fourth. I think it's the fourth skull, the gummer with the closed sockets.
Yeah.
Cheetah X for €22. Why is it so hard to accept that we originate from a single-celled organism? We all start as a single cell. It happens every cycle. It's called conception. Yeah, I believe that was actually a famous interaction that Dawkins had once, where a woman said, "You want me to believe we came from a single cell?" And he said, "My dear, you did it yourself in 9 months." Which is true. There's complications there, is like applying it to the population level, but we're going rapid fire. Okay. 2 walrus for $4.99. Growing up, my pastor would disassemble a ballpoint pen and put the feces in a coffee can with a firecracker to prove energy plus building blocks doesn't equal life. It's a compelling example because it appeals to people's intuition, but it completely takes selection out of the question, which was the mechanism that was pitched in support of evolution at its inception by Darwin in Origin in 1859. So 1858, whatever. Kevin O'Connor for $5. What's your favorite friendly walkthrough of the evidence for human evolution? My parents need it. Oh man, my favorite friendly walkthrough. Get them Chris Stringer's book. It's very thin. It's an easy read. You can set it by the toilet and it'll walk you through each of the hominins. Otherwise, I hope to make a friendly walkthrough here eventually. Thank you for your donation, Kevin. Timothy Pollins for $4.99. Always love what you do. Serving a modern ape girly pop realness. Happy Pride. I'm getting old because I don't know what all of that means, but I know that it's nice. So thank you very much, Timothy. I very much appreciate it. I'll try to continue to serve girly pop modern ape realness as long as I live. Vandalia 1998 for $4.99. Just got done riding my bike 22 miles, and now I'm going to relax and listen to some Gutsick science. Yes, it is a collaborative effort today, though, Vandalia. Thank you very much for your donation. Barnacle Films for $5.31. A classic Nim Chimpsky, the greatest sentence ever signed by a non-human ape. Give me orange, give orange, me give eat orange, me eat orange, give me eat orange, give me you. Love it. Wise words to live by Nim. Your friendly taxonomist for $5. Rattlesnake symbology is wild. Classic example of Kent ignoring the clear warning signs that came back to bite him. Yeah, you might say that says something about Kent Hovind in general. Thank you for your donation, by the way. Brian Runyon for $10. Here's some money. Have fun in the desert. Happy Pride Month as well. Yes, I concur with every single one of those. Thank you very much, Brandon. Gil's husband for
10 Brazilian reals.
I'm going to write it down because if Gil's donating. Okay, reals. Got it. Okay, now it's in the vault for real this time, Gills, because it's in front of my face. For 10 Brazilian reals. I just remembered there's a YEC here that said mammoths evolved from dinos. He also said uranium decays to helium and the indigenous population wasn't in the American continent before the year 1500. I mean, that's just like pure distilled ignorance at that point.
I guess you could argue that uranium decays into helium in the sense that it emits alpha particles, which themselves are helium nuclei. So that's Dapper, not probably what he means. Yeah,
that's not what he means. In conjunction with those other things, that's not what he means.
I'm being extremely generous when I say that. Like, well, you could kind of see how that. Yeah,
you're being really generous.
I am.
Jake, insert clever dapper inside joke here. Nelson for $10. Just wanted to throw Doc a couple more bucks and to make Erica read my ridiculous screen name. LOL. I did, and I had to do it quickly too. And this time I didn't even stumble over it. Jose Robertse for 35 South American currencies.
South African rands.
South American.
South African.
I'm sorry, Dapper. I've been reading for like 45 minutes straight. Cut me some slack. Hogan is probably upset because his pet rock left him. Yeah, and along with all of his wives as well. See, now I'm getting mean. Misty for $5 with a beautiful, I think that's a Hamadryas baboon, as probably a female, as the profile pic there, in honor of my favorite ape, China, the Namascus gabrielle. Oh, I love Namascus at my zoo. I love Namascus, the one of the hylobatid families. Love Fro, don't read this videos listen, I'm doing my best. For Apara Varshni for 420, Dapper, what currency?
Oh, yeah, you got me on that one. I have no clue what that one is. That's a new one for me. Let's find out.
What does it look like?
That's
not yen, is it?
Those are Indian rupees. I've never seen that symbol.
They're Indian rupees. Okay.
Yep.
Approved. Thank you for your 420 Indian rupees. And I'm sorry that I can't recognize currency symbols to save my life. $10 from John Smith. How much? You guys are doing this on purpose now. How much wood could a woodchuck chug if a woodchuck could chug wood?
Nice.
Grease Monkey for $2. God bless you, Erica. You're doing the Lord's work. I do my best to provide evolution education for all of those interested. And I truly believe, as a friendly neighborhood agnostic, that if God's up there, that's his work. Remo Suvanto for €5. We don't have a Kenthoven here in Finlandia. That's why we're so happy. I actually believe that. And Rooster Tuff for $9.99. Monkey. Wise words by Master Uguay, of course. And thank you for your donation. Dark Theo for $5. Hello. I heard there would be some debunking. Debunking when? I'm doing my best.
We're almost at the end. We're
Psycho
almost
Cat
there.
90 for $5. I want to contribute to archaeology. Thank you so much for your work. Paleontology, but thank you regardless. Okay, I'm sharing the screen. We're getting ready to get into this video.
Oh, by the way, Danny Eisinga just pointed out that the CTVT is canine transmissible venereal tumor, which is basically a cancer in dogs that is venereally transmitted.
Aww.
And so essentially it is a single-celled parasitic dog.
That's so sad.
Yes.
It is
But
sad, but it's
no,
also fascinating in that we have there exists a species of canid, which is a single-celled parasite.
I have never considered that. I actually really need to look into that. I half heard what you said, and then I was processing it in my brain, and I was like, holy shit, that's actually kind of insane.
It's really crazy. But also, really quick, I need to ask Grayson, do you remember what my highest tier was for my original fundraiser?
Beyond $50, I don't recall.
Okay. Well, I said when I hit 1,000, I'd do a face reveal. I think we more than passed 1,000.
Nice.
Howdy.
Nice. Howdy, dude. Sweet. Well, in honor of that, I think it's time to get started. I'm gonna hit play here, and y'all tell me if you can hear it, and we'll get moving on this. All right. Can you guys hear his lettering thing?
Well, what about fish the tetrapods?
Okay, so this is everybody who's wondering. This is Helmet. Helmet is a I have no idea what his background actually is. Helmet creationist.
Also, sorry, would you mind taking down the super chat, Erica?
Oh, what? Oh, oops. Yeah, hold on. let me figure out how to do that. Wait, hold on. Here's what I'll do. I'll open up one and then I'll click hide. There we go.
There
Perfect.
we go.
Okay,
Howdy.
so Helmet Welke, what I say it was earlier, you guys? He is
You said Winky.
I said Winky. Okay, well, Welke is what it actually is. Helmet Welke is from Iowa. He is a retired engineering manager from Fortune 200 company, holding a BS and an MS degree in industrial engineering from the University of Illinois. It's always engineers. So naturally, what Helmet is here to talk about is how actually, here on Standing for Truth's channel, Tiktaalik rossae is not a compelling transitional species. So let's hear what he has to say about that. And how much you want to bet that the Zakelmi tracks come up? Because I bet it's 100%.
Oh, absolutely. I would be shocked if they didn't.
Let's get through at least 30 seconds, and then we'll touch on it. Yell if you can't help yourself.
Things that go on four legs. Well, in 1988, it was admitted we have not found any fossils that are intermediate between such clearly terrestrial animals and the strictly aquatic Ribidestians, can't say it, I'm sorry, described in the previous chapter. In other words, to go from an amphibian to a tetrapod, a land animal on four stout legs.
When was Ichthyostega discovered?
Say again.
When was Ichthyostega discovered? Wasn't that in the 80s?
Ichthyostega was discovered. I'm checking it out right now. Ichthyostega was first discovered 1932.
Oh,
awesome. Also, have you noticed that he just, this was probably just a misspeak, but he also seemed to imply that purely aquatic Ripidestians were amphibians, which basically would make the modern African and South American lungfish amphibians, but that's not true. This is a man who clearly does not know the very basics of what he's talking about.
Well, what you guys are going to see later in this video and in other videos that we go through, assuming we get to them, is that very frequently morphology, as used by these creationists who are covering it, is used in an eyeballing it method to the nth degree. They don't consider nested hierarchies. They don't know what synapomorphies even are, which for those of you who are watching, a synapomorphy is a shared derived characteristic between ancestor and descendant that links them. It is your through line. So for instance, a synapomorphy of all apes is a Y5 molar pattern. When you open up our jaws and you look at our molars, you see that we have a Y-shaped pattern, right? All apes share that, and all, like the common ancestor of all apes had that is proposed. So it's a shared derived characteristic that continues through the line. These guys don't know what synapomorphies are. They don't know what autapomorphies are, which are characteristics that define a specific, species. And they don't care to know. They don't know what plesiomorphies are or any of that. And Helmut is really going to put that on display later here in the video. But yeah, as duly noted by Dapper already, he doesn't know the first thing outside. Like, I understand mispronouncing, right? But like outside of that, he also just doesn't know what he's talking about.
Look, I'm not going to knock on this guy for not knowing how to say Ripidestian. It's not an easy word to read or to say. Like, whatever. But to not know what a Ripidestian is, in contrast to an amphibian, even if you have trouble pronouncing the word, is unacceptable if you're going to be the guy who's going to overturn tetrapod evolution.
That's exactly it, right? That's exactly what the problem is that, you don't get to come into the field, force yourself into the field, and also know nothing about it. You have to at least know the basics if you're going to rewrite the entire thing. All right, continuing.
2006, it was announced we have Tiktaalik, the fossil, the perfect missing link between fishes of the sea and amphibians and land creatures. And students have shown this, which is mostly imagination, to say it's really science. It's a creature emerging out of the woods, crawling on
we
very
have the full body.
And
like between, is it 3 individuals? We have basically the entire body of Tiktaalik.
Yeah, 3 individuals at that original site from 2006.
There's also the problem. There's also the problem that like Eusthenopteron, Ichthyostega, and I believe Acanthostega were all already discovered and create interesting points that connect. So like the Eusthenopteron is connected to Acanthostega and Acanthostega is connected to Ichthyostega. The through line between all of them is their labyrinthodont teeth and in part a tetrapod skull roofing pattern. So this is the thing that they don't understand, right? It's not just they look similar, but their similar characters nest and connect them through time. Which, we'll get to that when we get to that. But I, at least when I was in school, was not shown this image alone. I was shown this image alongside usually Neil Shubin, the discoverer of Tiktaalik, holding the fossil, that most complete fossil. Yeah, that one. Exactly, Grayson.
Yep.
And are giving the impression that Tiktaalik is a virtual snapshot of a fish becoming a land animal. How can that really happen? And why would it happen? If a fish is so nicely adapted to the sea, why would it even want to go on land? Well, there are some animals that do have some features, but nobody calls them transitional forms. But today we have what's called...
This is so there are a couple of things. One, why would a fish want to go on land? That's not how evolution works.
Yeah, I like that implied directional component of the morphology.
Yeah, but of course there are in fact reasons why it is advantageous for primarily aquatic creatures to be able to spend time on land. For one thing, sometimes your habitat dries up and you just got to go somewhere else or you're going to die. Sometimes you want to be able to escape aquatic predators, and especially if you're on a landmass where there just aren't large terrestrial predators, which is basically the case for like the evolution of tetrapods. The biggest predators were very large, but still not gigantic scorpions.
So the Devonian, right? The time period that we're looking at here, this is the time period when Tiktaalik is found. Eusthenopteron is also found in the Devonian, albeit a bit earlier, and we see Acanthostega and Ichthyostega as well during this time period. The Devonian is characterized by a couple of really important things. The first is the oxygen content in the water is extremely low, which is proposed to be one of the reasons why you see these adaptations to pull oxygen from the air as well. Arthropods have just recently colonized land. They're the only thing living on land other than plants at this time. And so as a result, if you're a little critter, a comparatively small animal already living on the coasts and in estuaries, a little bit further out is Dunkleosteus, who's going to eat you. So you want to stay close to the shore. As Dapper just said, a lot of these shore regions, these little inlets and stuff like that, can be prone to desiccation, to drying out. So not only do you need to be able to be close to this land, right, to avoid these predators, but you also need some kind of strategy to potentially escape these sudden dryouts. In addition to that, land has like arthropods on it that aren't being hunted by anything other than other arthropods, and they're virtually all smaller than you. If you're a little Tiktaalik or other like type of early tetrapod, right, being able to get out of the water even a little bit is going to put you at such a reproductive advantage to just about every other member of your population if you can do it right. You get more access to more food. You're eaten by less predators. You can avoid sudden desiccation events if they happen in the region in which you live. And I said earlier, like inlets aren't usually going to be like drying out or anything like that, but they might take an inlet to a smaller pool inland. And then if that dries out, you're going to need to be able to move around.
Yeah.
So there are a zillion reasons proposed. And indeed, it's probably a combination of all of them that led to pushing these early tetrapods to the coast and then selecting for adaptations that make them able to get out of the water.
Also, real quick, I'm calling dibs on the band name Devonian Desiccation. It's mine. You can't have it.
Damn. Okay, you win this round.
I think it's also the point where we mentioned that Iowa is full of Devonian outcrops and also things like Dunkleosteus and other reasons that you just listed to, the advantageous environmental
The oceans
reasons.
of the Devonian were freaking scary, man.
Everything's
I
trying
mean,
to eat.
the oceans have been terrifying at any point in time, but
True.
I have been to one of the major Devonian exposures here in Iowa. It was pretty cool. It was revealed when a dam broke loose during a big rainstorm, and it just washed out a valley and revealed an entire reef. It's crazy.
That's so awesome. But like, the point being here is that we've got directionality, as John said, imposed on evolution here, asking like, why would a fish even want to get onto the land? Again, as we just explained, there are a million different reasons for selection to move a population of organisms inland and then select for characters, again, at the population level that makes them like okay at getting out of the water or manipulating their bodies in very shallow environments.
I mean, just look at lungfish or walking catfish.
Yeah, they do it
my
now.
favorite
That's a great
example-
point.
Yeah,
my
just
my
look
favorite
around.
example is the leaping blenny. Have you ever heard of a leaping blenny?
Yes, very
Yeah,
cool.
they're cute.
They're so weird. For
So,
anyone
yeah.
who doesn't know, they're a species of fish that is evolving to be more terrestrial in a completely novel way. It's awesome.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna pull a picture up of these. Yeah, I've definitely seen them.
Yeah, they
Why'd
they
you do that? I
flip
was-
themselves with their tails. They're so cool.
Like niche construction is like a pretty well characterized mechanism of evolution, like about like talking about the different things that would drive an organism to change its niche as a population, like from exploiting new opportunities, avoiding competition in an already overcrowded niche. Like it's pretty well understood what mechanisms drive this. So
Well, and creationists accept this. That's what's so annoying about it, is that as long as it's within their narrowly defined, well, not narrowly defined, I guess I should say.
Narrowly conceptualized,
Yeah,
but
narrowly-
never defined.
Yeah, narrowly, exactly. Thank you, Dabber. Narrowly conceptualized, but rarely defined concept of created kinds. Organisms are allowed to do just that. They're allowed to undergo vast amounts of change and really adapt to new environments and experience this large-scale morphologic reshuffling, but they just don't like the examples that were predicted by evolution beforehand because they're scary and they show support for an idea that they don't like. But yeah, I think that's Doc, that's an awesome point, that this is still something that's happening currently. And the reason we don't call them transitionals is mostly just because they live right now, and we tend to conceive of transitionals as they're not real things, right? They're not biological entities in the sense that they're a universal category. We choose transitionals when we're saying we have ancestor A and descendant C. What would the midway point between those two look like for character 1? You know what I mean? So that's what a transitional is. And in that way, a lungfish is a transitional, and an important one at that. We just don't know where it's going, do we?
No, but I'm excited to find out.
Yeah.
Especially since it's weird that lungfish are almost like living fossils, because we have them in every era post-Devonian.
We have
It's
nuts. Lungfish, we have Bashir, we have paddlefish and sturgeon, like all sorts of different incredibly primitive looking fish, right? And fish adjacent things, like tetrapod looking things. And they've found their niche that they continue to exploit. The importance of Tiktaalik and other tetrapodomorphs like it is that these guys hold those synapomorphies that create the through line between something like Eusthenopteron and things like Tulurpaton, tens of millions of years later. All right.
Fish, lobe-finned fishes, and they think these lobes, which are the front fins, do have some bones. They think that's evolving into legs. And because of these, some scientists were teaching that the first amphibians were descendants of lobe-finned fishes. And that's simply because there are some bones in those fins, but they're not connected to the backbone. They are just stiffeners in those fins.
So I would like to say really quickly, your humerus is not connected to your backbone. Right now, your humerus is not connected to your backbone. Your humerus connects to the pectoral girdle, not to your spine.
With this, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No. The last thing I was going to say about that is that it's not just that lobe-finned fish have bones, right? Teleost fish, which are the majority of fish that we think of, like a nice little dinner plate looking guy with a tapered end with the tail and a little snout. These guys don't have like clear arm or leg bones. They don't have a humerus. They don't have a radius. They don't have an ulna. They don't have a femur. They don't have a fibula or a tibia. They don't have any of those. What separates lobe-finned fish from these guys, the Sarcopterygians, and what pinpointed them as a potential nice organism to be like the sea, the fish that leads to the tetrapod, right, is that they have a humerus, they have a radius, and they have an ulna, like just very dwarfed, right? They're just these dwarfed versions of these bones, but they are homologous with the ones that we see.
They also have a working wrist.
Well,
yeah.
And doesn't Tiktaalik have pectoral and pelvic girdles too?
It does, which is actually an important thing, right? If you look at Eusthenopteron, you notice it doesn't seem to have a pectoral girdle, right? But look where you can actually see, because this is like a diagram that has the skeleton underneath. Look where the front flipper or fin or whatever actually connects. It's to the skull.
Yeah.
But that's because the pectoral girdle, the bones in there, the coracoid and the scapula, are homologous to the posterior most skull bones in other non-tetrapod fish. And Tiktaalik is itself a representation of some of the earliest separation of those skull bones from the rest of the cranium, creating a neck. No non-tetrapod fish is known to have, that's extant, has a neck.
Yeah.
Their their pectoral fins come right off of the skull. And that's where the bone connection to the axial skeleton is. It's through the skull. And the fact that tetrapods have taken these skull bones and moved them down posteriorly, so now the axial connection is disconnected from the rest of the cranium, is itself evidence of this transition. Right? He's pointing out things that are evidence of the transitional nature of Tiktaalik as if it doesn't count.
So I really want to point something out there too that is kind of mind-blowingly cool, at least in my opinion. So case in point, Dapper, the bones of the skull form by a different means of ossification than the bones of the rest of the body. I learned this in gross anatomy this time last year, like in the fall semester of last year.
Yes.
The difference is like endochondral versus intramembranous ossification. I think it's intramembranous. but basically the skull in all critters is intramembranous, and everything else virtually is endochondral. I hope I'm not mixing those up, but I don't think I am. With one exception, and the exception is the clavicle. The clavicle is intramembranous like the skull because it used to be a part of the skull and still is in most fishes, right? So why would that be the case? And why is that transition recapitulated in these transitional fossils? That should not be.
Yeah, it's all these extra bits of data that only make sense if you conceptualize it in terms of common ancestry. And that's the thing, right? Life looks like it has common ancestry. If you want to argue that it doesn't, you still are stuck with the fact that it looks exactly like we would expect it to look if it did.
Precisely.
So just a question: which type of bone is the scapula?
I'm actually not sure. I have no idea. I know the clavicle is intramembranous. If what Dapper said is true, I would imagine that the scapula is also intramembranous like the skull, if it comes from the skull. I don't know if it is or not, though. I just remember the scapula from class. Intramembranous versus endochondral for anybody who wants to look it up. But yeah, I mean, and Dapper, you're totally right. Like, that's an important point to make, that everything looks as if it was evolved. And what you're going to see in this video, and what we'll probably see in many later videos, is that it is all accommodation from these people, right? All they're trying to do is find a way to force fit the data as we have it into this creationist point of view. Like, well, maybe, God designed Tiktaalik to look like that. Yeah, but with characteristics, like with synapomorphic characteristics that link it, right, to as this transitional species. Why? Why does it appear so deceptive?
The point that I always
if I'm understanding this.
Oh, sorry, Doc.
Oh, sorry, just really quick. If I'm understanding this right, the scapula in humans forms partially by intramembranous methods and partially by endochondral methods. It's a mix of the two.
That's really interesting. I didn't know that.
So the point that I always like to bring up with Tiktaalik, right? And we'll see if he explains it in this video. Something tells me he won't. Is the fact that its transitional anatomic features were like predicted beforehand, and it was predicted what location we should be able to find it in what layer. Like, that would be such a huge coincidence if evolution was not true. Like,
yeah, I feel like that's this thing called the gold standard of science. I feel like that's a phrase I've heard in this context before.
Yeah, exactly. But like, as has been pointed out, right? Like, this is pretty unique in terms of like fossil anatomies go. I mean, it has several elements that are like a lungfish, like a sarcopterygian, but then, like Dapper was pointing out, this thing has like a neck. You can't really come up with many other fish specimens with necks. Even like people like to point out with mud skippers or blah blah. But like, come on, functioning wrist bones and a neck, like these transitional features were part of what was predicted beforehand. Like when they were predicting a fossil with transitional anatomy should be found in this specific layer, like way up in like Ellesmere Island in northern Canada. Like, to go there to make a prediction for what kind of anatomy you should find, and then to find it in the exact layer that you predicted you should find it in, and to find 3 specimens. I mean, that is just such a ridiculous burden for a young Earth creationist to try to accommodate into their worldview and explain how it is that we could use something like the theory of evolution to make a prediction that would then come true to like such a precise degree anatomically and the actual location of the specimens. Like, they can't explain that rationally.
Yeah, and this is really, it's not the only example, right? It's a great example. It's well known, and especially because it's a famous transitional species. But this is not the only case where we use geology, like knowing the age of those rocks and having a map of the interpreted environments. It wasn't just like, why did they go to that part of the island in the first place? They had interpreted this layer of Devonian rock as being the right kind of environment for finding such a transitional species. That also makes no sense if we're wrong about the interpreted environment of the rocks, right? And beyond this, we can look at other examples, especially in the Neoproterozoic, where you have the earliest evolution of animals when they're still microscopic, right? Identifying when and where those evolved, it's the same story. Looking, for example, the Deshanto formation and so forth, where we push back what appeared to be the Cambrian explosion by knowing where to look and what kind of environment. So this is like repeatedly a repeated exercise, I would say, in interdisciplinary exercise.
Well, and a couple of notes on that too, but just before we go, right? Like I want to make a note first on what you just said there, John, because yeah, it's those predictions that we made using geology too implicitly rely on quote unquote evolutionary assumptions, right? We use things like radiometric dating and known sedimentation rates and like how the continents are thought to have moved by taking the current trajectory and moving it backwards in time. You have to have a lot of time to make that happen, right? And continents don't exactly move quickly. So we're getting these successful predictions by assuming evolutionary theory, even if it's not specifically related to evolutionary theory. It's a geological thing, right? But you're still, well, I guess it's more vice versa. You're assuming an ancient time scale. But these kinds of things shouldn't continue to play out the way they do if the assumption is wrong, first of all. Second of all, what Grayson said, I want to make a note because they make this argument later with regard to whale evolution in a different video. But what they've been falling back on recently is that the reason Tiktaalik looks the way that it is because it's well suited for its transitional environment. It only appears to be transitional because it lives in a transitional environment between land and sea. But again, they cannot grasp this point of a synapomorphic characteristic or suites of synapomorphies because Tiktaalik isn't thought to link Eusthenopteron to later tetrapods because it lives in a transitional environment. It's thought to link them because it has characteristics that were only found in Sarcopterygians like Eusthenopteron and other characteristics that were only found in tetrapods, right? The only way that kind of suite of characteristics exists, right, is if it's inheriting some of the characteristics from the ancestor and delivering some of the characteristics to the descendant as a transitional would. Furthermore, as you said, Grayson, as you correctly pointed out, those characters were predicted ahead of time by assuming evolution, right? So it's not just a creature, like it's not an example of homology, right? Not homology. It's not an example of homoplasy, where it's like, oh, this creature has these transitional features because it was designed to be, designed homoplasty, I guess, where it's like it lives in this transitional environment. No, it carries the indelible stamp of its ancestors in the same way that you have certain genes from your parents that can be clocked as coming from your parents for like a specific eye color. And then you can also find somebody else who has a different entire genome but has the same eye color. This is a specific through line that links ancestor to descendant. And that they cannot grasp this. I don't know what the problem is. Sorry, that makes me bad.
Want to grasp it. That's the problem. It's not an intellectual deficiency in the sense of like they can't understand it. It's that if they were to grasp this, it would kind of defeat a large chunk of their identity, basically. Because remember, this isn't just an intellectual exercise for most creationists. This is a matter of your identity, right? To tell someone that the world isn't 6,000 years old and that, Genesis is not a literal history book and it cannot be relied on to tell you what actually happened in the past is for these people similar to calling into question things like who their parents are, like their gender or things like that, right? These are core parts of most creationists' identity. I know I was a creationist for a while. It was a core part of my identity for quite a while. And so anytime you challenge something that is that closely held that it becomes part of someone's identity, their sense of self, it is really hard to get them to realize what they're saying that's in error that contradicts the thing that they want to have as that closely held belief. And so, yeah, I don't think it's because they're dumb. I think it's that it challenges that core identity. And I'm now rambling, so I'll shut up.
I would like to
You're
make
fine.
a point.
And sorry, really quick, Grayson. I do want to give a shout out to some of my personal role models in paleontology. Those being Mary Schweitzer, who is, as far as I know, still a very proud Christian, once young earth creationist, and Robert Bacher, who is still an ordained minister and publishing in paleontology. You can be Christian and accept science.
Yeah, you absolutely can be Christian and accept science. like the majority of Christians do. I just wanted to make the point on what Dapper was saying. It really, I think, is a case by case on whether or not the creationists are smart enough to grasp this or not. Because I've had a lot of discussions about Tiktaalik before with creationists, and I just wanted to share what is probably the most hilarious discussion that I've heard. This was not in one of my debates, but I recently debated the creationist who did say this, and I just had to share it with you guys because it's one of the funniest things I've seen. So, like, I'll bring up this point about how this was a predicted unique anatomy, right? Like what Erica was saying about, oh, well, it's found in a transitional environment, so that explains its transitional features. Oh, really? Then why don't we see these features at other transitional environments that we like? Where Tiktaalik was living was not like a unique, like, you know, there's like an estuary, like Riverlands, like, you know, it's you could call it a transition environment, but you can go and see other types of environments through the geologic record and modern day, and you don't see anatomies like Tiktaalik there. And then I've also seen the other way that creationists try to get around this, right? Because essentially they have to explain this either as like a fabrication or a coincidence. Those are the only ways that I see them backing it down to this in any way that's, you know, whatever. So I oftentimes will say it's fabricated. These are not real bones, or sometimes people will say, I've heard, these are juvenile alligator bones.
Oh my God.
The best one, right? The one I wanted to share was this creationist that I debated with last week. And previously he had said that the Tiktaalik skull is the skull of, and I quote, a kimono dragon.
Really?
So for your little thesis about how the creationists are smart enough to grasp what this discovery means, I think some of them are, and some of them
that's
need
fair.
a little bit of help.
A kimono
you just
dragon.
gave me psychic damage, Grayson.
Yeah.
How
Also,
did I miss that?
Even if we ignore the fact that it's Komodo and it's not a kind of lizard named after a Japanese women's wear item.
Yeah, people
the
actually
skulls of
were like,
Tiktaalik and any varanid are almost entirely different. There's so little overlap.
yeah.
No, Dapper,
do
you're gonna lose it later, specifically because later in this video, well, you might lose it. I lost it, but it was like later in this video, Helmet is gonna tell us what he actually thinks Tiktaalik is.
Oh, good.
And it
Don't
is
spoil it.
not. I'm not gonna spoil it. I'm not gonna. We're just gonna keep watching. We're just gonna keep watching.
Well, I will say real quick, Grayson, you remember arguing with T-Rock about Tiktaalik?
Yes, unfortunately I do.
I know you've spoken with T-Rock before, Erica. He
Dude.
always manages to give me a headache every time I listen to him. I don't know how he does it.
T-Rock has like, he says the most boneheaded stuff sometimes, but then he's very like he's very indignant about the idea that he might be wrong. So when you're like, no, T-Rock, that's not how that works, he's offended by that. Like
Yep.
I don't like.
I think Dr. Dan is in the room, by the way.
Dan is? Wait, how come I don't see him? Oh my God. He's down at the bottom. Okay, hold on. Hey, Dan.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Oh, we're having an absolute ball. We've made it. We've been at this for 2 hours and 11 minutes, and we've made it through exactly 2 minutes and 22 seconds of this video.
To be fair, we didn't start the video until almost 2 hours in.
That is
fair.
So that is amazing. I'm so glad I got here in time to hear Kimono Dragon, because that is raw mat level. That is perfect.
Oh, Dan, the memes afterwards, like people were making like really actually like fantastic artworks of kimono dragons. It was amazing.
I actually now kind of want the ability to purchase a kimono with Prince of Tiktaalik on it as like the design on the kimono.
I'm sure you can.
Sick, actually.
I am
sick.
certain you can. You just gotta find it.
I want a Tiktaalik button down or button whatever I wear, button down really bad. Okay, we gotta watch some more of this. We're watching more. I'm clicking play.
And so as they look at the evolution from fish to amphibians, these are some of the different animals that have been suggested are fossils. You can see over time, these have all been reclassified as either truly amphibians, nothing in between, or
Oh, I hate
truly
this already.
fish, including coelacanth down there in the lower right. That was
No.
So
No.
so quick note, how does one define fish versus amphibian? Where are the lines and why do you draw them there? Because as you will see very shortly, Helmet does not know what the fish kind or whatever he's proposing for this, what morphologic characters actually define it, and what morphologic characters define an amphibian, because Tiktaalik has both.
And also, I got to point out, Ichthyostega and Acanthostega are not amphibians in the sense of members of Lys Amphibia, which is what we think of as amphibians. These
They're
are stem.
tetrapods.
Ultimately, they're stem tetrapods. If you want to be very technical about it, the thing is that they're amphibious, but that's not the same thing as being an amphibian. Amphibians are a group of animals that share their own derived characteristics that are unique to them and are not shared by Tiktaalik, Ichthyostega, or Acanthostega, or amniotes like reptiles and mammals. They have their own distinct group of characteristics. They're all more closely related to each other than they are to anything else that's alive. And all of them are more closely related to each other than they would be to Ichthyostega, Acanthostega, Tiktaalik, or anything else on here. And also, why does Coelacanth not get a generic designation? We just get like the general name of the entire group. Everything else is a genus.
Dapper, you know why.
Because consistency is
okay,
for
that's
nerds.
true. Yeah, okay.
All right, okay.
Say, Erica, a friend of the channel was hoping to join. Would you mind if I send him the link?
Yeah,
the
fine with me.
specific person is in the chat. All right,
Baby, I paid for StreamYard Plus just this morning, moments before, so we got the room. Why not? But we I'm click and play, so let him know.
supposedly a fish that went extinct over 360 million years ago, and it was on its way to becoming an amphibian. Only problem is we then found it. I guess extinct for 70 million years. But anyway, there is a lobe-finned fish. Living ones are found. It just shows, for one thing, it's a living fossil. Just because something disappears in the fossil record, like a coelacanth, for huge layers of time, does not mean that it was living somewhere on the Earth.
I get the implication that he thinks that that Sarcopterygians are only, like, that coelacanth is the only Sarcopterygian. Like, when he was like, we found a lobe-finned fish, it's
Right.
coelacanth.
It's like
really?
Just like Erica, Lucy is the only Australopith, right?
Lucy's the only Australopith. She's the only one.
Same thing.
We don't have any others. So, I mean, we might as well just talk about how do we know what the skull looks like when we only have anyways.
I mean, maybe
Because
we
they're
should,
still alive
maybe to
today.
clarify for anyone who isn't super familiar with lobe-finned fish, is coelacanth a family level distinction or is it an order?
Let me check.
I believe it's an order level because the family of the modern coelacanth is Latimeridae, and it's only got the few species that are alive today. And I believe it's the
They're they're a member of Actinistina, and they are there's actually an order. It's the coelacanthiforms.
Okay,
Coelacanthus is the genus, excuse me.
So to equate that to people who don't, or to anyone who, people interested in biology, like saying, oh, it's a coelacanth is like saying, oh, that's a carnivoran.
Yeah.
Like it's just this massive chunk of super diverse animals. Like,
yeah, that's like, wow, we finally found a single lobe-finned fish. They've been gone for 70 million years. Also, I'm really sick and tired of this, and I wish that we like nailed people in the head for this a little bit more often. But the coelacanth that we have today is not unchanged from the coelacanth that we know from 70 million years ago, right? It's very similar, but it's still been evolving because drift is happening. It's still changing to some degree, even if it's not experiencing like drastic selection in one way or another. The same goes for Devonian lungfish.
It also has undergone some significant selection because modern Latimeria, which is the genus to which all extant known coelacanths belong, is a deep sea genus. All known fossil coelacanths are from shallow water marine or freshwater environments. It has a very different lifestyle and environment to the Mesozoic coelacanths that we know, Paleozoic coelacanths that we know about. So that's part of the reason why it is not the same. In fact, if you look at modern Latimeria coelacanths in a lineup of all the coelacanths that we know about, they're pretty unusual for the group.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like creationists look at it and they're like, fish, extinct fish still here, evolution destroyed. Like that's the termination of the argument.
This argument, like I hear this being brought up so many times by creationists. Like they have a really difficult time with this like living fossils kind of thing. They think it's such a defeater, but like when you understand that selection tends to keep things optimized on fitness peaks, then if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like it makes sense that you would have these instances of stasis where there's like stability over an ecological niche for like millions of years that you wouldn't expect to see, like, you know, large scale morphological differences like in groups that are occupying the same ecological niche that hasn't changed. I mean, they're going to be optimized for that niche, and this is perfectly in line with evolution. And I hear this brought up all the time, like it's some sort of huge issue, and it's just like, tell me you don't understand evolution without telling me you don't understand evolution.
So it's baked into evolution. Literally, it's a facet of natural selection, right? Like natural selection, we're looking at how an environment impacts a population of organisms and selects for those that you create differential reproductive success, and you end up with critters that are more well adapted to the environment in which they live. But because the environment is what's doing most of the selecting there, and it's natural selection, then if the environment doesn't change, evolution predicts that they don't change either, right? Like it's an implicit relationship that's core to the idea.
Also,
and, like, there's another group of.
Sorry about that, Doc. I just gotta say, like, my battery percentage has been dropping precipitously. I don't know how much longer I can stay out here. My phone kind of feels like it's about to catch fire at any minute streaming this. So if I just drop out all of a sudden, just know that was probably what it was.
Thanks for joining, Grayson.
Yeah, thank you for being here with your clock ticking, your imminent demise.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me, like, while I'm like literally in the middle of like a road trip out in, you know, Colorado wilderness. So thanks for allowing the extended circumstances for me to join here.
Of course.
Yeah.
All right.
Keep an eye out for bears.
I'm fixing to hit play. We going.
Hey, 1938. The front fins or lobes are still fins. It's 100% fish. Nobody
it lives at the bottom of the ocean.
There's the fossil.
I know we only made it seconds, but that is a point that needs to. Dapper, take this one. I'm getting more water.
Okay, look, if you want an appendage to change morphologically, there has to be some pressure for it to change. What would a coelacanth do with a leg at the bottom of the ocean? These guys aren't crawling around like crabs or trilobites or something. They're getting their food in the water column above the surface of the ocean, but in the deep water. What possible use would a leg be? Right? You can see, like, we watch in the fossils, you can watch legs become fins in the first place, in the second place, I guess. Watch the evolution of things like ichthyosaurs or whales, right? You know the reason they don't keep legs? It's because there's not much point if you're going to live your entire life in the water column, hunting things in the water column. What in the world would a coelacanth do with a foot? There's no good answer.
Even to that end, though, Dapper, like, even on that, though, Dapper, coelacanths, like, they're lobe-finned fishes. They use their fins as legs underwater. Like, they use it to brace themselves against rocks.
That's true. In fact, actually, even non-lobe-finned fish, even ray-finned fish will do that too. But
true.
Yeah, like, if you want to have something evolve, there has to be a reason for that, for selection to favor that thing, right? Unless it's just going to be genetic drift. But in that case, drift isn't going to get you from a fin to a leg. And so, of course they don't have legs. If they did, that would itself be suspicious. Why would something have identifiable legs after living the lifestyle of a coelacanth? And I don't have any reason why it should. And also, evolution is not orthogenetic, right? This idea that all lobe-finned fish should be evolving towards tetrapod is an idea of orthogenesis. science abandoned orthogenesis like before World War I. Right? We're talking about like a century long, maybe not quite a century, but like a century ago, abandoned idea. And one of the things that helped us abandon it was people actually bothered to do statistical studies on the fossils of various groups of organisms that were thought to be undergoing orthogenetic change. So what orthogenesis is it's sort of like the idea of momentum, but applied to evolution, right? So the classic example of orthogenesis was Brontotheres, which was this group of really cool ungulates from South America. And so the idea was, well, they went extinct because they kept evolving to be bigger and having fancier and fancier head ornamentation. And eventually they couldn't support their big fat heads, and so they all just died because they just kept evolving that way. But the immediate problem with that is like, well, that runs entirely contrary to natural selection. And so people did studies. They said, is there actually a tendency in Brontothere groups towards larger size and fancier head ornamentation? And the answer is, while it does happen occasionally, overall in the group, no, there is no trend like that. And that helped us back away from this. But with this guy, the only reason he could think that Latimeria should have developed feet is if he thinks it's predestined that all lobe-finned fish will eventually evolve into tetrapods, which is completely opposite of what the modern theory of evolution would say about that entire idea. There is no orthogenesis.
I would even argue that like evolution as outlined by Darwin would not suspect. They like would adamantly oppose the idea. Like not even modern evolution, any evolution, of it.
Yeah, the whole idea.
Not a single stage since not a single year since Origins was published would somebody come out and say, I suspect that the coelacanth should have by now developed feet miles underneath the surface of the sea.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna let him go.
Up above, there's the fish, a coelacanth fish. But they really thought they were onto something. They gave up on coelacanth. Some of those other examples I gave you. Finally, 2006, we have Tiktaalik.
Gave up on coelacanth. What does that mean?
What does it mean? Does he think that we thought coelacanth was the common ancestor? Like,
I guess. But as far as I know, that's never been the idea.
No, you know what, Dapper? Here's what it is. He did think that coelacanth is the ancestor because remember he said that we found a lobe-finned fish. He thinks coelacanth has to be because he doesn't know there are other lobe-finned fish around. So coelacanth would have to be the fish.
Do you think he even knows that like modern lungfish are also lobe-finned fish?
No, not a chance.
Don't think so. I don't think so.
Wow. Okay, so this guy knows way less than even I thought when I pointed out at the beginning that he didn't know nearly enough to have this conversation.
Well, Dan, I'm going to give you, now that you're here, Dan, everybody who he hasn't introduced himself yet, but he's an evolutionary biologist. And Dan, I'm going to give you one guess. What do you think Helmut's profession is?
This dude is an engineer. 100% he's an engineer.
Well done. You called it.
Well done. 100%. 100%.
So I'm a little bit confused. I thought the direction this guy might be going was just to emphasize something about living fossils and evolution not working in that sense. But maybe that doesn't seem to be the case. It's quite different. And it might be worth pointing out that this term living fossil is kind of misappropriately applied to the coelacanths and arises from the fact that we find fossil genera of these before we have a bigger understanding of the extant ones. But in fact, they're not really living fossils, right? Based on what we know now about their paleontological record and their morphology. Sorry.
Well, yeah, they're not. It's we touched like briefly on this earlier, right? But they're not unchanged, right? These are organisms that are that have still been changing, have still been evolving in different directions and undergoing drift and experiencing all sorts of different pressures around them, be them environmental or otherwise, right? Or social. Talking about non-coelacanth critters. But yeah, you're gonna see he's gonna take this in an interesting way, and he's gonna say some outright wrong stuff here in a minute that I think Dapper's gonna love it. So I'm gonna let him go.
Evolutionists said the lobe-finned fishes clumsily crawled out of water and onto land 300 to 380 million years ago, like Tiktaalik, a new fossil. Dr. Shubin from the University of Chicago was the lead researcher looking for this fossil. And here's his picture with the fossil, the Tiktaalik. There are actually 3 creatures found. This is the best one. And he's holding it there next to his head, like, this is my buddy. And of course, it helped him get some fame and funding. So supposedly, what did Tiktaalik have? That it could breathe using simple lungs. Dr. Shubin actually said that.
That's
the front fins are able to support its weight. That's what all the drawings.
Bony fish. Having lungs is basal to bony fish, right? The modern bony fish who don't have lungs have swim bladders that evolved from the lungs. There's a reason that embryologically, both lungs and swim bladders start out as little pockets coming out of the digestive system, right? And in fact, even now, many fish who are ray-finned fish who have swim bladders but don't have lungs will still gulp air into their digestive tract because it still retains the ability to absorb limited amounts of oxygen. And if you're living in an oxygen-deprived water, air might help. Sorry, go ahead.
There's a reason why he's characterizing the tetrapod trait as having lungs. You're going to see in a second.
Oh, good.
Oh,
right.
no.
Oh, no. This is going to be painful.
Pictures used to describe it show, and that there are enough finger-like bones making an arm and a wrist and fingers that are becoming, in those front fins, becoming legs. And then, it has a flattened skull with the eyes on top, like some salamanders or other amphibians. So they're saying this is the perfect transitional
Just not going to mention the pectoral
Not
gill.
everybody's heard about it, but among evolutionary circles, it's becoming pretty famous, and it's getting...
Becoming, in the process of becoming famous. Tiktaalik rose in this year of our Lord 2024 is becoming famous amongst evolutionary biologists when it was discovered in 2006. But the pectoral girdle stuff, that's coming too.
Oh, okay, good.
Into the school books now as well. So I want you to remember this name, Jennifer Clack, because at the time she was considered one of the world's experts on the evolution of fish to amphibians. And so Jennifer Clack, who was not in the actual study group, the finders of the Tiktaalik fossils, but she got all excited about it because this is her field, and she said Tiktaalik had lobed fins like the coelacanth, and it would have breathed like a lungfish, said Jennifer Clack.
Yeah?
But that's based on all...
So again, that goes completely over his head, right? That lungfish or sauropod that breathe air completely over his head. He doesn't care about it, but
and also that lungfish are more closely related to tetrapods than either tetrapods or lungfish are to coelacanths. I'm just going to point that out.
So here's our punchline here, Dapper.
And his disclosures. But if you go to the University of Chicago official websites and look at some of the technical papers that the public doesn't always see or hear about, there's no way of knowing if Tiktaalik had lungs based on the fossils.
Okay, yeah, but you know what else that's true for? Almost everything. We have no way to know from the fossils that T-Rex had lungs. I bet you it did. We don't know if Australopithecus afarensis had lungs from the fossils, but you know what? I bet it did. Did Smilodon have lungs? I don't know. We don't have fossilized Smilodon lungs. That's not how we figure out if things had lungs.
Wait, Dapper, I thought Tiktaalik did have preserved lung material.
Actually, if that's true, then I didn't know about it. And in that case,
I think at least one of the specimens does.
So someone here get on that, and let's take a look and see if we can't find that out. The punchline for me here was very simple, and it's very similar to what you were just saying, Dapper, because I was like, wait, almost nothing has preserved lungs. We infer that it has lungs, which he's, dunking on right here and on this slide. We infer that it has lungs because of its external morphology that is preserved, that in every critter that has it, there are lungs. So exactly it has the spiracles in the it's like in the an otic notch, right? It's like the otic notches and the spiracles up there, which lungfish have, and they use them to suck air into their lungs. So
right. So what was it doing with them?
What is it doing with them?
Erica, you have to understand that information was hidden from the public in the technical papers.
Oh, yes.
You gotta have at least
that are publicly available.
Exactly. You have to have at least a bachelor's degree in engineering to be able to understand them.
Yeah,
yes.
For sure. A man that doesn't know that lungfish are sarcopterygians needs a bachelor. Like, he's the one who's finally bringing this out of the darkness of the evolutionist chambers and into the light. And look at what he says here. Schumann admits this and explains it was only an inference, arguably made out of necessity. So you look at the external morphology, you know that everything that has that external morphology breathes using, like, it's like lungfish that pull the air in and pull it into their lungs. And then that's an inference. Like, as Dapper said, in that case, it's an inference assuming that anything with nostrils, with nasal conchae, with a mandible that has an opening at the back to allow a trachea up, or a pharynx and a larynx up.
Like,
right? That's all inference.
At this level, like, did it have eyes? We don't know. It's an inference.
We don't know. Did it have eyes?
Inference. Like, everything that isn't a bone that we didn't find actually falsified is just an inference, apparently. And
You're
like,
literally,
yeah, you can say that, but like, what was it doing with those orbits if not putting eyes in them?
Literally, I love that. We don't know that it had eyes. Assuming that Tiktaalik had eyes is totally inference. It has orbits, which in everything that has orbits, they're for eyes, right? But that's fine. It's just totally an inference.
That's actually a great analogy right there, the orbits and eyes thing, because what Tiktaalik had, the famous specimen, the specimen that everyone's seen, what that had is called imbricate lungs. Imbricate lungs. Everything that has those types, imbricate ribs. So it's a specific type of rib cage. Mm-hmm. Everything that has that type of rib cage, what do you think it surrounds, if you had to guess?
It's lungs. Because the way you're pumping the lungs is by pulling the ribs up and down, and that's how you're breathing.
It's the type of rib cage that's connected in such a way that can expand and contract with muscles, right? Every type of rib cage.
You got to that before I could. And
and the thing is, other than mammals, that's basically how everything with lungs breathes. Mammals are weird, but like that's how lizards breathe. That's how frogs are weird too, but that's how salamanders who have lungs breathe. I mean, it's how lungfish breathe. Sorry.
Dude, I'm stuck on it, right? Like, this thing had a mouth, but if it had a tongue in there, that's just inference, right? Like, we can't know
if
that.
It had a stomach, that's an inference. We can't
know it had a brain. Like, all of that is inference. Throw the whole field out. It's all garbage anyways. That
all you know from the fossil is that it died. That's all you can know.
That's all you can tell. No, even that, because it's only inference to assume it was ever alive, Dapper. We don't know that.
It could be an intricate bone-shaped carving made by pre-flood humans. Who knows?
We're all the way back to like the it was like around Aristotle's time, where it's like fossils were just these, and like fossil shells and things like that were just rocks attempting to imitate bones, right? It's just...
Well, actually, Joel Duff had a really good video about that very idea of like, on the same basis that that creationists have this radical skepticism about anything that is a part of geology or paleontology that contradicts their point. If they were to actually apply that consistently, they couldn't say that fossils are even the remains of organisms. Because when they look at things like, well, maybe this fine-grained, non-flocculated shale was actually the result of a raging torrent. Well, okay, yeah, but by that level of, skepticism, maybe this skeleton of a dinosaur is actually just a naturally occurring flood debris that just kind of happened to arrange itself into the shape of a skeleton. Maybe.
Yeah. It's like, is that technically possible? I guess, but no one would propose that.
Not even the creationists.
Erica, I think Mr. Anderson is here.
Oh, I didn't even know. Damn it. The same thing happened with you, Dan. I couldn't see that you were here because you were so far, like, I have to scroll down. All right, hold on. Hi, Mr. Anderson. Welcome.
Hello.
Everybody, this is Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson is a lawyer, so we love his argumentation skills around here.
Oh, I'm honored to be a part of the team science.
Speaking of which, let's let Helmut continue here. I'm sure it's going to get more reasonable.
Schumann admits this and explains, well, we think it had on its way to becoming lungs because, well, we needed it to, otherwise it wouldn't exist on land.
No, it already had lungs.
Flop around like a fish and die. So Schubin admits that this was only an inference, arguably made out of necessity for his theory to fit the story.
No, that's not what that means. The necessity is out of anatomical necessity. There are
This
certain
is-
skeletal features that are necessarily associated with soft tissue features, right? Like if you have a muscle attachment point for a bicep, then of necessity, there must have been a bicep connecting to that muscle attachment point. Do you have direct physical evidence of the bicep itself preserved? Probably not. But what the hell else is a bicep attachment point for?
This is really basic comparative method stuff, right? This is a situation where every time you see something in the living world today, it is associated with A. So when you find that in a fossil, right, you can say that in the fossil, it was most likely associated with A. But the way that it's being characterized here is so nefarious by Helmut, right? Like he's like, oh, they really had to force fit it. It's like, again, the orbit eye thing is such a perfect example because you could say that to Helmut and he would have no recourse. You could say, why do you think that the orbits held eyes? And he would say, because in everything that has orbits today, we find eyes in them. True. And in everything today that has this specific type of rib cage and this specific odic notch that contains a spiracle, we find like air-breathing sarcopterygians. Only air-breathing sarcopterygians have them. So where's the leap? Where's the leap of logic? It's so silly.
This really does drive home the point that I think that you guys are speculating about this Hellman guy, about him not knowing anything about modern day sarcopterygians or lungfish or coelacanth or anything, because like in his conception, Tiktaalik had to have like half of a lung or something, but like
Right.
it seems so clear that this guy does not know that coelacanths, not terrestrial at all, coelacanths have lungs.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
And
I would
also just like this is something that I hate that I'll just say creationist preachers, because I don't have a problem with people who follow a religion. Go ahead, that's your right. That's good for you. But I hate when people like Donnie and this guy just lie and say we need to find evidence to support our a priori assumptions. Like if the evidence were different, we would believe differently. Like that's how science works. You follow the evidence.
Well, this is like I know I've been talking about it on Twitter and I've been talking about it with the science friends as well. But over the past week, I read Origin like cover to cover for the first time, and one thing that was very striking to me is something that's always been pointed out but never really sunk in until I actually read it, which is that the whole thing is laid out like an argument. I mean, Darwin is just making an argument. That's all he's doing. And that's why, and this went over my head for so many years, that's why he starts with domestication. Because we argue with creationists, the concept of starting with domestication to prove evolution, for lack of a better term, seems silly because everybody accepts domestication. But when you see the way that Darwin lays it out from point A to point B, it's seamless. I mean, the guy got plenty of stuff wrong in there. Don't get me wrong. But it is seamless, the argument that he makes for natural selection in the wild by using domestication as that first step. But, that's what I'm trying to say here. He came to the conclusion that natural selection is what more or less led to the origin of species because of the argument that he laid out previously that he spent the entire first half of his life observing, considering, and synthesizing. This isn't like a ooh boy. I mean, like Helmut, I don't want to impose it on him, but I feel like he'd be the type that's like, well, you just want to sin, and that's why you're an evolutionist. And it's like, my God, you couldn't be further from the truth. Like, you don't know the first thing about the theory if that's what you're proposing. Dapper, you're muted if you're talking.
I wasn't.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I was silently agreeing while also sipping some hard iced tea because this guy drove me to break out the harder stuff, although it's like 8 proof, so it's not crazy.
I honestly thought it wasn't even going to be White Claw o'clock until we got to Ramad, but I'm seeing now that we're going to get there a lot faster than I thought.
Yeah, it's already there. The whole like we don't even know if it had lungs. It's just an inference that broke me.
Just a timing question for everybody, because I am gonna have to leave in a little bit to like make dinner and stuff because I'm all the way in Eastern time, so it's a little bit earlier for me. But is this going to be going on later on? Because if we're still doing raw mat later on, like in 3 hours, then might have to come back.
Yeah,
Wait,
I might
we're
run
still-
out for like 10 minutes just so I can run to the gas station and get a 6-pack.
Listen, you guys can do absolutely whatever you want. I am the anchor here. This is the mothership. I'm on it. I will, if you guys got to leave, I can handle it. It's all good. We're going to go until we feel like stopping. And there's videos that I the list of videos that we have, because we have many of them. Some are going to be higher priority than others, so we don't have to do all of them. I am more than flexible, so we'll discuss as we go. But
all right, let's hear more. Let's hear more of this guy.
Let's
see if we can.
Without lungs, Tiktaalik would not be a good candidate as a transitional form to land animals. And there is no evidence for lungs. There is evidence for gills, shown by these rod-like bones, which help pump water over the gills. So a detailed examination of the fossil showed no evidence of lungs, but plenty of evidence for gills. Gills.
I'm sorry, no. That's gill arches. You don't have evidence for the actual soft tissue of gills, my guy.
You literally don't. That's an inference. That's just an inference.
And the thing is, like, I know that I'm hammering this home again, but he's doing the exact same thing, right? It's like, oh, we don't have direct fossil evidence for the lungs, so I guess they weren't there. And then someone says, yeah, but did you read the paper? Because the only reason that the rib cage would be this way is if it had lungs. It's like, I don't care. All right, well, now he's going to go on about gill arches. Guess what? Gill arches are indicative of gills the same way that an imbricate rib cage is evidence of that particular mode of lung-based breathing. There's no difference here. It's just a double standard, not to emphasize his conclusion. The very thing he's accusing Neil Shubin of doing, of just making stuff up, is what he is doing. He's the one with a double standard that is based on his conclusion, not Neil Shubin.
I would also like to point out that I bet you if you go to this source here that he's got at the bottom, it says absolutely nothing of the sort that he's got on this slide right now. Like, I guarantee you that this is an elaboration on what I would imagine is the sole statement of Neil Shubin that you can infer lungs by the presence of the imbricate ribcage. And that's where all of the rest of this comes from.
Well, and you can tell it's not quoting, because when he does quote rod-like bones which help pump water over gills, that's in quotations. The rest of it isn't, meaning this is his synthesis of this. Yeah, but this is a man who has given every indication that he has no idea how to synthesize this information.
100%. Yeah, I mean, this is just... Okay, I'm going to let him keep going.
Fish have, including coelacanth. Second, could those fins really lift up that heavy head? It had, you saw the fossil. There's no connection of those bones in the front fins to the backbone. Any engineer will tell you, you got to have some strength there, structure, for that head to be lifted up on those fins. Otherwise, they're going to be worthless.
This is so engineer brained. It's crazy to me. Like the idea that he's like an engineer would tell you that the morphology is not sufficient. That's so weird because all of the anatomists say that it is, and they've done biomechanics work using extant individuals like extant lungfish, extant sarcopterygians to show that yes, it could lift its head up. And you don't need to have a connection to osteological material to have action, right? The hyoid bone in a human is connected to nothing. It floats free. It's muscle attachments all the way. It's ridiculous.
Plus, I do want to point out again.
Just shout out to all of our worm viewers today.
Yeah, who have no skeletal connections to anything. I also want to point out that the connection to the axial skeleton for the pectoral fins is through the pectoral girdle, which itself in Tiktaalik is only beginning to separate from the skull. If you look at skeletal reconstructions of Tiktaalik, you can see that the pectoral girdle is still very closely associated with the cranial bones, but it's separated just enough that now it has a neck. The thing that he's saying it doesn't have is essentially the thing it does have.
It's straight up just an uninformed slide here, right? That second section there, it has no genuine operational hips, shoulders, elbows, wrists, or fingers. What are we meaning when we say this, right? Because Tiktaalik has a humerus and ulna and a radius, a femur, a tibia, and a fibula, proto-metacarpals and metatarsals, and it's capable of and the rays that are your precursors to digits. And all of these work together to give it a fully functioning limb that is a step above what we see in living sarcopterygians like coelacanths and in ancient sarcopterygians like Eusthenopteron. It is objectively more mobile and objectively more powerful. And moreover than that, he's not going to talk about the pectoral muscles that are absolutely cut in Tiktaalik at all.
Yeah, well, the thing is, he's basically just complaining that it's so transitional that it doesn't count.
It's
like,
too transitional. No, we can't have that.
It's obviously not an arm like you would see in a salamander, which is what I think this thing just directly evolved into, because I don't know what I'm talking about. And it's obviously not just a fin, so it must be useless and nonsense and not a transitional form, even though what you're pointing out there, Guy, Helmet, is specifically the reason it is transitional. And that's the thing that creationists do all the time. They're like, well, this isn't nearly enough like a human, and it's not nearly enough like a chimpanzee, so I guess it's nothing. It's like, no, dude, you're pointing out why it's transitional.
Like they ask for an ape man, you give them an ape man, and then they're like, no, not like that, right? Like that's the summary of the situation. And they also don't understand that, and we talk about this a lot, but individual structures are themselves mosaics. So the combination of the structures gives you a mosaic organism, but the individual bones themselves are also mosaics. They have basal and derived aspects. To put it another way, aspects of an ancestor and of a descendant.
You can even see that in Tiktaalik. Like, you look at the radius and the ulna, and they are not arranged such that the wrist bones are entirely distal to the radius and ulna, which they are in actual tetrapods. That's because the radius and ulna themselves are transitional. But if you look at even earlier, stem tetrapods like Panderichthys or Eusthenopteron, they're even less like what we see in current tetrapod radius and ulnae. Because, of course, like Erica just said, the individual bones themselves are mosaics of derived and basal traits in transitional forms.
Right. And again, like echoing back what we've said multiple times already, but I'm hoping if I repeat it enough times, it will accidentally get through. The mosaics aren't mosaic because they're fitting that given environment. Like, they can't be ascribed to common design. They carry aspects of them that are inherited from an ancestor, and then they have aspects of them that will be retained to a descendant. They have synapomorphies, right? Like, this is not, creationists crack open a biology textbook and look at the end bolded terms challenge, difficulty impossible. Like, I'm begging them to do this. Okay.
So it sounds here like he's just complaining that it doesn't look like the tetrapods that he knows and loves. It's not exactly the same thing. It like you said, it's too transitional. The other thing is, I mean, honestly, an ending engineer would conclude that that this is perfectly able to support some weight here. I'm confident that that's not representative of an engineer's assessment of this. And then lastly, if this were an informed discussion, like, would he really be a guest on Standing for Truth?
Great question.
True.
So really quick, guys, I am going to have to go. My phone is about to die. I need to go back to civilization, but I might stop back in later. I really have loved debunking creationists with you guys. This is an epic panel, and everybody knows, like, debunking creationists is one of my favorite things, especially talk about transitional fossils. I was hoping I might get to stick around enough for Australopithecus. I mean, I love Lucy, but there's so much more. And oh well, I might pop back in again later, but it was truly an honor. Thank you for having me on, Erica. And Doc, I will be seeing you in Wyoming in just a few days. I cannot wait. So everybody wish us luck. Hopefully we can find Lentil, and it's going to be, hopefully a lot more dinosaur fossils as well. So yeah, cannot wait.
Thank you so much for joining.
Thanks for having me.
Bye.
Thanks, Grayson. Take care, dude.
And on that note, I think I am actually going to run to the gas station quick and get a six-pack.
Don't worry. We'll hold the fort down.
I'll be listening along. If I have any comments, I'll text you, Dapper.
Okay.
You can be the voice of a dinosaur.
All right.
Yeah, you can be the emissary here. All right, I'm gonna let Helmet finish. Or sorry, continue.
Yeah.
And there are a little bit of bones, just like a coelacanth has bones in its fins, but no connection. And Tiktaalik has no genuine operational hips, shoulders, elbows, wrists, or fingers. It was all a forced fit based on what they wanted to believe.
They
Nope.
found it in one piece, Helmet, right? Like they found the arm together. There's pictures of the thing. It's like articulated.
Yeah.
It's not
And-
very big. What do you mean it was a force fit?
And the thing is, like, these joints are operational. They're just not going to work the same way that your homologous joints do. But again, that's because it's transitional. That's the whole point.
Like, okay, what would you predict then? Like, if you're Helmet and you're playing devil's advocate, you're being the evolutionist here. What do you think a transitional form should look like? Because I'm struggling.
he doesn't.
You go ahead. Go ahead.
He doesn't have an answer to that question, right? Because that's the thing I've actually done, right? I've asked creationists personally, well, what would count? And ultimately, the answer that I come away with is there isn't anything that could possibly count because I don't want there to be transitional forms. At which point you just say, well, okay, but you're not having the conversation that you think you're having.
Yeah.
You think you're giving reasons why it doesn't work, but you don't have any reasons why it could. So your reasons why it couldn't don't really mean anything.
Well, at that point, we're done, right? Like the second that you're saying that it's possible that God could just create everything in 6 literal days and have your little hyper evolution and the global flood and whatever, and it's going to look identical to evolution, identical to how that plays out. And you're also going to have to invoke miracles for things like the heat, whatever. This is fan fiction. We're arguing about fan fiction at that point, and it's not more complicated than that. All right, Helmet.
Leave. Tiktaalik is clearly another example of a large bottom-dwelling fish.
I mean, he's not
Here's
entirely
also
wrong.
look at
It is also that. Like, it's not that, right? It is something that was probably living on the bottom of relatively calm pools of water. We can probably tell because, it's got those on-top eyes. Why have that if you're not living, somewhat more or less on the bottom? Also, these fins that are able to support some weight probably started evolving to do that in order to do things at the bottom of, like, lakes and rivers and whatnot. So he's not wrong that it's a bottom-dwelling fish. But the thing is, that doesn't make it not a stem tetrapod. That doesn't make it not a transitional form between things like Eusthenopteron and later things like Acanthostega or Ichthyostega. So it's like calling Lucy, like, well, Lucy was just an upright walking savanna-dwelling ape. Like, yeah, that's kind of part of the point.
Yeah, well, the thing is, again, they have these through-line characteristics that link them to an ancestor and that link them to a descendant. Not in a direct lineage in the sense that we're talking about anagenesis or anything here, but we're talking about groups begetting groups. We're looking at a further specification of organisms. I don't understand how that doesn't sink in. Like, again, they just fall back on this whole, yeah, it looks really transitional, but it lived in a transitional environment. So what are we to expect? And it's like, okay, but then how is your hypothesis actually distinguishable from evolution? Period. Like, how would you distinguish? What kind of data could parse them out? There isn't any. Right?
Well, that's actually that's a really interesting point from sort of a. I know nobody debates you anymore, Erica, because you kept wiping the floor with everybody. But the rest of us that they'll actually still talk to, you guys have kind of hit on, I think, like a really effective methodology for debating this issue, which is that you start with this concept of, okay, so I want to establish some ground rules. So you're saying I have to prove it. I have to give you a transitional form. Okay, I'm going to try and do that difficult job. So what exactly do I need to do? What is it that, what is my goal, right? What are the characteristics of a transitional form? And let me suggest some to you. And then you go through and you start suggesting all of these synapomorphies and all of these different things, right? And you say, so would this be something that you would want? Would this be something that you would want? Would this be something that you would want? And of course, it feels to them like you're building, a more and more difficult to climb sort of thing, right? And it's like, okay, so all of those things, it would have to have all of those things in order for me to be able to do it. That's a heck of a mountain to climb. Is there anything else you can think of that you think a transitional form needs to have? And this would probably be the better part of the debate, right? It would be just establishing, this is what you're expecting of me. Okay, Tiktaalik, You're welcome.
Yeah.
Right. And you just like, they're like, what do you mean? And it's like the debate kind of ends quite abruptly. And you're like, no, Tiktaalik has all those things we spent an hour and a half establishing that you think it needs. It's got them all. So you're welcome. And the person just kind of like, wait, what? Right. And so like, I don't know.
Well, and that's the thing, right, Mr. Anderson? Because like I feel like the move from there, like I'm imagining having this conversation with Donnie, right? My go-to for like the semi-educated creationist who cribs some stuff here and there and changes on a dime, and he loves the debate bro stuff. I think he'd be a perfect person to cut that out on. Here's what he would do. He would say, well, just because it has all of those characteristics, who's to say it doesn't just live in a transitional environment? And that's when you would hit them with, we agreed on these characteristics of a transitional.
Mm-hmm.
How then do you actually distinguish it? How then do you actually parse a real transitional, bona fide transitional versus something that God created to look exactly like that in your 6,000-year-old Earth Noachian deluge model?
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing, is that's where he will immediately go.
Dapper is back.
Oh, Dapper's back?
As soon as you present him with the animal,
I'm gonna head out. If you're still going later, I'll be back later. I just want to say on this, how this debate would go with Donnie, how this would end, right? Yes, I agree. Yes, that's reasonable. Yes, I agree. Okay. Tiktaalik, that's not my wallet.
That's not my wallet.
Dan, before you go, we have a question from Dok Deino, who said, so when is the debate with Dodgeball Donnie, or is he still running?
Wait, for me?
It said for Dan, so to Dr. Dan. So when is the debate with Dodgeball Donnie, or is he still running?
That dude will never talk to me ever again.
That seems
just straight up. It will never happen.
Unless you catch him on an open mic.
Unless I catch him on an open mic, but he always moderates the open. See, when I pop in, suddenly he's the moderator, right? That's yeah. So,
well, and,
all right,
and
folks, I will be back later.
Bye.
He'll sick Sam on you, Dan. He'll sick Sam on you with the pre-sup buffer, and then.
Oh no.
Yeah. Right. All right. Later, everybody.
Bye. I have no patience for pre-sup. I just don't.
I don't care. I don't care. I do not care about pre-sup. I care a negative amount about pre-sup. It doesn't matter. It is intellectually lazy. And the way that I conclude it every time is like, okay, like you make one more presumption than I do. We have all of the same things. We accept all the same shit. I say I don't know where it ultimately comes from. You say that God did it. That's you're presuming one more thing than I am. It's simple as. Like I don't know what okay. Anyways, let him.
Well, your tactic in dealing with pre-sup is very effective. The idea that look, just maybe that's true, but it ain't science, right? So like the second it becomes not science, I do not care.
Yeah,
right?
it just
and that's very effective.
Well, because at that point the facade starts to fall, because it's like, okay, how much of the entire young Earth creationism, creation science rejuvenation that seemed to happen right around the Kitzmiller versus Dover stuff is this idea that it's like, okay, if we can't keep religion in schools just because, then we'll force it back in under the guise of it's a reasonable scientific hypothesis. Of course, that didn't work, and they got battered in the courts and whatever, but that hasn't stopped them from still trying to do the whole same evidence, different conclusions. We have scientific reasons for believing this stuff, and it flummoxes every time. It's a house of cards, and the second you get them on that one miracle, it's game over, which is why I love the heat problem so much, because you don't have a choice.
Yeah, no, the heat problem is great, and
the whole thing falls.
Go ahead.
I mean, the heat problem really does mean that all available flood models that have been proposed so far are just physically impossible.
All of them.
Every single one. And that just means that the only reasonable conclusion right now is that there just wasn't a global flood. And I love that one of the greatest ones was like when Donnie said, well, we don't have any evidence of all of these rocks having reached their annealing temperature to get rid of fission tracks. So I guess there was no heat problem. It's like, no, dude, that means there was no flood.
Literally, Dapper. I remember the video I made in response to that, where I was like, it was literally it's not my wallet. I was like, okay, so when you don't find that when the fission tracks are still there, you're right. That means there wasn't enough heat, but that doesn't mean that the heat problem didn't exist. It means there was no heat problem created because there wasn't a global flood at all. It's that simple. But
sometimes that's the best you're going to be able to do is, I agree. that's not my wallet. And it's like once you get to that point, or alternatively, I'm gonna have to think about it. You know what? I'll get back to you on that one.
Yeah.
And like, either one of those is like victory, right? That's a mark on your page. You're done at that point.
Well, and then it becomes musical experts, right? Like what they do then is they email all of these different experts and take what their opinion is, and then you debunk that opinion. It's whack-a-mole. And then once you've debunked all of the experts, they go back to the first expert and you get a good old-fashioned Donnie Deal's fallacy. Have you considered A? And it's like, yes, we've done this already. Groundhog Day. But that's okay because I'm a masochist. So, okay, we're going to let him go.
Look at the size of the fin in the actual fossil. It's very much smaller than almost all Tiktaalik cartoons, animations, and museum models. Compare it. They've actually used some other animal fossils to reconstruct Tiktaalik, just saying, well, we don't have everything in Tiktaalik, but we've got some initial evidence, but it's not there.
So I know we have to stop every 6 seconds because everything he says is wrong. But no, what's going on there, to my understanding, for these reconstructions is that it's not that the bones aren't there. It's that the bones are there and they're quite damaged. And given the size and the shape and the articulation that we have them in, you can fill in additional blanks, particularly soft tissue blanks, by using extremely closely related and very similar morphologic features in extant taxa. But I don't understand what he wants there. Like, Dapper, correct me if I'm wrong, but the rays of teleost fish don't preserve all that often.
They don't tend to preserve. They're usually not really fully ossified as part of that. Sometimes they're, more or less. But also, one of the things that's interesting is, if you notice, when he looks at this, well, this is a replica, but like when he's looking at this replica of a specimen and he's pointing out that the fins aren't very big, there's a reason for that. In the fossil, those fin bones are on the ventral side. So basically, he's confused someone who's lying on their stomach, having their arms folded over, for someone who just doesn't have arms in the first place.
Right.
It's like, I'm sorry that people are presenting this fossil to you primarily from a ventral view, but a dorsal view, but that doesn't mean that the ventral side of the fossil doesn't exist. And guess what? That's where those bones are. You can see it if you actually look enough for ventral views of the fossil, or there are places where you can find CT scans of the fossil that include the bones that he's complaining about not being there. So, like, it's just there. You can just look for it.
The Tiktaalik material is so available at this point that there's just no excuse. There's not an excuse to not. And you're right, Dapper. It didn't occur to me until just now. We haven't seen a single ventral view of this thing. Not from him.
It doesn't look very nice from a ventral view, right? It's not been prepared to be presentable in a ventral view, so people tend not to photograph it that way. But that doesn't mean that the ventral side doesn't exist and hasn't been addressed in papers. It has. It does.
Yeah, and I like this little bit here that he says he has the Harvard Museum and others shows Tiktaalik propping itself up with arm-like fins. The fossil, however, has no evidence of joints and adequate structure to have any chance of supporting its weight, even in water. What?
That's just a lie, basically.
Like that's just blatantly false.
Sorry, it has no evidence of joints? How does that fall? I mean, I'm not even a biologist, but I mean, like when there's two different bones and they're not fused together, that is in and of itself some evidence of a joint.
Yup.
Like,
yes.
Then I'm assuming that there's probably something like cartilage attachments, muscle attachment points on both sides, like tendon, attachment points. Like there will be evidence of joints, and even I, as a non-biologist, can say there is some evidence of joints. Maybe he doesn't know what evidence is.
If you look at the CT scans, it's even more obvious. Like you can just look at the joints; they're just right there. Now, are they exactly the same as a modern tetrapod joint? No, of course not, because you're not looking at a modern tetrapod. But they're also not the same as earlier stegocephalian fish joints, because again, it's not just a basal stegocephalian fish; it's somewhere in the middle. Sorry. Now, Dr. Deino says, this is for all of us. All creationists know about pictures is how to not take good ones, in situ at least, which is a reference to the whole Armitage thing, which I think we should wait for Doc to be back before we talk about that. But
yeah. We'll touch on that in a sec. So here's the arm, right? I mean, I don't know how you can look at something like this and argue that there's not a joint. This is what was preserved. I mean, and it was preserved, to my understanding, like this. So how are we going to make the argument that there's no joints on this thing? And furthermore, you have a clear humerus, you have a clear radius, you have a clear ulna in the preservation of this thing. Again, clear precursors to metacarpals. And I don't know as much
You've also
about
got the pelvic girdle, he says, that doesn't exist. It's right there. That's the distal-most bone that you're looking at.
Yeah, the pectoral girdle, right? Like it's that simple. I just don't. I mean, again, I know how. I keep saying, like, I don't know how this could happen. This doesn't make any sense to me. Like, how you could not know this. You'd be genuinely this uninformed and like come on a show and talk about it. But at the same time, like, we know why this is. He's an engineer. He's eyeballed the fossil and he's come to some conclusions and he's read some AIG articles about it, and that makes him qualified enough to muse on it, which is, you know, alarming. But that's why we're here. That's why we're here to be the vanguard. All right, I'm going to let him get back to it. All righty.
Here's one of the models. I've actually saw that model like that museum in Chicago, Natural History Museum. And they show this creature kind of lifting its head out of the water. But there on the right, you see the actual fossil. That is just imagination. And again, there's no sign that the few little bones in the fin, which actually can help a fish swim, like coelacanth, has no connection to the backbone. Therefore, it's impossible. It's going to lift that heavy head out of the water.
It's genuinely just not. And like, again, I get the vibe that Helmut thinks that Tiktaalik is presenting a condition that is analogous or you know, very, very similar to coelacanth. It's not. Tiktaalik's forearms and hind limbs are remarkably more developed as compared to coelacanth. That's why coelacanth can't push itself up out of the water, outside of the fact that it lives in the deep ocean, but Tiktaalik could, because there is a clear difference in the morphology there. Again, no mention of the pectoral bone, or the pectoral bones, the pectoral muscles, the pectoral muscles, the muscles themselves, which are preserved and show that this thing was just jacked. I mean, this thing was doing like flies like crazy. So I don't know.
Also, when this guy circles the visible from dorsal view limbs and says, see, there's no evidence of these fin joints, like, only one of two things can realistically be the case here. Either he hasn't actually investigated the skeleton beyond looking at pictures of museum displays, or he has trouble with object permanence. Because essentially he's saying, I can't see the bones, so they must not exist. So I guess this guy must have a lot of fun with peekaboo.
For real. And like, again, you know, as is always the case, when they're talking about a transitional species, they only ever want to talk about a single specimen. My understanding is that the Tiktaalik specimen that we tend to consider is the best preserved, but other ones also preserve aspects that the initial one didn't as well.
That's why you try to get more than one fossil of a particular species.
Exactly. So, all right, let me keep going.
The actual fossil front fins are small, flat, no evidence of joints. And the rear fins are almost non-existent. But they just want them to show like they're becoming large and muscular. It's not a transitional form. That cartoon never happened.
We have fossil. We have fossils for the fins. I don't know what he means. Like, it's right there. Like, sure, they are small compared to the pectoral fins. That's true. But like, we have fossils for them. We even have fossils of like the sacral arches, not full, but like they're there. We know it had a sacral structure at the back of its body before the anus and the postanal tail, and it was associated with the hind fins. I don't know what he's getting at. I really don't.
So every single one of these reputed tetrapod features just is a feature that exists in Tiktaalik, and also one of them isn't even a tetrapod feature because it's also just in many Sarcopterygians generally.
Right.
Like, and you know, I kind of can't believe it, but like his response to all of this was just like, nuh-uh.
Yeah.
No, that's not there.
I can't see it.
Fun. Anyways, all right.
So remember this.
Thing is, and you know what these guys tend to do is they'll have, like Donnie will have guys like this on to make these kinds of presentations, and then frequently there will be, if at all, it will be written questions only, which he will then select from, and they will, and of course there will be no follow-ups, right? And it's like, I don't know that at least the second claim there about the front fins being unable to support its weight would stand up to any kind of challenge. Like it seems to me that, I don't know.
The literature on this is extensive, right? Like, and because being able to support its weight is such an important aspect of a critter that is occupying this transitional environment and pulling itself up out of the water, right? That's the proposal. And it wasn't proposed in a vacuum. As Helmut likes to propose it as if, like, we're looking for Tiktaalik, we find Tiktaalik, and we're like, the minute we spot it in the ground, we're like, this is the one. This could definitely push itself up out of the water. But it's like, that's not the case. We pulled it out, we examined its morphology, we looked at the preserved aspects of the chest, the pectoral girdle, the bits of the hind quarters that were preserved, the head, all of these muscle attachment sites, the minutia of these arms, and came to the conclusion that yes, it could do that because we have things to compare it to, right? Like modern Sarcopterygians.
Right,
so,
which is like mud skippers and stuff, right? So we know how big a mud skipper's muscles need to be in order to push it out of the water, and so we can say proportionately, is this big enough?
Precisely. It's a comparative method thing, which is what we use most of the time with paleontology. It's like we see how extant critters who have these features use them, and we apply them to the past. But like, it's crazy to me that he wants to ascribe this as like, they said that it could push itself up out of the water, but it can. His proof for that, you weren't here for this, Mr. Anderson, but his proof for that was, as an engineer, no engineer is going to tell you that it could do that. Huh?
Okay.
Well, see, that's where I would be like, okay, I want to dig in on this. So prove that to me. So what are you saying? What's the problem? Is it that there isn't sufficient muscle? Is it that the bone is too thin? Is it that the joint would grind together? Like, what is it? Tell me specifically, because I don't know. But kind of my baloney detector is going off here like crazy. So like, show me you said you're an engineer. You've done the engineering. So show it to me. I'd like to see it. And if you can't, then you're gonna look a little bit like you're full of baloney.
Well, there's literature that's been done, direct experiments that were done to find out whether or not Tiktaalik could support itself, right? It has these external features and internal morphology in the case of the rib cage that support the fact that it had lungs. It had to have had lungs. Everything that has this combination of features in living critters has lungs. So does this thing. It's not an inference. The front fins being able to support its weight, already talked about that. It's in the literature. The arm, wrist, and finger-like bones, those are just there. Like there's not a way to argue. This would be like looking at Archaeopteryx and looking at those feather impressions that are incredibly clear and being like, sorry, it didn't have feathers. And you're like, well, I don't know how to argue against that because it's there. That is what it is. And then it does have a flattened skull with eyes on top. And more importantly, the skull roofing pattern on Tiktaalik is the same skull roofing pattern that you'll find in later tetrapods, which is important because he's trying to paint this thing as if it's just a fish. And it's got the labyrinthodont teeth as well, which is going to be important for tetrapods later. And those showed up in Eucenopteron, which is an older critter than Tiktaalik. Again, I'm not supporting like anagenesis here, but groups beget groups. So
you ever notice the tendency for creationists to say that's just and then name the wider taxon to which the modern examples belong? Like, that's just an ape. Yeah, well, so are you. That's just a fish. Well, so are you in this sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's still a finch. Yes.
Exactly.
It is. Like, it's unreal. All right, I'm gonna let him keep going.
Could it breathe using simple lungs? No, didn't have simple lungs. It had gills. The front fins, were they able to support its weight, at least just its head, to get out of the water? No, nothing there to do that.
What does that mean? Nothing there to do that.
Yeah,
okay.
all of us are fish.
Yeah.
Got it.
Nothing there to do that except the muscles and the bones. And
the doctor is back, bringing alcohol.
Yay!
Nice. Let me see. Okay. Eventually, oh my God, he goes for so much longer. Okay. I'm just going to
like bones.
Also,
it does have some bones in the.
Yes.
So what you were saying about creationists arguing that Archaeopteryx didn't have feathers, even though they're right there on the specimen? Oven?
Does he do that? Does he really say that?
A bit.
There we go. Okay, took my earbuds a second to reconnect.
Does Kent
But,
really say that? Does Kent say that Archaeopteryx didn't have feathers?
I'm not sure if he's fallen back on, oh, it's just a bird now, but at least in his old seminars, he says the feathers were painted
Yeah.
on,
So
and it was proven.
he's basing this on a study that was conducted by was it Fred Hoyle and I think one other guy.
Yeah, but
basically
calling it
Fred
a
Hoyle's
study was
buddies-
very generous.
Well, yeah, there's that. So basically, Fred Hoyle and his buddy said that the feathers were actually impressions made by pressing chicken feathers into a thin layer of cement that had been placed onto the slab. Of course, there's a number of problems with that. One is that the limestone that composes the part of the fossil with the feathers is identical to just the entire rest of the slab. Nice.
Yeah.
Which means, of course, it couldn't have just been cement that was painted on, because it's obviously not. But also, even if that weren't the case, we have the counter slab, and the feather impressions are mirror perfect from the slab to the counter slab, which again is impossible if you were just faking it by putting cement on one side and pressing chicken feathers into it. And
Well,
yet, that was what Fred Hoyle went with.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but later on, those same people said that, oh no, this is a flying reptile. It's
They thought it was a
just the
pterosaur.
feathers that are faked.
Yeah, they thought that somehow Archaeopteryx was a pterosaur, despite having none of the characteristic features of a pterosaur. And they said that it was a bird faked on top of a pterosaur skeleton, which just makes no sense at all.
I don't think they even said pterosaur, just flying
to be fair,
reptile.
yeah, I don't know what other flying reptile it would be, though.
So I've said this before,
Yeah,
this isn't an original thought, right? This is from other people. Other people have voiced this as well. But the fact that creationists disagree so frequently on how to categorize these organisms that don't fit neatly into modern extant box, are quote unquote transitional species, the fact that they disagree on them so frequently, and the fact that individuals change their minds so frequently, going back and forth on where they fall, is some of the best support for the fact that these things are transitional out there.
Yeah, Dwayne Gish famously couldn't keep it straight from one debate to another, which of the obviously apes were obviously apes, and which of the obviously humans were obviously humans.
Right. And you know, the nature of their obvious classification also can't be defined. Like, they can't say what makes them.
Yeah, what is it that's so obvious?
Yeah, what makes it an obvious ape? Like, tell me more about that. I'm so curious.
I mean, I could tell you many things that would make many things obvious apes. It's just that would include modern humans.
Yeah, as could I. Is it their Wi-Fi molar pattern? Is it their mobile shoulder? Right? Like, is it their long developmental period? What is it?
You know,
Must be the enlarged cranium.
I feel kind of bad for picking on him. Who am I kidding? No, I don't. But yeah, Kent Hovind has done that too.
Oh yeah.
I forget who it was, but there was someone he was debating who brought up, I think it was 4 different books that Kent was selling on his website, and each one had a different combination of 2 fossils being, these are just human, these are just ape.
Yep.
Or yeah, he
Hovind-
had I think it was Homo erectus and some Australopithecine. One book said both human, one said both ape, one said the Australopith was an ape, Homo erectus was a human, and one said Homo erectus was an ape and Australopithecus was human.
No way. That's a really interesting
All
one.
4 options.
I mean, Kent Hovind is just a criminal, though. Like, Kent Hovind belongs behind bars. Anyways, I'm gonna let this guy continue. We eventually gotta get through the video.
Thin, and that's it. And the flattened skull with the eyes on top, well, that's true. That is true.
Congrats.
But so do other fish today, like
Flounder?
And have you ever heard of a dusky flathead fish?
I'm
This
sorry,
is-
flounder, the fish that has both eyes on one side of the skull, has the same skull as Tiktaalik? Does this guy just not know what a flounder is?
This is, well, he doesn't know what a flathead fish either, because look what he has here. Is Tiktaalik a flathead fish? Go
No,
ahead if you're
very
out there
obviously.
watching this. Yeah, if you're watching this, go ahead and look up a picture of a skeleton of a flathead fish. And then take a look at the Tiktaalik fossil and come back to me. These 2 things, because I can't even imagine how little you have to know about morphology to come to that conclusion. Like, they're not even in the same ballpark anatomically as one another. The only thing they
Wait a second,
share
these
is
things are
eyes
in the
on top
ocean.
of the head. That's it. That's the only thing.
But what about in terms of engineering? Are they
Engineering.
solid?
Yeah. And the other thing about the flathead fish is that while, yes, the eyes are placed more or less on top of the skull, they still face laterally.
Yeah.
Unlike
Mhm.
Tiktaalik, which mostly faced up and anteriorly.
Yeah.
Which, like,
It's-
even your closest example for eye positioning isn't actually the same as Tiktaalik, which is just wild.
I genuinely think he saw this picture and he was like, hey, that kind of looks like Tiktaalik. And then he worked the entire argument off of that. Like, again, creationists
wouldn't
are
surprise
the
me.
masters of the eyeballing it method. It is no more complicated than that.
Okay, I'm sorry. This is going to be a bit of a tangent, but you said to look up flathead fish. I'd never heard of them before, so I did. I think you just solved like a 15-year-old mystery from my childhood.
Ooh.
Oh,
Because I
helmet, not
my-
me.
well, my family loves to go on vacations. They try to go on one a year, and for a few years in a row, they love to go down to Florida, specifically the Florida Keys. And one day I was snorkeling out there, and I saw this fish that I just could not identify. I think it was one of these. It looked just like these do.
Nice.
They're cool looking critters. I mean, I like them, but again,
yeah.
it's
It looked like an
the-
alien.
The only similarity, and I, for those of you out there listening, the only similarity between Tiktaalik and this thing are the vague positioning of the eyes superficially. Because as Dapper
Right.
said, when you pull the skin off of these things and you look at how the orbits are positioned and angled, you're absolutely right. They're distinct again. This is, I mean, I'm pretty sure a flathead fish is a teleost fish. No, Dapper? Am I wrong on that?
It is, yeah. They're kind of
Yeah, it
catfish.
is.
Okay, so they're a teleost fish. They're not even sarcopterygians. They're not even like in the same. They're not even similar to Eusthenopteron. Like it's. Anyways, I'm already
Well,
tired of this guy.
Thanks for solving
is-
that mystery, I guess.
Good.
Fish that was caught off the coast of Australia. Flathead fish are dorsally compressed. Their body is wide but flattened and very low in height. And both eyes are on top of the flat head. Here's the fossil in the upper right, and here's an actual picture.
Where's the evolution?
Where's the evolution? It's
Oh.
it's Bible Radio on Twitter. He needs to add this to his list.
Oh, please don't give him ideas.
I'm gonna skip through some of this because he genuinely just talks about how similar they are. Here's another one, right? Another classic picture that he's using to compare it.
I'm still dumbfounded that he used flounders as a comparison.
Oh, he does say something here that's interesting. Yeah, the flounder as a comparison one is interesting. He says that because these flat-headed fish swim in groups, like as little triads, and he shows this little video here that I'm kind of flipping through as, to show them all swimming together. Because they all swim together, he was like, that's the reason we found 3 Tiktaalik in Ellesmere Island, because flat-headed fish swim in groups of 3.
You're joking.
I'm not kidding. You want to hear him say it?
Kind of, yeah.
Please,
All right, I'm bringing it back. I'm bringing it back. I
will say,
Thanks.
I wouldn't rule out the idea that like there was some gregarious behavior in Tiktaalik. How would I rule that out? I don't know, maybe, but like, so it's just such a weird point to make.
Just it's so weird. Here, you listen to him say.
I got this with all respect on the internet. It's available, but take a look at how these things hide. And then if they get disturbed, they just take off. And what's interesting, when you really read about the fossil Tiktaalik, I said there were 3 creatures found. One was significant that they like to show. Well, look at the behavior of these fish. They like to sit in clumps, in families perhaps, in the sand, waiting for prey to come by, and then they, swoop up and grab something to eat. But they sit together in the sand, and then when disturbed, they all take off together. If I'm going to speculate,
Wait,
The only
Dapper,
way I can see this is relevant. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Dapper, let him finish the sentence because this is the
Okay.
cherry on top.
wouldn't it make more sense that 3 or more of these creatures were sitting together in the sand, like this one, very well buried? And at the early stages of the flood, like those Cambrian rocks,
God.
later, there
You mean
was another
Devonian?
tsunami of various stages during the flood, and they came in and
Sorry,
swooped and
tsunami.
buried 3 of them.
Okay,
Yeah.
so first of all, I actually don't think it's a crazy behavioral reconstruction to say that maybe Tiktaalik was doing things like partially burying itself in substrate as an ambush predator and might have been gregarious. Like that's none of that seems crazy to me. Like, you know what? If that's your hypothesis, I'm willing to entertain that. I don't know how you would find evidence for it, but it seems plausible. But the only reason to make such a big point about this behavior for these flat-headed fish is if he thinks that that's actually what Tiktaalik is, but it's so obviously not. They're extremely different in every way they possibly could be. Flattish fish is not enough to draw the conclusion that these are the same animal. I'm sorry.
It's not even close, right? Like living coelacanth, to my understanding, and living lungfish, other sarcopterygians that are going to be the closest thing you can get reasonably to Tiktaalik as far as reconstructing behavior are, again, to my limited understanding, pretty solitary critters. And I think it's crazy that he says he's like speculation. I think it's like reasonable to propose that much like this extremely distantly related animal that is like, I mean, gosh, it's Sarcopterygia. Dapper, what level of classification is Sarcopterygii?
So I don't know if it has a tax like a Linnaean rank. I'm not positive.
Yeah.
But above order.
It's basically all of bony fish, right? So that's all of the fish that you've ever seen, except for sharks and rays and skates, right?
And teleos.
Well, no. Sarcopterygia is specifically
Lobe-finned fish, right? They're not
lobe-finned.
Right. So, you got to let me finish the sentence, guys.
Oh,
So basically, all the bony fish are divided into 2 big groups, right? At least among extant fish. You've got the lobe-finned fish, which includes the coelacanth and the lungfish and all the tetrapods you've ever seen. And then you've got the ray-finned fish on the other side, which is pretty much everything else that's a fish that you've ever seen that isn't cartilaginous, like rays and sharks and skates. So basically, there is no bigger division within bony fish than the division between what's the actinopterygian, the ray-finned fish broadly, which includes teleos fish as well as some others. And then on the other side, the sarcopterygian fish, or the lobe-finned fish, which includes in the fossil record lots of things, but today just tetrapods, lungfish, and coelacanths.
So the reason I was asking is because like, you know, I haven't buffed up on my fish taxonomy since I took zoology in college, but because this is such a greater division than at the order level, this would be akin to digging up a random mammal and being like, it must have pack hunted because living wolves pack hunt, and it's got like hooves and
it's worse.
It's like a monotreme or something.
It's worse.
It
It's
is
like treating that.
Tiktaalik's taxonomy: kingdom Animalia, phylum Chordata, subphylum Vertebrata, subclass Oste something, and then superclass Oste something, whatever you said, and then subclass Sarcopterygia, infraclass Tetrapodomorpha, clade Elpistostegalia.
Yeah,
genus Tiktaalik, species Tiktaalik rosea.
Hey, at least we can all agree Linnaean ranks
They're silly.
are absurd.
Yeah, so subclass is the answer. Subclass.
But Erica, this is worse. This is much closer to saying, well, this hoofed creature that I just dug up was probably a pack hunter because tuna swim in schools and they're predators.
Right. Yeah. No, it's actually you're absolutely right. It's analogous to that because you're right. It's the Sarcopterygians versus Actinopterygians. So it's like
right. It's far worse.
Division. Yeah. But this is the problem, right? This is why you have to know your morphology before you get into this stuff, because he eyeballs the dusky flathead and he's like, I guess Tiktaalik must have been the same thing. And like, Helmet, this isn't above your pay grade. Like, you know, speaking directly to you here, not thinking that you will ever see this, but you're not a dumb guy. Like, you could read up on this quite easily, I think. But, you know, to reduce, this is very, again, sorry to my engineer friends out there, but this is very engineer brained, being like, well, biology can just be reduced to what I perceive as functional suites, completely divorced from phylogenetic relationships and morphology and behavioral ecology. Like, it's insane.
Also, one other big thing is, you know what the flat-headed catfish doesn't have that Tiktaalik does? A neck. Just gonna put that out there.
or a humerus, or a radius, or an ulna, or metacarpals, or a femur, or a tibia, or a fibula, or metatarsals, or a pectoral girdle that appears tetrapodomorphic in nature, or a tetrapod skull roofing pattern, or labyrinthodont teeth. And you could go on and on and on.
But neither one has a tibula.
Yeah, none of them have a tibula. That's a Nephi special.
Genuinely, Erica, this is all just giving me flashbacks to your video talking with T-Rock and Sam about limestone.
Oh my god.
Like it's that level of painfully confident ignorance.
At least, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, I would rather hear this from literally anybody, any other living person on the planet than Sam. Like, as long as this is coming out of someone else's mouth, it's fine.
I don't blame you.
That guy is just, yeah, okay. Let him continue.
Together. Maybe the others escaped, but 3 of them are buried together, and that's exactly what the fossil looks like. It looks like a dusky flathead.
It really does.
After this, they mostly get into, actually, they talk about the Zekelme prints. That's really important.
Okay, good.
Because in 2010, they talk about 4 feet in the past. Tetrapod trackways from the early Middle Devonian period in Poland. These are the Polish footprints of tetrapods walking on open ground, and these are dated
they might be
397 million years ago, and what's now Poland.
So, let's see. I would honestly rather summarize this for everybody than listen to Helmet summarize the problem. Are you guys okay with that?
No, I'm a little tired of listening to Helmet. He clearly has no idea what he's talking about.
I really want to speed it up and switch videos. So I'm going to summarize the problem, and then we're going to switch videos. Is everybody chill with that?
Absolutely.
I'm ready for raw Matt.
Oh my god.
That is a big statement, my guy.
No. I'm not. I am way too sober for raw Matt. Like, it's not. I'm not even in the right ballpark.
I mean, Sam is a pain to listen to, but I will say at least he hasn't made a domestic violence joke to me on stream.
All right.
Raw Matt has done that and much more.
Yeah.
I'm saying that because Raw Matt did that.
Here's a fun thing. When Raw Matt was trying to describe the languages that the Old Testament of the Bible was written in, one of the languages that he mentioned was pre-Yiddish.
Oh my god. Raw Matt is okay. I have to reveal this, and then we'll do Zekelme tracks, and then we'll probably have to catch up on super chats, and then we'll do the next video.
Cool.
And if you would take a look, those of you, I think Dapper might just be you, and John, if you guys would eyeball the list, we can decide which one we want to go on next, or if you could paste it in the private chat so everybody can see what we're picking from here. Because there's no way we're going to get through every single one of these videos. There's literally not a shot. So Raw Matt currently on, for those of you who don't know, who are tuning in from YouTube who might not know, Raw Matt is the much less informed sidekick of Standing for Truth, which is a young earth creationist ministry here on YouTube. Raw Matt is a former breatharian. He used to believe that you could drink could be much more reasonable. He used to believe that you could breathe your food, right? So you could just breathe and not have to eat anything. It's breatharianism. That obviously made him very sick, and I think that's why he quit. He's also been known for getting misidentifying teeth when the tooth is on the screen, like saying mammal, like the specimen doesn't have a molar when there's a jaw with a molar on the screen. And he's been known perhaps most prolifically for faking a published paper in PLOS where he which I think is actually +1, where he had submitted a paper on biblical genealogy and just photoshopped the +1 logo on the top. Got busted for that, recalled that. He's done a lot of really dumb stuff, and he's not very informed in general. But recently what he's been doing on Twitter is shilling a new type of cryptocurrency. And ladies and gentlemen, neither, both, and in between, all out there in my lovely audience, you're not prepared for what it's called. It's called biblical coin.
Not even Bible coin.
Oh, it is. It is horrific, and you can buy it on the Standing for Truth website.
Yep, Donnie, and you'll love this, Mr. Anderson. Sam is also one of the launching shareholders for biblical coin. So we might be very shortly looking at a trio of bankrupted creationists, which is, I think I'd be lying if I said that doesn't make me smile just a little bit.
Well,
How many
maybe they
biblical
idolize
coins do we get?
the problem isn't that the crypto coin is going to bankrupt those creationists. The problem is that it's going to bankrupt other people.
That's a
Um,
really good point. That's
yeah.
actually a really good point. Yeah,
And
that's
what it could do to those creationists, though, which they need to be a little bit careful of, is it could put them in jail, because cryptocurrencies are, now these days starting to be regulated by the SEC because they are basically stock. Like, we call them cryptocurrencies, but they don't function like currencies, right? They function as very, very volatile investment vehicles, the passwords to which you can lose. And it's like they've started a company and they're selling shares to widows and orphans, is kind of the term of art, without the proper filings, with the SEC, without the proper controls or anything. And that's how you get your Sam Bankman-Frieds out there. It's not good.
that is not good.
I'm not saying
guess-
that Raw Matt is
I
running a
guess
scam. I'm just saying it is very hard to find a crypto token that isn't a scam.
That's what I was
And I
going to say.
mean, maybe they
they're
just want to do
very-
this because of how much they idolize Kent. They're following in his footsteps.
Wait, did Kent make his own token?
Nobody did.
Oh,
go to
I
jail
just
for
mean it
public-
becoming a
Oh,
felon.
okay. Right. Okay.
I just
Yeah.
want to know, how many biblical coin can I buy with 30 pieces of silver?
John.
Enough to go buy yourself a field in the middle of Israel.
Oh God. Yeah, we'll see it now. Now, Mr. Anderson, now you've made me sad. I thought I was having a hearty chuckle about the whole situation, and now I'm sad because you're right. Innocent people are going to get caught up in that, and they do not deserve to be deceived that way. So
Look,
now
is
it
it-
sucks.
The
Yeah,
biggest victims
sorry.
of creationism are creationists.
Yeah,
No, that's also true too.
because
like,
the way
it's-
that you make money as a crypto coin issuer is that you issue yourself crypto for free, and everybody else buys it, and then they're all worth the same, and then you dump yours and leave somebody else holding the bag.
Yep. Well, I'm going to bring it to a little easier of a topic now that I'm bummed out. The Zakelmi trackway. The Zakelmi
Glad you had me on.
I wanted quipping, not lawyer speak. One in the
So
same.
I invited a literal lawyer.
I invited a literal lawyer. So so the Zakelmi tracks have been a really popular creationist argument for the past several years now. Basically, in 2010, they discovered a trackway in Zakelmi, Poland, and these tracks, which there is quite a bit of dispute as to whether or not they actually are tracks. I'm inclined to believe that they are. I was kind of on the fence, but I got to talk to Dr. Alberg about it on Twitter, who was one of the guys on the initial paper, and I think he makes a pretty good case for it. Initially, the argument was that they were walking like outside of the waters, like terrestrially. These days, it seems to be, my understanding is that they're arguing for like a marine, sort of walking along the bottom of like a low level estuary or something like that, like walking along the bottom of the seafloor. Now, the key thing about these trackways and the reason creationists love them is because of that date. He gives here 397 million years ago. That's a little precise compared to what I've heard. I've heard a range of like 390 to 395, if memory serves, something like that. But the point is, they're older than Tiktaalik. Tiktaalik is something like 370, Dapper, 370 million years ago. And then
I believe that's about right, but I
Yeah.
don't have it exactly in my brain.
Eusthenopteron is 390. Tiktaalik, I believe, Tiktaalik might be 380. I think it's Eusthenopteron 390, Tiktaalik 380, and 370 is, I believe, Acanthostega. So the point is, how do you have something that is clearly tetrapodomorphic walking before the first member of Tiktaalik? Now, I think the answer to this is extremely simple, which is that something does not go extinct just because it has descendants. Case in point being that, you still have wolves, even though dogs descend from wolves. It's a pretty simple relationship. meaning that Eusthenopteron, which appears a lot earlier, like we have much older Eusthenopteron than this tetrapod trackway, could theoretically have yielded things like Tiktaalik, the Elpisostigalians, that then continued on to evolve these tetrapodomorphic features. And it just so happens that the Tiktaalik that we have and the Acanthostega that we have are later, more refined members of that group. Now, it could also be the case that Tiktaalik and Acanthostega are not actually the precursors to tetrapods. It could be that they are very, very similar to the precursors of tetrapods, but are their own thing. Elpisostigalians maybe are evolving kind of along their own route. A great example in hominins is Australopithecus and Homo versus Paranthropus. One of them leads to humans. One of them is very similar and ends up going extinct. Right? If you'd only found Paranthropus and never found Australopithecus, you might conclude that Paranthropus is the ancestor of Homo, even though sometimes they're contemporaneous, because they've got very basal morphologies in many ways, but that would be an incorrect conclusion. The problem is we have an incomplete fossil record. Now, I'm going to share with you guys something really cool that I got from my exchange with Dr. Alberg on Twitter, and since it's public, like if the exchange is public, I feel comfortable saying this. He's talking about how his group, and he again worked on these Achelmi trackways, which are dated to 397 million years ago, has quite a few body fossils of critters that are not going to be published for a while, according to him on Twitter. But to me, what that would suggest is precisely that you've got some non-Elpisostigalian pre-tetrapod tetrapodomorphs that are quite a bit older. Now, what does that do for Tiktaalik? Absolutely nothing. Because Tiktaalik is still this incredible proof of concept of a critter that does represent a massive transition between these earlier Sarcopterygians and later tetrapods. It may just not be that Tiktaalik is the ancestor of all modern tetrapods. This is an important concept. I talked about it a lot in a video a while back, but I think the easiest way to explain it to creationists is not to involve all the rest of that stuff, is to just say, nope, just because something is it has speciation, has peripatric speciation off of it, doesn't mean it has to go extinct. We still have dogs and we still have wolves, even though wolves descend from dogs. Theoretically, you could have it's like Acanthostega or have Tiktaalik descend from Eusthenopteron, and Eusthenopteron and Tiktaalik both persist. And then you can have Acanthostega split off from Tiktaalik, and then all three are still persisting. None of them have to go extinct just because they have a descendant.
Yeah. The way I often put this in my videos is, hey, most creationists recognize at this point that the if humans evolved from apes, why are there still apes argument is a bad argument. It doesn't suddenly become a good argument if instead of humans and apes, you use dinosaurs and birds, or like Tetrapodomorpha and Tiktaalik. It never becomes a good argument just because you replaced the two different taxa you're talking about with two different taxa.
Right? Exactly.
Well,
and the thing is,
you say that like they've given up on birds being dinosaurs yet.
Well, and the thing is, the earliest I can find of a creationist of some clout complaining that the if humans evolved from apes and why they're still apes argument is a bad argument goes all the way back to like John D. Morris, the son of Henry Morris, who was at the time the director of the Institute for Creation Research. And way back then, I believe for like one of their magazines, he penned this whole thing about how that's a really bad argument. And he went and explained how evolution doesn't say that all apes would simultaneously start evolving into humans. It would have been a small subsection of apes that then evolved into humans while other apes evolved in different directions. And the thing is, he's right. I don't have notes for that essay other than like his conclusion that like, well, we know it didn't happen. Well, all right. Other than that, the entire little essay it's correct. And yeah, creationists have been getting better about that when it comes to apes and humans. But for some reason, they cannot generalize that principle. And so I still get things like, yeah, well, if dinosaurs are birds, and how come there was a dinosaur found with a bird skeleton in its stomach?
Yeah, it's honestly shocking, like that this argument still gets played out, because you're right, Dapper. And I don't know why it never occurred to me, but this really is just a repackaging of the if humans come from monkeys, why are there still monkeys? Like it's just swapping out the taxa. Okay, so I think we're going to be done with Helmet. We've been at him for a while, and I think we've covered all the main points. And since I skimmed this video, I know he doesn't talk about anything else. Like the Achelmi is pretty much the only point that he actually makes from here forward. I think they answer a couple of questions, and then it switches to a Grady McMurdy, I think, interview.
Oh,
Which I'm not going to expose anybody to. So instead, since John's going to go here soon, what I'm going to do is we're going to switch to Answers in Genesis Canada. They recently covered radiometric dating, and I believe the title is something that's pretty it's pretty like hyperbolic. Let's see what he. Let's see.
This is gonna hurt. Before we get started, could I say a quick thing?
Of course.
Well, I just want to say that since we started 4 hours ago,
in the past,
the GoFundMe has gone up almost $700, which is just absolutely floors me. I just want to say thank you, everybody, so much. And I was trying to keep track of it for a while. I've lost track of how much has been donated through YouTube, but
the science friends have the best audiences.
Thank you.
No, I know I've said this before. I've said it many times, but we really do have the best audience, because everybody who watches these channels is curious and wants to help further not just science education, but science generally, like the actual quest to figure out more. And because so many of us are students who are actively trying to advance where we're at, and so many are autodidacts as well, like I think it's just very heartwarming to see like these guys put their money where their mouth is. Like they're like, oh, okay, someone's going on a cool ass expedition. Like here's $2 or here's $5 or whatever. And I think that's just phenomenal. I mean, for the price of a cup of coffee, like people are just willing to throw in. And I don't know. I'm eternally grateful for that kind of thing. It's hard to express it though, because there's so many people who are at it, and you just want to grab them all individually and give them a giant bear hug, but you can't because you're separated by the screen.
Also, if I did that, they would get
off my camera before I start crying, because that might actually happen. But I just wanted to say thank you to everyone, seriously.
That's so awesome. I'm so glad and proud of the audience as usual. But I wish I could say like it definitely is. Sorry guys, not a surprise. I didn't expect that you guys weren't going to turn up and turn out. You guys always do.
A complete lie. That's a tall order. Because remember, that means you have to be able to reasonably rule out any kind of misconception, or that like they're not meaning the same thing that you think they are. Like you have to rule out a lot of stuff in order to say that it's a lie.
Yeah, that's the true part. I mean, there's a reason that perjury is a very rarely prosecuted crime, and it's because proving intention, like a lie requires guilty mind, right? It requires intentionality.
You can be wrong. That's not a lie.
Yeah, and it typically requires an intention to deceive as well.
Right.
Because
like if I
write deliberately say wrong things, but if you did not intend to deceive the person, that's still not a lie.
If I write a historical novel about Abraham Lincoln fighting vampires, I'm telling you all sorts of stuff that's not true. But I'm not trying to convince you it is true. So I'm not lying to you.
So, okay, I need to hear John's perspective on this. John's our geologist. How do you feel about why evolutionary dating methods are a complete lie?
John, stop lying to us.
I agree. They are a complete lie, and you shouldn't believe any of us.
All right.
You see, I've been waiting years to say that. No, I'm just kidding.
John, you can't do that. You can't blow the game like that. Come on.
Is this the wrong time to blow the secret? I'm sorry.
We're still doing kayfabe right now. You got to keep up with the act.
First I got to ask, what are evolutionary dating methods?
Any dating method they don't like. That's what that is.
It sounds so vague. I mean, let's learn a little bit.
Are we talking the molecular clock?
Yeah, we're fixing to find out. All right, we got somebody else backstage. We got Jay. How you doing, dude?
Hey, Eric. How's it going? Thanks so much for having me on. I really appreciate it. I just wanted to come by and say hi. I've been backstage just having my mind blown, like crypto scams and conspiracy theories. I didn't realize these guys were that deep into it.
No, there is no bottom.
There's no bottom.
You will always find that it goes even worse than you thought. Like just earlier this week, I found out that after all of this, that Kent Hovind, the guy who I already knew to be a child abuser, a child thing enabler. I don't want to get Erica's channel taken down. The guy who was a tax cheat, who was convicted of beating his wife. No, there's even more stuff that I didn't know about that just makes it worse and worse and worse. and it just keeps going. There is no bottom to any of this.
It's really phenomenal to see. You know, it's wonderful to find yourself surprised after all this time. But I know the audience is eager to go out and buy their share of biblical coins. So, you know, I'm happy to have brought that to the forefront.
This is not financial advice, but please don't buy biblical coin.
You know, I know nobody here enjoys anime, but it just keeps tumbling down.
All right, so a couple of questions. Do you think Donnie knows it? Did Donnie start this coin? Who started this coin?
I think it was Raw Matt.
It was Raw Matt. Raw Matt started it.
Oh, not the. What was the last guy you were talking about? What was his name?
Oh, Sam.
Helmet.
Oh, Helmet.
Oh, Helmet?
Nah,
No.
Helmet's a random guess. He's
Such
just
an interesting thing. All right, so question is, do you think these guys are scamming, or are they being scammed?
I think they're being scammed. 100%.
Ah, really?
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
I think Raw Matt isn't being scammed with biblical coin specifically. If it's a scam, Raw Matt's pulling the scam on biblical coin.
No. Raw Matt is being scammed by the concept of cryptocurrency. He thinks
that
that
might
he's
be
about to make it big. He's being scammed by the concept of cryptocurrency and is now shilling it relentlessly on Twitter. And like again, and not to bring it back to this because I want to do radiometric dating before John has to leave, but like every time I see it pop up, some big crypto guy will have tweeted something, and then he's down there in the bottom and he's like, please buy biblical coin, sir. Come, it's a great coin.
Look, Erica,
positives. Like
Raw Matt has the biggest diamond hands, and he's gonna hodl that biblical coin until he makes it to the moon. It's just gonna happen.
I would just say, just make sure you diversify and that you also get Trump coin and Logan Paul coin and Kevin Hart coin. I don't know.
all the different types of coin, exactly.
Yes.
Everyone's gonna have a crypto token.
Jay,
guys, watch out for Dapper coin. It's coming.
Introduce yourself real quick. I gotta pee anyways. I'm gonna let you introduce yourself while I'm gone, and then when I come back, we're doing this radiometric dating.
All right. I'm Dr. J Bundy. My channel is Pocket Locker 86. I finished my. I think Erica knows me for finishing my PhD in the Lentil lab, where they work on the E. coli long-term evolution experiment. So I got a dual PhD in integrative biology and ecology, evolutionary biology, and behavior. Currently a postdoc at the University of Minnesota, and I'm getting ready to take a job in the biological sciences department at Seton Hall as a faculty member. I do experimental evolution primarily with digital organisms, and yeah, obviously a lot of my colleagues work with microbes, and I also have a master's in biological anthropology. So some of the stuff that Erica has now gone much further into. But yeah, come check out my channel if you want to. Gutsick Gibbon did make a video about me on this channel. I think it's called. We'll figure it out. Erica, what's the name of the video you made about me? Somebody should drop that in the chat.
It was something like actual scientist versus internet rando or something like that. Something like that.
Yes. Thank you so much for doing that, by the way. Like,
of course.
Super, super helpful.
All I'm hearing is that Jay has been brainwashed by the evolutionist elites.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Also, Jay, I want to apologize a bit because I just put two and two together that I have heard of you before.
Yes, it's my fault because
I know you've been like a Discord group I run for 2 months now, and the
evolutionist group. Yeah. Also, it's kind of my fault because my channel is Pocket Locker 86, and I had a personal channel, which is Jay Bundy, and I changed the name of that to Hunter Biden's Laptops. So nobody knows when they see Hunter Biden's laptops that that's actually me.
Oh my God.
Oh, wow.
Well, all right, folks, we're going to get started on this video.
Yes,
I got to hear
it.
John's perspective. All right. Let me fix this. For those of you wondering, this is from Answers in Genesis Canada. So we're kind of moving up in production value, as you'll soon see.
Possibly be 44,000-year-old wood inside 45-million-year-old rock. One thing's for certain, at least one of those dating methods wasn't working. And of course,
they both blow your idea out of the water. Who cares if it's 44,000 or whatever? It's still orders of magnitude older than you think the entire planet is, my guy.
Baby, We're hitting up polystrate fossils, and I couldn't be happier.
I'm sorry. It's just he starts out arranging deck chairs on the Titanic, and it's like, dude, what are you doing?
Dude, this is Calvin Smith, so we're gonna be putting up deck chairs on the Titanic.
Right.
This is like his.
I'm gonna go get myself another.
Also, Erica, do you think there's a definite jab in there, even calling it evolutionary dating methods rather than the honest truth about how broad those dating methods are and where they actually come from?
No, dude, that's what John was saying just a minute ago. Like, John was like, what is an evolutionary dating method?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
what are you
yeah,
talking
that's
about?
sus.
Listen,
Yeah.
you gotta
That's-
feed that us versus them mentality, man. You gotta
An
see
an evolutionary dating method is when you get rejected, you learn from your mistakes, and you try again.
There you go. There you go.
You evolve to be a better person,
As a
more
at
attentive,
the
whatever it takes.
population level, right? Like when populations learn to do that, that's just sexual selection. That's what we're really talking about.
Yep.
All right.
Okay, so one of these must be wrong.
One
The
of these
dating
must
game.
be wrong.
It has some real problems these days. No, gentlemen, I'm not talking about the fact that apparently most women swipe left 90% of the time. Or that, ladies, many men have chosen to get passports and run off to foreign countries to find traditional women.
Dude, are we getting culture war shit in this?
Yes, we are. Yes,
I'm sorry,
absolutely.
which demographic are we courting again? I'm lost now.
No way. Oh man. You know
I
who's
gotta
gonna be
admit, I did not expect that. That was
It did come out of nowhere. But you know what though? I think a lot of times I have a secret theory that especially the religious side of this whole thing is they're very edgy. Like they really want to talk about edgy topics, and so they use any opportunity to get it in there, and so he couldn't resist.
Well, and I love the presentation here where it's like the women are swiping left and the men are looking for traditional women. So, ladies, if you want to hope to get a man in this day and age, you better get your ass in the kitchen.
And stop chasing them to Brazil, really.
Yeah, just stop. Yeah, don't chase them. They want a hottie that they think is going to have their traditional values. I don't know, we'll see. All right, that was shocking. But
instead of dealing with Western feminism. No, I'm
There
talking
it
about
is.
the
wow.
Tell us how you really feel.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Erica,
I
what
caught the
the
minute
hell did you find?
Look, we all know that ultimately giving women the vote was the start of the downfall of Western civilization.
I love how smug he says it too. He's like, instead of the Western feminism that is turning all our young lads into incels who travel abroad. Like, come on.
Is there an Eastern feminism I should be learning about?
For
Yes.
real?
Okay.
But the other thing it does kind of bring up is we're not even 45 seconds into this video, and already you can't shake the fact that this is the connection to the right-wing politics.
Oh,
Yeah.
Like they can't just even do pseudoscience. They have to let you know how important their particular pseudoscience is to the ideology where they're fighting against in the culture war. Yeah.
I blame Jay for this. I do, because Jay, every time you and I are on a stream together, it's about like misogyny, anti-trans stuff,
Good.
racism, like every time.
this means I can still come to the cookout. I'm not gonna.
Well, it's similar to what I was saying
Look, all
earlier,
I'm
where
saying is
like
there's a certain pattern here.
yeah, it's similar to what I was saying earlier, where I was talking about how the point of a lot of this is that they're just trying to defend things that they feel are core beliefs, that they don't really, the evidence isn't the main thing. It's that you're attacking their core belief. And part of that is the 6,000-year-old earth and the rejection of common descent. But an equally big part of it is things like homophobia, transphobia, misogyny. Those are also all core identity markers. They wouldn't put it that way, but it's what it comes down to. And I think that's why we see this strong connection. It's why Answers News always jumps from like, so we don't think this jellyfish means anything for evolution. And then also this teacher was fired for teaching kids that
Right.
trans people are evil.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So, Erica, you said earlier that they lost the court cases about, you know, what you can teach in public schools and all this, but they didn't go away, right? They went to the net and social media and all this stuff, and I actually get frustrated with the the scientist side of things, the fact that I feel like we're not, as scientists, as researchers, as educators, we've kind of gone away. Like, we think this isn't anything to fight. And it's not just that they've continued to fight in these other realms, but now they're literally using it as the foundation to fascism. And so I try to, like, not make everything about that, but that is a huge part of my motivation of fighting creationists, is because of how central their creationist dogma is to their power grab.
Well, we always talk here on the channel. Well, like a lot of us talk together about this concept where it's like creationism is not in and of itself, outside of just being, incorrect. It's not necessarily like harmful in the same sense that like being anti-vax or being anti-climate change or being homophobic or whatever it is.
Right.
But it acts as this incredible like gateway conspiracy theory that, like for instance, most flat earthers are creationists, but not all creationists are flat earthers. It's a very interesting through line that seems to be causing a lot of problems. And Ken Ham has seen the writing on the wall. Joel Duff, who's not here, but he does a lot of like the tracking what AIG is up to, and the switch to mostly culture war stuff is imminent, right? It's already creeping, it's already on the doorstep, and sometimes I wonder if that's not what it was always about, right? Like, it's not so much about the young Earth creationism, but what the young Earth creationism kind of stands for.
I can guarantee that's what it was always about.
Always about that. Like that was.
Yeah.
I remember that in the 90s, in their regular broadcasts, their blogs, their books, and everything. Like that was kind of the core thing here. It just wasn't. I don't know, as transparent perhaps because the issues have changed, or they weren't as explicit of what issues they were really afraid of they wanted to keep you from. But the implication was, if you go down this path of accepting this tenet in science or that one, then you're going to end up accepting this amoral position.
Yeah, and that's not even just the 90s, right? Like, I have read creationist literature going all the way back into the 70s.
Yeah.
And it was always the core thing that when you get down to what is their motivation, because they talk about their motivations, not always in the main text, but in introductions and forwards and whatnot. It's always this idea that we need to call the nation back to God. And part of that is to convince them that the godless atheists have led them astray. Because ultimately,
there's a really strong authoritarian bent in the idea that, like, we need to bow to the authority of the church, and with respect to young Earth creationism, and therefore, by the same token, we need to bow to the authority of the church with respect to the subservience of women, and with respect to Christian nationalism kind of views, and all those sorts of things. And these things are kind of tied together. The whole idea of the authority of God is sort of central to all of them.
Yeah, and also just some of them are actually creation narratives. So if we look at like their issues with gender, we can identify what we call gender essentialism, right? And a lot of that is their rhetoric of he created them male and female is the essence of that idea. And whereas as scientists, we understand that there's variation and that that's not true, that the variation of the species sort of is the essence of the species. And so there's a lot of other, I call them creation myths, that are like wrapped up in sort of their thinking. Even I think some of the issues we have with like climate change, right, is their belief that God created this universe, so therefore he has dominion over all of it. Therefore, this is all happening according to his plan. Like, I think we do focus on young Earth creationism, but something like I teach my students is that there's a lot of other creation myths that go along with sort of biblical literalism, and they all pop their heads up in problematic places.
Well, and here's the crux of it, right? Like, I think this is why Ken Ham glommed on, and I pick Ken Ham, pick any of these guys that are young Earth creationists, like Helming, whatever. But, they recognize that the world is changing, and it's changing in a way that they don't like. And it's changing in ways that they don't like, that they feel like they can use, in part, the Bible to defend. Whether they can or can't is another story, but they feel like they can. And so it's not convincing to anybody to be like, well, my belief system says XYZ, so you should follow it, which is why they turn to young Earth creationism, because it's like, oh, if you can show that the Earth is young, well, then you might end up convincing them that the rest of the text is correct. It's like a nice flagship that they can attach absolutely everything to. If they can convince you of that, and Ken Ham says the opposite all the time. He says if they can convince you that the Earth is actually old and that evolution actually happened, you've lost them, right? Like you've lost the kids. They've got you in their hooks. When in reality, I think he's sort of manufactured the young earth creationism bent to attach everything else, because he knows if he can convince you of young earth creationism, then he can also convince you that what the Bible, or his interpretation of what the Bible says about gay people or women or whatever, you can also smuggle that in, which is alarming and sick. And it's very telling. Yeah, I keep saying this because it's like fresh in my mind. But like I just got done reading Origin finally, and like when he's giving the historical sketch at the beginning about like where everybody else is at, there isn't a single young earth creationist, not one that he talks about. They're all old earthers. They're all like proponents of maybe some level of species fixity, but also some level of evolution. Creationism looked nothing like it looks like today. In the 1850s, it just didn't. It was a completely different animal. And I think that's why creationism had a resurgence, like right around the turn of the century, when people were starting to have a lot more rights and things were changing in a way that they didn't like.
I mean, I brought it up earlier in the stream how, some of my role models in paleontology are devout Christians.
Yeah.
Like almost all of the earliest geologists and paleontologists and biologists were super devout Christians. But even though they were what we would now call old earth creationists, they acknowledged that natural processes occurred and leave evidence behind.
Well, and they were scholars of the natural world, like they were like, okay, the natural world should be intelligible. God isn't going to make it unintelligible. Therefore, it's worth studying to learn more about creation. And they came to these conclusions, like not in spite of the Bible, right? They harmonized them as they went. And that's again why like the creationism has to be tied to the social stuff, because Christians made it work for so long and it was fine. And many Christians still make it work today. Religious folks of all stripes make it work today, and they're totally chill.
Right. Let's see. Trying to remember names here because I'm horrific with names. But Charles Lyell, I believe he wrote one of the books that Darwin.
Yeah, Principles of Geology.
Made Darwin think. Yeah, Principles of Geology. Again, old Earth creationist. He thought the flood occurred, but he couldn't find any record of it in the rocks. So he reconciled it with his faith, saying, oh, the flood happened. It was just gentle enough not to harm the rocks or wash anything away.
Or it was local or something. I can't remember what he eventually settled on. But anyways, okay, we go on this topic forever. We're gonna do
Let's go.
I'm gonna let it play, and then I'm gonna get a drink here in a second.
Dating methods that you often hear referenced in support of the story of evolution that have supposedly disproven the biblical timeline. Now, biblical creationists have long pointed out the many problems with the unprovable assumptions behind these techniques, like carbon-14 and other radioisotope dating methods, which were actually developed long after the idea of millions of years had been accepted as fact by evolutionists, primarily because of the rock layers seen around the world. And of course, we've dealt with the many problems concerning their interpretation of those rock layers before. However, despite what the average person thinks about these methods because of the way they're often presented, expert geologists and archaeologists that believe in long ages and understand the limitations of those methods.
Want to become an amazing content creator?
Mute. Sorry, guys. I always get the motion array ones.
On them exclusively as a way of supposedly determining the age of something. And how can you know that? Well, here are a couple of quotations, one from a book on Egyptian archaeology, another from an associate professor of geology, and then a quote from a general book on geology, respectively, that should help put this in perspective. If a C14 date supports our theories, we put it in the main text. If it does not entirely contradict them, we put it in a footnote. And if it's completely out of date, we just drop it.
Joe, you want to, John, God, I'm already drunk. John, you want to tackle that while I go?
Yeah, can you back up a second so it's visible?
Yeah. We know so many J names. Okay, got it? Wait, what? Oh, there it is.
That's right. It's right. You're good.
Okay, be right back.
It's kind of weird. One common theme is whenever they talk about radiometric dating, they always go back to very old sources and almost never, actually never, will they, deal with recent research or the preponderance of radiometric data that we have out there. So this is kind of strange, just to go back to, like, why would you even quote this book? What does that have to do with? I mean, he's saying if it supports our theories, we'll put it in a main text. If it does not entirely contradict it, we put in a footnote. If it's completely out of date, we just drop it. I mean, that's not true. If you do that as written, then that's essentially fraud, academic fraud, and
Yes,
sometimes
I remember seeing something about this, and somebody else who's more educated in the area can jump in if they like. But like, this is being taken entirely out of context, and it's kind of a jab at archaeologists. I think it was specifically, and it was like saying there are people who do this, and we should not do it, and we should. It was a critique on, like, on some contemporaries of his who had this tendency, and he was taking a jab at them. It wasn't like an admission
that sounds a lot more plausible.
I wish we could find
like we're writing a paper now that has we have a series of ages, and the most of them like work well within the interpretive framework, and then we have a couple that don't. And we absolutely will include all of those ages in the data table, so even the handful of results that didn't work well, or they just have very big error bars, or some other reason that we have them there. But they're always reported. You always know about them, and you have the original data so that you can calculate that age by yourself. I should point out that, like, when you report ages for whatever kind of study, you wouldn't just say my radiocarbon age is 10,000 years plus or minus this. You should put, in addition to all the method, like the sample weights and description, the isotopic ratios of 14C, of 13C, and everything else that you can, along with the uncertainties. Like, you have to do that so that anybody could recalculate that age from scratch if they needed to. And so this is just wrong. It's not how anybody does it. And if they do, then they shouldn't.
So I think that there's some interesting bits here too. Like, carbon-14 is notorious for being easy to contaminate as well, as compared to a lot of other methods that we tend to use, like argon or uranium lead or whatever. And that's just because of, like, cosmic rays. They bombard the sample, and this is why it's very difficult to get truly zero carbon in anything. So I don't think it's surprising. Oh, sorry, you go ahead.
Oh, no, that's fine. Yeah, radiocarbon is tough to work with because carbon is everywhere. That's it. Like, there's carbon in the atmosphere. I mean, and for that same reason, to be honest, argon is difficult to work with because argon is a minor constituent of our atmosphere, and lead is difficult to work with because environmentally lead is everywhere too. So, I mean, the first attempts to do, like, uranium lead dating, we were foiled by the fact that we had a lot more environmental lead than we thought we did, right? So all of these methods have that issue, but carbon, like, if you're doing radiocarbon dating today, it's very uncommon that you would get ages that are completely nonsense or contaminated like this. Like, it's pretty advanced to the point where now we can do laser ablation radiocarbon measurements, right? Where you instead of taking like grams of sample and then burning in a furnace down to graphite and then measuring the graphite, like, that's what it was decades ago. Now we're at the point where you can take a microscopic sample and then using a laser spot that's only tens of microns wide, get a radiocarbon age here and then here and then here. So you have like multiple radiocarbon ages per second on a single sample, and you could measure the age from one side to the other. And using those techniques, you can get rid of issues with contamination for the most part.
That's really cool. And sorry, you finished,
go
and
ahead.
then I have something I want to. Okay, I'd have to find the link again, but I remember reading. I think it was a graduate thesis that did carbon dating on some samples from Pompeii.
Oh, yeah. This is a Vesuvius paper with argon. I know the exact one you're talking about.
No, not that one. This is different. This one did
Ooh.
this one did carbon dating on exposed charcoal samples, like samples that had been exposed to the volcanic gases. And it reported on, hey, these ages are inflated. They're not correct. And then here's why. Like it was a thesis, or maybe not a thesis, but a
I see
paper
what you're saying.
checking on like the things that can alter radiometric dates. And then there was a follow-up paper. I don't know if it was by the same authors, but they did carbon dating on an olive oil flask that had been protected from the volcanic gases and got an exact carbon age.
So here's what's interesting about that too, right? Is that, and John and I have been doing some stuff behind the scenes on this ICC paper that came out a while back that was testing the corroborative accuracy between different radiometric methods. And I was surprised by how well it performed, given they were doing their data set was from 2003, and most of what they were using was from what was it, John? It was like the U.S. Geological Survey or something.
Yeah, it's a USGS database of radiometric data, but only what USGS has analyzed. Like that's what goes in. It's so like
USGS is the one. They're the ones who sign my shill checks.
Oh, of course, yeah, big geology.
I wish. I wish. Please, someone pay me.
My Soros check from hiding the Smithsonian giants too has not yet come in the mail. So, but no, I mean, like you've got these methods, right, that are completely independent from one another. Like even within radiometric dating, carbon, like your example there with carbon-14 at Pompeii is a phenomenal example, because they did also date Pompeii using argon-argon methods on the Mount Vesuvius, the ash from Mount Vesuvius, right? Like like tephra, is that tephra?
Yeah.
Whatever. The ash from Mount Vesuvius. Yeah, they did the ash from Mount Vesuvius. And they home in on the calendar year as counted up by historical records. It doesn't get more accurate than that. These guys are begging for examples. They say to us, they're like, how come when you know the date of the rock, you don't get the known date? As you were talking earlier, John, with the Steve Austin stuff, right? I'm so sorry. We do get the calendar year when these methods are actually performed properly, when you're actually managing your error bars correctly, when you're doing all of this as it should be done, you get these crystal clear ages, and they corroborate one another too. The fact that carbon date for that oil flask got the year for that you got the year of the eruption for that carbon flask, and then for the carbon dating of the oil flask, and then you also got the same date for the argon and Mount Vesuvius, or like even within the ballpark, because I'm assuming the date that the oil was actually made is going to be a little bit earlier than when the eruption happened. That shouldn't happen if radiometric dating doesn't work, unless God is speeding everything up in lockstep to confuse people. Nor should those two methods corroborate the drifting of the continents, or the ice core dating, or dendrochronology, or any of it. None of that should work. Least of all corroborate one another.
And I found the papers I was talking about just to make sure. I found the papers I was talking about just to make sure I was representing them correctly. Yeah, it was exposed mortars, like from mortar and pestles.
Okay, got it.
Those dates were super overshot, 20 to 30,000 years. The olive oil the olive oil dated to the exact year.
This is what I'm saying, right? Like none of that should happen if radiometric dating isn't reliable.
I just want to say from sort of just like a general academic perspective, like John brought up this really good point about not engaging the current science and the current literature. We see this across the board with creationists, but also it bothers me that it feels like they're digging through so much stuff and they're ignoring all the evidence, they're ignoring all the actual data presented, and they're looking for these little gotcha quotes that look like a processual problem. Oh, look, there's this one scientist who wrote a book and he confessed that this whole endeavor is bunk, and then then it's all a house of cards, right? Then everything should fall apart from there. And it's just a really it shows sort of they're not lazy necessarily. It shows a lot of effort that goes into misrepresenting a field. That's
Like
what I want to say about that.
malicious behavior, maybe.
A lot of malicious behavior. Yeah.
They do it, I mean, I always love to bring it back to hominins, but they do it all the time with hominins, right? Like there have been cases when, like, especially in contested bones, my audience will know that the contested bone situation is dire. But they'll have a picture on there, and it's got a inferior view of Ardipithecus ramidus, and they're like, oh, they talk about the evolutionists talk about how this thing was upright, but it doesn't even preserve the foramen magnum, and the picture has the foramen magnum preserved, right? Like, where does this kind of thing come from? A lot of it, I think, is because they're tackling subjects that they don't have a formal education in, with the sole purpose of misrepresenting it, or at least a laissez-faire attitude towards properly representing it.
Or they use big word use big word confuse people.
Well, the genetics, that is the absolute characteristic whenever they talk about genetics. If I have to hear created heterozygosity one more time, I'm going to walk into traffic. Like, it's insane. So, all right, I'm going to let him continue. Let's hear these other quotes.
We put it in a footnote. And if it's completely out of date, we just drop it. In general, dates in the correct ballpark are assumed to be correct and are published. But those in disagreement with other data are seldom published, nor are the discrepancies fully explained. If the laboratory results contradict the field evidence, the geologist assumes that there's something wrong with the machine date. To put it another way, good dates are those that agree with the field data, fossils in the strata. Now, when you think about it, it's extremely obvious from just these three examples that in many cases, radiometric dating isn't the primary method being used to determine the age of whatever sample is being tested.
John, is that true? Is that true?
I mean, I would just challenge him and anybody else, like, to find this an example of a real study.
Like,
Right?
anywhere.
Instead of taking a quote from a book that may or may not be applicable, like, just pick any paper where we're determining the age of something. And I mean, to be completely fair, he says that he gives this idea that, like, okay, a good date is one that agrees with the other data. If there's a bad date, then we set it aside, or we have to explain it as a discrepancy. Like, that's not entirely true. But think of what he's saying. If A contradicts with these other lines of evidence as B and C, then we might be more suspicious of A because we have higher confidence in B and C. So that's how we actually conflicting evidence, right? We develop a hypothesis by which to test this. So, like, the next step would be, I have a radiometric date that I thought this age was going to be from the Cretaceous, but actually it's older than that. So there's some conflict here. So you set up a hypothesis, one, that your radiometric age is wrong, and two, that your whatever other lines of evidence are wrong, and then you find a way to test it. We can do that with the radiometric ages simply by replicating the result using different methods, or double checking the systematics of the method, which a lot of people, to be honest, don't know how to do, and including ones that use radiometric ages, not just like archaeologists per se, but like geologists too. Not everybody who uses and reports radiometric ages are actually an expert in the process. So but there are ways to go back there and just test the validity of the age. That has it's not as simple as, like, we set it aside because we like the results here, and we don't. I mean, objectively, we can do this through hypothesis testing. Right. And so just look at any real study, and I'll guarantee you're going to find time and again, if you're talking about geological materials, then yes, the radiometric age is going to be the primary way by which you determine the age of those materials. Like, that's absolutely true. Just look up the book, The Geologic Timescale, in any university library, and you can read through those hundreds and hundreds of pages of how we determine the boundaries of the Mesozoic and every geologic era and period and stage and so forth, right?
So I got to ask you a quick question, and then I have a punchline here, John. So let me ask you, how much do you think our radiometric dating methods have advanced since, like, the 70s?
Since the 1970s, Actually, the methods and techniques, almost all of them are already there in the 70s, including a lot of the ones that we use today. Technology-wise, like the sensitivity of the detector cups, like the resistance in those, which, I mean, that has increased, orders of magnitude. The vacuum pumps that we need to keep contaminants out, and the the ways that we turn a sample into ionized materials that can be like moved through a vacuum line and sent around a magnet. Like, this is huge advancements in that technology. And so like the precision is much, much better. We can work with much smaller samples. Like, in the 70s, you might need grams of material, like I said, if you want a radiocarbon date, if you want a potassium argon date, I mean, grams of sample. Whereas today, you just imagine a circle that is 20 microns in diameter and about 5 to 10 microns thick, right? That's how much material you need sometimes to get a radiometric age.
So with that in mind, right, like I think it would be, from what you said, I don't think it's unreasonable to say that the methods have remained consistent, but their precision and accuracy have increased thanks to advancements in technology. So I think that's important, because I started backing through this, and here are the dates for these quotes. This one that you can currently see on screen is from 1970. This one that you can now see on screen is from 1977. And the third and final one is from 1972. So all three of these quotes that Calvin Smith has presented are almost 50 years out of date. I have a hard time believing that those quotes were gathered because of their applicability to modern methods.
Yeah. To give you just a
John,
brief
maybe you can-
example. I was just going to say, to give a brief example, go back to like the 1970s. At that point, looking at recent history, we have the Greenland ice core, which becomes kind of a golden standard for measuring time against, right? Because we have this thick ice sheet where we can, the Greenland ice sheet records about 130,000 years of history. The Antarctic ice sheet, more than that, about 800,000 years plus now. But Greenland is kind of like this metric we compare it against. And the nice thing about that is we can count at least back 20, 30,000 years, count the individual layers and say that's the age of this layer, and here we've got 8,000 layers down. We've got some climatic anomaly that we can see elsewhere. So that's the age of it. And here we've got this volcanic ash that appears that may be correlated to other volcanic eruptions around the world. But that was kind of the standard where we could count the layers. Now that's not the case. Within the last 7-8 years, now we use radiometric dating because it's more precise than the Greenland ice core chronology, right? More precise than actually counting one by one the layers, because there is an error and uncertainty that's associated with counting those layers. So, now we go back 10,000 years, the error could be plus or minus 20 or 30 years on radiometric dates.
If I may, so this is just going to be kind of a re-emphasizing of the point that Erica just made, but I'm doing this specifically so that we can quote you later when somebody throws these back in our face. So, sir, specifically with respect to the quote from the Proceedings of the Symposium on Radiocarbon Variations and Absolute Chronology held in Uppsala in 1969, there was a quote where somebody reported that somebody else said, so it's hearsay, but they said, if a C14 date supports our theories, we put it in the main text. If it does not entirely contradict them, we put it in a footnote. And if it is completely out of date, we just drop it. Few archaeologists who concern themselves with absolute chronology are innocent of having sometimes applied this method. And that was specifically with respect to dating archaeological finds in the Nile Valley. Now, as Ms. Gibbons just asked you, I understand that radiometric dating techniques have advanced significantly since then. Is that correct?
There's more to this story, I think. Because this deals mainly with archaeological finds, there were quite a few conflicts in the mid to late 20th century between radiocarbon dating, which was the standard for archaeological materials, because they all happen to be, several thousands of years old or hundreds at youngest, right? So there were conflicts because we had histories that we knew from archaeology, from written histories or not, that we thought were very precise, like the Egyptian chronologies. And then we had radiometric ages from radiocarbon coming in that disagreed with those chronologies, right? There was a disagreement, and that was quite common throughout the 20th century, because one of the components you need for radiocarbon dating is the original amount of radiocarbon in the sample, right? And we estimate that to be close to the atmospheric value at the time, but we know that the atmospheric value varies over time. We didn't know at the time just how much it varied. So by like the end of the 90s, especially going to early 2000s, we come up with a calibration curve where we radiocarbon date stuff of known material going back every year, more or less, for 50,000 years. And that tells us how much radiocarbon content in the atmosphere has changed over time, and that allowed a calibration to come into point. So a 10,000 year radiocarbon age in the 70s would be, you'd think it's 10,000 years old. We now know that 10,000 years radiocarbon years corresponds to about 11,500 actual years, right? So that age would be off by over 1,500 years. Something that was 2,000 years old by radiocarbon dating, it turns out it was actually, it could be 2,200 years or 2,100 years, something like that. So it's going to be off. Now,
so
we don't have that problem.
calibration methods have improved considerably. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay, and our materials and methods have improved considerably in that intervening 50 years as well. Is that right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. And so would it be fair to say, exactly what I'm doing, would it be fair to say, sir, that the problems that, if they were experienced at all, the problems which were experienced by archaeologists with respect to radiocarbon dates in the 1960s would not be experienced if those same archaeologists were to use current methods to test those self-same examples today?
Most likely they would not be, no.
Okay. And you can say that based on your expert experience in the field. Is that right?
Not just mine, but quite a collective experience in the field.
But at least yours.
My colleagues, and yes.
Okay. And you have a PhD in the subject.
I do, as do my colleagues, including some who work in these labs that would date those materials. And
from an accredited university.
Yes, quite some very big ones.
Thank you, sir.
So not Patriot Bible University then?
Yeah, so next time that comes up, we can quote this conversation and say that we spoke with an expert specifically with respect.
Interesting. Link it.
Now, pardon me, sir. I'm just a little scientist from the backwoods. Could I ask you about some carbon?
It's more, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna let this guy continue. Let's hear some more of this. Kid.
Sorry,
I actually did want to ask John something really quick.
Oh yeah, shoot.
If that's okay.
Go nuts.
So let's say you're doing carbon dating. What is the smallest proportion of C14 to C13? Like, what's the smallest proportion that you would consider a reading in the machine? Like, what the smallest amount you would consider to be possibly accurate?
Yeah, that's a good question. And there's no single answer for this, which unfortunately creationists misrepresent. They kind of imagine that there's a single value that is the background value on all instrumentation. And so anything above that must be accurate. And that's just not true. It varies from one sample to another. Like if you have a diamond sample, it's one value. If you have a coal sample, it's a different value. And we use those for reference standards, by the way. If you have bone material, it's one thing. If you have plant material, it's another thing. And if you have carbonates, it's different. So what we always do is measure some material that's the same material chemically as what you are trying to date. But on this one, we have an independent constraint on its age. Right? We either know it's really old for one reason or another. We know exactly how old it is. And from that, we can calculate what that minimum would be. Usually, I just calculated this the other day, so I'll probably remember this number wrong, but it's 0.0001 of the modern carbon value. Comes out to be about 55,000 years for a lot of types of samples, especially if like carbonates or plant material. Around 55,000 is the background reading that you're going to get if you have that in an AMS.
Okay, so just as a non-specific, just general floor, maybe like 10 to the -4th or 10 to the -5th is the most you would trust?
Yeah, I don't even want to put
just
the number because I should calculate it again really quick, which I can do. But yeah, let me do that while we listen.
I'm just trying to rule out that you probably wouldn't consider 10 to the -12 a reading in a radiocarbon context. No?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, T-Rock thinks that you should incorporate that, so you're wrong.
Oh no.
Oh my god, no, John, T-Rock. T-Rock is the expert. What are you to do?
I have bashed my head against that brick wall so many times trying to get him to understand.
All right, I have an actual important question before you resume the tape.
All right.
What are you drinking?
What am I drinking?
Yes.
Dude, I'm always drinking White Claw. There's no laws on the claws.
Oh, all right. We got White Claw. We got some Wicked Apple. I'm drinking water, so I need to set my game up. But
dude, I was on water all day, but you gotta switch it up. I'm preparing. I'm just
some hard iced tea.
Yeah, I'm trying this for the first time. It's honestly not bad. I'm a big fan of ales.
I'm a tried and true claw drinker. They're just so easy to drink. I like them. I like Blue Moon. I'll drink beers, but I'm just I'm a basic bitch, if you will.
Nothing wrong with that. All right, let's go.
Let's do it.
From just these 3 examples, that in many cases, radiometric dating isn't the primary method being used to determine the age of whatever sample is being tested. For example, in the first case, we see the statement, if a C14 date supports our theories. And then the quotation proceeds to describe whether the date was correct, compatible, or corrupt. And from there, they either put it in the main text, footnote it, or drop it completely. Which means they must have already determined how old they think it is, and the radiometric date won't dissuade them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have known whether the date was good, bad, or ugly, so to speak, to begin with, as they wouldn't have had anything to compare the calculated dates to. This type of choose-your-own-adventure...
Elaborate, John.
No, we never do that. That's just wrong. And I mean, sometimes we do have an idea of how old the sample is for independent reasons. But, for one, if we measure it, then we put it in the table of results. If it doesn't agree with, what we think the age is, then we explain why. We have to explain why. And if you don't, then you don't pass review, at least not in a decent journal. So it's just flat out wrong in practice. And again, find a study that where any of what he says is true.
John,
this quote from 1972 is not applicable to the work that you are currently doing in 2024. That's crazy to me.
I just want to bring up something too that I believe to be true in all fields, because part of what he's trying to depict is they have the answer made up ahead of time based on other stuff. And if they do their stuff correctly and they use the correct techniques and they come to a different answer, they're going to not report that and reject that. When in actuality, isn't that how we win awards and get grants, is when we figure out that everybody else was wrong and we can prove it, and we just did a test that suggests all those other dates are wrong, and go ahead, do the test again, you'll see the same thing, right? Like, when you want that, isn't that how you make your career, become the famous type of scientist everybody thinks we want to be? It's just crazy that they think that science works on everybody come to a consensus and nobody challenge it.
That's how you, like, when you're writing a grant, like I'm doing my NSF proposal now. I'm finishing my NSF proposal, fingers crossed. But you're having to present this pilot data. Well, at least in my case, I'm presenting this pilot data that I'm basically saying, hey, this assumption that we've had for a really long time might not be warranted. it deserves a systematic look-see to see if the assumption is warranted or if it's not. That's the kind of stuff that gets funded, right? I mean, not as much as that I'm totally overturning everything.
Right. Yeah.
You know, it's like, yeah, we have to have reason to believe the things that we believe, and that's the kind of stuff that people just throw money at. When you're proposing that you're about to change the paradigm, if you've got the chops to back it up, people are into it.
Now, how about this? And by the way, stop me if I'm kind of doing this and it's annoying, but so to the scientists on the panel, if you're funded by, say, the NSF or somebody like that, and one of your pieces of information, one of your data is anomalous, are you allowed to discard it and ignore it?
No. I mean, my understanding is that if the NSF is funding you, you're reporting what you get in the project, right? Like you're setting out with a specific research question, you're collecting all this data that is surrounding that research question. And in that proposal, you're saying, okay, here's the data that I'm going to collect. Here are the tests that I'm running. If the tests give me A, I reject the hypothesis. If the tests give me B, I accept the hypothesis and move forward. Like it's laid out point by point, step by step. That's what gets submitted. That's how it ends up being funded. Now, obviously, life is a thing. And when they fund you, you might end up not getting to collect certain data. Like I've known people who set out to collect like behavioral ecology data in Madagascar, and then Madagascar had a civil war, so they can't go collect their data. Like stuff happens, you know?
Yeah. But you have to explain the anomalies. You can't ignore the anomalies. Is that fair?
Yeah. I mean, I've never even, I couldn't even conceive of that.
Yeah. You wouldn't just discard the anomalies, would you?
No, not unless the only time I can think of if you would like discard the anomalies would be like if your equipment was literally broken or something.
Mm-hmm.
Even then,
you
you'd probably
find an anomaly in your data set. If you find an anomaly in your data set, and granted, I don't have any official publications, but I've done quite a bit of lab work. If you have an anomaly, you want to investigate that. That's interesting.
It's fun.
So if you find
that's
an
when
anomaly,
you ask for more funding so you can investigate.
Yeah, certainly. If you find an anomaly, if it doesn't fit what you're going to expect, you're going to question it, and you might go back and double check it. You might sample more around that area.
Brother, that's what's going to get repeat funding.
Yeah.
That's what's going to get your funding.
And
if
that's how new discoveries are made.
Yeah, and even if it's not funded, I mean, even if you're working with students in a class on a group project, you're going to teach your students how to handle their data ethically, and part of that is handling outliers and rare data points. And I don't think anybody would teach them that it's okay to just disregard a data point because it's outside of your expectations.
Well, then why is it that this guy is saying that that's exactly what you guys always do?
That's what we're saying. Yeah, he's misrepresenting. And you got to be honest. That's a big part of the frustration, is that they can't even represent the process fairly. I mean, I've even asked the question of how much charitable listening do you owe these people, because they're twisting and contorting everything that's given to them. It's very problematic.
I mean, it's one of
just as someone who does paleontology and geology, listening to creationists talk about my field is like listening to a mechanic tell you to pour sugar in your gas tank. They have no idea what's going on. And if you follow what they say, you're not going to get anywhere.
It's excruciating. If we happen to get to it later, there's a video that I have on the docket on whale evolution. It's basically Donnie having a bunch of people on to talk about whale evolution and then talking a little bit about it himself. And he very confidently in discussing Indohyus, which is proposed to be one of these very, early cetaceans, he goes, they classify, and Dapper, if you're still here, you're going to love this.
Oh, I am.
He goes, they classify Indohyus as an artiodactyl, not a cetacean. And you're just like, you can pull up the Wikipedia article for any cetacean that is alive today, and you will see that they nest within the artiodactyls. The Indohyus is an artiodactyl, and it's also a cetacean, just like Pachycetus, just like Ambulocetus, just like Rhodocetus and Dorodon, and so on and so forth, all down to modern cetaceans, because they have all of the characteristics that define an artiodactyl genetically and morphologically. But you can't expect these people, you can't expect them, you should expect them, but I don't think that's reasonable at this point, to do the barest minimum, but they don't because they don't care. Calvin Smith here, he is not trying, like this video was not created as an attempt to inform people. It was created as an attempt to convince them.
Yeah, yeah. And by the way, guys, cetaceans are a subgroup of artiodactyls. Now, we didn't always know that. And so they were traditionally given the same taxonomic rank, Artiodactyla versus Cetacea. But we found that that's wrong. And this cool thing that science does is when it finds out the previous conclusions were wrong and no longer are supported by the current evidence, science has this thing where it changes the conclusions that it has come to in order to bring itself in line with current data. And saying this is classified as an artiodactyl as if that doesn't include cetaceans is just as dumb as saying, oh, this is classified as a butterfly, not an insect. Well,
I'm curious. Do you know how we discovered that at least some fossil whale? Well, now we know all of them. But do you know how we discovered that a fossil whale had an involucrum, with Basilosaurus in particular?
I mean, I don't know the exact story of discovering the involucrum of Basilosaurus in particular. No.
Someone dropped the skull on the floor.
Oh, okay. Out. Yeah.
Wonderful.
I mean, look, sometimes accidents advance science. Lots of inventions have been discovered because someone screwed up.
So remind me, I'm going to bring something up later that is in this vein. Remind me, but I want to get through this. I want to get a little bit more through this video. So I'm going to hit play.
Reporting isn't science in its truest form. It's actually just cherry picking your data. Now, despite the average person often assuming these dating methods are absolute, most people have no clue how they actually work. And many assume that these methods somehow measure.
An absolute dating method is just one that gets you a number with a unit in terms of time, right? The difference isn't absolute versus up in the air. It's absolute versus relative. Relative dating is like stratigraphic dating, right? Where we say, this strata comes before this stratum, comes before this stratum. How old are they in terms of years? Stratigraphic dating can't help you with that, really. An absolute dating method just gives you a number and a unit. If it says 300,000 years, no matter how wrong it is, it's still absolute. And this is a common thing I see with creationists. They use the term absolute dating method and they have no clue what it means. No matter if it's right or wrong, it's still an absolute dating method.
All right, Calvin, tell us more.
Time itself. But this isn't so. These types of dating methods are based on measuring certain elements that decay over time, not time itself. And to explain the principles upon which all radiometric dating methods work, before we get into more detail, I'm going to use an analogy of a burning candle to help us understand this better. Let's say we light a 10-inch candle to record how long it takes to burn down, its decay rate. And let's say that the candle burns away at 1 inch per hour. After 3 hours, the candle's only 7 inches tall, etc. Now, if we then walk into a room that we've never been in before and see a lit candle that's 5 inches high, we might logically conclude, based on our previous research, that the candle had been burning for 5 hours. After all, we measured the decay rate of the candle at 1 inch per hour and the candle was 10 inches tall to start, so it's a simple case of arithmetic. How could anyone not see how easy it is to tell how much time has passed based on the carefully measured data we'd collected earlier? But if we weren't there to see the candle lit, this conclusion, of course, would be assuming several unprovable things. For example, we don't know that the candle wasn't lit, snuffed out, and then relit sometimes later.
I'm so sorry. John,
why is that music hurting my ears?
Is it possible for radiometric decay, for radioactive decay, to decay to a certain degree, stop, and then start decaying again?
What I think what he's trying to hint at is a case where the system is reset. Radiometric dates kind of assume a closed system so that you've got your daughter product accumulating and it's not escaping, right? If that daughter product is argon, then you don't have argon releasing from the system. And if you did have an event where all of it got flushed out, like if you heated the rock up again, then that would reset the clock, so to speak. So I think that's what he's...
But that would give you an older age, not a younger one. Like that
would give you a younger age if...
Yes, right, that's right.
Yeah, so if you have a reset of daughter product, because now the clock is effectively reset, right? So that's why we always make it a point to say that a radiometric age is not like the age of the rock itself or the mineral itself. It's an age or an estimate of how much time has passed since the system was closed, right? Since this system reached what we call the closure temperature or closure condition. And for each mineral, that might be a different temperature. For each system, if it's a different temperature. That's why we can get a different age for our argon ages of a mineral versus uranium, thorium, helium ages versus the fission track age. These should not agree if that mineral has a cooling history, if it has a metamorphic history, and so forth. So we already have considered, it's not like scientists have never thought about, oh my gosh, did somebody blow out and relight the candle on the other side of the door? Like, I've never thought about that before. Like, of course, this has thoroughly been thought of and described in every book on radiometric dating that you can read, even before the 70s. Like, it's already there. So he's going to go through and talk about how in his analogy, we just can't assume these things to be true. And I'll try and make this point proactively, that an assumption in radiometric dating does not mean that you just take a guess at what the value should be or the condition should be, and you assume it was true, and you never find any reason to check that. Like, we use this term assume colloquially as though I had just assumed that you had already completed this task, but I guess that was wrong. I mean, that's just a guess. In science, an assumption is not just a guess. It's a condition that, we put in this value to the formula to calculate it. But then we go back and find independently, how do we, how can we check this, right? That assumption could have been wrong. And if it was wrong, we need to find some other way to test that. And I'm being very vague here. I apologize for that. I'll encourage you again, if you'd like more information, I'll cover this in this video series on radiometric dating that will come out over the next few weeks. But depending on the system, we may go back and use a proxy to determine, like, okay, how much daughter product was present. In uranium lead dating, we use the 204 isotope of lead to find out by proxy how much lead was present at time 0. Right? We can use the Concordia curve to determine if there was lead lost, meaning if somebody blew out the candle and relit it, this is the geochemical pattern that we would expect. We would find our points plotting along this line if we do a scatter plot of 2 isotopic ratios. So we've thought about how to check these assumptions, how to validate them, how to measure by proxy what those values were. We've gone through all this for decades. Like, it's inexcusable to present this as though nobody's thought of it, and this undermines everything that we're doing.
John, what do you think of the
double check? Sorry, just to double check, John.
Sure,
what's the name of that channel you'll be unveiling that at soon?
Oh no, it's I mentioned before. It's already, the first part's already on the channel. The @Age of Rocks is the YouTube channel name. Not a lot of content there, but I'll go through some basic geology stuff, responses to young Earth creationism, and also climate science, because that's a big aspect of what I do.
Okay.
I was going to say, I literally just checked it out.
Rocks. I can't wait to check out @Age of Rocks soon.
You're going to have to appear as a guest on all of our channels.
Everybody should go to @Age of Rocks. I just pulled it up. He has 89 subs and 12 videos, so it's a new channel. It's criminally undersubbed.
Rookie numbers. Everyone here go sub.
Go sub right now. Age of Rocks.
What is 10 times?
Age of Rocks.
Couple his sub count by the time the stream.
But no, I appreciate you, John, and I think people really should sub to your channel. And I wanted to ask you quickly, what do you think of this overall candle analogy? Like, if you were going to use it in a non-twisty kind of way, just as a basic thing, would you ever consider an analogy like this useful?
It's useful for the first 5 minutes of the lecture, when you say what we're measuring is a process that occurs at a known rate over time, and we end up with an observation here, for example, how much candle is left. That would be a reasonable point of departure for the rest of the discussion. Like, okay, well, how do we apply this when we're talking about radioactive carbon in the atmosphere, right? So if we wanted to know how big that candle was, to start with, then how do we do that in nature, right? If we want to know
Right.
whether the rate has changed, the rate of burning has changed over time, how are we going to check that with our data? And there are answers to those questions, but it requires you to move on from this simple analogy to the individual system, right?
Great. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, maybe you could consider it like these are Birdie Bot's 10-inch candles. They always burn at 1 inch an hour. They always do that, no matter how many you light.
Mm-hmm.
But he also has some 1/2 inch an hour candles. So you got to see what they're made of before you can estimate.
Yeah.
Well, let's
Yeah.
watch the rest of this, and
Yeah,
then if you guys want, I'll tell you how you would attack this from a cross-examination
So
perspective.
real quick,
Or we can just move on.
There is one minor point that I do want to make here, which is that this is something I bring up a lot of times in my videos. Assumptions in the context of science are not just things that we think sound good. They're almost always the conclusions of previous science. So when you decide, hey, I'm going to calculate the force delivered to the planet by an asteroid falling from some certain height in the solar system, right? You get to assume the force of gravity and the gravitational constant, not because you don't know what they are and you're just making it up, but because other people already figured it out, and you don't have to start at square one of physics every time you do a physics problem. The same thing happens with chemistry, radiometric dating, all this stuff. We don't assume these things because they sound nice. We assume them because previous studies have demonstrated that these are valid things to think about the world. And if that becomes something that is obviously not the case, then we can stop assuming that thing.
So it's not just that, but like those assumptions, and Joel alluded to this earlier. There's a great section on it in a book called The Bible Rocks in Time by Young and Steerley, I think it's over on my shelf. But they go over like these assumptions, which this whole idea of assumptions was originally put forward by a creationist called named Woodmerab. He's popping up again. I think it was Woodmerab. But basically the idea is like, they assume that there's a certain amount of daughter product. They assume that they assume that it starts all parent. Then they assume that it ends all daughter. Then they assume that the rate is always the same. And then there's a fourth assumption that isn't coming to mind. But those assumptions, again, as Joel alluded to, can be checked, right? Like as Dapper said, they're assumptions for a reason, right? Like they're a good starting point because it's like, 99.99 times when we see a new rock form, like volcanically, the clock starts ticking as it starts to cool, and it starts all parent and no daughter, and then the clock starts to tick, and you can start to measure this decay. But we have diagnostic criteria to tell when those assumptions are not warranted. And when you're doing these types of dating, like oftentimes the assumptions will be checked well before you start writing up your manuscript. So to answer, to put it into terms of this like candle analogy, right? There are means to tell by which if the candle has been blown out in the middle and then restarted. If we have a camera in the room, we can go and see if someone came in and blew it out and then lit it again 5 minutes later or whatever. Like these kinds of criteria exist in geology, and creationists never talk about them. They never bring them up. And the reason is because they ruin the entire argument. But
the reason is you have to go beyond a candle analogy. Like I would ask, how do you apply an isochron method to a burning candle?
I was thinking the same thing earlier. Like, you take a bunch of samples.
Well, like I haven't done carbon dating or any radiometric dating in the lab, but I have run like fossil samples through a mass spectrometer to look at isotopes, and we had to jump through so many hoops to like check for contamination and quadruple check for contamination. So many methods we had to go through painstakingly slowly. Like it took us several weeks to go through a couple ounces of material.
Yeah,
because you have to be that careful.
You do. All right, I'm gonna let him continue.
Maybe just a few minutes before we walked in. We don't know that the environment was the same as the one we made our calculation in either. For example, maybe the window was open in this room, and the wind caused the candle to burn at a faster rate than the environment we measured in where the windows were sealed. We don't even know that this candle wasn't 20 inches tall when it started. Our 5-hour guess,
how much wind does it require to alter the rate of nuclear decay? Because I feel like there isn't an amount of wind.
So straight up, I love that. I love that example because Bible Rocks in Time goes through this again. If you're out there and you want nice support for the ancient age of the Earth, it's really a critical text. I use it all the time, as with Grand Canyon Monument to an Ancient Earth, because they're both written from the perspective of like geologists who are sympathetic and sometimes even religious themselves. So they're coming at it from a standpoint where they're like, look, we're just looking at the data and seeing what it says. And in the case of this idea that you might be able to speed up nuclear decay, they have this wonderful section where they talk about how it is so difficult to speed up nuclear decay to 0.5% that the energy needed, right, to get it to speed up to the levels that creationists require would itself vaporize the Earth, right? Like the level, whether you're talking about electromagnetism or heat or what have you, it's not tenable. The most we've ever been able to speed up radioactive decay is 0.5%. At least when that book was written, it was 0.5%. That's the last to my understanding. And it was throwing everything in the kitchen sink at it. We know that it is incredibly difficult to change the rate of radioactive decay. Sometimes they'll point to this rhenium osmium experiment. I think it's rhenium osmium from a couple of years ago, where they managed to reduce the half-life by like, I don't know, something absurd, like 1,000,000-fold or something like that. And the way that they did it is they literally stripped the electrons off of the elements that they were looking at. I'm probably misphrasing it because I'm drinking on an empty stomach. But
I think that's what they did. Yeah.
That's right.
The point stands, right? Like, so yes, when you like alter the structure of the atomic particle, it's going to change it. Okay, how are you going to do that to every single unstable parent during the flood? What kind of mechanism is going to pull the electrons from all of these?
I would say too, like even like heat problem aside and nuclear physics aside, like we have basic geochemical methods to determine too whether or not those rates have changed significantly in the past.
That's good to know.
Yeah, and a lot of creationists assume this general accelerated decay. The only way that I've been able to figure out how to make that happen seems to be fundamentally altering like the forces of the nuclear force, like the strong and weak nuclear force.
Right.
But the problem is, if you did that, then currently stable isotopes would no longer be stable, and we should see evidence of otherwise unknown decay chains. Right? We should see a depletion in these isotopes that would be stable only because of the current value of the nuclear forces, which would become unstable. And we don't see any of that either. So there's no physical mechanism. Even if you say, well, maybe God changed the laws of physics. Well, not in a way that would matter for this, because we also don't see the evidence because that's also something predictable. Sorry, guys.
I'd like
so
to.
if I may shout it out, I have an old video, well, just really quick, I have an old video now where I went over like how radiometric dating and a lot of different dating methods for rock layers worked. It was fun to put together, but I think it's pretty old now.
Sorry, John, did you say that there is independent evidence that demonstrates that accelerated nuclear decay could not and did not occur?
I did say that, and we would use like independent decay chains within a given mineral to test that assumption, because each of these decay chains, each of these decay pairs have their own decay rates. And so if that rate changed in any one of them, it would have to change proportionally, like on a logarithmic scale, proportionally in all of those different isotope pairs for those data to make sense. And so we have like internal checks that like all of them would have to be completely out of whack. Just
okay,
put it
but that doesn't disprove accelerated nuclear decay in general for the entire Earth. The heat problem does that, but there isn't another method.
Yeah, in the samples that we can measure, that you can test that, right? You can test whether it changed substantively in the past. Another thing that which is interesting, usually this accelerated decay is brought up to explain old ages, in the hundreds of millions of years over the geologic column, but we could just focus on the Pleistocene and the Holocene. Like, just look at Quaternary geology, which from a flood geology perspective, this is stuff that happened since the flood, right? Over the last 4,500 years, in their opinion. You have millions of years, or at least hundreds of thousands of years of decay and evidence of that in stuff that like should have, from their opinion, is like 4,500 years old, right? So this is not all stuff that like happened during the flood year, during creation week or something like that. We have millions of years worth of decay product in stuff that should be very, very recent in their timeline, right? And so those decay rates would have to be completely different just, 3,000-4,000 years ago.
All right, I'm letting him talk.
Logically concluded, would have assumed to know 3 specific things. 1, the starting amount of the substance, 10 inches tall. 2, the original conditions, no open windows, etc. And 3, that the decay rate was constant, 1 inch per hour throughout the entire life of the candle. And although analogous, this method of assuming the age of something by knowing the current decay rate of a certain element and measuring the amount of that element within a given sample is how all these radiometric dating methods work. Now, one can simply assert that we shouldn't question the assumptions behind these dating methods and take them at face value. However, there's good reason not to trust them blindly. Namely, because they can
I agree
often
with him
give
here. There's good reason not to trust them blindly. We should not just assume at face value that they're true. And we don't. That's simply put. I'm sorry.
No, I love it, John. I love when you're difficult to piss off, so it's funny when it makes you mad enough to speak up.
It's also like similar to the point about evolutionary dating methods being, sort of a misleading title. In the same sense, he's doing that here, where he's going, well, there may be good reason to not completely trust them blindly, right? Well, his title said they were a complete lie. So it's, there's a big difference between something you shouldn't trust blindly versus a complete lie.
No, that's a really good point, actually. Because, I mean, you can see this for yourself, right? Like, if you go to AIG Canada or just Answers in Genesis, their, like, general YouTube channel, the titles are all that clickbait, hyperbole, nonsense to get people to click on it. And then the video itself is sometimes more measured. But, yeah, I mean, you're totally right. He's done a 180 here, a partial,
Yeah.
Like, yeah, actually, sometimes you can trust it. It's just going to be radiocarbon dating exclusively in less than 6,000 years. I don't know how he's going to spin that, but let's see.
But also,
let's find out.
I do have to check really quick. Did everyone on the panel remember to breathe today? Because apparently we have to remind people to do.
I was gonna say I have not actually remembered to. I think it happened, but I can't actually remember to breathe today.
Nah, that thing's on a checklist right in front of my. I'm always checking. All right, here he goes.
Possible results. And how can this be? Well, let me explain a little bit more about C14 dating. Firstly, I've found that many people are surprised to learn that carbon dating does not generally work directly on sedimentary, that's fossil-bearing, rocks. Carbon dating only works on things that were once alive, while the other radiometric dating methods can generally only be used on igneous, once molten rocks.
Neither of that is true, by the way.
When creatures are alive.
None of that is?
Neither of those points are true.
I was actually getting ready to ask because I think one of the main points he's going to make is that when you carbon date dinosaur bone, you get carbon, but you're not dating bone, you're dating rock when you do that. You're applying carbon 14 dating methods to a rock, which he just said you couldn't do.
Yeah, I mean, we use radiocarbon dating on all kinds of stuff that was never alive, including gases, including water, including carbonate rocks, including skeletons of coral. Those aren't actually alive. We use it on speleothems. And as far as like radiometric dating on only igneous rocks, that's not true either. I only date not igneous stuff. I only date sedimentary and secondary minerals that form like at room temperature or colder.
So, okay, at risk of starting a tangent, how do you do that? How do you go about doing that?
I'm sorry, how do we go about doing what?
Yeah, at risk of going on a tangent, I'm curious because I feel like that's a pretty consistent adage for radiometric dating where it's like, oh yeah, radiometric dating is typically done on these igneous rocks. So how do you do it on metamorphic or sedimentary?
Well, it's the same concept. Like what the age you get is how long it's been since the system became closed. And I specifically work with calcites and carbonates, so I'll use that, but it's not exclusive to this. We can radiometrically date sulfates, for example, from the Mediterranean to get to date halite formations. Not just halite, but like because they have calcium sulfate mixed in, gypsum formations to date like when the Mediterranean was drying up. We can date carbonate cements that formed as rocks cracked, and you get water that flows through and it forms calcite as a cement in the cracks that are formed, like in the veins of the rock. Right, so you might pick up a rock where you see it looks like white lines running through it. This is where carbonate minerals have precipitated in those cracks. And so we can look at, say, cracks running this way and date them using uranium lead method, and cracks running this way and date them using the uranium lead method. And we actually get two different results because the ages correspond to when those cracks were filled in with material. So when the rock was deforming in this way and when the rock was deforming in that way. I mean, this works on sedimentary systems. We even have like rhenium osmium as a dating method for really, really old sedimentary strata, like going back to the Proterozoic, for example, and that works fine. We have cosmogenic methods and exposure dating to date sediments, like glacial sediments. We can do that. How long have these sediments been, how long since these sediments were exposed to sunlight? That's the age that we're getting, right? So it's
do you ever do stuff with detrital zircons out of curiosity? That's
I've
my
worked in
personal
lab
favorite
that does.
method. Okay. Yeah, one of my professors in college, she did a lot of publications on detrital zircons, so they fascinated me.
All right, Calvin, tell us more.
They absorb C14. However, once an organism dies, radiocarbon slowly decays to nitrogen-14 without being replenished. So the ratio of carbon-14 atoms to regular carbon atoms will decrease over time. Now, if you know the decay rate and the amount of carbon-14 and the number of nitrogen-14 atoms in a sample, you can then attempt to determine its age. The rate of this decay is what geologists attempt to determine and use to date samples containing C14, using the assumptions mentioned previously. And any organic material thought of as older than 100,000 years should contain no significant amount of C14 because the carbon should have decayed away by then. But this has been shown false according to the evolutionary timeline on several occasions, as C14 has been detected in samples thought to have been millions of years old, hence the impossible results I mentioned earlier. For example, dates of around 20,000 years have been given to wood samples from the Marlstone rock bed in southern England, but they're found in layers thought to be 189 million years old. And diamonds, thought to be 1 to 3 billion years old by evolutionists, have given C14 results 10 times over the detection limit.
That specific study, I know the one he's citing. That's the one I've lost sleep fighting with T-Rock about.
Oh, with the blanks? Where they were using it
Yes.
for... yeah, I know the one you're talking about as well.
Can I just say, I don't want to go into a lot of detail here, but the very, very short version of this, if you radiocarbon date any material of any age, you will always get a finite age. It's impossible to determine that this sample has 0 radiocarbon in it. You would never be able to do that. Right? You always get an actual age for the sample. That's just how radiocarbon dating works. What you're trying to detect are 14C atoms that are in the sample, but there's always some background signal that you're going to get, which can include 14C atoms from contaminant atmosphere that's in your chamber. You can get a 13C bonded to a hydrogen atom that's usually that's not going to show up as a radiocarbon atom, but it is possible once in a while it happens. There are electrical signals and all kinds of stuff that interferes with this that will always give you some measurement, right? So the point of radiocarbon dating diamonds is to figure out how to tear the scale. That's the analogy that I like to use. The problem is with radiocarbon is you can't, if you're measuring the weight of something, the first thing you want to do is tear the scale so you know what 0 looks like. You can't do that with a mass spectrometer to figure out what 0 radiocarbon is. So you use a material like a diamond to show you to tear the scale. You measure the diamond that which you know doesn't have any radiocarbon in it, and you say whatever value we get, that's what 0 is equal to, right?
So
And
I recall. Oh, I'm so sorry, John. I've
no,
interrupted
that's
you.
okay. I was just going this idea that it's 10 times above the background level. That's absolute nonsense. The value that you get is the background level. And the background that he's talking about is for some type of what I can't remember now how it's phrased, some kind of methane gas that they use, process gas. So you would not use methane gas background to determine what the background should be for diamonds, and you would not use the background for diamonds to determine what it should be for carbonates or any other kind of material. The background is different for every material. So we use diamonds to calibrate pure carbon samples. We use coal or graphite to calibrate those pure carbon or old organic samples. We use carbonate standards to calibrate the background for carbonate materials that we want to date. Like that's just how it works. But you're always going to get a finite age. It's impossible not to.
Yeah, I mean, there have been so many write-ups done on the diamonds claim. It's crazy. You've probably done them yourself, John. But then there's one as well with I'm 99% sure it was the example that he just gave with the wood in England, but I think there's another one that's very similar that Snelling pushed, Andrew Snelling, a young Earth creationist geologist, pushed from Australia. But I reckon that the situation is pretty analogous. Essentially, you have this difference in the date of the wood, the petrified wood, inside much older rock, not because the wood is one age and the rock is the other, but because the type of rock that the wood is found in is just latticed with these small microfractures, and water percolates down through these fractures and reintroduces carbon to these samples. So the fact that he gave a date to it and it was around 50,000 years, which is nearing the limit, like that's close to what you get when there's like El Zilcho carbon in a sample, is extremely telling. That is a telltale sign that what's going on is this is reintroduced carbon by means of water coming percolating down or cosmic rays, this, that, or the other thing, right?
I would kind of skip ahead here really quick, just because if you don't know, or for those who don't know, I live in Austria, so for me it's after midnight.
Oh my God,
and I'm going to have to go quite soon. He's going to talk about that petrified wood that's in rock that was dated to be much older than that. So okay, the potassium argon age is going to be millions of years old, but the wood itself is supposedly only 40,000 years. Like, can you go to that slide where he's got the age of the wood?
Yes, sure can.
Because I have those data in front of me that he reported, like the age data. And
here, hold on,
if you recall, like years ago, Ken Ham did a debate, so to speak, with Bill Nye. And this was one of the points that Ken Ham brought up, that Bill Nye didn't know how to respond to it, like because he'd never heard of this. And I did write an article specifically about this. I had to go up and look at those original radiocarbon ages, and this is just completely nonsense that they could list this as 44 to 45,000 years old. They sent several samples to 2 different labs, right? And one lab told them this is indistinguishable from background. This is essentially an infinite age, right? That was the one lab in Massachusetts gave them that. So according to one lab, this was not 45,000 years old. It very well may have been 45 million years old. They can't tell the difference because it was indistinguishable from their background. The other lab did give an age of 44,500 for one of the samples and 37,800 years for another, both of them with very high error bars. But think about that. These ages are like more than 5,000 years difference, which means the radiocarbon level measured in one was more than essentially double or more than double the radiocarbon amount measured in another. And when your ages differ by that much, that's a good indication that whatever is causing the radiocarbon signal to be there, it's not carbon that was intrinsic to your sample itself. You're not measuring the same thing. You're measuring like how much contamination you have in one piece of the sample versus another. Those values should not vary by that much. They should be repeatable. If they're not repeatable, that's how you know it's a bad age, right? The other thing is this is petrified wood, which was described as like being thoroughly permineralized. And so any carbon that is present in that, it's not from the organism itself. It's not from the tree. This is from anything else that's been in,
Right.
in the environment since then. And this environment was like in a coal seam, in a drill core, like exposed to modern groundwater, modern atmosphere carried down by that groundwater, modern organics that were on the surface, in a highly porous material, where it could have lodged in many places. And the steps that we use to treat contamination, like to wash off the sample to make sure you don't get it mixed in, those don't address stuff that would have like flowed into something like a permineralized piece of petrified wood. We don't take any steps to remove that. We want to date that, like that's part of the inner sample. So that's the long story short with this example here.
No, that's perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. I mean, I've heard that as an example before. Like I've heard the explanation of like the, as I just said, like the water percolating down, but I didn't know about those error bars, and I certainly didn't know about this specific case. So that is extremely helpful, John. Let's see here. If there's anything else even worth...
I think this is a really good example of something I'm constantly complaining about, which is their desire to make the conversation about something I consider like a graduate school level topic in a very particular subfield. Like if somebody just said that to me, even as somebody with a PhD in biology, especially because they'd want to come at a biologist with this because it's anti-evolution or whatever, right? Like I would have no idea how to respond to the issue of the dating of the tree in the stone, because I'm a biologist. It's like not part of my training. And I even imagine, John, if you didn't have maybe an interest in this topic, it might not even been in your topic, right? Because we don't tend to teach modern
I could
grad
run this
students
by
this
1,000 different geologists, and I guarantee like 900 of them would not know the best way to respond to this. It's not going to be a radar.
Yeah. I mean, I will say, I guess I kind of have an odd perspective on this, because with paleontology, you basically have to double major. So,
well, it's
like I'm not a master's student or a PhD student, but like you have to learn a lot about biology, geology, isotopes, just so much to do paleo.
It's one of those things where like they rely entirely on no one double checking. This is shown to be the case time and time and time again. Pick any of their articles, dig into it. It's going to take you at least 3 hours, because that's how this kind of thing works. And usually it's extremely difficult to find the sources. If he hadn't put those sources on the screen early on to find out that they were from the 1970s, it would have taken me at least 15 minutes to track them all down. And most of them would be non-accessible, sometimes not even through interlibrary loan at your university library. I mean, that's happened to me before. So they rely on no one checking and just taking them at their word. And by and large, it seems like that works out quite well for them, which is why it's
implicitly, what is this? It's an appeal to authority argument, right?
Yeah.
You want to say that, like, they're appealing constantly to authority. They will emphasize credentials whenever they get a chance. This PhD, like it's a very common thread. But they want you to. It's another level of appeal to authority. They don't just want to say like, this person's such an expert, you have to trust what they say. It's like, no, this person is an expert and this one is an expert, but this one has a biblical worldview and this one does not. So who are you going to trust? Right. And here they are using a very niche topic in a very niche field and using highly technical reasoning and language to give the appearance of authority while at the same time presenting something like, that's why I started off with the culture war topic, right? And he starts talking about feminism. And so that already got you to like get on their side, to trust them. And now they're going into these technical details, making it sound like, well, the experts at the university, they can't be trusted. They haven't thought through this very well. They're just, going back to their worldview or something like that. It's very strange. And I have to mention, I know this is kind of random, but I don't even know where I would fall into his category, because I'm like, I got the passport, I left the US, I ended up marrying somebody who was not from the US. Does that make me, I don't know, am I supposed to be like in his audience or out of his audience?
I was actually thinking about that when he was saying it, John. I was like, oh my God, like
I was like, hey, that's me.
That's John. We have one of the boys is in the chat now. Like with it's just yeah, no, I mean like what you say, yeah, what you say is true. And I genuinely it gave me pause when you said this earlier, John, when you were like, as if no one's ever considered his candle analogy, like what if someone blew the candle, like as if the tens of thousands of geologists and in adjacent fields, like folks who have come through and considered radiometric dating, no one has ever even considered the fact that maybe something's influencing the rate at which the candle is burning, or maybe someone blew it out. And how tall was the candle initially? Like, it really is incredibly condescending.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry. Oh, I guess I'll go. So one thing I do want to say is, Erica, when you mentioned that, all it takes is to double check, and yet it seems like they get away with it. And I think it's because fundamentally their target audience isn't scientists. It's not even each other, the other young Earth creationist, people with degrees in the field. Their target audience is explicitly people who do not know the science. That's why they can get away with saying such obviously wrong things and using sources that, once you track them down, obviously do not support the claim that they're making. It's because none of it is for us, really, because we're the type of people who will double check. That's why a decent proportion of us here at one point were young Earth creationists, but aren't anymore because we did that one thing. We checked. And so it's all to do with, just like I was talking about earlier, this isn't about science. This is about their identity. It's about their politics. And the quote-unquote science is just one of the facets that they think they can use to either keep people adhering to the identity they want them to adhere to, or occasionally, and this is less important, but occasionally to get people who already don't know what they're really talking about to adopt that identity.
That's got to be so rare. Like, I feel like I have never even heard of that happening, even anecdotally. But I'm sure there's someone out there who had like a very soft position of like, I'm not a young Earth creationist. And then all of a sudden something spurred them to really dig into the Answers in Genesis link catalog and convince them one way or another.
You could argue that John Sanford, he wasn't always a creationist, but then he converted to Christianity for various reasons, none of which were because of evolution or his creation.
Yeah, and I think
he adopted a creationist viewpoint.
And I think more often than not, I mean, they get convinced of the spiritual side of things, and then they're told that there's only one interpretation. And so they're like, okay, well, if I want to keep this good spiritual stuff, I guess I better be a young Earth creationist. And it's just completely lost on them how many different people have harmonized these two things. And that's kind of sad. That bums me out.
Mm-hmm. I mean, like, another part of this is just, I feel like, do you know why chain letters are often written so poorly? Or like spam emails.
It's like a self-filter.
Yeah, they target people who don't pay attention to that. They won't look into it. They won't double check.
They want the kind of person who doesn't mind the constant spelling and grammar mistakes. Because that's the kind of person who's going to spread a chain letter.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's just what's so frustrating about all this, because I do think what they're doing is organized and it has a certain level of sophistication to it. And one of the things I find frustrating myself is my own inability to counter all of the issues that come up even in my field. And it's just too broad. And I almost feel like there needs to be more of a scientific recognition of, I've been starting to think of it as scientific defense. Like, I think of most positive research is like offense. And then sometimes you got to get in here to deal with these people who are trying to sort of take down the field. But there needs to be that recognition that we have to then take on their arguments and sort of go through this double special education. One, we have to figure out what their actually issues are and what is the scientific response to them. And then two, we have to do what Eric has managed to do, which is become incredible at communicating about it to actual human beings. But that's
practice with being a TA has given me too much practice with it. That's all.
Sure. I think that's important to mention, that I think I think maybe some of our confidence can come from the fact that we have to teach, and teaching experience can certainly help you with science communication. John, I wanted to ask you something before you go, which is, are there any dating techniques that they accept, right? Because part of my criticism here is, even if I'm being charitable and saying there's this special class of evolutionary dating techniques that are just bunk, are there non-evolutionary dating techniques that they actually approve of? Because I think what they want us to do is like not date things and just trust the Bible. Am I wrong about that?
Well, it's kind of funny because they will and have to accept at least radiocarbon dating, as long as your samples are less than 4,000 years old. Still, radiocarbon dating is heavily relied on to get historical and archaeological timelines down, right? And we have radiocarbon dating of materials, say, from the Roman era, from the medieval era, from the biblical era in particular, right? And quite a few articles, constraining the age of the ancient Near East, during the time of the Davidic kingdom and since then, right? So they're quite happy to accept those ages, and then they give you arbitrary reasons why radiocarbon dating should break down on anything that's older than, I don't know, 4,000 years or so.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, and
it is interesting though that they have to and do accept that.
Well, it's for like the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? Because they love being able to use the radiocarbon dating to be like, see, this corroborates the biblical timeline. And it's like, yeah, no shit. The Bible is, in a lot of senses, like accurate in some of the history that it professes. That's not surprising to anybody, I don't think.
Yes.
But then at the same time, they've got this issue where radiocarbon dating works up to 5 times at least more than what they accept as the existence of the entire universe. And so they're caught between a rock and a hard place. And I've seen some attempt, Dabber, you're gonna have, I don't know, you might remember this, but it was either Snelling or Austin, and it might have been a different one. It might have been someone completely divorced from the concept, who attempted to show how you could get this sort of exponential decrease in atmospheric carbon or something along those lines to give them the radiocarbon dates they want, but also disallow any radiocarbon dates like past 6K being accepted. It's a bizarre chart to look at.
It had to do with like hypothesizing like really weird levels of carbon-14 production in the fairly recent past, and there's a number of problems with it, one of which is just, okay, but how do we get to the current levels of atmospheric, 14C? Because boy, would that require a whole lot of cosmic rays to happen real fast in
a lot
rather dangerous ways. And it basically came out to, like, if you ignore the problems with the need to build up the carbon-14 in the first place, and if you ignore the fact that carbon dating correlates well with other things like thermoluminescence and dendrochronology and all this stuff, then you can kind of get the math to work. But it's what happens with a lot of creationism, and also, honestly, a lot of flat Earth. You get a bespoke explanation for a problem, and then no attention to how it actually fits into the wider field that you're talking about, like dating in general with other techniques. Or, I mean, if you're a flat earther, things like, hey, your explanation doesn't explain, say, the seasons, even though it does explain the day and night cycle, and it also doesn't explain storm rotation. And your explanation for storm rotation doesn't explain anything else. And so you get that same problem with creationists. So like, oh yeah, if we just do this fancy little math, I can make a chart such that the farther back from 4,000 years you get this exponentially increasing age. And so that's great. If, a 40,000-year-old date, that just means it's pre-flood. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't fit in with anything else.
As you say, it creates innumerable other problems in the most unexpected places. Like what John was just talking about, you can radiocarbon date like speleothems, right? Like, so it's like you've got to account for how that kind of thing happens deep underground or in these hidden away pockets of the earth, or how that impacts as you said, Dapper, you have to completely ignore the implications of corroboration in other dating methods that are independent of radiometric dates. So things like dendrochronology and coral clocks and thermoluminescence, all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
So they're playing whack-a-mole, and it's just not going to work. But their hope is, again, that you don't check, because if you're not into this kind of thing, you're going to see, oh, okay, well, they have a solution. It doesn't matter what the solution is. It doesn't matter the implications of the solution to all of the other aspects of the model. As long as the solution exists, as long as there's an article on the AIG webpage about it, the matter is settled to a lot of these people.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is, it's really easy to come up with a post hoc way to solve any one problem in isolation. That's almost trivially easy, right? You can be almost brain dead and you can come up with some kind of excuse as long as you can do a little bit of math for why this one thing isn't a problem. But what it's a lot harder to do is to turn that into an actual model for the entire system that is internally consistent. And that's why we get all sorts of internally inconsistent stuff. Like, we'll get like, oh yeah, created heterozygosity and essentially 100% genome function. Also, we'll get genetic entropy from the same person. And if you don't know enough about genetics, you might not realize that these are contradictory ideas. They can't both be true at the same time. And they'll use them anyway. And the same thing happens here, right? They're like, oh yeah, corals can grow super fast under certain circumstances. And like, well, how? You don't actually have an explanation for that. Like, oh yeah, if we just ignore the fact that there will be lethal radiation to get us to the point where we can have modern carbon-14 concentrations, then we can create a graph where it's no problem. Yeah, you can, but it doesn't work. And it's sort of like what R.J. Downard and Jackson Wheat have documented in their book, The Rocks Were There, available on Amazon, not sponsored. Creationists routinely ignore about 90% of the relevant data in any field they bother to talk about.
Oh,
and it's a documented amount. Like there's numbers. You can check the numbers.
I actually think that is, like, in my anecdotal experience, that certainly holds for biological anthropology. Like they will pluck a single species or a single specimen from maybe a third of the species and call it square. And you're just like, oh, okay, but what about all the others? Like, we have to talk about all of this. They have enormous implications for the, the story, as it were, as a whole, for how we understand the data currently. But they, again, like it's back to that core point. They don't actually care. Nope. They don't actually care. Not really, right? Not past the utility in using young Earth creationism as this like bludgeon.
So I'm gonna have to say goodbye here.
And John, thank you for being so late.
John, thank you so much. This was awesome.
No, thank you. And thank you all in the chat and such that have followed and interacted as well. Those hours went by really fast. I'm surprised we're all still here and waiting. But good luck again, especially Dr. Deino with the fundraising and field work. Looking forward to
thank you.
Yeah, and I hope everybody subscribe to Age of Rocks. John, I've learned a lot from you today, and I'm definitely looking forward to following your content.
Yeah, let's stay in touch. So
yeah, definitely.
See you all soon.
Not to brag, but John and I have already talked plenty. We go way back. He's a superstar. I already knew how cool he was.
If you are a channel member or a patron of mine, you can see a brand new interview that I did with John for a recent video that I uploaded that isn't going to be publicly available for quite a while. So if you want to get some more John talking about dating methods or actually in this case, it's a salt accumulation in the oceans and how that is not a good dating method. I don't know, check that out.
My favorite thing that John does is when you get ready to ask him a question, you're like, so you're really saying that like all this creationist nonsense doesn't work and that it's definitively been tested and blah, blah, blah. And he'll be like, yes. Like he's just like really like calm about how the response, but it's like so great to hear. I love when he does that.
It was great. Like, I mean, that's kind of one of the reasons that I was like, okay, I want to get some questions out of this guy. Cause like, this is like quippable stuff, right? Like he's like,
Mr. Anderson, I guarantee you could just shoot him an email and be like, hey, can I just like pick your brain for like 4 hours? And he'll be like, yeah, sure. when you want to go.
Well,
so that means us
do that.
So this was a bit of a quandary, folks. So we've got the rest of this video. I'm satisfied with what we've talked about, and my plan is to take this entire stream and like cut it up into some nice digestible chunks, and I can add a little, I can cover the rest of this myself at some other time because it's really just going to be big filler. So I'm very comfortable with switching to another video. I'm going to give you guys some choices here, and I'm seriously considering putting it up as a poll in the live chat for what we're going to cover next, because we've
Oh,
got.
I say straight pull the live chat, and then we have to do whatever they say.
We'll pull the live chat. All right, let me see. Let me see here. You guys talk
Right.
while I set this poll up.
You know what? This is probably a good time for me to sign off, at least for a little while. I might be able to come back a little later, but
Mr. Anderson.
Hey, while we're setting up the poll,
See
would
you
you like,
soon.
Mr. Anderson, good to see you. Great to see you, man.
Erica,
See you
should
guys.
Doc and I talk about the Armitage horn thing?
Oh, this is perfect, actually. So, yes. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna have Dapper and Doc here fill you in, and Jay, you're gonna be. This is a very fun story, I think.
Yeah,
so
you'll
I'm
love
gonna
this,
have
I
them
think.
fill you in on their story and what they're up to, the story thus far, where they're at. While I set up this poll, then what we're gonna do is while the poll is running, baby, it's time for super chats. We're gonna rapid fire through some
Oh,
of these.
okay. All right. Yeah, that's
Oh,
awesome.
boy.
We got a shit ton to get
Oh,
through.
right.
We got so many. Oh my God. But that doesn't matter. We're going to go through all of them, read all the super chats. In this house, we engage every super chat. And then we will move on to wherever we're at the poll at that time. So I'm going to give them some options. Take it away, Dapper and Doc. And Jay, please riff with them while I'm doing
Awesome.
Sounds good. So, Dapper, do you want to take the lead? Because I don't know how much you
Yeah,
want to give
sure.
away.
So, okay.
Wait, hang on a second. Just for the real noobs out there, you've seen them now in the same place at the same time on the same screen. Dr. Deino and Dapper Dinosaur are two different people, different channels. Okay, moving
think we're the same
person? That's an urban legend. I know you're different people, but there's a lot of people I think who are
legend
confused.
where?
I think there's some confusion on the
We're
interwebs.
All right,
talking about Kentucky or like
so there's this creationist microscopist, right, by the name of Mark Armitage, and he teamed up with a creationist, I want to say geologist, but I don't actually remember exactly what Kevin Anderson's PhD is in. Nice. And they went out to Montana to a private ranch. It's called Beisch Ranch. It is a family-owned, as far as I know, cattle ranch, but they also do dinosaur digs because a lot of the land there is Hell Creek Formation Cretaceous rock, right? So that's like the end of the Cretaceous is the Maastrichtian, and the Hell Creek goes right up to the edge of the end of the Cretaceous. So, and on that
That's where you
property,
get
they
your,
really do.
T-Rex and Triceratops.
Right.
Wow.
They find Triceratops, Edmontosaurus, T-Rex fossils out there. So they do find these out there. So they find this horn, and it is not well documented, the horn find. They also find a rib, and there's talk of maybe something else, but it's not clear. So anyway, Mark Armitage writes this paper in this journal called Acta Histochemica, which is curious because it's a microscopy journal. It is not a paleontology journal. And the reason that that's important is because there is no way this paper would ever pass peer review in any journal that actually had paleontologists. And one of the biggest reasons for that is because, like we were talking about earlier, way back at the beginning of the stream, there's this thing called provenance. You need to be able to find out where a fossil is from in order to give it its context. Now, it's sometimes possible to establish sufficient provenance, even if you don't know exactly where it was dug from, if you can do a lot of work to characterize the matrix around the fossil to say, okay, this matrix has this exact, that's what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
But he doesn't do that. Instead, all we see are some really, really poor quality in situ photographs. And by some, I mean like 2. And then we hear all about this stuff about how he took it into the lab and he broke it open and it was full of all these like macroscopic sheets of soft tissue and whatnot, which it seems far-fetched. Even some, like when Mary Schweitzer found her soft tissue, it was in an exceptionally well-preserved, essentially pristine T-Rex femur. And when you look at the horn he found, it does not look like it's in as good a condition as her femur was. And so one of the complaints that people have made is, well, look, that area also has alluvium, and alluvium is eroded out from higher layers, which would include the Pleistocene. And there have been bison latifrons horns found not at that location necessarily, but in locations of similar geology a bit farther south. So there was one that was found about 70 miles south of that in a place that's essentially the same stuff, right? It's alluvium in the valleys and then Hell Creek sandstone pretty much everywhere else. And so also, historically, Triceratops horns have been mistaken for bison latifrons horns. So they're not all that easy to distinguish if all you have is the horn.
Okay.
And so one of the only ways to figure out what is actually going on here is to try to figure out where the horn was found. And so Dok and I went on this whole thing where we were taking a look at his paper and we were trying to like figure out what locations could be. We were looking at creationist documentaries to see if we could match up the land formation and the buildings in the background where they were taking pictures of people doing fossil digs.
Wow.
And so finally, it was horrible. And so finally, I decided, you know what? There's a phone number for this ranch. I'm going to just call the damn ranch. And so I talked to a woman named Shauna, who is in fact the co-owner of the ranch with her husband. And I asked if she would give me the GPS location, if she remembered, for that location. And so we are currently working to compile this into a video. And I want to point out, my position is not currently that this is a bison latifrons horn. My position currently is that it might be a bison horn and we don't have enough information to find out, and that's a problem. So, but there's a wrinkle, which we only found out after we actually ran through the GPS coordinates through a map to find out exactly where they are. So in the original paper, Armitage gives this very confusing set of like coordinates, quote unquote, that start, it's like a bunch of like north quadrant, north southwest quadrant of north quadrant, and you follow it down and it turns out what it is.
He uses a completely inappropriate method. Basically.
Right. What it is basically Montana had done this surveying system where they were dividing the entire county into these squarish quadrants and, you know, nested quadrants within quadrants for taxation purposes. It was so that they could assess the value of the property. So he's using this system, and what he gives as the location for this fossil is a 40-acre plot of land somewhat southeast of Glendive, the city that, you know, is the city by the ranch. But when we put the coordinates from the GPS that Shauna Beisch gave us, it was at a location like north by northwest of the city that is nowhere near the actual coordinates that Armitage gave us. So we're...
Dapper, I thought it was still to the southeast of the city. It was just...
I might be misremembering. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Sorry, it's north of the original location that he gave, not north of the city.
Sure.
And so right now, we're getting conflicting information from the owner of the ranch who claims to remember exactly where the dinosaur bone was, or the alleged dinosaur bone was found. Also, Age of Rocks was actually presented with the in situ photograph of the rib. And I didn't give him context for this because I wanted to see what his take on what for the matrix was. And he said, well, I don't know where this is, so I can't say for certain. But it looks like alluvium, which is the hypothesis that would lead us towards thinking that this is actually a bison find. And now it would be the first Pleistocene mammal found on Beisch Ranch, so it would be novel, but that's not impossible. And so we're still trying to compile as much information as we can about the location, about the geology of the location, where there's alluvium, where there's sandstone.
What are they making a particular claim using that fossil that's problematic? And can you explain that to us a little bit?
They're saying they found soft tissue in it.
Yeah, and not just soft tissue in the same sense as like Dr. Schweitzer. Because remember, with Dr. Schweitzer, she accidentally had some bone dissolved in acid for like an extra week. And that's why she was able to extract some small tissue. Armitage is basically claiming that rather than just tiny microscopic filaments that were a little bit springy, he found entire visible to the naked eye sheets of like collagen fibers and potentially living osteocytes. He is on record on his website saying that he thinks you might be able to culture some of the osteocytes he found in this horn.
Wow.
So if I may, for those of you who don't know, the half-life of an osteocyte, the half-life of osteocytes in general is 25 years. So getting live osteocytes from what he's proposing is a triceratops horn. That's not just impossible under like conventional science. That doesn't work for young Earth creationism either.
Right.
That triceratops died last week, dude. Like,
Well, I do want to say really quick, it's worse than Dapper's letting on, because we have a GPS location for one of the sites. In his paper, Armitage mentions that he has at least 2, possibly 3. And all of the in situ, so in place photographs we have, don't show any of the surroundings. So the bones could be from any mixture of however many sites he has.
No,
Again,
that's super
minimum two,
problematic.
one completely undocumented. The other is sitting on the border between Ice Age sediments and Hell Creek sediments.
Oh goodness. And do you feel like they bought that particular plot of land for this reason?
Well, so I don't, because it's currently owned by the Beisches, and they use it primarily as a cattle ranch. I think what happened was later on, people, because people do private fossil digs, right?
Right.
And they'll approach landowners. I think what happened, and if it becomes relevant to like our project, I'll probably call Shauna and ask. But I suspect that what happened was basically they bought this land for cattle ranching, and then later some fossil, hunters came to them and said, "Hey, would you be willing to let us hunt on your land? We're willing to pay you." And that became a side gig for the ranch. Because the thing is, it's mostly a cattle ranch. It's a cattle ranch that occasionally hosts groups who want to do fossil digs.
Yeah, that's the impression I've got, at least from looking at their website and what they've done. Basically, they have a lot of land. There's dinosaur rock on some of the land, so they let people pay them for like a tour. Like they'll take people on a tour through the Badlands. If they find any scraps of fossils, they can keep it. But I do like that if they find anything of scientific importance, they don't let people take that. I do like that. The rest is.
I also
there's
an important thing. Shauna has given me permission to publish the GPS coordinates, and that will be coming later. However, I want to make something very clear. If you're interested in this case, that is private land. You absolutely must get permission if you want to go there, and you are not allowed to just wander over there. That is trespassing. They have to maintain things like insurance, control over the land to make sure the cattle are safe. Do not show up at Beisch Ranch uninvited and just wander over to the area where this horn was found. It is absolutely inappropriate. So if you're paying attention to this, I'm going to give you the coordinates, but don't do it.
Brother, they can fill you full of lead for that.
This is cowboy country.
Genuinely speaking, at least from what I've heard from Dapper's communications with Shauna, she seems to only know about one site. So Armitage might have pulled some sneaky stuff, is all I'm going to say on that.
It's so weird.
Wrote that fossil when he was bringing it back to his lab. I wouldn't be surprised if he was doing some below the board.
To be fair, fossils breaking during transport isn't exactly unheard of.
True, but didn't he not plaster jacket it? Isn't that?
I don't know for certain. He doesn't say that he did, but I also didn't describe how it was transported. He just says it's transported. And the same thing happens with a lot of the stuff in the paper. Like normally when you say, we found, and then you name like a taxon, like a genus and a species, you tell how you came to the conclusion that this fossil should be assigned to that taxon. He doesn't do that. And in fact, one of the things, and this is fairly minor, and I don't think it's going to be a big part of the upcoming video that we're working on, but one of the things is, if that horn's Triceratops, it looks like the other species of Triceratops, because he identifies it as Triceratops horridus, but it looks like a Triceratops prorsus horn, which to me says he doesn't know enough about Triceratops to know what a Triceratops horn is.
But Dapper,
it's even worse than that, though, because the Hell Creek has a completely other genus of ceratopsian that we can't rule out.
Yeah,
oh, wow. I didn't realize that. So there's a lot of so you guys are going to go and you're going to try to establish the problem. You're going to look for other similar samples in the alleged sites.
So we know that at least Edmontosaurus triceratops and T-Rex are known from the site, according to Shauna. And
well, from the land, not this site.
Not this particular, but like from this large plot, this ranch, right? So ideally, we will try to be able to characterize the rock as carefully as possible to see if it's alluvium or if it's sandstone. There's also other things, like he has published other in situ photographs that didn't make it into the paper, where it's very obvious that there's what looks like bits of root, like plant root, coming out or going into the bone.
I remember that.
Which means that unless he's very, very, very carefully trying to make sure that there's absolutely no contamination, there is going to be modern biological material that is in that.
But you're not going to get osteocytes from plant roots.
True. Look, he has found osteocytes. When I look at those pictures and I compare them to both preserved dinosaur as well as mammalian osteocytes, one, it's hard to tell the difference because osteocytes are basically osteocytes. But two, they look exactly like what you would expect an osteocyte to look like. I think he has found osteocytes. And so he's trying to use this as like an argument, like, you know, dinosaur bones can't be this old if we're finding this kind of tissue in it. And one, he's the only one who's reporting anything this extraordinary. Two, we don't know if it's a dinosaur at all. And three, he didn't even bother to give us an appropriate amount of provenance for us to be able to say anything. So even if everything he says is absolutely true, the value of that find to the scientific community is currently zero, because we don't know anything about the find.
He thinks that he can culture it, if memory serves. He thinks
on
he
his
can.
website.
Yeah, that's obscene. Like,
Yeah.
Now, I know creationists love making analogies with cars, so I will too. This is like someone trying to sell you a car while refusing to show you pictures or let you test drive it.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
a
And it's just going to be so interesting to correct all of this, and then it's found on like creationist land. Like, it's just going to be.
Yeah.
Yikes.
To be fair, Shauna is a creationist, but she is not a young Earth creationist. She is age agnostic. So
fair enough.
I found that out when, because basically she asked me if I'm a creationist, and I honestly answered no. I'm not going to lie to Shauna just to get, you know, her GPS coordinates.
Oh yeah, God no, no way.
I mean, I didn't give her every single last detail about me, but you know, when asked questions, I was giving honest answers. So yeah, she is a creationist, and that is one of the reasons why the people that she lets on tend to be creationist groups. I don't think that's an exclusive thing. I'm pretty sure if you paid the fee and you're just, you know, some guy who wants to dig up a dinosaur fossil, you can probably get on there. But the groups that she books tend to be groups from like creationist universities or like ICR or something like that.
So theoretically, though, if you're her, right, you're thinking, okay, like these creationists aren't going to come on here and lie. They wouldn't just go on the internet and lie. So we're good, right? Like Dapper's going to come on here. He's going to find out Mark Armitage is right, and it's going to be a-okay.
Look,
we'll see.
It's not impossible that what Mark Armitage found was a Triceratops horn. But if that is what he found, then it seems like there's some contamination, and we need more information than what he put in that paper.
And the other thing is, like we've mentioned it before, at least 2 sites. The bones we have pictures of are a horn, some ribs that are they're the spitting image of some bison ribs.
They really
yes, they gotta remember that. Yeah.
Perfectly. They look like bison side ribs.
Yeah. There's
and
actually
like a jaw fragment, maybe.
Yeah, the jaw fragment is weird because it's not mentioned in the paper. The only place we've seen it is the late Dr. Kevin Anderson holds it up in the Is Genesis History movie while talking about the find.
Oh, goodness.
And so when
which
we
is
looked
on
at
the
it,
docket for tonight, actually.
Yep. So while he's holding it up, we're looking at it, and it looks much more like an artiodactyl jaw than it looks like a ceratopsian jaw. But it's so degraded and eroded and hard to tell what we're looking at that it's not clear what's going on. But I will say it looks small to be a fragment of like the dental battery of a ceratopsian, which is what it's purporting to be.
Yeah.
I am really loving this trend of folks on YouTube who are scientists or science adjacent who are interested in like debunking creationism or just double checking what it is that they say, just like checking their work, like taking their work and recapitulating it or running their own tests using their methods or whatever. Because it's just like, it's such an open and shut case when you try to recapitulate it and you can't, or you track down the data that they're using and it's weird or sussy or whatever. Like, it's the best.
Like, I don't know about you, Erica, but I cannot stress this enough. I was expected to give better site documentation, better photographs, better all of this for undergrad activities at field camp.
In this
paper.
In Koru, when we're surface collecting, as I said earlier, we're on our hands and knees, right? And we're finding these itty bitty teeth and rodent femora and all sorts of stuff. When you find a fossil, and they might be this far from each other, you take out a nail, and the nail has a bit of electrical tape, neon electrical tape at the top, and you pin it, and then you pin the other one, and then you carefully crawl around it while you're still collecting. And then behind us, one of the other members of the team, Abby, who's like phenomenal. She works on Miocene collections in general, so she can like ID anything on the fly. She comes behind with the GPS, And she kneels down and she takes the GPS coordinates of every single down to the inch of these specimens. The fact that this is a horn and they're not giving the provenance.
It's a good 3 feet long.
That's insane to me. That is insane to me. But you know, that's
no matter what the outcome is, no matter what that horn is from, no matter exactly where it was found, one conclusion is inarguable. That paper is worthless in terms of paleontology. I'm sure the microscope work is great, right? I'm not going to fault the microscope work because it passed through the peer review of the microscopists. So you know what, Mark?
Okay.
If you ever listen to this, I believe that you are an A+ microscopist. You are an F- paleontologist.
Yeah. If it's past fail, we know where we're at. So 2 things. 1, we're fixing to do these super chats. But first, now that there's only 4 people, I can see that we have a new challenger's entered the ring here. We got our friend Jackson Wheat, who's just in time because I would like to announce, regrettably, with a heavy heart, I would like to tell you that we're going to be doing Donnie's whale evolution video.
Is that what they voted on?
Oh,
That's what
Donnie, Donnie's in chat, by the way.
Can we just quit life and delete the stream instead?
Can we just...
Dude, I'm glad.
Donnie
Hold on. I'm glad Donnie's in chat because I emailed Donnie earlier today and I was like, Donnie, we are going over some of your videos today. I skimmed through both of the ones we're planning on going over at the gym this morning. There's some egregious stuff in there. Show up and defend yourself if you want. I was like, here's the heads up. So Donnie, your video got picked. Get hype. We're about to go over whale evolution. And Jackson, I'm glad you're here for it because you probably know whale evolution better than any of us here.
Especially when it comes to the evolution of the whale penis.
I was actually AJ.
Is that what we're talking about?
Not necessarily, but
listen,
Jackson
I'm
does
putting
have
my
a
speakers
long,
on. I need to go get a drink.
Jackson has a long and expert video all about whale penises.
I sure do.
Hey, Jackson, in your expert opinion, when did whales lose the baculum?
When did whales lose their baculum? I have no idea. Do hippos have a baculum?
Actually, have they lost it? I don't know.
I don't know if hippos have a baculum or not. I was boning up, on my Whippomorpha.
It's been
taxonomy
so long since I looked at.
morning.
I don't. Do they? I don't think they do.
That hippos have a baculum.
I don't think they do. Let's see: primates, rodents, Eulipotyphla, carnivora, chiroptera, elephants, monitoring. Oh, it says it is absent in cetaceans, so that would put it over 50 million years ago.
Huh.
So.
Erica, who was that anthropologist you talked about when you were going over the Homo naledi stuff?
Lee Berger?
He'd done a stream? No, he'd done a stream on YouTube, like going over the peer reviews and stuff and peer reviewing it.
Oh, Flint Dibble?
Yeah, he had a really funny, like, 20-minute video on baculums.
Dude, Flint Dibble's awesome.
Baculi.
Me and him are friends on Twitter these days. I love Flint Dibble. He does so much good archaeology. And, like, that's, once you hit Neanderthals, I'm kind of out of the game. Like, I know very little outside of morphology of late genus Homo. I find the ape-ish forms much more interesting. But get hype. You did miss, Jackson. We did tetrapod evolution earlier. You would have really enjoyed it, I think.
Darn, drat.
So,
oh,
yeah.
no.
Now we're on cetaceans, but it should be fun all the same. First, we got to do these super chats. So get ready. We do not have as many as we had before. Thank God.
Buckle down for an hour.
No. This isn't going to take an hour. We're not taking an hour for this. But I am going to queue up the next while we go through this. So first and foremost, we have, I believe we did that one already from PsychoCat, $5, which means next up is Zach Krebs for $10. Just want to show my gratitude for the videos you all produce. Love all of them. Thank you very much, Zach. It is our greatest pleasure to make them for you. Danny Isenga for €6 says CTVT, canine transmissible venereal tumor. We figured it out shortly afterwards, but it was probably because of you, Danny.
It was exactly because of him, because I'm the one who saw that in the chat, and I was like, oh, Danny's got us.
Okay. A Porv Varshney for 400 rupees says, Pad Kid poured curd pulled. You did that on purpose. That's not funny. That was relevant when we were doing it, but I don't appreciate it. So thank you for your donation.
You're the linguist. Can you read it?
Yeah, Dapper.
First of all, I am not a linguist. I don't know why people keep saying this. But also, linguists don't have a special line on being able to pronounce tongue twisters. That's not even a thing.
Oh, Dapper, I think it is. And as a linguist, you should know better. Skeptoidus for $5 says, "Did you hear the news? Kent Hovind got bit by a rattlesnake. That poor snake. I just hope it's okay."
Yeah, bad news.
No, he killed it.
Yeah, he murdered that snake.
Yeah,
unfortunately, that snake is no longer for this world.
Yeah. That snake is gone.
But look, it got him good. I got a good lick in there.
It dared to bite the prophet.
That snake was an evolutionist, guaranteed. Wibble Punk, half dog, half canine for $5 says, "Florida's ban on transgender healthcare have been overturned. Happy Pride, everyone. Happy Pride, everyone.
Happy Pride, everybody.
Hell yeah.
Yes, that's awesome. That's such good news.
I lost it, but I had a Pride sticker from a water bottle. Sad.
I wasn't optimistic about that either, so I'm glad that it.
Yeah, I mean, that's seriously good news coming out of Florida.
Florida's a lot. Isn't it, Jackson? I guess you're adjacent, not in Florida. Sam M for $25 wanted to donate
adjacent to states that are adjacent to Florida, I guess. So
yes, Jackson has a one state buffer.
Oh, one state buffer.
Florida Jackson line.
Oh, two state buffer. Sorry.
I know, Dapper. At least you said there was a one state buffer. I was like, Dapper State, right next to Florida.
No,
right
not
there.
me. I'm on the opposite side of the country. Thank you.
No. I meant to say Jackson. Sorry, I said Dapper.
Okay. Yeah.
I was like, you've got Louisiana, you've got Florida. They're right there. They're both.
Yeah, they totally share a border. Definitely.
Kissing cousins. Sam M for $25 says, "Wanted to donate to awesome science work. Love you guys. Or good luck, guys. Love your channel. Thank you very much, Sam.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. That's awesome.
Very much appreciate it.
Very generous.
We have the Reaver of Darkness for $2. Tiktaalik is proof of stupid design theory." I think it's more like liar design theory.
I think that's a good point, though, that a lot of these, a lot of this notion is that evolution crafts perfect machines, and it definitely doesn't. And it doesn't say something good if that's your design. If this is how you designed organisms, you should quit your job.
Oh, well, and it's I've said this before. I said this before here, but it's quite deceptive, is it not, to have all of these signals, all of these synapomorphies that seem to link these critters together in ancestor-descendant relationships, and then be like, but actually, it's common design, baby.
I've been told it's deception, that God did it to test our faith and put the fossils there as a trick.
Satan?
I was told that when I was still a believer. I was very offended. Very offended.
Seems like a dick move from God if that's your explanation for fossils.
It is, though.
I at least common design isn't that harsh, I guess. Okay, we're continuing.
Yes, you're right. No, absolutely. Yeah, go ahead.
Aprender Desinando, and also Grayson is back. Aprender Desinando for 20 reals. Dapper.
There you go. There you go.
Eric, please accept my apology on behalf of engineers. We're not all like that. I myself am an environmental engineer, and I'm also a science communicator in the field of earth science and natural science. Natural science says, Aprender, we like to give the engineers a hard time. There are engineers in our little, our evil cabal that we love dearly, but we do give them a lot of shit because for whatever reason, engineers are just they are the glut of intelligent design advocates. So
it is weird.
It's Salem hypothesis for the win.
Also, what is this mythical currency?
The Brazilian real?
Brazil. Okay, I didn't know. I didn't know where it was from.
Yeah,
that's great.
Listen, Jay. We've been over this a couple of times today. I wrote it down so I could say it because I kept being like, there are dollars. It's something like that. We're good now. Thank you, Aprender, and thank you for what you do with being a good engineer. You've got to overshadow the much less common bad engineers, and there's bad guys in every field. So Reverend Hal for £2, SFT helmet, boring and accurate. More chats.
I think it's supposed to be super chats.
Super chats, please. Okay. More chats, please.
Fewer of those.
Thank you, Reverend Hal. Reverend, get ready because we're about to get Donnie, I believe, is in chat. I'm glad he's here because we're about to go over his whale evolution.
I love the avatar too.
Oh, me too.
Donnie.
Oh, nice.
Come on, join us.
Sam M for $5. Okay, another 5 for introducing me to this fish. Well,
that was the flathead fish.
Oh, the flathead fish.
Or it might have
Dapper.
been the blenny. It might have been the blenny. Either way, it's really cool fish.
Dapper.
Blennies are cool. True.
I'll have you know that Helmet, I'm literally losing my mind. Helmet, Donnie's earlier guest, said that Tiktaalik is either or is closely related to the flat-headed fish, which is not a sarcopterygian fish.
Yeah, it's Teleost.
But has a very flat head, so obviously
Same thing, obviously.
they're related.
That's hilarious. I'm sure that fish has lungs too.
The real question is, does it taste like fish? That's what matters to me.
Probably. Also, it seems like SFD is bailed out of the chat. I think he just stopped in.
Oh no!
It's probably because I showed up. It's probably because I showed up. He usually runs away when I
thought he sent you into an early retirement there, Jackson.
Is that why he hasn't been in a room with me in like 5 years? Oops. Whoops. Anyway.
I have a feeling that Donnie is either still watching to himself or he will be
actually that's not true.
He's a solid lurker.
He moderated the talk I had with Kevin Anderson, so that's not true.
Okay.
That is
Rest
true.
in peace.
Yeah. Pill Punk, half dog, half canine. Thank you very much, Sam M, for the $5, by the way. And I'm glad about the Blenny. Let's assume it was the Blenny. For $5 says, remind me, how did they find Tiktaalik in the first place? Was it perhaps a confirmed prediction of biogeography? The gold standard in science? Crazy.
I believe it was.
Just crazy how that works. We have Isaac Treaster for $4.99. At this rate, it's going to be a 48-hour stream, isn't it? The BS asymmetry principle at work.
It's so true.
It's so true. Yeah, we've been hit hard this time.
Oh, is this the BS takes like seconds to spew and hours to clean up?
Wait, because
yeah.
I was gone after the first video that was in the process of being debunked when I left. I'm now like 2.5 hours further than I was before. So please tell me, how many videos have we made it through in that time?
We've watched a total of seven like minutes of content since you left.
Grayson, it's officially worse than my streams. It's officially worse.
Well, look, the amount of time it takes to watch the content always goes up when you get more people in, because a whole bunch of people have different points to make. And you know what? That's great. I'm here for the conversation. If I wanted to just quickly get through Creationist content, I wouldn't be here. I would be watching Creationist content on ×2, or I'd be opening up the little console for the HTML and manually adjusting it to ×3 because holy crap, someone speaks so damn slowly.
Oh no, I actually thought this.
That's fair. I'd probably still be drunk though.
Yeah,
it's the only way to get through this.
We're gonna be okay though. We're gonna get through it.
We're gonna make it.
We're gonna make it. Skeptic Dank for $4.99 says lots of people are using Christ is King as an anti-Semitic dog whistle. So in honor of Pride, Christ is Queen.
Skeptic Dank is my new friend. We've never met, but I love the name. I love the super chat. I love the comment. I love the pride flag. I'm just yes.
Here for it.
Yes to all of that.
putting good out in the world, one emoji at a time with a sick little phrase there. I love it. Nuzzy D for $19.99. Thank you for continuing education and making me feel dumb. Oh, I promise, Nuzzy D, you don't feel dumb more often than I do. There is nothing like going into academia to feel like an idiot.
Yes.
Look, I'm not even in academia, and every once in a while I watch something and I'm like, okay, I must just be a complete idiot because I have no idea what's going on right now.
I mean this sincerely, Eric. You can probably relate to this, but like everybody, even in your lab, even though you have the same subfield and niche, has like a different project. And so you feel like you don't even understand a lot of times that well what the people in your own group are doing, nevertheless the department and beyond. So
anecdote, you'll appreciate this, Jay, because it dips into the anthropology. So yesterday I went and saw a committee member of mine, and I told Walker about this earlier, but I had the classic like feeling great about my project, feeling despondent about my project, feeling okay about my project, like the classic little roller coaster ride. And at one point I was talking about how because for those of you who, most of you guys probably know, what I study is sexual dimorphism in Miocene hominoids, and really you should call them Miocene apes because there's some stem catarrhine-y looking things in there. But I was considering briefly putting body size dimorphism in there as well, but because most of these guys are dental apes, which means we only know them from teeth, the idea would be to take a bunch of molars and get the linear dimensions from the molars and then do a linear regression, like regress it, put on a regression curve alongside all of our extant primates in order to get an idea for how big they are on the basis of the molars. So I was talking to my advisor, well, not my advisor, but one of my committee members yesterday, distinctly not my advisor, and he goes, that's not going to work. And I was like, why not? And he goes, is Paranthropus a primate? I was like, yeah.
I was literally just about to ask that.
I was like, yeah, it's a primate. He goes, how big's Paranthropus molars? I was like, huge. He was like, how big is Paranthropus? I was like, small. He goes, how big are humans? I said, pretty big. He goes, how big are our molars? I said, small.
Yeah.
He goes, you can't do that molar regression. And I was like, God damn it. Like, put my fist through the...
I mean, I guess technically you could, but like the error bars would encompass the entire data set.
Yes.
It doesn't account for exceptions, you know?
Did they at least give you that? Well, you're not the first to think of this. It was a good line of reasoning, you know?
Exactly. And
feel
when
that, girl.
I said in response, I was like, I mean, it would probably work, right? He goes, do you really want to take that risk? And I was like, no, I don't want to take the risk.
I mean, hey, you know, Erica, you could always just put it on a logarithmic scale and no one will be able to tell.
No one will tell. It'll be fine. So for now, though, body size dimorphism is off the table. We'll see if I can't fix it. Oh, next super chat. Hey, Jay, you want to read this one?
Dr. J Bundy here, still active on Pocket Locker 86 channels. What he said. Thanks for the vote.
Sorry, super quick. Erica, can't you use the circumference of the femur as a really good proxy for body mass?
Oh, dude, you can use centroid size too of like the calcaneus, but you know what the problem is? That shit isn't preserved for most of these stupid Miocene apes. They're like all dental. It's
if all you have is teeth, then
damn.
And there's a lot of all you have is teeth. So yeah, still active on Pocket Locker 86 channel. I was saying thanks for the vote of confidence on the line regarding Behe. That was from last night. So I meant to send you a super chat last night. I missed you. And congrats on being ABD.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah.
Oh, it is going to be July 19th, I think. Let me check. Hang on. Let me look at this thing.
All right. While we're at Ludwig for 14, South African Rand. Thanks. The Z is silent.
The plural is also Rand?
Which part of the Z? Which Z?
It's not South African. Apparently, it's not South African Rands. It's just South African Rand.
Oh, okay. I'm an idiot.
So it's like deer. The plural is the same as the singular.
Right. Okay, I'm with you now. Yeah, South African Rand. Got it. Thank you, Ludwig. And thank you for your donation. From Tiktaalik is a Chronomo Dragon. Nice. For €6, pretty much. Super sticker. Thank you. For Rosina Ripsnake Keller for basically $5. Extinct fish in iron pan. Why human fish still exist? With a Zoidberg, a lovely Zoidberg profile picture. What a question for the ages. Thank you.
Also, why not Zoidberg?
Why not Zoidberg?
Gosh.
Lacey Engel for $50.69. Hell yeah!
Nice.
Please add to the playlist. This is for you, Doc, and for Grayson. Holocene by Bon Iver.
I added it. I kept an eye on those as they came in. For
good.
anyone who doesn't recall,
like thematic.
$50 or above for a super. Well, just if you put in a super chat of $50 or above, you can add whatever song you want to mine and Grayson's playlist that we will have to listen to. Just please don't pick anything that'll get us used as target practice.
Yeah, sorry. I have a little bit of lag on my end, obviously. I was just saying I really am loving these nice thematic additions to like the playlist. I've only maybe I missed some super chats, but I'm looking forward to what everybody chose for the playlist.
I will go with Lamb Chops. This is the song that doesn't end because I'm not a nice person.
Okay, 10 minutes or less. Go.
Yeah, exactly. From Dalkaru for €10. First gets a Gibbon live stream. Go Creationist Voltron or whatever we call your team. We go internally. We call ourselves the Science Friends.
We do.
So that you can just take that Take that for what it's worth. It should be your first Gutsick Gibbon live stream. I think my last live stream was this time last year. So you're
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I jumped in because I was like, these are rare experiences, you know.
It's not common.
Yeah.
It's not a common deal.
Also, the Science Friends sounds like a very interesting Saturday morning cartoon.
It
sounds like y'all are freaking nerds.
A lot of the messages to each other are, check out this sick new paper in my discipline, and then everybody's like fire emoji. Pretty sick.
Yeah,
Stephanie
Dapper's been
Rose.
sending me weird anime memes for a while now.
Dapper, are you a weeb?
Wait, I have? That doesn't sound like
I don't
me.
know. The people can decide if that's a lie or not.
What are CA Canadian dollars? Is that what that is?
I was seeing anime memes from Dok while he was drunk one day. That's what I'm seeing.
We got from Stephanie Faye, 50 Canadian dollars. Thank you from a former young Earth creationist. Steve Austin was my hero. I have his autograph. That's interesting. I wish John was still here to hear that. Jackson, you missed it, but John's doing some cool work with Steve Austin's Mount St. Helens dating, radiometric dating, which will be interesting. Ernie Matthews for $10. Yay, I won't interrupt the video. It's great. Too late. Balthazar 228 for $9.99 as an engineer. We don't claim any of these quacks. As I said earlier, the good engineers, like the ones who aren't intelligent design advocates, far outweigh the bad ones.
That's right.
Yeah, it's just that engineers are weirdly overrepresented among creationists who go do like giving creationist talks and stuff like that.
And I think it's actually pretty understandable.
Weird?
They study design, right? They study human design, so they see it everywhere. Like, it's not unreasonable from their perspective, but luckily we have cool guys like Balthazar who check themselves. Ah, Jesus. Okay, from QXWMRFZ, Dapper, for 520 sex? What do I say here? What is this?
mean, I always just call it sex, but they're Swedish kroner.
Okay, Swedish kroner, song pick, nanowar of steel, vegan velociraptor. Hope you got that one. Okay, from Gil's husband, Kimono Dragon, for 20 reals. Reals means real in Portuguese. I don't know if I can catch this later, but it's still in phylogenetic. If we can't override our ancestry, can we get new families? Like, if whales go back to solo, would they still be whales? So I imagine what you're saying is, like, if whales were to gain a morphology that was like pretty distinctly non-cetacean, would they cease being cetaceans? My understanding is that things are always further specifying. You can't outgrow your ancestry, so you're always going to remain a cetacean. You're just going to gain further specification.
The problem is trying to
they would continue
evolution into this Linnaean mold, right? Linnaean had these these allegedly objective hierarchies, like it goes kingdom, and then it goes to order and class and whatnot. But the thing is that those aren't real. Those are all arbitrary fundamentally. Even species are fundamentally arbitrary. They're less arbitrary, I'll grant you, but they're still fundamentally arbitrary. And so can a new family arise? Well, in some senses, yes, right? Because we point out like, oh, hey, the family Canidae evolved at this point. Now, going forward, if a very, very anatomically different whale evolved that was like, say, terrestrial, like, I don't know, what is that like now? Quaternarily terrestrial
went back
at this
on
point?
land or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Would it be in a new family? Well, I mean, it would be reasonable to give it a new family designation once you understand that the Linnaean ranks don't mean anything.
So the way I try to describe it is that Linnaean taxonomy is wonderful for communicating what we're talking about, how to discuss these species. But at the end of the day, you're applying a static concept to a dynamic system, a process that's still ongoing. So it's going to fall short. That's okay. That is precisely what we predict if evolutionary theory is legit, that these things should not fall in these neat boxes.
Look, there's one thing Ken says about this that I agree with, which is that these are names that humans gave these organisms. The organisms themselves don't give a damn about any of that.
Yeah, that's
They just
true.
keep on doing their thing. And Kent is right about that. So credit where it's due.
And also we don't even have a solid definition of species.
No.
And it gets even messier when you get above that.
We've got like 20 iffy definitions of species.
Yeah, 20. Yeah. 20, if only there were 20.
Rob. Yeah.
Tiktaalik is a Chromono dragon for €6. wait. If Tiktaalik had the breath of life, did they get a place on the Ark? Wow, awesome question. I actually don't remember on the Ark encounter if they put Tiktaalik on there, but it should have Nefesh.
I don't think they put any, like I don't think they didn't put whales on there. I don't think they put frogs or salamanders on there.
No, they do, but they're in baskets. They have their little hydration system to keep.
Do they
them
have
wet.
like turtles in there?
Oh yeah.
Then I would say that
sea
Tiktaalik would have
turtles
to
on
go
the
on.
Ark.
But interestingly
Good
enough,
question.
they don't seem to have pinnipeds on the Ark, but they do have Pachycetus on the Ark. It's really weird.
Well, because Tiktaalik is a freshwater fish, so like we're gonna, inundate the whole world, and then all the freshwater and saltwater fish are just gonna mesh together in the new brackish world ocean. I guess I don't know.
Fish don't have narrow
I forget.
salinity.
That's fine.
Was Tiktaalik in a freshwater swamp, or was it more brackish?
It was freshwater, but I
thought
don't
it was
think
more
so.
brackish.
It might have been more brackish. I don't know. I'm not sure. Let's call Neil Shubin.
We have Goop.
Oh, I would love to. I would unironically love to.
I tried to tag him on Twitter and it didn't work, but Dr. Allberg contacted me back. So, but that was through History with Kaylee. So I might have just been blessed. Goop23 for $5 says, "You just want to sin is funny to me because I came out as trans before I stopped believing in YEC." That's incredible.
Yeah, good on you. And also that's so difficult and like
that's phenomenal.
It's a tough time.
Good for you, dude.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And also I think
tell me about it.
I feel way more morally constrained as a non-believer than I did as a believer.
I agree.
Yeah.
For sure.
Because now you have to have justification for your beliefs.
That, and I have to think through my actions and my behavior, and I don't get to say, oh, it says in the book this or that. I have to literally think through, and then even to do better in the future, I have to like actually reevaluate like what I've done in the past, and yeah, it gets complicated.
Yeah.
Isaac Trainer for $4.99. I agree, Jay, but I'm trying to get us.
No, I know. I'm just trying to throw some of the stuff in there. We're good.
No, please do. I love the banter. I'm trying to get us on like a nice rhythm here. I think we're doing pretty well. This is just contested bones, but for Tiktaalik and somehow worse. I feel like this is about the video. That is so true, Isaac. Like,
Yeah.
That's actually so dead on. It was just like everything. Nope, that's wrong. Every sentence, helmet.
At least he didn't say it was a chimera. At least he didn't say that Tiktaalik was a combination of like frog bones and fish bones smashed together.
Tiktaalik was the result of...
Other people have.
Oh God! Please don't even go into it.
I don't know if any of you know Mark Reed.
Oh, I know Mark.
I know Mark Reed.
Yeah.
Mark's a friend of mine. He had a debate with someone once where they said Tiktaalik was just a chimera.
Ugh.
It was like a chimera of an alligator and a fish or something like that.
Alligator? I'm not even going to ask. You know what? Nope. I don't even want to know. That's information I don't need in my brain.
The thing about this is that it's like, what's the idea? Because like Tiktaalik is articulated. So you've got an alligator, again, swimming at top speed that collides with Eusthenopteron, but a derived Eusthenopteron. They slam into each other and it just so happens to look like a single critter.
I don't know what their logic was. I just know what they wound up at.
It's got to be in like it's got to be like the forgery thing. Anyways, it's definitely fake for 10 Canadian dollars. I should have said in my earlier chat that I knew Patricia Engler at AIG personally. I was so jealous when she got hired with them. I'm so embarrassed. Stephanie, you shouldn't be.
Yeah, no.
Please don't. Do not put that on yourself. Like we're at these different stages in life, and how we feel at that time is valid and reasonable. It feels that way to us.
Yeah.
I mean, we're all in positions that later we look back on. God knows I am, and I'm like, God, why did I say that? Why did I do that? Why did I act that way? It's part of the human condition.
I mean,
I have a friend who works at Covenant
you could not have reached the present without the past, regardless of what twists and turns were along the way.
Covenant Eyes is such a creepy thing.
Yeah, Covenant Eyes is a creepy thing, but I can recognize that I have a friend and like they have a job that means a lot to them and means a lot to the other people they work with, like they're true believers, if that makes any sense. Yeah. And so I can understand being happy for them, right, and thinking that that's a desirable thing to do. Oh,
should I tell real quick my DI story about the guy who's like, so my wife is working for liars?
Oh.
I don't think I know this
I can
story.
say it really. I can say it pretty fast. So I was in the Navy, and at this point, you know, I was no longer a young Earth creationist. I left that like back in high school. But I was still, you know, talking to all sorts of people who were in my department, and one of them, his wife worked for the Discovery Institute because, you know, they're headquartered out in Seattle, and the ship was over in Bremerton, so it's a quick ferry ride over to Seattle. So she was working there, and I didn't know that. But he was trying to convince me of like the truth of intelligent design with all this stuff. And I'm pointing out that, like, no, man, these guys seem like they're demonstrably dishonest. Like, look at all these things. These are their sources. This is why they're wrong. And he's like, I'm sorry, my wife works for them. She thinks she loves these guys. Are you saying that they're the people my wife works for are liars? And I stopped and I was like, I do. So I just said, yeah.
Yeah.
For liars.
Yeah.
And like, I'm sure that they're very friendly to her, and that, you know, they ask her over for dinner and she has a good time or whatever. But like, the worst people in the world have all had people who love them, right?
Absolutely.
That doesn't mean anything. It's like the worst people in the world have kids, they have families, they have friends. Doesn't matter. None of that makes them not liars.
Well, and the thing is too is that it's like there's liars. There's certainly liars in the ranks of some of these orgs, and then there's people who are like they don't necessarily know enough, or they haven't considered enough, or the cognitive distance is so strong that it's like, no, they're sincere, and they can still be good people. They can be sincere. They can truly believe what it is that they're saying. Be a good person and be wrong all at the same time.
Yes, and they believe they've been called to mission work, right? They could be doing anything for money and then being a Christian, and they feel like they get to be a Christian and then be a Christian for work or whatever, right? So,
and look, I'm sure that's what this guy's wife was. That was her situation. I don't think she was lying, but some of her bosses were.
It kills me because like the base theistic evolutionists are just like, I do my cool university job and contribute to science, and it's just super chill. And then I still go to church on Sundays, and it's like, sick, dude. I love that. Okay, we have from Eofro for 50 Danish kroner. Am I right on that number?
I believe you are.
Okay. I asked for Bing powered picture AI for Kimono Dragon. It gave me a photorealistic reptile, but not Komodo dragons and no kimonos. Disappointment. Just another example about how
I love it. I love it.
This is why AI will never take us.
It can't do. It just can't replicate the DeviantArt hand. It's not a thing. Minute rice for $5. I know you've considered A, but have you considered A? The classic move, truly the trump card of the modern creationist. You love to see it. Andrew Jones for $50. And with that $50, Andrew Jones, I hope you realize that you do get to pick up a song that's going to go on Dok and Grayson's playlist. So if you're in the chat, hopefully Dok or Grayson will be looking. Please tell us what song you want on their playlist while they're finding this dinosaur. Just popped in to throw some money at you, Erica. Don't forget your pith helmet. I'll do my best. Thank you very much. Mystery Shroom for $5. Kurt Wise told me about the heat problem in 1998. 26 years later, it's a worse problem.
It is.
And this is because Kurt Wise is like a cool guy. Like Kurt Wise, Todd Wood, all those guys.
Yeah.
They are young Earth creationists for spiritual reasons. If they want to do that, that's their prerogative. But they're also not like they're intelligent folks who enjoy science, and they'll turn around simultaneously and be like, yep, boy, we sure do have our work cut out for us here. And you're like, yeah, you do.
Although, I will say Kurt Wise, generally not nearly as bad as the average young Earth creationist, but I did cover a talk of his in which he had an on-screen graph indicating that pine trees went extinct sometime in the Mesozoic. So, you know.
Yeah, we're also watching one of his videos or one of his lectures on my channel for our Thursday streams. And like, it's kind of funny because he spent the first 30 minutes of it being like, look, the fossil record matches exactly what the evolutionists say. And then he finally starts getting into his creationist arguments, and they're all just absolutely awful. Like, he argued that all the facies for each particular age are like the same type of rock. Therefore, they must have been formed under the same depositional environments. And it took all of 10 seconds of Googling to be like, no, that just isn't true. So
that's a bummer.
I mean,
like,
I used to run sorry. I used to run a series on my channel called Creation Science Theater. We'd cover like creationist videos and science topics. It was fun. I'm thinking of bringing it back. We'll see. We covered Kurt Wise 2 or 3 times, I want to say. It was awful.
That sucks. I hate to see that because, like, I feel like when he puts on his I don't mean this in a condescending way. Like when he puts on his thinking cap and he's like dunking on other bad creationist arguments, he hits the nail on the head every time.
Oh yeah, but that's actually not that uncommon. There's a lot of papers dunking on, well, I say papers in heavy quotation marks, right? Because they're in creationist quote unquote journals, but they dunk on each other, and when they do, it's actually usually really good. Like they actually make really good points. Like when a whole bunch of quote unquote paleontologists dunked on that horrible Gabriella Haynes Archaeopteryx paper.
Oh God, right.
I had almost no notes for that. I was like, there were actually some places where I was like, I think you guys are being a little bit too mean to Dr. Haynes here. Like, that's a lot, guys. Why don't you calm down a little bit? And I was thinking that like I was going to be the one who was super harsh because I was pretty harsh. But man, when those creationists go at each other in like their pretend papers, they don't hold back.
Nope.
No, Dapper, I always think you should be more mean, and I will stand by that.
That's true. In one of our more recent conversations with the creationists, I actually asked Jackson, am I being too mean? And Jackson just writes back to me, no, be meaner.
I think a series of creationist responses to creationists would be awesome.
I think so too.
Oh yeah.
I mean, all I'll say as a long-term viewer of both your channels, I love Sassy Dapper and Sassy Erica. It's a highlight of any video it appears in.
It takes a lot to get me in sass mode, but when it happens, it's powerful.
We didn't have to even be sassy for our last one.
I picked up this gallon thermos for fieldwork this summer. It is
nice.
It's good.
That's nice. That's a serious thermos.
What were we saying, Jackson?
Oh, I was just saying we didn't have to be sassy for our last one because he kept pulling up articles that refuted his points. Like,
It was so sad.
He kept saying,
yeah,
like,
Wise does that a lot.
He would say like, scientists mean this when they say information, and we would say like, no, they don't. This is probably what they mean. He's like, no, I found an article that says. Okay, well, I'm going to find a different article.
He's reading his own article. He's like, oh, this agrees with them.
That is so
or when he said, have you heard of encode? Right after I'd said encode.
No.
It was so good.
Hey.
Oh, I said encode and Dan showed up.
Hey, Dan.
Have you heard of this new program called R?
Yeah. He specifically said that he didn't think that Jackson or I had heard of encode.
Wait,
oh my goodness, my dude.
That was amazing. That chat was amazing. It was like, I don't think either of you have heard of encode.
I'm going to ask.
After I'd said encode, it wasn't even like he was like, all right, guys, I'm going to blow your mind. It's like I had literally said it like a minute before. And then he goes, have you heard of encode?
Can't make this stuff up.
I'm still curious.
Hi, everybody.
Dan, have you heard of this new really cool like group of people? They're doing this research. They're called encode.
Oh,
have you heard of that?
What is their deal? Do they like find something about the human genome and then have to walk
dude,
it back?
It's 80% functional. It's 80%.
Who knew?
Creationism confirmed.
You have to
update
everything.
You might be surprised to hear this, but heterochromatin is some of the most functional.
Oh, yes. All right, next we got Balthazar 228 for $9.99. And before, I thought Congress banned TikTok. Take it easy. The Paradox for $5. I sent the paper to you. Can't wait to see it. Thank you very much. Balthazar again, $228 for $9.99. Jesus famously was all about money and those who handled it. This was in reference to this is quite a while ago, but this is I'm sure biblical coin reference. So Donnie, if you're still in chat,
yes.
Donnie, if you're still in chat or you're still listening, I've had enough of these White Claws to tell you, get out while you can.
Yeah,
don't trust raw Matt with your money. Get out of biblical coin.
Now,
don't do it. Run.
Folks, I will say, I'm going to say a line that like comes with a lot of baggage to it when we talk about this kind of stuff, but it'll be useful for the background here. I grew up Catholic. Okay. So I don't have like the chapter and verse background that a lot of people have, but I feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong, there was something in the New Testament about money and the people that do stuff with money, and Jesus had strong thoughts on those. And it's not really my thing, so
I heard Jesus went into the temple and he changed all the cryptocurrency for NFTs. That's
Yep, that is what happened.
that's what he did.
If you even have to be told, don't let Raw Matt handle your money, it's already too late. Like he's already, he's fully in. He's sweating bullets in the chat now.
Yeah. In case everyone needs to be reminded, Raw Matt, the former breatharian, the current, as far as I know, monofruitarian, the man who claims to have invented the kale chip and who likes to make cashew cheese or something, the man who claims to be an ordained Essene, which has never been a thing, by the way, the man who claims to be certified, whatever that means, in every system of herbalism ever. Keep going. It's going to keep going.
Questions.
This is the man who thinks that his herbal supplements can not only cure all of your cancers, it can prevent you from ever getting cancers, and has a book that claims to have unlocked the secret of immortality through herbalism.
Just to be clear,
that guy.
Just to be clear, we are not dispensing medical advice on this stream.
No.
Just to be clear.
But if you think that guy is the guy you should be giving your money to,
no,
I don't know what to tell you.
I'm going to dispense a little medical advice. Don't listen to Raw Matt. If he tells you you can be immortal, listen to him. That's my medical advice.
Yeah.
Don't
medical advice is get a real doctor.
Do not do it.
Didn't he also say he ate raw honey for several years?
Yeah, he tried to do the John the Baptist diet, but he didn't like the grasshoppers enough or something.
Yeah.
Wait, Jackson, that is sending me. I totally forgot.
It's hard to find locust out of season.
I mean, this is
it is.
I still like. I still think the best thing that
Donnie,
he ever
while we're
gifted us.
dispensing free advice for your channel. Oh, yeah,
Sorry, I
you
didn't
first.
I had
Then I want to go.
Go ahead. Whoever was going, go ahead.
I think that was Dok Deino. Go.
Oh, I was just gonna say, while we're dispensing free advice for your channel, Donnie, please stop having domestic abusers and people who make jokes about it on your show. It would make it a lot more credible. I say that as someone who really doesn't like your stuff.
Good rule.
Good rule.
Sorry.
Good,
all right.
Good guideline.
Man, that sent me. I forgot about the honey.
Good guideline.
It's a never-ending just nonsense stream when it comes to Raw Matt. This is also, again, the guy who thought that one of the languages of the Bible was pre-Yiddish, a thing that has never existed. If you want to know what came before Yiddish, the answer is Old High German.
And this is also the same guy who gifted us the antediluvian mutation rate paper.
Oh yes,
where
the
not
Christmas miracle.
Not a single sentence of that paper was untouched by the reviewers.
I just always thought the creationism was like the bottom of the barrel, and it gets so much worse.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it goes far. Look, that paper was a Christmas miracle. If that doesn't make you believe in God, then nothing ever will, because the editable or not editable, the commentable version of that paper fell into our laps on Christmas Eve, and a whole bunch of us spent a whole bunch of time on Christmas Eve making sure that we commented accurately, by the way, on every single sentence in that paper.
If Donnie is like the bottom of the sea, right, and then you've got Kent Hovind at the Marianas Trench, Raw Matt is Challenger deep. Like he's taking it as low as it can go. This
explosive levels of pressure.
Yeah,
they're trying to get to the core of the earth.
Nothing can live there. All right. So we have Michael Apple for $10. Don't hug me. Otherwise, keep doing what you're doing. You got it, Michael. I tentatively step back. Carrie Bronson for $10. If you could brainwash the masses with science, would pushing evolution really be the first thing you would do? No, of course not.
I'd start with vaccines.
Yeah, something like that, right? Climate change. I think they're saying like if big evolution, right? They've got bigger things. If there's a deep state, they've probably got bigger things on their plate than pushing evolution.
Sure. Yes.
Lacey Eagle for $5. Challenge. Let the video play for more than 10 seconds at a time. Difficulty level impossible. I don't even think we made it that far, to be honest.
Yeah, it's
10
true.
seconds was a lot. Isaac Tracer for $5. That ad was entirely unnecessary. Y'all are already amazing content creators. Referring to Motion Array. Regrettably,
thanks.
I pay for Motion Array. I gotta have the stock footage sometimes. Nuzzy D for $4.99. I left for 2 hours and y'all are still going. Keep debunking the nonsense. Just try and stop us, Nuzzy. Science Kimono Dragon Nerd for $10 for science. Thank you very much, Nuzzy. Carrie Bronson for $5. I don't understand this, and I must protect my kids from understanding it. It's classic.
Man, the
It's
reboot
Futurama,
era of
right?
Futurama, yeah, it's from like the reboot when they went back from Comedy Central to Cartoon Network, and overall that era of Futurama is not great, but that episode, A Clockwork Origin, absolute classic.
That episode that's got Dr. Banjo, right? That's the
Yes,
Dr.
it
Banjo
does.
episode.
Yep.
That's such a fire episode. In
The
general.
very same.
Amanda for £4.99 for my science crush on all of you. Thank you,
Aw.
Amanda. Very kind. The Nest Newt for $10. I think the trouble creationists run into is that they expect everyone to act like them, and they expect adherence to what their leadership says.
It's true. It's
Yeah.
really true. It's why they're always talking about Darwin as if he's like the prophet of evolution to them or something.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. And Darwin is great, but he also got a lot of stuff wrong, and he's also just a guy. Like, he's cool, but
I will not hear this blasphemy against the great prophet, Erica.
our Lord and Savior, Charles.
I actually, Dan, it was. I saw you were arguing with somebody about like Dawkins as like the ultimate like authority on evolution,
Yeah.
which is very funny because I just spent my last video, the brine shrimp tale, explaining how he was wrong in the ancestors tale
It's
about
like-
the evolution of brine shrimp.
Well,
So-
you know, actually, in that, so I had this long Twitter fight this morning with some philosophy dude, and it's always philosophy dudes, right? It's engineers and philosophy
Sure,
debate bros,
yes,
right?
yes.
And Jay, I thought I'm having this argument, and they're throwing Dawkins and Sternberg and like all like, you know, big name people, and they're like, well, so and so says. And I thought of something you said a bunch of years ago on SFT, something to the effect of, don't quote evolutionary biologists at me. I argue with them for a living.
Yes. Yeah. We talked about that earlier, just how they don't understand that, how they keep saying, oh, the scientists are going to throw out the data if it doesn't agree with the conclusion they've already come to. It's like, no, that's how you become a famous scientist and make a lot of money.
That's the only way.
The Nest Newt with 2 pig snouts for $10. Creationist demand conformity is what I'm saying. Also, good luck on your dig, Dino. So phenomenal. Oh my God, Zach B. Hancock for $50. Zach, you really shouldn't have. Imagine if we were in a country that fully funded scientific research.
Imagine.
Worth the $50 for the dopamine hit that I briefly got imagining this forbidden realm. Like, can you imagine?
If we had a functioning, you know, science funding establishment, though, we wouldn't be having all this fun tonight, now would we?
We wouldn't.
And at the risk of sounding a bit too political, I just want to say scientific funding is on the ballot this November. Just to be clear about it, just in case you didn't know what else was at stake. You know,
There's a lot at stake. So that in mind, there's a lot of
Whoa, that was nausea-inducing.
Grayson, are you in
Oh,
a
sorry, was I
centrifuge?
too bright there?
No, it was
Grayson.
Grayson.
no, Grayson's flip move.
Grayson had to dodge some lasers.
Oh.
He did a barrel roll.
Okay, well, it was really windy where I was, so I tried to move somewhere less windy. But yes, absolutely, echoing what everybody else has said. I also want to say, Zach, since your donation is over $50, you do technically get to pick a song for our playlist if you so choose, and anybody
true.
else who's donated over $50.
Well,
I also want to say, because I think I didn't say this at all the first time that I was on, but like the reason why I'm on my road trip and going to Wyoming, like at the moment, is because like this is happening very soon, like in a few days level of soon. I mean, that was implied by the fact that I'm on this road trip, but I felt like I should explicitly say this for like the people donating, like I will be meeting with Dok Deino there in Wyoming in like a couple days. So this will be used pretty, soon.
I'm
They're on the
leaving
way.
for Wyoming this Saturday, so we're on
This
the
was
final
what-
stages of planning, and then I actually do have an announcement on that. We've hit enough for a full month. Which
Nice.
that's phenomenal. I'm so glad to hear that. That's awesome.
I don't I don't know how to put this into proper words, partly because I'm bad at it, and partly because I'm slightly intoxicated. But
Yay!
Thank you, everybody who has donated. Like, this means so freaking much. Like, I know most of you just met me today, but this is flooring me. Thank you.
No, Doc, like that's the point. That's why this audience is so awesome. That's why this community is so awesome, because everybody's got this common goal of like, oh, you've got a cool question, like we're gonna do what we can to get you what you need to go and answer it. That's how it works. That's the goal. So I'm
sorry. I just want to explicitly clarify also that Doc will be out there for as long as it takes. Like, I'm just there, like, because I asked Doc if I would be allowed to tag along, and he said yes. Like, I do not have what it takes to be a paleontologist. It's going to be rough out there. Like, every day, it's going to be like, I mean, Erica, you know what it's like being out in the field. It is at a feat of endurance. And so yeah, big ups for Doc. He will be out there for as long as it takes to find these specimens. As long as that funding holds out, I will probably wimp out after a couple of days, but I'm going to give it as best as I can. And also it's important for, like, safety, the buddy system, multiple people being out there in case anything happens. So yes.
And actually related to that, Erica, the first time you and I ever met, I think, was on a Standing for Truth live stream. I asked you a question there that got cut off, so it sounded really weird. I asked you how much water you took with you into the field every day, because
what'd I say?
I usually take like 1.5 gallons.
Did I say 2 liters? Because 2 liters is the answer.
I think you did.
Oh my god!
But, like, I was just curious because I'd done field work in a desert before, but yeah, I like 1.5 gallons just to be safe.
Yeah,
half of that is coffee.
Koru's weird because it's got it's the middle of the day is, despite being like in a tropical region, the middle of the day is hot like you'd expect from a desert, but then every night we get these massive rainstorms that just destroy the campsite and the tent, and you're wandering to the Cho and it's pouring down rain and it's 2 a.m. and your stomach hurts because of bad lentils. It's that hypothetically, I mean, like one could imagine a situation where that might happen.
Where you might live up to your name of Gutsick, Gibbon.
Yeah.
Well, fortunately, out in Wyoming, it's usually much drier, but that does mean it gets really cold at night.
Yeah. Bring plenty of stuff. We're gonna keep zooming through these super chats, and then at the end, obviously, I've got I haven't even checked. I haven't checked my PayPal. I don't even know. If I had to bet, I would say we've more than reached the goal, which I expected.
Yes, let me double check my GoFundMe. See where we're at.
Oh, did I?
We're at 1,500 on the GoFundMe.
Nice.
We've raised we have raised about $900 on the GoFundMe alone today.
Awesome.
That's the wonderful
I'm gonna
nature.
Start crying. Goddamn.
That's okay. You're allowed.
No, that's okay. That's that's what the community.
Hey, that's
is
great.
for.
This is so awesome. I'm so happy that we're getting funds
Right
raised.
about it. It's perfect. And then we get to debunk creationism while we're at it. Gabrielle Small for $9.99 just finished dendrochronology fieldwork.
Congratulations.
To help fund some more fieldwork and pass on the good vibes. Now time for my 400 hours of lab work.
Wow.
Yes. Love to hear it. And best of luck, Gabrielle. And thank you, Gabriel, probably for your donation. PhD Tony for 10 Australian dollars. We have dendrochronology, luminescence dating, VARV chronology, radiometric dating, cosmogenic exposure dating, electron spin resonance, amino acid racemization, I-score data. They have squat. You could add every single independent means of radiometric dating to that as well. Thank you, PhD Tony. As always, it's lovely to hear from you. Skywise for $10. Best answer to why we have monkeys if humans. We have Google, but why are there stupid questions?
The answer is because of those AI things they're starting to put at the top. That's why.
All right, I have a solution for that though. Ask me later.
Oh, Dan,
thank you.
I know. I haven't done it yet, but I know the solution. Yeah.
Yeah.
It works. It's so beautiful. It
really is.
Don't you know that if you're pregnant, you should have 2 to 3 cigarettes per day?
And also eat at least one small rock a day, obviously.
And if you run but don't look down, you don't fall.
You don't fall.
It's amazing.
Balthazar 228 for $9.99. I'm amazed they didn't call the combination of Mastodon, Pterodon, Triceratops, Smilodon, and Tyrannosaurus the Paleozord. Yeah,
It would have been better than the dinosaur. It always bugged me, even as a kid, that of the 6 dinosaurs in Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, a grand total of 2 were actually dinosaurs.
Wait, that's actually a really good point. Now that I'm looking at that list, that's kind of ridiculous. They've got the their dino tube pilled, where they've got like the dinosaur tube.
Yes,
is their idea
whatever.
of, like,
so what it actually is that there's this word in Japanese, kyoryu, that's usually translated as dinosaur, but really it just kind of means like prehistoric beast. It's not a scientific term, but when it gets translated into English, people just translate it as dinosaur, which isn't appropriate, but I get why they do it. And so, yeah, all these things that aren't dinosaurs got turned into the Dinozords and Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, and I should stop talking about that because I don't know if you can tell, I've got a Mighty Morphin Power Rangers set piece here on my set. So,
Dapper, when I heard you start moving towards
no,
Power
we got a
Rangers,
nerd
I
on
clicked
deck.
the next super chat because I was like, he's gonna go.
I stopped myself.
What is that? Is that a raccoon in a Pope's hat? Like, I don't. What is it?
Yeah, it's a papal cyanoid.
I don't know how to say it.
Procyanoid.
Procyanid? Is that
I
what we're
thought
going
you were
for?
making a joke about like papal procyanid.
Yeah,
that's
what
where you were going with that.
That's
I
what I
mean-
was trying to say, but then I
Oh.
said cyanoid instead of procyanoid,
Okay.
cyanoid, whatever. I was trying to say like it's a
A
papal
papal cyanid.
Yeah,
There
that's
you
what
go.
I'm going
You're
for.
going for
I,
it.
I
yeah.
mean, hey, Erica, at the very least, it's a cardinal carnivoran.
There
There
you
you
go.
go.
There you go. Come on, don't ask me questions about non-primates. What? Who even cares? Clara for 5 reals.
There you go.
Super chat because I fucking love whales. Thank you for giving a tired computer engineering student a lot of interesting content to listen to while I code. It is our greatest pleasure to do so.
I'm
Raider
surprised how
Rosenberg
popular this is
for-
in Brazil.
Yeah, I'm actually really interested in that too. I'm glad to hear it though. I would love to go to Brazil. They've got so many monkeys there, and I've
They do.
never gotten to see wild potterine, so I'd love to get there. Raider Rosenberg for $4.99. Are we raising funds for anything specific or general channel support? Happy Pride. Happy Pride indeed. And we are raising money for field work. We have successfully raised all the funds needed to send Dok and Grayson, but Grayson is self-funded to go find the provenance for a specific sauropod from Dok's Alma Mater. And then I haven't checked yet because I've been hosting things. I am like 100% sure that we've also raised the money for to pay for my fieldwork fees and then the Costi permit fee to head back to Kenya, which is phenomenal. So yes, raising money for specifics, but debunking because
awesome.
we love it out of
Awesome.
passion. For Fermasia for
sorry,
75 USD. Always enjoy the work you do. Hope this helps. And wonderful avatar there.
Send in a
Love to
song
see it.
request.
Thank you.
Yeah, send in a song request. Okay, Fermasia,
And
song request ASAP, please.
Super duper quick, Erica. I do just want to say, any extra donations that go to my GoFundMe, I do just want to say, folks, I am not keeping any of that. Whatever is left over at the end of my expedition is getting donated. That I can talk, I promise. Is getting donated to a fund for a local museum.
Don't
Because
worry,
the
Doc.
area I'm going to, a lot of really famous dinosaur fossils came from there, but they don't have a museum to educate, the kids around there. And I want to help change that.
Doc,
Nice.
it went into the description, so don't worry. I even put the link, and people were clicking on the link already, and then they were like, the link is busted. So I fixed the link, and it's good to go. So folks
Oh,
know
no.
my breakdown, I'm going to touch again at the end of the stream, but I have a cost breakdown as well that I would love to share with you guys here shortly. Jack Cooper for $5. Nothing. Thank you very much, Jack Cooper, regardless. Donnie H for $5 for science. Erica rocks. Thank you very much, Donnie. There's a Donnie out there that likes my content. Is amazing to hear.
Sorry, Donnie. Yeah, it's not you, Donnie. It's
Not
the
other
other. It's
Donnie.
other Donnie.
Not normal Donnie, other Donnie. Dusty for $19.99, a super sticker. Thank you very much, Dusty. Ruhif, great to hear from you, man. For 80 Australian dollars. Yoo-hoo. Yeah, Ruhif and I'm not on Discord as much as I would like to be, but Ruhif's an awesome dude. Absolutely essential for every Tompkins thing that I've ever done. So thank you
absolutely.
again.
One of my
Reuben.
favorite drinks in the
Literally
world, also Yoo-hoo.
Yoo-hoo.
Totally underrated. Very underrated.
Woohoo! Yoo-hoo.
Yeah. Stamp test for 50 USD. Love the content. I've been listening to this live stream since the start on 2x speed, and I finally caught up to current.
Wow.
Glad to be one of the many gentle and, of course, very modern apes. Godspeed on your scientific discovery endeavors. But of course, and I'll talk about this a little bit more at the end, but I do intend to, anytime that I get any funds for doing field work, I want to make a video. So the video from last year is on Patreon now, and the video for this year will be on Patreon at this time next year. Presumably. Earlier.
And I do want to say that reminded me, the Mind Electric is on the playlist.
Hey, who put it on there? I want to know.
I mean, me. It's just a really fun song.
Okay. All right. Well, good. I'm glad. Skip the first. Go to like 320 or 220 or something to skip the backwards part. Carrie Bronson for $10. I have nothing of substance to add here. Not true, Carrie. You've added a great deal just by being here. Fishing Puppy 13 for $5. You're a fantastic educator. Thanks for crushing my hope of dragons ever existing.
Flying puppy.
Really sorry. I'm really sorry to say that. You can imagine that dragon-like animals have existed for a very long time, though, and they still exist in the form of these wonderful Nile crocodiles and large monitor lizards that are really cool to look at. For Initiative Play Theory, for $5, there was a hominid they discovered maybe 20 years ago that appeared to walk upright but had arms like a gibbon. What happened to that discovery? Oh man, 20 years ago, what would that be? 20 years ago would be around 2004. So that's after Auroran, and it's after Sahelanthropus christianensis. My guess would be that you were hearing.
Naledi?
Wouldn't be Naledi.
That's what I was thinking.
Is
that one that's like a monkey or something?
Yeah, Naledi's 2010. So for 2004-ish, you're going to be looking at something. You might have been hearing whispers of Ardipithecus ramidus because people were talking about it before it was published in 2009 at like every conference under the sun. And it does have extremely long arms. Danuvius, that's too late for Danuvius. It'd have to be Artie. I would imagine it would have to be Artie. Or me. Nope. Couldn't be Australopithecus sediba either, because that was later as well. My guess is Ardipithecus ramidus. It does have very long arms, and it's monomorphic with like a gibbon, so that would be my best guess. But it's my favorite hominin, so there's that. Plow King! Call Mr. Plow. That's my name. That name again is Mr. Plow. Headed home from Buffalo Wild Wings. Can you explain that evolution path? Oh, Lord. Plow King, you're going to have to be a little more specific.
Yeah.
Like how did buffalo evolve wings?
Yeah.
I think that's what they mean.
Oh, okay. Fun. I see. Can you explain that evolution path? Probably selection for good flavor would be my guess. Supercilious pseudonym for $10. Have you heard of Kellerman's work on E. coli, I'll just say, that definitively proves new information arises from random mutations? If it's Kellerman specifically, I don't know, but I've definitely heard of a lot of simulation work on that exact subject that shows that new information can arise from random mutations. Probabilistic.
As long as you actually define information, which of course creationists will never do, because every time they try, they realize, mutations do increase this once I find a quantifiable way to measure it.
Yeah, they don't.
See my conversation with Paul Price on this from last fall when he just straight up admitted we can't define information. Thanks, Paul.
Or Dapper in my conversation with David
Paul
a few weeks ago.
Yeah, where it was just constant backpedaling every time he got a definition for information because we pointed out, hey, here's an obvious example of information going up by your definition. Oops.
By the way, I am here. I am listening. I'm also planning for my stream. That is happening in 45 minutes, so I'll leave and then I'll come back. Because my guest for tonight is sick, so I'm calling an audible 45 minutes from showtime, and that's okay, because Discovery Institute can't stop, won't stop talking about me. They released a podcast episode on the debate today that my video from last week addressed most of their things, but I will point out where Dr. Luskin is still.
And Dan, are you paying for this space that you have over at the Discovery Institute where they're just constantly having to
No, I practically have my own vertical on their blog at this point. Just rent free over there.
Man, Dan, I had you for a while there. My Gunter Beckley.
I know Beckley. Yeah.
I had you for a little bit, and Dave was doing pretty well, but I think you've even like suplexed over Dave here.
I was behind, and now I'm definitely catching up in that.
Look, I'm just happy to be part of the deplorable ilk for some reason.
They did stuff on me back when long story short and I were trading shots over the whale evolution stuff. I gave up eventually because I was like, you're just an idiot and you ignored like 15 minutes of my last rebuttal, so I don't care to interact with you anymore. That was basically my final, and I'm sure they went like, haha, he never responded to us again, so victory for us. Like, okay.
Jackson, I wish I had that kind of restraint. I
don't even think it's like restraint. It's just like I have more interesting things I want to work on, and I don't have the time, unfortunately, to devote to like every single YouTube thing that I would like to do. So I have to. Hence why I've been doing the freaking Ancestor's Tale for the last like 4 years. But like there's only so much stuff I can do given the time that I have, and I'm sure all of you can sympathize with that. And so I just was like, I can't continue with this. So
for sure.
Long story short, you're less important than whale penises.
True.
For sure, I sympathize, but my thing is, what starts to happen is I keep the things that I care about prioritized, and then what happens is the creationism stuff eats into my free time and my sleeping time, and like it eats into the areas that I don't want it to eat into. Very healthy.
I don't know if you saw what I said on Twitter, but my like new policy on Twitter is I'm not arguing with people on Twitter anymore. Really, I said you can come on the show, and Dapper and I will talk to you, or Nestling, and like that. But that's it. I'm not going to be arguing. I'm not going to spend 2-3 hours arguing with creationists on Twitter anymore. I just don't have it in me. So,
I need that. I need that so inject that right into my veins, Jackson. I need that so badly. I wish that I could do that.
Well, it's like because I'm teaching class 2 days a week, and then the other 5 days I'm at my other job. So it's like I don't have time. I just don't have time for it.
I'm fundamentally broken because I'm on Twitter and I'm like, refresh. Oh, 6 replies from some guy who can't tell me what the mechanisms of evolution are. Guess I'll waste another 20 minutes replying. I just like
don't feel bad about that.
In regards to that, okay, you first.
I said, don't feel bad about that because Jackson and Dapper then have that person onto their show and spend 3 hours talking to them.
Listen, okay, you may have gotten me there. I can't dispute the facts, but this is like okay, but that's like my like guilty pleasure time I have carved out of the week. I'm like, okay, I can engage in guilty pleasure, but only at this specific time of the week.
Is engaging creationism full hedonism? Like it's just the truest, most purest. Like,
well, here's the thing. On occasion, Jackson and I have managed to at least partially get through to a few creationists. Like it has happened. We have some six stories.
We have a guy who's one of my like I see him pop up in my live chat now. But Dapper and I talked to him. I can't remember who it was either Steve McCrae's channel or Chesh's channel, one of them, because we were like all on there together, and then they jumped off, and we talked to the guy after, and he was like, "Yeah, I just don't think I can do creationism anymore. I think you guys have convinced me," and we chatted with him for a little while longer, and he's actually he shows up in my live chats every so often.
Fantastic, Jackson. That's awesome, and good on that person for being like an honest individual and genuinely trying to suss it out. That's great.
Yeah.
They are
creationists. Erica, I just want to say that like if you were not on Twitter, like the world would be missing out on your Twitter feed. I mean, like I seriously enjoy it every time you go into these like arguments with creationists. Yeah, exactly. Like every time you fall for the rage bait, there are like a lot of your followers that are very happy that you did. Like if you rose above it, then we would not have had you ratioing Candace Owens.
Yeah. Speaking of, yes, Erica ratioed Candace Owens, a political pundit who I'm sure has like more followers than like all of us combined do. But you ratioed her.
Nice.
Well, okay, she shouldn't be saying such dumb shit on Maine if she doesn't want to get raped by some dork on YouTube. Like, she should know better.
No, absolutely. Like, and it's kind of scary in a sense. I'm optimistic about a lot of things, but science communication is not one of them. It's very scary that like dinosaur denial is going mainstream to the extent that it is now. So,
I took it as more of like a I didn't take it as a dinosaur denial, to be honest.
Okay.
Candace Owens, I didn't. I took hers as more of like a, do you really believe what they tell you about why the dinosaurs, aka dragons, went extinct? Like, that's how I
sure. Is she probably a creationist? I could imagine that. Like, I honestly wouldn't be surprised. She's a complete loon.
She's a loon,
but
yeah.
like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm very cynical when it comes to science communication.
So to your point, I think Tucker Carlson recently went full creationist on Joe Rogan's show, right? And I've been making this point lately about how the Roganisphere and a lot of these apologists are now like strange bedfellows, right? They're finding it interesting to sit down and talk about apologetics with all this. And what that's doing is there's this whole class, I call them like silly Christians or maybe vague Christians, right? But they're not serious. They're not like growing up in the church, not serious about theology, but they vaguely identify as Christian. And now they're skipping over that whole like church indoctrination experience. And it's straight from like the Roganisphere into the apologetics, right? And so they're being force fed this stuff. It's very weird to see this all playing out in real time.
It's interesting though, because Rogan, like in a rare turn of events, Rogan was like, "You seriously don't believe in evolution?" Like he was like,
he did say that.
Now, in fairness, it's like really Rogan like accepts evolution. He accepts that like man-made climate change is a thing because he had a back and forth with Candace Owens actually on his show, and she was like, I don't think climate change is real, and he's like, oh really? What's your citation for that? It was just like on air, and she's like, oh well, I haven't really read too much into it, and he's like, of course, for all his stupidity, like broken clock, right? So
yeah, no, totally.
Clock. All right, next up.
Sorry, may I?
Yes, go.
I wanted to come on or comment on something a few minutes ago, and then the conversation just.
Whoops.
Whoops. That'll happen.
Someone mentioned Paul Price and
sorry,
like his attempts at science communication.
What ancient names you evoke, Doc?
Yeah, you can't say it one more time or else.
A month-long back and forth with the guy last year about these dinosaur bones from Alaska. It was horrific, and he could not admit he was wrong at any point.
Never has. He was like that on Debate Evolution. What would that be? He was like that on Debate Evolution probably about 7 years ago now. They're about 6 or 7 years ago. I got into
8 years.
8 years. Oh gosh. I'm withering. I'm withering to death.
Yeah, Erica, that was a long time ago.
Back when I was a young undergraduate.
We're all suddenly that one scene in The Last Crusade where the guy chose poorly. We all just turned to skeletons.
My channel is 8 years old.
I mean, hey, skeletons are interesting.
No, okay. I remember Jackson, your conversation with Sal Cordova getting posted on Debate Evolution, and I was like,
oh no.
I was like, holy mackerel, Jackson, we got to talk to Sal Cordova. He's a big name talking about Jackson. I was like, Jackson's a big guy in this circle. Wow.
I remember when you emailed me. It was we like chatted, and I was like, yeah, you should definitely come on my channel. We'll talk about whatever evolution.
We talked about something, yeah.
Which like
Sal
that was
Cordova said he won't debate me because he fears for his safety.
That was your first foray into YouTube, wasn't it?
What? How is
it?
Yeah, he said he's scared.
How is that supposed to work, though? It's not like you're in the same room.
You're gonna like reach into the camera.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know, but I think it's funny. I can't help but be like, yes, be scared, be very scared.
Like we've got Technomancer Jay over there.
Which I do want to point out, Erica, I'm pretty sure that was your first time on YouTube, wasn't it? On my channel?
It was like it was either my first time or I had just made a channel. Like it was close. And most of my very early videos are wiped. They're actually just unlisted. But I can't do the editing on them. Okay, we're doing these. Sam M for $20 donated earlier, but got a $20 refund. Did not expect sending another $20. Go do some awesome science. Love so many of your channels. Thank you, Sam M. That is
Thank you.
incredibly kind. For Lesbiandrea for 50 Swedish kroner. If y'all are the science friends, what is the team name of the Forces of Science Denial? The Legion of Loon.
I love it.
Isn't it the Brain Trust? Isn't that what we call
It's
it?
the Brain Trust, yeah.
Yeah, we used to just call them the Brain Trust. Or like the Standing for Truth Intellectual Conglomerate. Like we had a lot of names for them that went back and forth.
I'm a wrestling guy. I'm just imagining the Science Friends versus the Legion of Loon in some big double cage war game style match or something.
Just think the beginning of the very end of the theme song for the X-Men animated series when the two factions are running at each other. That's right. Yeah.
Yes.
There was a time when Donnie was really embracing the superhero aesthetic, and when he was tackling us all at once, he like photoshopped our faces onto like this like some Marvel villain team or DC villain team, and we were like,
then for some reason he moved on to photoshopping Dan here's face onto various homoerotic scenes.
There was a lot of wrestling going on.
That was the choice.
They had to be like, guys, I will take one for the team and I will find all the material myself. I will get back to you guys next week with the videos.
I need to know. Have you guys seen Donnie and Raw Matt's workout tapes?
No,
I
don't think I
my
need to
goodness.
No, I have not seen
Doc,
Send
you still have those
the
because-
children out of the room.
Because like I
need to
remember we
find
were on
them.
your stream when we found those. If you still have those are like some of the hardest I've ever laughed on a stream before.
I need to find them. They're just these videos that Raw, Matt, and Donnie made of each other working out.
With 80s music in the background, and they're like pumping each other up, encouraging each other. And they uploaded it on like I think it's like Raw Matt's second channel or something like that. It was so funny. I can't believe we found that.
I support the boys supporting the boys. Like I love that. Great for them. I support the boys supporting the boys. It's just that it's Rama and Donnie that are they in person? Do they live by each other?
No. They're like recorded. Each one is recording each other, and then or like not recording each other. They're recording themselves
Each other at the gym.
and then editing it together.
So wait,
Raw Matt looks like a chemotherapy patient. How is he doing any exercise? Like, how is that happening?
He says he was in MMA.
No,
maybe he was.
He was at one point. He isn't anymore.
Before he started breatharianism, yeah, probably.
Jackson, be
Shoot,
careful.
I don't
He might-
remember the name of the chat. Anyone
He's going
in
to
chat?
come break
do
you in
Raw
half,
Matt's
like he
second channel
threatened
name?
to break Dan in half.
Yeah, he did do that. Did threaten to break me in half one time.
Oh wait, I see Zach B. Hancock in the chat. Zach, do you
Tell
remember
him
the
to
name
get-
of the channel
Tell
so
him
I
to
can
get
find
in
it?
here. Okay, Shipfish for
don't remember the
149
name.
super sticker. Thank you very much, Shipfish. Pibble Punk, half dog, half canine for $50. Thank you, Pibble Punk says, aha, I've got you now. For no one has found the missing link between the ancient apes and this Darwinius Massillay. Grayson played round blocks with Time in a Box by Modest Mouse.
Nice.
Love it, Pibble Punk. Thank you very much. The Sun Express for $6.66. The Baguette of Consequences does arrive. Sans beret for the Creationists.
That's sans beurre. It's French for without butter.
Sorry, sans beurre.
Beurre.
I can only do one thing at a time, and I'm still
Okay.
looking out at my reels. Ren, can I stop the law of decay for $4.99? Science friends for life. So true, so true. Thank you for your donation to both of you, Sun Express and Ren. Jonathan Hargrove for $5. I don't have anything clever to say. I just wanted to say hi. And thank you for your anime Waluigi gracing our screen here. I love it. Ford P69 for $50 for science. Thank you very much, Ford. Very appreciative. Olivia Williams for $2 Canadian and 79 Canadian cents. Just a little to help with a cool D&D profile pic. We have Gil's husband Komodo testing me today with 5 Brazilian reals. Please come to Brazil. Y'all are so special.
That's awesome.
If I can come visit you in Brazil, I will do it if you can arrange for me to see some of your wonderful seabids that I know are lurking around there. Civil person for $10. Thank you, Erica, for making biological anthropology interesting and exposing ignorance being peddled to science. That is the one thing that I am here to do. So I am happy to do it. Thank you, civil person, for your donation. Holy mackerel, Brandon Feder for $100 for the 6-pack so y'all can survive the brain rot. I need to re-up here in a second before we get into this whale evolution, by the way. Thank you so much, Brandon.
At this rate, I'm going to leave. I'm going to do my video. I'm going to come back, and you'll just be starting the whale evolution thing.
No, Dan. No, we're going to start it.
To be fair, you did say this is not going to be an hour, and that was like over an hour ago.
No, it wasn't. Was it over an hour ago?
It's a super chat. There's a lot of super
We
chats.
started this. We started super chats. No, y'all, listen. We started the super chats when I left to put my kids to bed. When you started the super chats, they've been asleep for half an hour.
No, Dan.
I also joined an hour ago, and you were doing super chats.
No, okay, but we had just started them when you got here, Dapper, fucking really, Jackson. Okay,
I
Joe
am
White,
the
$20.
Dapper now. I own his channel.
Erica, I think I was the first to comment on you not having a tan last year. I thought it was a throwaway good-natured snark. Little did I know I was kicking off a hive of stupid. Have a monetary apology. Love your Thank you, Joe White. No, okay. I knew it was a joke. Other people got pissed about it, though. And they were like, yeah, why don't you have a tan? Brother, because I wear sunscreen. Are you serious? Like, I'm not trying to get burned on equatorial Kenya. It will destroy my ass out there. So I was wearing a lot of sunscreen and a hat and long sleeve shirts and long sleeve pants. So you are not to blame.
I'm wearing
bro.
the jacket I'm going to be wearing in the field.
See, there you go. Stay
long
covered up.
Sleeves, gloves, hat. Where's my hat? Here's my hat.
This is the name of the game. Our wonderful papal procyanid here, or our cardinal carnivoran, Clara, for 5 Brazilian reals. Do come to Brazil. A marmoset tried to steal my popsicle outside the hospital the other day. It was bewildering. You can't just come onto my channel and tell me that you're living my dream, dude. You can't do that. That's not fair.
Wow.
Are you kidding? I would love, oh my God, I bet they're so cute though. I love marmosets. Any calatricid, really. So I will come, Clara. Show me these marms. Gail Howard for 20 pounds. It's just gone 1 a.m. here in Scotland, so going to fall asleep listening to you all. Keep up the great work. I love learning so much. Thank you very much, Gail, and I wish you pleasant dreams. That's your
Euros.
answer.
I know that one.
Okay, Hannah B for
Sleep
$9.99.
well, honey, we love you.
As that was scary. That one scared me. I didn't like that. Hannah B for $9.99. As someone who grew up being taught YEC, I can say firsthand that channels like y'all's are so important. Thank you very much, Hannah B, and I love your cute sea turtle profile picture.
I think it's really important to hear though, because sometimes it just feels like
screaming into the wind.
Yeah, more YEC. Let me guess, they're wrong. Let's see.
Crusher the Croxigore with, it looks like Primal, but I know that's not Primal, but a cool profile picture for $5. 2 dinos and a Gibbon in one stream. Again, requesting that Dapper pay the Warpstone fee for his pyramid. I'm not giving the Warpstone to my Skaven BF. Dapper, you're going to need to just...
Look, I haven't received delivery of this alleged pyramid that Crusher the Croxigore has been commissioned to build for me. Until I actually receive that thing, he's not getting the Warpstone.
Dapper, I'm just gonna hit the next one. Plowkin for $49.99. Song, I am a paleontologist by They Might Be Giants. Put that on there.
Right, I'm looking it up. I'm looking it up.
Wonderful choice of band there, by the way. Just to test 90 for $5. I used to fundraise for the DI when I was an undergrad at Biola. Gutsick, Dr. Dan, and Force V are all parts of my real science education. That is awesome.
Wow, that's huge.
Thank you, Just a Test. That's great.
Huge.
Supercilia pseudonym for $10. The LTEE started in 1988 and continues to this day with over 75,000 generations frozen in a living library, produced E. coli that could eat citric acid, if I recall correctly. Hey, Supercilia,
you recall correctly.
You got a guy that was in Linsky's lab.
Yeah, I think they put that in there. They probably put that in there when I introduced myself, maybe. But yeah, I worked in the Linsky lab, and very accurate description. Good to see an accurate LTEE shout out always.
We love to see it. We truly do.
Okay,
absolutely.
Let's sprint through these so we can start video number 3.
Bro, we are so close. Carrie Brunson for $5. He's monkey for banana, so shouldn't it be the bunch of fools? Oh, monkey for banana.
That is good.
That brings me back when I was pretending that I could restrain myself, which I can't. So thank you, Carrie, for reminding me. Astro Geek 61 for $50. Also, Sprack Zarathustra, the long version.
Oh,
smart.
I'm
That is
I'm
a
sorry.
song.
I do actually speak German. That's why my name is Dr. Deino. That hurt.
Okay, all right. Well, do you want to read the super chat? Put it on the list. Put it on the list.
Sprach. Okay, maybe I can't do it drunk.
Okay.
Zarathustra.
All right.
Something
We know
like
where
that.
we stand. We know where
I
we
tried.
stand. That's Gibbon 1, dinosaur, ambiguous, Zilcho. BTF Wayne.
Hey, there's more birds than mammals.
Wayne.
Astro Geek, thank you very much for your generous donation, by the way. BTF Wayne for $2. Gutsick is king. Donnie is a jester's understudy. I hope Donnie's not here to hear that.
Wayne
That
is
will
my
hurt.
man. Wayne is also looking for them Donnie workout tapes. Make sure BTF Wayne gets his hands on those.
If anyone can find the channel, tell me, please.
Here's the thing. We once had some wonderful clips slip through our fingers like sand in an hourglass. So
Yeah.
if we do find it, we no longer have the Donnie Deals Volkswagen car dealer clips anymore. So I'm sure there's around. So I'm sure someone has them, but it's not.
Donnie
us.
probably has them.
Donnie has
Yeah, they're on Facebook. They're gone now.
Yeah, they're gone.
Also, people are saying no drunk German. Should I do drunk Spanish instead?
You shouldn't, but only because.
Puedo hablar español más bueno que puedo alemán.
Well, Slack 3001 for $10. I'm very far behind on the stream, but I gotta say, hashtag not all engineers.
True.
You know, as always, we try to remember that we love our engineers. Just some of them. You guys show up a lot in the ID circles. You call on your engineer friends, make sure they're okay.
The Salem hypothesis is legit. Just like.
Lastly, Balthazar 228 for $10. Why aren't groups of Platyrini called marmosets?
I love it.
Because I'm
that's
not
it.
in charge. That's why.
That's why. Yes. Yes.
Man.
Growth won't pass over the keys. So, all right, you guys.
How dare you?
What that means is that it's finally, at long last, time to watch this whale evolution video. So I'm fixing. Wait, where did Dapper go? Or fuck me.
I'm right here.
Where did Jackson go?
Jackson's camera died. So, yeah.
I think his internet might have cut out. I don't know.
Well, he better come back because I
Better
was
come back.
excited for him to see the whale evolution video specifically because he loves talking about whale evolution. We'll keep an eye out for him. He might show back.
I'm like literally calling in like from the road among the mountains and like of anybody's camera to fail and to drop StreamYard. I'm just really shocked it was Jackson.
Well, this is like old school typical Jackson where like his camera will just give out beneath him. All right, you guys.
I just got before we get started. I'm in this weird position because I find Donnie very agreeable. I think it's easy to get along with Donnie, but the branding, bro, just all the truth and the truth and the truth and everything's the truth, and then y'all just sit up here and tell lies. It just
okay.
Look, anyone with the word truth in their username probably has nothing to do with truth.
Is it Jackson?
I have
related
found
to it?
I have found at least some footage of Raw Matt working out. And an interview he did with an Eternal Life channel in a graveyard.
Oh my God.
Wow.
If we want to see any of that absurdity.
Here's the thing. I do want to see that, but I'm not putting that shit on my stream. I don't want to get demonetized for accidentally like linking to somebody who very well might be on the FBI's most wanted list. So,
your partner comes in.
Okay,
I thought you were
chat.
debunking creation and like Donnie's just working out bench pressing. He's like, what's going on here, Erica?
What did Jackson say about Raw Matt? A chemotherapy patient? That is the most savage thing I've ever heard Jackson say in my life.
But
all right.
Does he have the eye of the tiger?
Therein lies the question. Okay, you guys, we got this video. I'm starting it. Let's get this started. And I'm gonna let it play when we stop. I gotta go get another drink. So
line of evidence that the evolutionary community looks to for not only human evolution, but also whale evolution. And so the question here on the screen, how do creationists, which you and I are, address the famous whale series? So you got Pakicetus, Ambulocetus, Rhodocetus, Basilosaurus, for example. What are your overall thoughts on that series?
I did a whole article on this, and it's pretty clear to me that what you are doing is taking different animals and lining them up, even though they are clearly different animals. Pakicetus, for example, and the others, they're clearly different animals, different category, and you're lining them up somewhat arbitrarily. Interesting, I went to a conference once, and the professor there was at the University of Kansas, and he was asked what is the most persuasive fossil evidence for evolution, period. And at the conference, he gave the whale. And I thought, that is really bad. If this is the best evidence, what does that say about all the other evidence in that? I think it's pretty pathetic. And again, you believe in evolution, therefore, the Pakicetus and so on, these have to be missing links. But in many ways, if you do comparisons, even from the printed literature, you can see that they're just very different kinds of animals. It's like you line up apes and you start out with chimp and you gorilla and then humans, you line them all up and you claim that one evolved from the other, when that is pretty questionable because.
So, okay, I sped them up, but I'm just going to make a quick note here. Nobody is saying that humans evolved from chimps and gorillas, right? These are contemporaneous animals that share a common ancestor. And also, I find it very shocking that we would propose the whale series to be the best as far as the lineages that we have support for. Personally, I'd pick the hominins, but that's just because I know them.
I mean, whales are really good, and they're a fascinating lineage. But yeah, hominins might be better.
Well,
at least right now.
Some people say you might avoid hominins just because people get mad when you study human evolution, right? So unfortunately, biology educators still sit around and debate how useful it is to discuss the hominin example. But it's still the same thing, right? Which he literally called it the series. He said the whale series. And it invokes that like march of progress. And he says these are clearly different animals, and then they're lining them up. No, you're lining them up. Right? Like we understand the branching pattern, right? And he's trying to misrepresent that branching nature of evolution and to say, oh, they just line up a series. It's kind of like a dog, and then it jumps into an alligator looking thing, and then it's a whale, and it's that same thing where that march of progress, for those who know what I'm talking about, the march of progress, it's that thing you see when you line up like a chimp, and then you put all the other hominins, and then you show Homo erectus, and then you show Homo sapiens, and you do so in a line. And that just comes from a book that also didn't have this misunderstanding. They explained it accurately. They just happened to show them and depict them that way. And so we're still dealing with this. We're still dealing with their inability to even explain the basic branching nature of evolution in an honest fashion.
Yeah, and you're going to see a little bit later, right? Like, because this is one of the other ones that I skimmed. I didn't skim over the radiometric dating one, but in this, there's a portion where when Donnie and Mat are making their argument against the fossils, they use these quotations where people are saying like, oh yeah, and actually this guy might bring it up too, but where they talk about like, oh yeah, Pakicetus or Ambulocetus, whichever of the two they're discussing, it's not directly on the line. Yeah, no one is saying it is. Right? Like these are groups begetting groups in a rather bushy pattern that are displaying that morphologic change over geologic time that would be required to go from a terrestrial artiodactyl to what we see in modern cetaceans. Like it's not that complicated, in my opinion, but
yeah, so you're saying in addition to misrepresenting the branching, they're also misrepresenting the claim of direct ancestry. We're not necessarily this descended directly from this.
Right.
And that's another one of those misconceptions they throw in about all these things.
They're saying that that's what evolutionists say, and then they use quotes from professionals who are saying that's not the case, but no one's saying that it is, right? Like
exactly.
Evolutionists say XYZ is the straw man here. All right, keep going.
They not only have to evolve new traits, but have to lose a lot of traits. And I don't see that as the case. I don't remember all the points in my article, but I did in quite a long article cover this in quite a bit of detail.
Right, and I think the point holds true even to whale evolution that you made earlier with human evolution, that a lot of the points are contested. I mean, Ambulocetus, I think it was Peter Gingrich, recently said that Ambulocetus must not be in that main lineage because the eyes are at the top of its head, kind of like an alligator. And so how can it therefore be in that main lineage? But one
that was the one I was thinking. It ended up being there. But like, yes. No one is saying, to my knowledge, that the cetacean series, quote unquote, that is presented is anagenetic, right? Like, who's out here saying this?
That's basically never been the case for fossils.
Exactly.
There are very few exceptions. Like Triceratops porus to Triceratops horridus is probably anagenetic. The three species
you beat me to the punch, Dapper. I was literally just about to say that.
The three species of the genus Thalassocnus, which is a series of increasingly aquatic sloths, that's probably anagenetic. But like, other than those two extremely unusual circumstances, like no one's really arguing for anagenesis in fossil lineages.
People will argue for Australopithecus anamensis to afarensis sometimes as well, but or sometimes from Africanus to Sediba as well. But it depends on who you talk about.
Yeah, I have heard it speculated, but even then, most people who do so see that as rare. That we would even have the type of evidence to strongly inclinate that we had the direct ancestor. For the most part, that's just not how we think about fossil species because we don't know enough.
Right.
Well, the only reason they
I'm
propose
sorry,
it is it's the same location, and you're tracking changes on the surface of teeth. Like it's coming down to like the cusps of given molars and things of that nature. So it's they take it as an easier case to make. But as you say, Jay, they're measured when they do it.
So, Erica, I do have to ask, because I've wanted to ask you this for a while, and I now finally have the chance. What do you, which species of Australopithecus, if you think it was Australopithecus, do you think is probably ancestral to Homo?
I mean, I'm kind of a
there are
loyalist.
any good candidates?
Yeah, I think it's afarensis. I think Australopithecus afarensis is an extremely long-lived species in Eastern Africa that seems to beget successful lineage after successful lineage, some of which end up going extinct rather quickly, some of which don't. There are some people that will argue that Australopithecus afarensis, that all of the Australopiths aren't actually what we should be looking at for Homo's emergence, and instead they'll actually point to Kenyanthropus platyops, which is associated with the Lomequi tool culture, the very first tools that we see in the record at 3.3 million years ago with Kenyanthropus platyops. And some people will argue, though, that Kenyanthropus platyops should just be Australopithecus afarensis, or at most Australopithecus platyops. So it depends on who you talk to, but I think afarensis is so ubiquitous, it's so well known, it's so well represented, and you find so many characters in Australopithecus afarensis that seem to be precursors to simple elaborations that are going to happen in early genus Homo, in the likes of Homo habilis and Homo rudolfensis. And the paper that I love to point to for this is Kimball and Villamore, Australopithecus to Homo, the transition that wasn't. Phenomenal piece showing these continuations of patterns. So
one of Donnie's favorite papers too, because he doesn't understand it.
And Ramat loves it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that was something I was really curious about, because I'm interested in paleoanth. It's one of my. It was something I was considering majoring in, but eventually I decided to stick with dinosaurs. So it's just fascinating to me, but I don't know where the pulse of the field lies right now. So
I love bioanth. I love paleoanthropology, but there's a reason I study Miocene apes. There's a reason my dissertation is not on hominins, and that's because the hominin scene is kind of a nightmare. Just like the Spinosaurus scene, or where Tyrannosaurus, pick a controversial critter. It's like all hominins are controversial, and everyone is stingy with their fossils. Not everybody, but Tim White is stingy with his fossils.
So, Eric, a total hypothetical here, because when I did my master's in bioanth, I was taught pretty much the same thing you were, which wasn't that long ago. But my question is, we also thought there may have been a time where there was, maybe 4 different hominin species around at the same time. And I'm totally picking your brain, total theory question. But do you think that would have an influence on creationism? I have a hard time believing that. I just feel like creationism would hit differently if we had to explain similar species existing in other parts of the world?
So, they actually use it to their advantage. So they point to contemporaneity, specifically at places like Olduvai, where you've got Homo habilis, Homo erectus, Paranthropus boisei, I believe, and depending on what you're doing with the Bertille foot, potentially even, and this is strictly me, no one has made this statement.
Sure.
I think it's going to come out. I think the Bertille foot, which is around that same date, so we're looking at like in between 2 and 3 million years ago, essentially. That Bertille foot looks like Ardipithecus to me. And I'm not the first person to say that. So that would suggest that you have another genus of hominin. So we're looking at 4 genera: Paranthropus, Ardipithecus, Australopithecus, and Homo, all living sympatrically, contemporaneously around the Olduvai area. That is insane. Because typically we've been like...
Wait. Sorry, I tuned out for a minute. You said Ardipithecus was contemporaneous with Homo?
If the Bertille foot belongs to Ardipithecus, the genus, I don't think it's that far of a stretch to suggest that you've got persistence into when you see first members of Homo like 2.8 million years ago.
How is the first I've heard of this? That's insane.
Because the Bertille foot isn't defined as Ardipithecus. There's a reason they call it the Bertille foot, because it's this random foot that has this crazy divergent helix. It looks just like Ardipithecus. I mean, it's a dead ringer. No one's going to say that that's what it is, but there was a really cool talk by Johannes Haile Selassie, the Ardipithecus Kadaba guy, who talks, and I'm not going to say much more about it because it was at the ABAs, and I suspect he's going to publish on it here soon. Like, it's probably in review. But a lot of comparisons between some new material that they've gotten from that region, where the Bertille foot is, and how potentially, evidently, that Bertille material is very distinct from the Australopith material that's also there. Like the Australopithecus.
Maybe it's a foot of a Nephilim.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
But Erica, you were saying they use that to their...
Like, is it possible, like, if it has a divergent helix, is it possible it's a member of genus Pan, or...
It could be, but
I don't know how much data you can share. But
No, I mean, the Bertille foot is published. It's not a panin, for sure. This thing's not a panin. It's definitely a hominin. It has features that are well past that divergence. So unless it's some extreme homoplasia going on, that then ends up being lost when you get to Pan, it's a real, like, look up the picture of it, the Bertille foot. You'll see what I mean. It's a very...
How do I spell it?
Bertele foot, Bertille foot, or Bertelli foot, some people say. But to answer your question, Jay, yeah, the nature of the contemporaneity is they say, look, see, you have Homo living alongside Australopithecus, living alongside Paranthropus, and then, depending on Bertille foot, further genera.
Yeah.
So what they say is a result. Oh, and Canianthropus, if you want to throw that in there as well, with some earlier hominins, not Homo. But they point to that and they say one couldn't possibly beget the other. One genus can't beget the other, which means that for sure Homo didn't come from Australopithecus because you have Homo being contemporaneous with Australopithecus.
Oh, and so they use that almost to say we had to be created uniquely because we can't come from them. They can't be, none of those groups can be ancestral.
Right. Now, make no mistake, to my understanding, you're not having literally Australopithecus, Homo, and Paranthropus like living in the same
together,
state,
right?
In the same place. Right. Yeah, like it's more like they inhabit this, like they inhabit the same general regions at some points in time. So like Australopithecus sediba, we know from 1.98 million years ago. Homo's around by 1.98. Homo's around by 2.8. Paranthropus is around by 2.7. So Australopithecus, Paranthropus, and Homo, what I'm saying is those three genera shared the world at the same time. And let's see here.
Yeah, and looking at the Bertelle foot, like this is one of the things I absolutely love about paleontology. This is so cool.
So the Bertille foot is, I should have been more specific when I was saying this earlier. It's speculation to suggest that Ardipithecus makes it past the Bertille foot. My reasoning for that is because we have no Ardipithecus after 4.4, except for maybe the Bertille foot or Bertille foot, however you want to say it. It could have made it, an additional 500,000 years, maybe not, but at least it's surviving alongside Australopithecus and Canianthropus at that 3.4 million year date. Anyways, enough hominins.
No, I thought that was super interesting. Thanks for humoring me.
before you continue, I'm going to scoot because I have a stream in 5 minutes that I prepared for over the course of the last approximately 30 minutes. So I'm going to go do this. I'm going to wing it, and then I'm going to come back. It's not going to be very long. So I will see all of you fine folks in just a little bit.
Check out Creation Myths. Love Dan's channel.
Do it. Okay, I'm going to let Donnie...
Let's go.
One thing they like to point to, as you know, Dr. Bergman, and your book, which I have behind me, Fossil Forensics, you got an excellent section on this, dealing with the argument that says these whales have vestigial pelvis, specifically Basilosaurus. They point to these hind limbs that exist, and they say this demonstrates that they used to walk on land as four-legged tetrapods. What's a good way to respond to that, Jerry?
Well, I remember the example I used, but it's not easy to calculate when you're a whale in the water, floating around, etc. And those legs that they have really facilitate copulation. And the same thing is true with snakes that have feet-like appendages. Facilitates copulation, which I don't see how they could copulate without having some type of means of ensuring that the copulation can occur. They go extinct.
Okay.
But they're not.
Okay. I got a few things here.
Therefore.
Dapper, take over. I'm getting another drink.
All right. So, a few things. First of all, if you don't understand how whales can copulate without hind feet or hind legs, let me introduce you to literally every extant whale. Obviously, it's not a requirement, right? Every single extant whale typically has no hind feet. There are occasional extremely rare atavisms, but yeah, the average whale coupling doesn't involve hind feet. So using them as claspers, sure, it might be handy for some prehistoric whales. Not a thing today. So it's obviously not a thing that is required. Further, when it comes to certain snakes that have spurs, that's what they're usually called, but are, they're basically hind legs, and they are used for the same purpose. But again, the vast majority of snake species do not have these claspers, so they are not a requirement for snake feet. But the important thing is, why is it a hip? So if we go to the whales, right, what are the hips used for? Well, in addition to, anchoring several of the pelvic floor muscles that are important for both sexes during reproduction, it also anchors various abdominal muscles and separates them from the muscles that go out into the tail. That's what hips do. There's a distinction between the vertebrae that are anterior to these hips and posterior. Why? Because they're hips. Posterior, you're getting caudal vertebrae. You get some arguably sacral vertebrae right in the middle, and then you're up to lumbar vertebrae as you go anterior to that. Why do they develop an association with the hind limb buds? None of this is necessary if all God is trying to do is like, hey, you need a sticky outy bit so that you can clamp them together to arrange your genitals for penetration. None of this is a requirement. And also, as you go back farther in time, looking at more and more basal cetaceans, farther back in the geological column, you see more and more robust hips. Why is there this sequence? And the fact that a structure currently has a function that has retained from its ancestral function doesn't mean that that isn't evidence of evolution, right? Vestigial doesn't mean, because he's ultimately saying that they're not vestigial or something like that. That's what they always say. Vestigiality has nothing to do with not having a function. It has to do with a reduced function. The only good reason to find whales with hind limbs that are decreasingly robust, getting all the way to the modern period where none of them have external legs at all, is evolution. Pointing out their current use doesn't help with that, because everyone acknowledges their current use as well as their various uses in the past, right? There's no actual scientists out here saying, oh yeah, no, Basilosaurus definitely didn't use its hind legs to facilitate mating. It just doesn't matter. All right, I think I stretched that out long enough, Erica, now that you're back.
Thank you for taking the time, Dapper.
Also,
All
check
right.
the green room, Erica. There was a message for you, so I'm not sure if somebody knew is back there.
Crud. No one. Let's see.
If they're not here, don't worry about it.
I just wanted to, just in case they were like chilling back there.
Well,
Okay.
tell them to come in. We're talking about cetacean evolution. They seem like a perfect person for it.
Apparently, my use of the word penetration was unexpected by chat.
Oh, did they not like that, or did they love it? No, they loved
apparently
it.
They were just surprised. I don't know.
They loved it. All
Okay,
right,
good.
Keep moving.
Population has to be successful, and with snakes that have these so-called leg remnants, tail, and the same thing with Basilosaurus.
And the fact that Basilosaurus might have more prominent quote unquote hind limbs doesn't further their evolutionary
What do you
model.
mean, quote
No, it
unquote,
doesn't. And from
SFT? What else could they be? That's something I want to know. If you don't think these are hips and hind limbs, what do you think they are? They develop from the hind limb buds. They're associated with changes in the vertebral anatomy that are similar to the changes in any other animal where you go from, mammal, where you go from lumbar to sacral to caudal vertebrae. They anchor the same muscles in cetaceans as they do in other mammals. What are they if they're not legs and hips, Donnie? I really want to know. I know that you're probably either going to watch this in the future or you're watching it now. Please let us know. If you don't want to talk to me, okay, that's great. Someone here is someone you can talk to. I know that you and Jay apparently get along pretty well. Tell Jay. He can tell me.
So I think that this is an interesting thing too, right? Because like this whole video, like I said, I skimmed it, and you're going to see more of it here in a minute. But they basically spend the entire time explaining away and trying to accommodate what is effectively precisely to a T what evolutionary theory predicts of cetacean evolution from a terrestrial ancestor. Like they're fumbling to try to explain it all, and you're going to see more of this in a second. But I actually find the concept of the pelvis being used for copulation, it is complete. I don't know what you said, Dabra, but I find it to be completely inconsequential to the conversation. Vestigial, like, pieces, structures, organs, whatever, oftentimes are accepted for new purposes. In fact, most of the time they end up accepted for something, because evolution doesn't tend to maintain useless structures.
Erica, in this case, it's not even an acceptation. I don't know if you guys know this, but mammals often use their pelvises in reproduction.
They do? That's crazy.
Yeah. Many of the people in your chat might either have reproduced themselves as mammals or have parents who reproduced as mammals.
That's crazy.
I mean, Dapper, you say that like dinosaurs don't. Which
okay, that's true.
I'd say more about you than it does about broader dinosaurs.
Okay, fair. I'll broaden this. Tetrapods as a group have a tendency to have their pelvises intimately involved in the reproduction process.
I'm struggling to think too of an example. Like, is there a single tetrapod out there? Well, I guess
Some snakes.
But,
but some snakes. It's not even all snakes. It's some snakes.
Yeah, but then their entire body is effectively prehensile. Like, they don't have a problem.
I mean, a lot of more primitive snakes, like boa constrictors, still have vestigial hind limbs.
Yeah, there can be some problems. There are some snake species where actually mating can be dangerous because it's a problem to actually align the cloacas, and so you get these things where, like, 100 or so males might all try to simultaneously be the one who happens to line up with this one female who's now currently in danger of being crushed to death in an entire ball of males all trying to mate with her at the same time.
So what you're saying is it's important to test compatibility before settling down. I gotcha.
Sure, we'll go with that as the takeaway.
I love this, right? Like, the entire point of this is that it's like, okay, well, if they're atrophying and losing their hind limbs and the pelvis, why is the pelvis still around? It's like, because it serves a purpose, right? If it's serving a purpose in behavioral ecology, it is going to stick around. There's a reason the legs left, but the pelvis did not. This is precisely what evolution would in fact did predict. Yep. But they're going to take it into goofier places. So let's let them continue.
It's still a muscle attachment point. Even if those muscles are reduced, they're still there.
Actually, some of them are enlarged.
Like moving the tail down or moving the front half of the body down during the up and down motion whales do.
Yeah, it's an important pivot point for whale swimming. They wouldn't be able to swim without that.
Like, it's the point of the vestigial, quote unquote, pelvis that you see. Vestigial doesn't mean useless, right? Vestigial structures can be accepted. The point of it isn't that that it doesn't have a use anymore. The reason it's pointed to is that it's the clear result, the clear snapshot of this current end termination of an evolutionary trajectory that got rid of the hind limbs and reduced the pelvis as a whole. That's why it's important. That's why people point to it, not because it doesn't do anything or it can't do anything. At least not to my knowledge. All right, I'm gonna let him keep going.
Literature I've read, it's pretty clear that they need to have these structures to be able to successfully reproduce.
Well, there's at least one paper from the conventional literature that I read that said, yes, these so-called hind limbs on Basilosaurus were used for reproductive purposes.
Yeah.
Those muscles and tendons and that structure
Yes.
helps with the reproductive
I'm
organs.
sorry,
And so
so-called
evolution,
hind limbs. They have a knee.
That's they have toes.
Called limbs on Tiktaalik, except worse.
Yeah,
the so-called hind limbs.
Do they still have the pulley joint seen in other archaeodactyls?
By Basilosaurus, I'm not sure. I know that they do
No,
in like
I'm actually curious
Pakicetus
I don't
and
know.
Ambulos.
Basilosaurus has an astragalus for sure. I know Basilosaurus
Okay.
has an astragalus. There's a really famous picture that you can see that shows the Basilosaurus astragalus.
I'm looking now because I want to see that, but I wouldn't be
Basilosaurus
surprised.
Astragalus.
Yeah, I just looked Basilosaurus astragalus.
Let's see what comes up. Let me take a little peek.
This is what it's like when nerds hang out, everybody.
I'm
We
seeing
just
one for
go around
Rhodocetus and Artiocetus.
Googling obscure anatomy stuff. It's crazy.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, no, I see it for Basilosaurus.
There. I knew it was somewhere.
What do you know?
Well, yeah. So, okay, just for those who are still hanging out with us, still watching here, what is a enormous? I mean, how long is Basilosaurus? 50 feet? 60 feet? Something like that.
60 feet, yeah.
Thereabouts.
It's a big.
What is a 60-foot long carnivorous cetacean that is completely obligately underwater, does not leave land a single time, doing with the ankle joint of an antelope?
It's a good question.
Why does it have that? The
Also-
diagnostic characteristic of an antelope. Why does a Basilosaurus have an antelope ankle? Not any ankle. Not an ankle that you can use for copulation. An antelope ankle. An artiodactyl ankle. Why does it have this?
Also, I want to point something out. Donnie is apparently someone who's skeptical about inferring soft tissue anatomy from skeletons. And I'm just going to say, this guy is just assuming that Basilosaurus had reproductive organs associated with its pelvis. We don't actually know that.
Dude, what is
There's no direct evidence of that. Why are you just inferring all this stuff, Donnie?
Literally such an inference. You know who would be ashamed is Helmet.
Yeah, Helmet would not be okay with you just assuming that Basilosaurus has its reproductive organs where all the other whales do.
Like, why would it? They didn't preserve the
Now,
fossil.
here's the question. When did whale reproductive organs become internal? Like, fully internal?
That's a phenomenal question.
Probably before the split with hippos, because they also have very heavily internalized reproductive organs. Hippos don't. Yeah, hippos don't have a scrotum. Their penis is tucked right up inside. It's probably like the common ancestor of Whippomorpha was probably at least semi-aquatic, and there's a fair chance that that might be when they started internalizing their male reproductive organs.
I guess, but it is possible that could be convergent, though, too, couldn't it?
It could be, yeah.
Like, elephants have convergently evolved that.
Yeah, but what are typically when you have really closely related lineages or taxa, you tend to. It doesn't mean homoplasia is impossible, but the odds of these closely related lineages both simultaneously evolving it are slim. I say that
True.
as somebody who knows, like, with very high confidence that gorillas and chimpanzees independently evolved knuckle walking, but that's because the mechanism of knuckle walking is distinct in the two of them. And I don't know enough about the scrotal anatomy of the hippopotamus.
They don't have a scrotal anatomy. That's the whole point.
Sorry, on that note, shout out to OK in the chat. What the crap just tuned into scrotum?
Hey, this is a biology stream. You're gonna hear stuff like scrotum. It's okay. We're all adults.
Yeah, fair.
All right, I'm letting Donnie.
Evolution requires the passing on of genes, right, Dr. Bergman? And so if there's no reproduction, then there's no evolution.
Right. That's it. It's the end.
So a lot of evolutionists, would you see this as a rescue device? So I see a lot admit now, well, okay, the vestigial pelvis does have a function in reproduction, but it's simply a function that's been repurposed. So they used to be hind limbs, but once they started to become reduced as they moved into the water, the ocean, now the function has been repurposed to reproduction.
No,
Yeah, they use it. I agree, as a rescue.
Donnie, for that to be true, you would have to think that mammals don't normally use their pelvis in reproduction. Donnie, you have kids.
Oh yeah, and I was just gonna say, like, kids? I would assume Donnie's current hardware is useful in both
Donnie giving a
reproduction and
self-report
waste
there.
removal, and
Plenty of different.
and his pelvis is involved in also reproduction and locomotion and exercise. I mean, it's just
exercise.
Come on, man.
Does someone want to say the Ben Shapiro quote? Because I feel it's relevant here.
Here's my thing, right? So like these guys are accidentally like making the case for selection, right? They're talking about directional and then stabilizing selection because they're like, okay, evolutionists. So if cetaceans are getting rid of their hind limbs, why didn't they get rid of the pelvis too? Because it's necessary for reproduction. Yeah, that's why it stayed. That's why it's there. That's why it didn't leave. Because it's necessary, or at least extremely helpful. It can offer the scantest reproductive edge. It may be that whales can perfectly happily copulate with no pelvis. I don't know. I don't know enough about cetaceans.
No, I can tell you with high confidence that they could not.
Okay, there you go. That's why it's there, because it's necessary. And evolution doesn't typically, if ever, in fact, I think definitionally it cannot remove a structure that is going to be a hindrance or that is necessary for fitness, that the removal would be a hindrance to fitness. It's just not going to do that. That's literally antithetical to the entire point of what natural selection is and what it says.
Yeah, male whales physically could not engage in sex with female whales without those bones. So of course it cannot go away because
it can't leave.
Any male whale without a pelvis.
And like you said, no reproduction, no evolution, no pelvis, no reproduction. This is really, I hate to say it, I think a lot of us on this panel are overqualified to address this one.
Like, it's not that complicated. They're just making our point for us.
Basically.
I think this has got to be just directed exclusively at people who are like, who don't know enough about whale evolution, that they're like, oh, well, the whale pelvis is pointless. And it's like, I don't think anybody who's informed, who's like present in the literature or like doing any work on this has ever said that. Maybe the guy that you know at the bowling alley is saying that, but I don't speak for him. He doesn't speak for me.
Mean, like, that's like saying your mouth is unnecessary for survival.
Right?
It's just, okay. All right, we're going to let him keep.
Technique, and that's reasoning. And of course, reasoning is cheap. When I taught forensics, you can reason all you want to, but you've got to have the evidence. You've got to present it to a jury, and you've got the defendant's attorneys. You don't have the evidence clear.
They did that. They did that for evolution. They literally did that for evolution, and it won. And not only did it win, but the same Bush-appointed judge and randomly selected, well, actually, I don't think they had a jury, but the same Bush-appointed judge was like, and also intelligent design isn't science, it's repackaged creationism, which is not true, right? Like,
the design proponentsists.
You're right. You're right, Dr. Bergman. It has to pass muster in a court of law if it's forensic. And then also evolution did that. Like, I just...
The other attorneys going to tear you apart.
You know,
before they go to court,
there's a question I've asked a few creationists now that I've never gotten a good answer for. Like, none of them can ever explain why orcas, Basilosaurus, and mosasaurs are never found in the same layers.
Yeah, despite
I'd
having
love to hear
virtually
the
the
answer
same
for
niche
that.
and the same habitat. Yeah.
Not virtually, just the same niche.
Do you remember asking that in the debate I was in the other day, and the guy's answer was that Basilosaurus had lungs and mosasaurs did not.
Yet he didn't know mosasaurs had lungs.
Oh no!
We're not joking.
Which, like, also
that's
for
a heavy
Helmet,
inference, though.
Yeah, for Helmet, he would be inferring that the lungs of were there for the Basilosaurus. So.
We can't be certain that Basilosaurus had lungs. That
is so true. Just because it had external normal like marine lizard or marine reptiles like style architecture and morphology, and every other marine reptile that has lungs, we can't be certain. Helmet has spoken.
Also,
that's crazy.
There's the fact that it's literally a lizard, and we have a lot of lizards alive today, and they all have lungs. There's that too.
That's just insane. Like, what a leap of
also,
logic.
I have an announcement I'm happy to make, but also sad. Officially raised over $1,000 on the GoFundMe today.
That's fantastic.
Which is absolutely insane. But that also means I've gotten like 30 donations today. I'm not sure I'll be able to keep track of them all, and I'm sorry. But just if you're listening, thank you.
That's so wonderful.
I'll try to personally email as many as I can, but if I do miss you, I am sorry. Thank you.
Also, like, y'all are a part of something. Like, y'all are a part of a thing that's like citizen science, that's like real, that's like you're supporting people's work. Erica can share, it is hard to get funding to do science. And there's not a lot of this where you can go, oh, I just turn to my YouTube community and they'll help me out. But the more of us that can and show results from doing so, like, you literally might be part of how we change the funding or what gets done in science. It can be literally driven by the people. They can say, hey, we want to send you to do this thing, and we're going to send you. That's awesome.
I mean, I don't know the results of my expedition this summer because it hasn't happened yet, but like I am not exaggerating when I say people's generosity tonight may have just made my career.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Like I want to try to get that through. Just
Doc, I'm so glad. Honestly, let me. The best thing you can do, my advice, is take so many pictures, record as much as you can, like little interviews, things like that.
Don't pull an Armitage.
Yeah, don't pull an Armitage, but record as much as you
yeah,
can. Like,
I know that.
Yeah, keep people in the loop. Like I found that this audience, this particular audience, that we share a lot of overlap with many of us here on this panel, but everybody's curious. They want to know what it's like. Like that's the best part, is being like, oh, I donated $5 and Doc went out there and found the rest of Lentil. Like, that's epic. That's so cool to think about and so cool to see. If you can, drum up a video about it. I think.
I'm hoping to.
For myself,
I'm borrowing my dad's GoPro and gonna record at least a little bit of every single day.
Yeah, use your phone, like talk about how you feel, string it all together, upload it. You'll be glad to have it later yourself as well, and you can refer back to it. It's really something special.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Also, to what I was talking about earlier, like, I don't know how much of your personal identity you share with your colleagues, but make sure they know that your YouTube community funded this trip.
Make sure
because they need to wrap their heads around that, right?
Let me just tell you a delight. Let me tell you a delighted experience that I've had recently. When I first started this channel, when I first started my PhD, I guess I should say, it was the fall semester in 2021 when I first started my PhD, and my channel had just hit 10K, had just hit 10,000 subscribers. And one of my friends had mentioned in one of our classes, had mentioned in front of one of my professors who would end up being on my committee, was like, oh yeah, like Erica's got this YouTube channel. And the professor pulled it up and I was like, oh wow, like 10,000 subscribers, like that's pretty cool. And like everybody was like proud, but there was also like almost like a tone of jest, a little bit like, haha, like you've got this YouTube channel. Who's laughing now? It's like, it's fun because you get to sit back and I get to be like, look, I'm applying for my NSF, I'm applying for my winter grant, I'm applying for my leaky grant. But while I wait for that money to go through, what helps fund me to get this shit done is my audience. Like it's you guys, it's the people who watch, who allow me to go and do this work. It's not just donations. It's the fact that you guys watch the videos and the Patreon members and like all of that stuff. And I would do this for free. Don't tell anybody, but I would do this for free. Like I do what I do because I love it, not because I'm trying to make money. And that includes
suddenly Erica loses all her patrons.
Yeah, exactly. Or whatever. But it's like I do it because it's my passion. I enjoy it, and I think that it's important. That's why I do it. And it takes a shit ton of time. God knows I spend a lot of time on this channel making videos and editing and re-recording and all that, breaking scripts and all that kind of stuff. But it's my utmost pleasure to do it. And this is like corny and cheesy and whatever, but like it's lovely to get the funding and to get the donations and things like that. What it's really about is when I
Yeah,
get the emails. The emails from the odd person who's like, the channel made a difference. The channel helped me. Like I enjoy it. Me and my kid bond over it, or me and my mom bond over it, or we enjoyed this video, or this made me think, or I get an email of somebody who's like, oh, I was thinking about your video about blah 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 blah. That shit makes it worth it. Not like nothing else in the world, like nothing else under the sun, because it's a connection that you're making with somebody who you've never met, who's never met you, and you're bonding over this shared love of science and curiosity and learning and this wonderful world that we find ourselves in. I think that's great. It gives me chills on my erector pill I stand on it. it's fun. Anyways,
No,
that's
I get you. And like,
easy to do.
I have a pretty small channel, just over 400 subs, but I've gotten a couple of those emails, and they really just made my entire week when I got them. Like the first one was after, like I said, a back and forth I had with Paul Price. I mentioned that earlier. The second and third ones were after my latest debate with Ken Hovind. Just people saying, hey, you made me look into the science a bit, and I want to learn more.
Awesome.
Just hearing that.
That's it.
That made the hundreds of hours I put into my channel worth it.
No, that's it. That's what it's about.
I'm tiny, but
yeah, but everybody
really good.
Everybody who gets big starts small. So I'll leave you with that. We're gonna watch some more.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Can be carefully documented in the court trial, and the same thing is with claims of Bachylosaurus. It's a rescue device. Which my question is, how did they reproduce until they had those organs? If they're feet, how are they going to reproduce?
What do you mean? How did they reproduce until they had them?
They always had them.
The argument is that they're going away. So what is he talking? How did they reproduce till they had them? Which animal doesn't have them?
So what I find to be interesting here. Oh, go ahead.
Matt say this in a video. Wait, was it in the book he and Standing for Truth wrote? I remember you reading this out, Erica. Like, Raw Matt thought that humans lost their erector muscle and had to re-evolve it after losing the baculum.
I have purged the Raw Matt section of that text from my memory. It did psychic damage to me. I can't handle it. Jay and Dapper, you guys both had something to say as well.
Go ahead, Dapper.
Okay. The only thing I really have to say is the only way that you can think that this is something that whales needed to evolve rather than just something they retained from their ancestors is if you think that a pelvis isn't basal to Artiodactyla, which, like, have you ever met a deer or a cow or an antelope or a chevrotain or a camel? I can tell you they've got hips. All of them.
And they use them to kick you, to kick the shit out of you.
They use them for kicking. They use them
Those
for
hips
walking.
don't lie.
They also, and here's the real big secret, they also use them for reproduction.
But Dapper, how did they reproduce before they had them? Like, come on.
Well, if we want to go to before they had them, then we're going all the way back to, like, Eusthenopteron, in which case, external fertilization.
So I want to say here, too, like, Bergman's on my list. Bergman is on my list. He published a book a while back called, like, Humans and Apes or something like that. It's a anti-human evolution text. And if memory serves, one of the things that he uses to distinguish humans from non-humans, and when I say that, I mean the humankind versus the non-human ape kind, is the prominent projecting nasal bone. So he uses the example of, like, a chimp couldn't wear glasses because they don't have that prominent external nose, the bridge of the nose to set the glasses on. First of all, a proboscis monkey could wear glasses, right? Like, you don't need it's a silly thing to propose because, like, the soft tissue itself could manage. But more importantly, you guys know what creationists typically say about like Homo floresiensis, right? It's just a dwarfed human. That's what they like to say. They're like, it's just a dwarfed human. That's all it is. Have you ever seen LB1? It doesn't have prominent nasal bones. LB1 couldn't wear glasses. So using Bergman's logic completely it's like you guys were saying earlier, right? It completely derails every other creationist's take on hominins and who's just a degraded human and who is an ape, for lack of a better term, right? That's what they call them, the ape kind. So like his criteria don't work. So it doesn't surprise me that Bergman is turned around here because he's been turned around on so many other things. But I wasn't going to get to have another place to say that.
So my thing was, and it might seem random, but you keep hearing them use this deriding term, rescue device.
Yeah.
And it's like if rescue devices are bad things, don't read the Gospels. But more to the point, like, because I think words matter, it shows me that because that's a device we would use to critique a story, a plot, a novel, right? It shows that they're thinking of these as two competing stories, and that itself misrepresents what's really at stake when we talk about evolution versus creationism. But they think to their audience, they can convey this as our story versus their stories. And here's this plot device they use to get themselves out of a jam. I know it seems like I'm nitpicking about the language, but it says a lot to me.
No, Jay, I don't think you're nitpicking. I think it's important. They've been using rescuing device. I think that's a Jeanson original, isn't it, Dan?
Is that a Jeanson? I know Jeanson's a fan of it. I don't.
I think it's either Jeanson or Stadler.
It's become very widespread since it originated. Yeah. Whoever did it.
Interesting.
You know the answer to that question.
To me, whenever a creationist says this is a rescuing device, what I hear is this is a reason my argument fails, and I want to use a buzzword in order to make you think that it hasn't failed.
So, but here's the thing.
Personally, I just think that rescue devices. Sorry, Erica.
No, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say, personally, yeah. Every time I hear rescue devices, I pretty much just hear like an answer to the question that they pose. Like anytime you answer a question or problem that a creationist has, they'll just label that a rescue device. So what I find really fun is in debates, oftentimes whenever a creationist will say something that is like just so outlandish, like talking about how, the mosasaurs didn't have lungs and the basilosaurs did have lungs, and that explains the difference. I'll be like, yeah, that rescue device doesn't work because X, Y, and Z. I like to flip it on them and call a lot of their pretty crazy answers just rescue devices.
So what kills me about that is like the rescue device, and forgive me for the tangent, but like the rescue device, I think speaks. This is why I think it's important you brought it up, Jay, to something a lot deeper about where they're coming from. Because to them, a rescue device is, and you guys correct me if you've had a different experience, anytime science changes and can accommodate a creationist problem, right?
Yeah,
it's anytime, especially when it previously was unsolved. So for instance, let's say you have a gap in the fossil record, quote unquote, a gap. And then all of a sudden you find this fossil specimen that's the right place, the right morphology, and it seems to fill it. Well, now that critter has become a rescue device, right? Or previously they're like, a classic example. They're like, you can't explain how you get the, X amount of mutations in humans and chimpanzees as compared to the mutation rates of other primates. And it's like, well, you have a hominin slowdown hypothesis. They're like, no, that's a rescuing device, except the fact that hominins have a slower mutation rate is directly measured. That's not a rescuing device. That's science advancing as it should. But where they're coming from, which is a very rigid interpretation of the Bible that is their interpretation again, nothing changes ever. And if it does, something is wrong and it's your problem. It's not the problem with the text that you're
Yeah, I think to go along with that, it's a projection in the sense that I know we've had this experience where you say you're having a debate or a conversation about something and you deal with that, and it feels like they just find something to say. Like their thing is, I need to find something to say that gets me out of a jam. And so they're turning that accusation onto science and saying that science actually whips evidence out of nowhere anytime it finds itself in a jam. Yeah,
because they want to see science as what they do.
Yeah.
Like they're doing what I'm doing, which I'm just trying to save face here instead of what science actually intends to do, which
evangelical naturalism.
Yeah.
Also, what plays into this so perfectly is like when you say that they're trying to make it sound like they're the ones doing science, they also will oftentimes say, "Oh, evolution is just a religion." They'll try to say, we're the ones doing science and you guys are the ones doing the religion. It's like just projecting to just an absurd degree.
Well, and that speaks to again a complete lack of understanding of the historical background of this. Not a single one of these guys has read Origin or any scientific paper that hasn't been quote mined in segments in a creationist like piece, right? They're not concerned with that. They have their interpretation. Anything that violates that is getting booted. It's so weird because it's exactly the quote that they were using earlier, but it's with data for them, right? Like if it doesn't fit the narrative, it's dropped. Like that's it's a weird little deal. So
hey,
okay,
so,
let's look.
Hey, how far did we get in the video while I was gone?
Oh, I don't
minutes.
know, Dan. 6 minutes and 10 seconds.
Did we even move a second? Maybe 5.
No. When Dan left, we were still on Super Chats. We're doing really well.
No, I left at the end of Super Chat, so you did like 6 minutes, assuming you started at the beginning.
We did not. We started about 45 seconds in.
So,
we started 45 seconds.
You're doing great. We're doing great. We're doing great.
We're really killing it. Okay.
Erica is trying to keep us moving along, to her credit.
Well,
we gotta get like those chess timers.
There's so many
Everyone gets like
changes.
5 minutes an hour.
Oh, that's a great idea. Actually,
chess
oh,
timer, yeah.
that would be fun.
what we need is like a taser that's attached to all of us, and if we go on a tangent that lasts more than 5 minutes, it zaps us. We keep going.
That would be
I mean,
also
then
really
the
good if
scene
any of
would
us
just
get
be
bit
filled
by
with
a snake.
ooze.
Then the
I knew someone was
Exactly.
going to make the joke. I knew
We'll
someone
be
was going
immune
to
to
do it.
snake
Thank
bite. Great stuff.
you. Yep, there you go. All right,
Not
let's
medical
keep going.
advice.
Let's do it.
I'm going.
That would have to take place to go from a land dwelling mammal like Pakicetus to a whale like Basilosaurus, a blue whale. Can you touch on some of those changes? Maybe like, obviously they'd have to give birth to live young in the water. Now they'd have to have the nostrils move to the back of the head as a blowhole.
Right.
It's easy though. Can
Yeah, a
we
lot of
pause
changes
for a
that time, I
second?
think.
This is the first thing that I feel like I can comment on that we've talked, that I've been here all day. I can finally comment on something with some degree of confidence in my answer. So this is a very common misconception, this idea that like changing morphology from like, for example, a walking leg to a fin, right? Or elongating one structure into a different structure, right? It's a common misconception that this is something that's like difficult to do in an evolutionary sense. But when you look at the actual like regulation that's going on during development, this is actually really easy to do, because we don't have like a gene that says make an eye here and you activate that gene in like 2 sets of tissue in your head, and you have genes that say put an arm here, put a leg here. What we do is we have these very general commands that certain types of genes, that are regulatory genes, can induce during development. Things like extend from the dorsal midline or fold inwards, or branch, whatever tissue layer you're dealing with. So what you have to do when you are like, experiencing selection to go from one kind of morphological structure to another, what you're doing is you're changing the expression pattern of these genes. You're not changing the build a leg gene into the build a limb or build a fin gene. What you're doing is you're changing the relative expression patterns so that the bones, the elongate gene is expressed for a shorter amount of time, and the extend flat gene is expressed for a longer amount of time, right? You have fewer of the branch genes being expressed, so you fuse your digits, but you end up with the structure that has all the same basic parts, that's built using the same basic commands. You're just changing the proportions and the timing of how they're expressed during embryonic development. And this has been super well documented. One of my favorite examples of this is feathers, because feathers and scales are the same structure developmentally. They're homologous structures. And it's just 2 genes. One gene says extend outwards, one gene says fold inwards. They kind of do opposite things. And scales in reptiles, you express these genes kind of in a checkerboard pattern on the skin. So you end up with regions folding in and then adjacent regions folding over. And that's how you get your scales, right? Well, if you express those genes in a bullseye pattern instead, that gets you your tube feathers. If you express them in a wheel, like a wagon wheel with spokes pattern, that's how you get your tufted like insulation feathers. And if you express them in a temporal dependent way, in a time dependent way, where first you do the tube kind of hollow cone expression pattern, and then you express them with one gene on one side and the other one radiating around it, that's how you get your veined feathers for flight. It's the same two genes, you're just expressing them in different temporal and spatial patterns to get different morphologies. It's just like folding a piece of paper in different ways to get different paper airplanes. It's the same set of commands. So you don't have to like evolve all the genes to like grow a fin or whatever. It's just the same sets of genes expressed in different patterns. And this is extraordinarily well understood. And every time this comes up, they're like, oh, where do you get the new information to move? It's all the same stuff. You're just tweaking the expression pattern during development.
Well, and that's the crux of it, right? Is that it's like this isn't just theoretical. A lot of this stuff has been experimentally demonstrated in the lab in critters that like alligators, like you can induce like better, and which shouldn't be the case in a gator. Why does it have all the equipment for that?
You can induce the growth of the tubular feathers in alligators. Yeah, in the lab. Yup.
Yeah. So I mean, I think it's interesting too for this cetacean conversation, because what you were talking about, Dan, earlier would have fit in a lot better, because it's like we were talking about the gaining of a limb from something like a sarcopterygian fish. Like, how do you get a humerus, radius, and an ulna, and then after that the metacarpals, and then the carpals, and then the metacarpals, and then the phalanges? How do you get that? And it's just like, it's a classic example of these cascades that induce each other. And when they are duplicated, you can do it in a chicken. You can give a chicken fingers by duplicating these patches that are for these distal phalanges. It's really cool stuff. And there's really stark pictures of it to make the case. But for the case of cetaceans, more or less, you're removing stuff, right? Like, you're taking things away.
Most of the time,
Most of the time, right? At least
which creationists should say is easier, because it's easier to break a machine than build a machine, right?
So here's what gets me, and I was saving this punchline for later, but I think it's better suited now, right? What Donnie is going to say here in a little bit is, he's like, how do you go from an itty bitty Indohyus to something the size of a blue whale? And like, that's an intuitively compelling thing, but in the end, right, what they're requiring multiple times over the course of the created kind sort of model, they're requiring a lot more in a lot less time, right? Like, they're requiring the evolution of many different integrated systems, whether you're talking about whales or pinnipeds or whatever, that have to come about in 4,400 years. If you want to take their word for it and say they took one type of sauropod onto the ark, how are you going to get a titanosaur from that? That's a lot of evolution, depending on the type of sauropod you brought on the ark.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, by the way, sorry.
You go ahead, Dapper.
By the way, with the how do you get something from as small as Pakicetus to as big as a blue whale? I actually ran the math on that, and if you do how much would you need each generation to increase in size on average to get a smooth transition from one size to the next over the time available, using very generous assumptions for making this as hard as possible, it's a fraction of a percent. That's average increase in size. It's just trivial. It's the rough equivalent is like, let's say that you're a 2 meter tall human and your kids on average are 2 meters and about 4 millimeters tall. That's the kind of, like, you couldn't even notice it, is the amount of ridiculously small change in average size per generation. It's just a nothing.
It's just it's a nothing burger, right? It's appealing to intuition. It's appealing to incredulity. It's not any more than that. And again, it's so weird that they make this argument with cetaceans. Like, how do you get all these complex systems when they didn't make it with tetrapods? It seems like a weird inverse. But
I do think Dan's point is huge in that, creationism is so dishonest. You wonder, it seems resilient to almost all forms of education and evidence. Yeah. But I do think there's a real way in which understanding regulation and development does way more to kill creationism than, the current language that they're working with, right? Because they do have that sort of monkey at typewriter vision where I have to get it from typing out whale to getting it to typing out monkey, and they just fail to understand even an example as common as like PAX genes or something, just some of the common things we use when we're teaching these things that makes you go, oh, wow, regulation and development takes, almost no genetic differences and gives you the, huge differences and it makes so much as makes sense. And they just are so, swimming in the dark essentially by not being able to factor that into their thinking.
Well, you're right, Jay. Like they're going to continue that here in a moment. I'm going to let him keep going.
Yeah, let's let it go.
In a minute and touch on it again because you're right.
When I gave an example, that professor from University in Kansas, I think they really have a hard time arguing for the evolution of whales, and they do it the best they can, I guess. And it's not. I don't remember all the arguments I used in my paper. It's been like 20 years ago, but I have a book I did on the whole whale issue, and I haven't gotten it published yet. I need to find a publisher. I want to have a lot of illustrations.
Okay,
that would be important for this kind of book, but
yes,
you can only do one thing at a time, and I'm trying to.
He's published like 5 or 6 books.
It literally Dapper. Actually, yeah, he should collab. They should collab.
Although someone really needs to get through to Donnie that putting a truncated hyperlink in blue and underlined in a text that is printed doesn't really do anything.
Doesn't do anything.
Yeah, it's bad.
That I want to rewrite it quite extensively. Partially because my first book is the first book that really pointed directly in the idea that this whole concern was racism. And I need to defend that better, and I need to go into more detail to a lot of these things that I raised in my first book. So
did he say racism?
Very good.
He said racism.
I'm trying to understand that.
I think so. In general, I want to assume the best here, and I think that he's going for like roll one created whatever, right? I think that's kind of where he's going with this. AIG leans really heavy into this.
Yeah, that's true.
That's probably what they're going for, which like, great, good, thank you.
Yeah, I'm not going to complain about saying races aren't real, even if your reason is Adam and Eve. Like, you're right for the wrong reasons, but fine. Go with it.
Yeah, broken clock, right? I mean,
sure. Yeah.
I think he's doing it. He does it based off because he wrote he wrote that book on like human evolution, the glasses one that I mentioned earlier, Floresiensis. I think that he does the whole evolution was used to promote racism and like all that kind of shit, and it's like, well, yeah, that's true, and that's not good. Right?
That's what I was trying to understand. I was trying to understand his claim. So is he saying I was trying to understand if he's saying he's being accused of racism or he has a problem with thinking evolution is racist or something else.
The second one. I think
it sounded like he was trying to make the argument that the scientists are just too racist to actually figure out what these fossils are actually displaying.
Well, I think for me, it's more like I think he's going the social Darwinism route. Like
it's an evolution is racist thing.
Yeah, like if you accept evolution, then you're going to be a social Darwinist, and then it's like, well, there's nothing wrong with like subjugating people because might means right, and like all that bullshit that you do.
Darwinism equals eugenics.
Well,
exactly.
It is important to recognize the historical use of various scientific ideas in biology, both correct and incorrect.
Yeah, for sure.
Support racist action all over the place.
I mean, just anthropology as a whole.
Right, but there's two big caveats going in there. One is, if you think that the solution is the Bible, I've got news for you about other things that have been used to justify racist actions in the past when it comes to the Bible. And the other thing I have to point out to you is that that's just an argument from consequences. Even if it were true, 100% true, that acceptance of evolution always led to horrible racism, that wouldn't be an argument that evolution isn't true.
And it helps that that's not the case, you know, like it's.
Well, yeah, it does help. Yeah.
You know, but it's like, I get what you're going for.
Yes,
I think that's his move.
I was going to say, I also argue for the inverse of this, which is to remind people, what if we found evidence of these differences between groups? That wouldn't make it moral to treat, like, if you found that on average black people were less intelligent, would that make racism okay? Like, no.
Yeah.
Right? So
should you treat people poorly because they're not as smart as you? I sure hope not.
Yeah.
Right. Human dignity is going to be a thing one way or the other. So like,
exactly.
Act accordingly. Yes.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, again, it's one of those things where it's like, I 100% agree if that was the case. And it's nice
no,
that
it's
it's
Matt.
also not the case. Like,
Yeah, Erica, I always say we're lucky.
Yeah.
We're lucky that
We're
the
lucky.
science is on the side of humanism in this case.
yeah, we're in a good spot. So I skipped over the Grady McMurdy part because I watched it earlier and it was boring. So I figure it'd be more fun to kind of finish this stream off. Dan, I'm sorry. I don't think we're gonna get to genetics. I'm really
Wait,
sorry.
sorry, is that Hank Green on screen?
It is.
It is. They're going through a crash course video.
Oh wow, I was joking. It actually
oh
is.
My goodness.
No, yeah, that's baby Hank Green.
Oh, this
baby
is that
Hank
Matt
Green.
person
Oh,
we've been
wow.
talking about, right? So
Yeah,
now I
that-
get to
that's-
introduce to this guy.
Oh, good luck. Good luck. He is rough to listen to.
Oh,
All right,
wait,
cheers,
Jay,
gang.
you don't
I'm
know
taking
Matt?
a shot. No, I've never seen this person.
Oh,
Really? You never saw what was it?
What?
Crash Course in high school?
are you sure?
No,
okay,
no, no. He's talking about raw Matt.
Matt, yeah.
Raw Matt.
Jay-
Yeah, I don't know Raw
Jay,
Matt.
are you
Oh.
sure you want to stay for this? Because if you stay, never again can you go back to this time in your life
Yeah.
before
You're-
you had ever encountered raw
you're-
Matt.
Right.
I took a
D-
shot.
Dapper,
I'm
what are
here.
all of your
All right.
drinking
This
rules?
is-
I feel
think
like
we
it's
need to
about set
implement
and
them.
setting. If I'm ever going to deal with this, these are the people I need to be surrounded by
Fair.
to handle it.
It's like a
No.
bad trip.
Okay,
It's like it's
D-
okay.
Dapper,
You're
I
allowed
need
Yeah,
to
to-
know what are all of
Exactly.
your drinking rules? We
I'm
need them
gonna-
to survive.
Oh,
I'm gonna break
Goodness.
some really lovely news to you guys. Most of this part, at least to the point that I watched it to, is Donnie centered. So
Okay.
we're
So,
fortunate in
okay,
that
so
line.
Erica, question. Can we find a particularly egregiously bad raw Matt part to watch just for fun?
Dude, I've got a whole raw mat video that we
Oh,
can
but-
pivot to if we want to.
Open up your
Oh,
bookmarks
please.
folder,
We'll get
you know?
through
Let's-
2 minutes in the next 4 hours. It'll be great.
Yeah. Look, like I said, I said earlier in the chat, as long as we finish by the time Dapper's stream starts on Friday, we're good.
Yeah.
Yes,
Hey
take the
guys,
long
subscribe to
weekend.
my channel. I've got a birthday stream coming up. It's going to be great.
Look, we
Oh,
we
no
can
way.
go-
What is it? 145.42?
So it's hard to keep track because the length of the year has changed, both in terms of just day and also, there's been orbital shifts here and there. So I would have to double check because Landon Knoll, a world-class mathematician and planetary scientist who has multiple world records for finding prime numbers, went through and calculated my actual age, and it's 1 plus whatever that was last year.
Okay, sorry, not to make fun of mathematicians, though they deserve it. You can get credit for finding prime numbers.
Yes, generally speaking, they have to be certain categories of prime numbers because there are subcategories. And
There are
if you can
categories?
there are categories. If you can find like the biggest of this particular kind of prime number, you get recognized for that.
Just keep counting.
Also, this is the guy who
Okay, I'm sorry,
informed
my
me
mind
that
is just being blown.
that Feynman's favorite D&D class was Bard, and he used to bring in his bongos to play when they played D&D together.
It's fantastic.
Wow.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Fantastic.
All right, let's get into this
Let's do it.
craziness.
Oh wait, sorry. Now I need to know what's everyone's favorite D&D class.
I don't even know them.
Monk.
Oh,
No,
Monk
but I
is
play
good.
I play barbarian. I bonk. That's my move. I come in, I bonk.
I
Monk.
change it up so much, it's
Rogue
hard to
monk.
say. I usually play spellcasters just because I like the flexibility, and also because they don't have their power scale way down at high levels.
I looked up D&D classes, and it's like, sign up for Dungeons and Dragons classes for kids. Not
Word.
those classes. Not those classes. You're not helping me right
Character
now.
classes. You need the word character in there.
Jay, you're involved in biology.
See,
you can
I-
just pick Druid as a nice default.
You can.
Yeah,
I will. No,
Druid's
no, that's
fun,
only for. That's only
especially
for
I think
for
I'm
biology.
going wizard. I've always had a thing
Wizard?
for trying to
Okay.
be a wizard.
So
That's
I'm gonna
fair.
ask you guys now. We
Now-
got we
hear me
have
out
met-
though.
Hold on a second here,
Monk
We're
Doc.
never
is
going to
a-
get this
Let
started.
me,
Oh,
let
sorry.
me get us covered here for a quick second. So we find ourselves at a divergent path. We can watch Donnie work his way through whale evolution, or we could watch Raw Matt on his channel Young Earth Creation tackle the end of evolution, or alternatively many other videos that are here.
Raw Matt,
Radiometric
do
getting
it.
The end of
proven-
evolution, raw.
You know
Matt.
what?
Let's go.
Raw Matt, let's
Come
do it.
on.
It's
End of
if we're getting towards the end of the stream, we got to
End of
with a
stream,
bang.
end of evolution. There you
Yeah.
go.
Let's do it.
Okay. Let me get my points off here because I told Donnie I would do it. Donnie, here's what you got wrong in this whale evolution video. I watched it earlier. So first of all, you still don't understand synapomorphies. You don't understand that the reason the involucrum clocks Indohyus as a cetacean and an artiodactyl, just as every subsequent cetacean is an artiodactyl, is an artiodactyl, is because that involucrum is exclusive to cetaceans now and in the past. It is your drawn through line. You also see the emergence of these characters, like the density of bones, which matches where they're living and how they're moving to become these more aquatic critters. You like to classify them as only terrestrial, only transitional, or only aquatic, and yet every single one of them that is clocked as a cetacean in that lineage has an antelope's ankle and an involucrum. So they have a terrestrial antelope characteristic and a purely modern whale characteristic. Those are the two traits that link them in a lineage, not an anagenetic one, but a lineage all the same. And again, I would like to point out that yes, when you say that Indohyus is an artiodactyl, it is also a cetacean. Those two things can simultaneously be true. I think that's all I've got, except for the fact that you also find them in geologic succession. So it's morphologic change over geologic time, which is really important. It's awfully odd that the flood, or the post-flood for that matter, would bury them in that order, particularly given the common niches that they share with other animals that are either distinctly above or distinctly below them in the geologic column.
By the way, when it comes to whales being both cetaceans and artiodactyls, because cetaceans are a subset, of artiodactyls, I want to point out that is some very basic level intuitive set theory that humans start to develop an understanding of at approximately 6 months of age.
Wait, say that again, Dapper?
So basic set theory, the ability to say that this is a smaller subset of a larger set, is something that humans start to be able to understand around 6 months of age, where they can understand that things like, my pet is a dog, and that is another dog over there, but it is not my pet. So when Donnie persistently refuses to understand that cetacean is part of Artiodactyla, he is showing a level of brain development that would be delayed if he were 6 months old.
Well, I was going to say, is this a problem for Donnie or for Romhat?
Both.
It's both. I mean, I'm gonna make it clear, right? Like, this isn't a complicated concept. You have these suites of characteristics that unite organisms in an ancestor-descendant relationship. You've got these synapomorphies, and that goes in tandem with the fact that modern cetaceans are most closely related to hippos. They have an enormous suite of genes dedicated to olfaction that are all turned off, which only makes sense if you previously used a sense of smell and now no longer do. They fully develop partial hind limb buds in the womb that are then resorbed, and then they also sometimes carry those to adulthood. And when they do, these little guys look like more prehistoric whales. None of this makes any sense. We shouldn't have a fossil series that also shows the migration of the blowhole as it moves up the side of the face. We shouldn't have transitionals that have some teeth and some baleen to get the baleen whales that we have today. None of that makes any sense under the light of young Earth creationism, and is only explained under the light of evolutionary theory. And so I feel quite satisfied. Oh my goodness, Jordan, you're just in time.
Yeah, it's complete coincidence and not because I was listening for my cue.
Oh, okay, I see. So then I'm curious, what do you guys want to do? We have two options. We have the end of evolution, which is this one. Dan, I know you see the lure of the genetics there. And then we also have this one, Jordan, which I had in mind for you. Radiometric dating now proves young Earth creation and solves all known paradox plus CPT heat problem.
I mean, it's going for the whole thing, baby.
That is a claim.
We get two options. What do you guys want?
I feel like I'm already hyped for the end of evolution. And also, I don't know what that is.
Me
so
too.
It would be like a journey of discovery.
Let's find out.
All right.
Okay, Jay, I hope this is a fun experience for you.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm with the gang. I'm happy to be here.
Hi.
Oh,
Today,
also, I just
I'm
want to
going
say
to show
quickly,
you-
Donnie, also, you seem to at least let your guests misrepresent the fundamental branching nature of evolution and this whole misnomer of a series. And I just got to say, it's a fool's errand. There's no honest way to defend something that isn't true, and you keep trying to make content that disproves the most well-supported theory in the history of biology. I'm just saying it might not work out.
we wish the best for you, Donnie.
We wish you the best. Yes. Bless
you
his
know,
heart.
Good luck in your
and-
senior year.
Good luck in your senior year, and I'm telling you right now, don't talk to strangers. Don't invest in biblical coin. With the end of evolution, let's get started. Here
Let's
we
go.
Hey everyone. Today I'm going to show you one more piece of evidence that totally falsifies evolution yet again. And how our model far better explains the data. You see, there are two major views when it comes to
Why did he say that? He didn't have to say that. He
He's
wrote
so-
that into his script. Just remember that.
He's so honest. He's talking to us, you guys. This is tailor-made for us.
Wow.
And do you see the series here? We have the series and it's going backwards for some odd reason.
All right.
I don't know what that means. And then it
I'm
leads to Jesus. Sure.
It's gonna
I'm
bonk
not
him.
hitting-
It's gonna bonk him.
I'm not hitting play. I need predictions. I want predictions from chat. I want predictions from this panel. Which evidence is he going to present that falsifies evolution? What's our bet? What do we think?
How long ago was this from? Because that might help me with some
Yeah, what date is this?
Yeah. The date of this is, let's find out. It is from 1 month, ago.
Oh, that's recent.
Oh wow.
Oh,
okay.
I don't know.
You know what? I'm just gonna throw one out there. I'm gonna go with my favorite. It's gonna be Jensen mutation rate stuff. I'm just gonna
The mutation rate.
Oh, genes and mutation rate. That's a good one.
I think it might be something to do with barcoding being a way to identify kinds.
I'm going with orphan genes and the taxonomic boundary.
Well, hang on. Is anybody writing these down?
I'm
Is
going
anybody
with the
writing these down?
complex version of if we evolved from apes, why are there still
Right. I was about to say.
Hang on, Dapper, what was your guess?
Barcoding.
Barcoding.
As a way to to delineate the boundaries between so-called kinds, basically.
Gotcha. Erica, you were what?
I'm going with
Orphans.
I want to go with the difference between humans and ape and chimpanzee Y chromosomes.
Oh, that's a good one.
That is
Y'all
a
are
good
coming
one.
up with really good.
That's really good stuff.
That is a good one.
I think that I'll just take the low hanging
I'm gonna-
fruit here, and I'll say that by far the most probable argument that I hear the most often is just some variant of irreducible complexity.
Oh goodness.
I want to explain why I made my choice, because Donnie has been going off on that one recently, and he has been saying like he's been challenging anybody who will listen, except for Erica, to try and rebut that. And he's like, nobody's ever rebutted that. And so I was like, I guess I have to rebut it. So I emailed Dr. Dan, and I was like, okay, so I guess I need to become educated on this. And he's like, yeah, Erica did like 3 videos on that 2 years ago and debunked it for him already. I was like,
Get this, and Donnie.
checks out.
Donnie, I know you're still listening, pal. So let me make this abundantly clear. A paper came out this month. A brand new spanking paper. I've already got a script done for it. I haven't recorded it yet, but it's done. This new paper absolutely deep sixes any argument any creationist has ever had using the Y chromosome. I'm going to explain it at length, and when we finish this, Mr. Anderson, if you want to stick around behind, I'll explain it to you because it's really not that complicated. But this paper is open access. Donnie, the Y chromosome argument, if it wasn't dead before, it's been taken behind the barn and shot, my friend. I cannot wait to find
It was like this argument encountered Christy Nome is what happened.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't get that, I'm
Can I
sorry.
say what my prediction is?
You took it out back.
It's done, dude. They did an extensive sequencing of at least one species of every genus of great ape. This thing's over.
Oh,
and I cannot
FYI,
wait.
Erica, I don't want to steal your thunder on that, but I did send that paper to Donnie, and
No,
he read it. He I got a little read receipt because I was like, "Hey, we've talked about Y chromosome stuff, and we were waiting for a paper just like this to come out. Here it is." And then, yeah, I got the read receipt, and no, I don't think that he's opened it or read it. I think he just saw the link and didn't click it or didn't see what it was about. So.
Because
providing intelligence to the enemy, Grayson, what are you doing?
If I got an email from someone that was like, "Hey, that cool argument that you've been using for the past 3 years, if it had a decent counter to it before, now it is dead. It is dead. It is killed. It is dissected, and it has been disposed of in an incinerator. Like it's game, set, and match for that bad boy. But we'll get there when we get there. For now, who needs to still make a prediction?
I do. While we're still waiting for death, I predict that Raw Matt will pick on some physical characteristics that he'll say are only found in either humans or apes, but are really found in both.
That's a good one. We find a lot of those quite frequently. He likes the rose tip neurons.
Anybody going with zinc fingers?
Oh, that's
Sal. We gotta find Sal.
Zinc fingers.
Erica, was it Raw Matt who said that chimpanzees can't get cancer and don't have allergies?
No, that was Raw Matt, and he actually said,
Okay.
he said, he said in an argument once, he goes, and it was actually a video that had like funny editing, like he was going for the funny editing, but it was like, humans lost fur and then started wearing clothes. What's the point? And it was like a scientist like ripping his hair out, and it was like, this is so crazy. It's like, my friend, when did the clothes start? Oh, I don't know. Maybe when we moved into rigid climates.
He also said that apes have one less rib than humans do, and they can't regrow their ribs, but they can regrow their spines.
He loves to bring that up. I went over that. I kid you not, when I was like, this was like 3 years ago. I did like a Raw Matt can't respond to things and like went through it piece by piece. He uses the same document. He does not care, which is why I don't like responding to Raw Matt. But I've had enough White Claws, and we've been going for almost 9 hours.
All right. Let's try to bring this back. I'm keeping track here. I need a prediction from Jay and from Jordan.
Oh, this is so tough.
Pick the worst argument you could possibly. This is a man, Jay. This is a man who once said that we can explain like nuclear decay rates and radiometric dates by the fact that the heavier uranium sinks lower in the crust. Like, think about the worst argument you could think of, and that's probably correct.
I wish you were joking. I wish.
100% serious. Erica was there. She remembers.
I saw her video. I know. I just wish you were joking.
No, that argument almost put Jordan in the ground. Like, Jordan, that was
deeper than the heavier uranium.
Deeper than the heavy uranium.
Deeper than the old uranium. All the way down.
If you're not going to do the how deep they are, you can also just see how old the atoms are individually, like just card them. You know,
it's the older uranium, right?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna go junk DNA. Junk DNA has been hot lately.
Oh, junk DNA has been hot.
Nice.
Whose fault is that? Who's the idiot that keeps bringing up? It's me.
Who's that? Who's that idiot?
See what you've done.
This prediction has nothing to do with creation versus evolution, but when has that stopped, Raw Matt? So I'm going with Z-pinch is going to come up, because I don't think I've ever heard Raw Matt say anything, like have any video at all where Z-pinch isn't mentioned.
He's going to say that some nuclear lab in Ukraine has disproven evolution.
Proton 21, baby.
Proton 21. Hey, really quick. Can someone please remind me what the conditions Proton 21 was trying to replicate were? Like, where were they supposed to be?
The flood.
Ukraine.
Yeah,
that's like the sun,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. A stellar interior, the belly of the sun. So yeah, you can get your accelerated nuclear decay. Go nuts. But you're gonna vaporize the crust anyways. Like,
No, see, Erica, they're just trying to turn that heat problem into the heat bonus, because that's how they get their Z-pinch that then somehow dissipates just don't worry about it.
The Z-pinch is a cold fusion idea. Like, that's where you see all these, like, the people who aren't creationists. The Proton 21 is talked about by Raw Matt and a bunch of cold fusion whack jobs.
Yeah,
like,
it's Raw Matt and the cold fusion guys. Like, I love this. How many communities out there have a Venn diagram where it's like a bunch of random conspiracy theorists of XYZ and Raw Matt? Like,
so many. A worrying amount.
Okay, let's do this thing.
I'm running low on my normal beer. I'll have to bring out my backup
hit play
beer
before the
soon.
beer's
I'm
gone.
sad.
Come on, let's go. Hit play.
No,
Let's go.
I have one beer
To
left.
answering
Let's
the
go.
diversity
Let's
of
go.
life question, young Earth creation and deep time evolution. We both have the exact same evidence, but view them entirely different. So I ask you to set aside emotion and just look at the data, what it shows, and make up your
Way
own
to steal
mind based
AIGR.
on the evidence and nothing else. I am going to show you why our view of the past is far better than evolution. And
What?
Wait,
Everybody wins. Everybody's arguments.
Holy crap.
This is devastating for us, you guys. Like, this is...
No
Why is it a
genetic.
Christmas
Just the
tree?
first line. No genetic similarity. So what?
The answer was all of them. The answer was all of the
It was all of them. It was all of them. Everybody wins.
Let's see what he says. Let's see what he says.
This is Oprah.
Dapper, my fellow dinosaur.
Yes.
I think we're out of a job.
Yeah, possibly. But
Okay.
also, why is it a Christmas tree?
No,
I need
dang
to-
it! I thought you'd get my reference. Never mind.
Hold
Sorry.
on. Let's do this real quick. Genetic similarity versus non-similarity.
No, we can't do this real quick. This is going to take 9 hours.
No.
This is the entire history of my channel in one slide.
Okay. All right. Okay. I'll go over it some other time.
But wait, can we at least call out everybody's prediction and see that in fact
let's see.
everybody wins?
But nobody predicted the tortoise fact. Okay, I gotta say
That was my second choice.
I said mutation rates. Mutation rates are on there. Number 2. Do we have
Taxonomic
barcoding?
genetic boundaries. Come on, that's me.
And let's
Taxonomic
see,
boundary paradox. right
barcoding,
there.
bottleneck, rapid growth, design, tortoises. What
Man,
the
I'm just curious. How is this my first stream with a lot of you? This is like fun.
Taxonomic restrictive DNA elements.
There we go.
That
That's
could be-
orphan genes. That's orphan genes. Taxonomically restricted is orphan genes. So I got mine. Erica got hers.
I think I lost.
Do we have Y chromosome?
I actually think that irreducible complexity might not be on here. Shocking.
Yeah, I don't think it is.
What is
I think we got some
single
morphology
haplo
stuff.
block size of entire?
We definitely got junk DNA. 99% junk DNA. Evolutionary leftovers.
That was never a thing. But yeah, we got junk DNA. You nailed it.
You guys, wait. We missed the gimme. The extremely long lifespan versus not short.
Oh, yeah.
We missed long lifespans. All right,
Well,
so
you're forgetting
just
that
to review, at the
nowadays
very
it's
least,
only the breatharians that have the extremely long lifespan.
That's so true.
Obviously, yeah, that is how it is.
do we
Merry
have-
Christmas,
do we have
by the way,
mitochondrial
everyone.
Stuff. I'm looking
Right.
at-
Merry Christmas.
Phenotypic diversity, hierarchical fit. So phenotypic diversity, that could be the morphology thing, maybe. Taxonomic genetic boundaries. That is
That's orphan genes.
Oh no, that's barcoding. That's the barcoding
really?
thing.
You're
That's
so
barcoding.
right. That is
Oh, I
barcoding.
didn't
that
know.
one's
Yeah.
barcoding.
Awesome.
So we've got
Thanks,
the
man.
mutation rates, we've got barcoding, we've got orphan genes. Do we have Y chromosome? I don't see Y chromosome. We
don't think
don't
so.
Donna
have.
likes it more than Ramat does, to be fair.
Yeah. Okay. So we've got this one, that one, that one. We've got junk DNA. So looks like we hit 4 out of 8.
Jeez.
That's pretty good for a
Pretty good.
scatter.
That's pretty good. All right, let's
Yeah.
keep going. Let's see
And
what
we're
the
only
actual argument
38
is.
seconds into the video.
Let's
Yeah,
go.
that's true.
and how it not only better answers what we see, but solves the paradoxes that evolution theory runs into. Let me break it down for you this way. When we look into the mitochondria, we go to a specific region called the CO1 gene compartment, also known as
This is going
cytochrome
to be
C.
barcoding.
We find that the region is highly conserved, but still accrues mutations rather
This is
quickly.
barcoding.
When mutations
Wait,
do arise,
hold on,
they do
hold on.
not always mutate.
It can't be both highly conserved and accumulating mutations rapidly.
Yeah.
Those are
it's just like
opposites.
it's just like those inbred hypermutating Neanderthals, right?
Yeah, it's the hypermutating Neanderthals all over again. But Dan, don't you see they're both. Because they're hypermutating, that gives the bad alleles a chance to conserve themselves while you're like, it's the bottleneck. Okay, let him go.
In the same spot. This is really good because it allows us to know what sequences have mutated and which ones have not. Therefore, we can know exactly what are mutations and what are not mutations.
Can we just pause
so
for
we
a
know
second?
what the
can we just pause for a second and appreciate that raw mat is in a very general way describing like phylogenetic techniques?
Yeah.
Just failing to appreciate that it applies broadly. But I mean, that's basically what he's
I
describing.
can't get over the stick people and the mutations didn't line up with the stick people that were different colored. It's just
his stick people also don't line up. They're in pairs that don't line up across the pair, which
Yeah, they're
is
all
like
different sizes.
that's very easy to fix. Just
I mean,
fix
hey,
it.
maybe some of the stick people are polyamorous, okay?
Look, I don't
No,
care
we're
if they're
not judging. Happy
polyamorous
Pride Month,
or if
everybody.
I don't care any of that. I'm just saying, look, you can. It's obviously a repeated group, right? But they're not even, dude. Like most image editing software has a tool that allows you to align
Just
different
snap,
layers.
yeah.
Just use it.
Yeah.
Dude, Raw Matt for sure edits his own videos, and he's not very good at it.
Raw
because
Matt goes freehand.
He goes freehand. He goes
Jeez.
freehand, and he's not very funny either. Like he used to try to put little jokes in the videos, and the audio was messed up. It was like a whole thing. So come on, let's appreciate what we got. He tried.
All right.
Good try,
He
Raw
tried.
Matt.
Congrats.
At least he hasn't blasted everyone's eardrums off with that laughing meme that he likes.
That's the one I'm talking about, Trapper.
I mean, I think I
Yeah.
last brought it up like 3 hours ago, but at least he hasn't made a domestic violence joke yet.
True.
Like sorry,
Fingers
I
crossed.
keep bringing that up.
He does
My
that.
debate.
He
I
does
had a
that.
debate with McQueen a couple months ago.
He had
And
a debate with
near the end, Rob
think
Matt
he's
made a
alongside.
domestic violence joke, and it
Wait.
just completely took me out of everything.
Yeah. Dok Deino did, not let's
Yeah,
hit
me.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. I was like, why did Raw Matt debate McQueen about what? Like, okay, we're gonna keep going.
No,
original
Raw Matt was the
sequence look like.
moderator for.
So, how does all this fit together? Well, it comes down to predictions.
It was Nathaniel Jensen who predicted that if we looked in the mitochondria, that we would find nowhere near the amount of mutations expected if 7 million years of time had passed. That was predicted in 2015 and published in 2017 in his book Replacing Darwin. So the predictions
than
were
the
laid
best
out
picture of
and
Jensen
in print. Now it was time to test which
Sorry,
model
Erica.
made the best
Can you
prediction.
remind me? Is it roughly 200 ERVs? that are
200,000.
Wait, is
It's
it
a
unique
lot-
or
yeah, it's a
shared
lot more
between humans and chimps?
200,000 shared.
Yeah, 200,000
Yikes.
between the two.
It's almost it's approximately 200,000 in each, and almost all of them are shared.
Also, if it's Nathaniel Jensen,
And
he's not
I
comparing
could-
mitochondria to, say, chimpanzees and panins, which is why the 7 million would be relevant. Jensen is only trying to figure out the time to the most recent common ancestor of all humans, which means that Ramat is already putting this in the wrong context. Because nothing about evolutionary biology says that the most recent common ancestor for human mitochondria was 7 million years ago. We're talking more like, 100,000 years ago or so.
So it's also fresh on my mind because I was doing a script on it, and I rewatched Dan's conversation with Standing for Truth and Walker's as well. But it's like you really don't want to pin your hat on Jensen's work here because you
No.
don't have to account for Neanderthal variation, and that is necessarily going to remove or push that time for the most recent common ancestor of everybody back. If Neanderthals are humans, then you can't use Jensen 6,000 years.
And
Wait,
remember-
counterpoint. Wonky things pre-flood, Erica.
Yeah.
Wonky. I forgot
Chickens
about
made
Wonky things pre-flood.
But here's something though.
But
Ramat uses the genetic differences between Neanderthals and Homo sapiens to explain the phenotypic differences that we see in their morphology, which means he has to, at least to some degree, accept the validity of the genetic studies. Otherwise, he can't point to those genetic differences,
No, he doesn't.
which means he's already, if he wanted to be internally consistent. But if that means if he wanted to be internally consistent, he already cannot use Jensen's techniques because Jensen's techniques don't work if you include the Neanderthal diversity.
Yeah, exactly. That's
Okay.
100% it.
But sorry.
So
just
another
Erica,
thing-
another question, I guess. How many ERVs are shared between humans and gorillas? Like
I don't
compared
know
to humans?
I don't know
and-
the number.
I don't know
Has there
that
been
one.
data on that? I'm guessing there has been.
We have data on it. I don't know the number off the top of my head.
The thing
Okay.
is that it's definitely going to be less. I'm sure it exists out there, but at the same time, the chimp number is kind of enough, right? it's already quite stark, the ERG situation, but
honestly,
I
if it were one, that would already be a pretty compelling case. Just one shared ERV would be very hard to explain apart from common ancestry.
I'm gonna let him keep going.
I mean, you'd think it'd be.
Here we go.
Over time, mutations build up in the mitochondria. If deep time evolution is true, then we would expect to find the mitochondria completely saturated in mutations. If young Earth creation is true, then we would only find a few mutations. This is based on how fast the mutation rate in this region is. And we would expect to find 21,000.
Already have a problem. The only way to use the mutation rate, the only way to use the mutation rate here is if you assume that no mutations are ever filtered out of the population, which is obviously wrong. Very, very obviously wrong.
But Dapper, Jensen says the mutation rate equals the substitution rate. He said that to me.
Yeah, but Jensen also says that humans are subject to natural selection.
But dude,
those things can't be true at the same time.
Dude,
he did go to Harvard.
He
That's a compelling point.
So, like,
well, here's the truly frustrating thing about all this is that I had a debate with Donnie on this exact issue that then sparked like 3 videos made by Rawmat on this issue where they addressed the problem that, and we discussed that as you take longer and longer, what are they called? Pedigree mutation rates, that they approach the phylogenetic rate and that the mutation rate slows down as you get longer and that you cannot use the pedigree rate.
And that's not a prediction or an assumption. That is a measured fact.
Directly documented, and you only have to go back a handful of generations. You go back to the 1800s, you go back to 1820, the rate that you measure directly approximates the phylogenetic long-term rate. It's not like...
So unless he's about to address that, like the fact that I like personally, literally rubbed his nose in that, and
my friend,
you know, is going to make me angry.
Mr. Anderson, I
have personally rubbed Jensen's nose in this. Do you think anything about this conversation has changed since then?
Okay, but it's me though, and my feelings. We're talking about my feelings.
Mr. Anderson, something's going on with your mic. I don't know what it is. It's just
you are breaking up a bit.
Yeah, it is a little.
Oh, sorry about that.
No worries.
Search yourself deep in your soul and think to yourself, if Jensen's not capable of owning it, and if Donnie is not capable of owning it, do you think Rawmat is?
Absolutely not.
Well,
I want to know, Rawmat, if you watch this, when are we going to get the pre-Yiddish translation of this video? Because that's my preferred language.
The pre-Yiddish? Oh my god. I personally, I'm waiting with bated breath. Oh wait, okay, great opportunity here. Since we're talking trash about Rawmat anyways, the other day he posted on Twitter, he said on Twitter, we're never going to, but he posted on Twitter the other day.
Never.
And he was like, someone had talked about publishing and like how difficult it is for young Earth creationists, and Rawmat goes, as someone who like attempted to publish, it's very difficult. There's clearly a bias, like all this stuff. I commented on it, and I was like, Rawmat, are you talking about that faked paper with the PLOS One logo photoshopped at the top? And he deleted the tweet.
Yeah, he did. And the greatest thing is that paper, regardless of content, wouldn't have been published because he couldn't even follow the style guidelines. The entire body of the text was center justified. Like, how do you center all of your text?
Hang on.
You have it, Dan?
Like the style guidelines?
Do I have it?
Of course he does. The style guideline is the easiest part
Boom,
to
let's
follow.
show Rawmat's
right?
paper.
All right.
Here we go.
This is the original. Now, I want to say for everybody, this is the original version that appeared on.
What the fuck is this?
No, just wait for it, Jay. It was Christmas Eve. Was it 2020? Everybody who was there, was it?
Yeah, 2020.
It was Christmas Eve 2020, and now this was put online by Rawmat, I think accidentally, as an editable Google Doc. Now, this is the original. This is the original PDF. Oh no, this is not the right version. Hang on, I got to take this down. There's a better one.
Okay,
Hang on.
hold on. Before you take it down, though,
I have it. Hang on.
Before you take it down, real quick. See, 2015, Jensen et al. Obtained 6,000 years.
Yeah,
that's referring to replacing Darwin. And you know what? Jensen was the only author on that. Raw Matt doesn't know what et al. means.
He doesn't know what et al. means.
Yeah, he doesn't know what et al. means.
It's true.
Are you serious?
Okay,
I am very serious.
Yeah, it just says et al. for all of them.
Find this exact thing.
Yep.
Hang on.
He just thinks that et al. apparently just means like it's a thing I referenced or something, or maybe it's like an honorific.
Okay,
he
got
doesn't know.
No, that et al. guy, he's a very prolific scientist.
He is true. He and Ibid, right? They're just all over the place.
Et al. and Ibid, everywhere, man.
And Supra.
I am aware that what we're doing is. I'm aware that we're picking on Raw Matt here, and that we spent the majority of the screen actually trying to go through
deserves it.
I'm just okay with it. Like, Raw Matt is not a good guy. He's done a lot of shady stuff. He's platformed a lot of shady people, and not like platform, but like not platform in the platform sense, but like engaged with jovially and also endorsed. Like,
sure.
I mean, like,
Erica, put that one up.
Granted, call me a horrible person. I might go on Standing for Truth again.
There it is with the PLOS biology.
Yeah, you got to get the PLOS logo
to
on
moderate a debate for me again.
Yeah.
Look, I will say on this question of do you go on Standing for Truth, I tried to get people to boycott Standing for Truth, and that didn't work. So now my opinion is go on Standing for Truth and just call them stupid and just ask them like basic questions about evolutionary biology that they can't answer. Just like go on there and be like, you keep saying this word, what does it mean? Like I went on there and it was with the Y chromosome thing. And Standing did his thing with like the figure where it lines the two up. And I said that giant black bar that's like most of the bigger one, it says heterochromatin. What does that mean? And he just didn't know what it meant.
Obviously.
And it was just like that
he
word.
Gets mad when you do that. He's like, this isn't a quiz. This is I'm not one of your students in your evolutionary biology.
No, it totally is a quiz, dude.
If he were one of Dan's students, he would be currently failing.
He would be failing.
No one here has the understanding of genetics that you would get out of high school, never mind an undergrad intro course.
Can we appreciate a couple things from this paper from Raw Matt? One, he stuck the PLOS biology logo on there as though he like published it in PLOS with the DOI number, which does anyone remember if that's real or if it was real and then it got taken down?
It seems like it was.
Yeah, he had a DOI that went to his submission link, right?
Okay.
Like, I don't know if it was like a BioRx.
This right here, see this right here? This is not text. See, this is not text. This is a screenshot from Wikipedia. And it says from Wikipedia.
Oh
no.
It even still has like the Wikipedia and like references as unclickable, but visually looking like hyperlink. Oh my god.
It's just a screenshot.
He's so freaking bad.
That's his abstract.
He's so bad.
That's the abstract. And then you come down here, and now we're in the introduction, and it's
how
center
bad this
aligned. And again, what is this? What the hell is this? Is a screenshot. Right here. This is text. This is text.
Why am I always surprised how low the floor truly is?
I forgot how bad this paper was.
Example.
I did too.
Oh, that's a hyperlink. Let's see.
Wait, Dan, please scroll up. Please scroll up underneath the picture. Does it say Dr. Jensen et al. And Raw Matt 2020? Did he publish his Raw Matt?
Yeah, I think he
I was just thinking about that. At the top it said Raw Matt too. I was thinking the same thing. Did this man really try to publish using his it's like me trying to publish as Pocket Locker 86. Like what is wrong? What's wrong with him? Somebody get him.
The crazy thing is Raw Matt's full name is on
You're
his
supposed to use your full name, right?
Living Forever. Yeah. Look, Raw
And shouldn't
Matt's
it be
name is
rawest
Matt
of all
Nyler.
possible Matthews?
Yes.
I can't.
Well, first, never use it. It should really be Uncooked Matthew because this is a formal thing. But regardless of that, his name is Matthew Nyler, and the reason I know that is because he still promotes books that he wrote under that name.
Yeah,
I'm not doxing him. He publicly promotes books he wrote under that name. Why wouldn't you use that name?
Guys, y'all, this right here.
I feel
this
like
is
they
a
should be
screenshot.
high. Like,
this is a
honestly.
screenshot right here with highlighting in the screenshot. This is where he selected the text and then took a screenshot.
I'm gonna.
I'm so
Genuinely,
This
I
whole
feel
thing.
like I am high, but I know I'm not, and that just makes this better.
This has a fever. Reading this feels like a fever dream. If somebody submitted
Jay,
this
I'll
to you
send
as
this to
a
you. This is
scientist, you would die. You wouldn't know what to do.
Look at the formatting. Look at this. Look at this bananas.
Oh my goodness.
What are we doing here?
God,
Now this
guys.
again, this
so
went
lovely.
up. Again, this went up as an editable Google Doc, and somewhere I have the link for the version that looks like a rainbow because we literally changed every word of it. But it was our friend Just a Walking Fish who brought this to our attention, and we all of us just like went through and just vomited edits into it. And speaking for myself, I genuinely tried to make it better. I tried to correct everything.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to read this right now.
Oh,
Then
that's a
I
mistake.
started
Don't
my
do
math
that.
page 25 with mils, with
I'll
a base
send
of
it to you.
51
It's amazing.
notations, and then added 2.0 notations per year up to Noah.
Why is there like a full paragraph break between those two sentences up there?
Also, I can't up to Noah. You put Noah in your article.
I mean, that's his whole point. Is he's trying to prove the historicity of Noah.
Yeah, but then he's got a whole section moving forward. It's after the let's see, we've got the discussion, and then we've got moving forward. Is its own thing.
Sorry,
do we get a conclusion?
Dictionary secularist.
There's all. By the way,
Go back, yeah.
Oh, by the
Go
way,
back
references. There's your references.
Wait.
It was like
We're at a
Go up,
10.
please. I need to read that.
There are two references. Two references. Like this is an undergraduate research paper. There are two.
Well, hold on.
references.
No, there's
Hey, don't
3
insult
there,
undergraduate
'cause
research papers. I had a lot of references in those.
The 4 out of 10 believe there are 2 links.
You're right.
One to
You're right.
Google and one to a Gallup poll.
So wait a minute. There's
Awesome.
there's one reference for the paper, and then there's a new claim in the reference section with 2 supporting sources.
Right.
Okay, here's another thing. When he tried to
never
give his
gonna push this
sources for
video.
like people who had found 6,000 year ages for mitochondrial Eve, he references them using the style of like author name, year, which is fine as long as at the end you actually tell people exactly what publication you're citing, which he doesn't do.
No,
he just
because-
says, hey, Jeanson and
Yeah,
some other
that's a
people
screenshot.
allegedly published a thing in 2016. Go look it up yourself. That's
It's
not how
because-
this works.
Okay,
Not
It's
how
because
this
some
I'm
of
sorry,
these are
I need
hyperlinks.
another beer. I'm too sober for this.
He thinks
So
if you
there's-
hyperlink it in the paper, you don't need to link it down below. So some of this stuff is legit hyperlinks.
So okay,
Jeez.
here's the crux of this.
I could see fear, like Jay's eyes right now, like your soul is leaving.
I don't know what it's saying. It has Adam and Eve.
And Seth and Enos and all of them.
Do you understand what I'm saying to you? This is like Kent starting his dissertation. Hi, my name is Ken Hovind.
Hey,
You know,
at least,
yes,
at least
like-
Kent's text was
Kent
left
is his
aligned.
role model.
Kent's text was oddly
So
enough
wait,
better source
wait,
than this.
you
and
guys
was
are
at least
telling
left
me-
aligned.
So you guys
Wow.
are telling me this is not publishable?
No.
Unfortunately,
I'm gonna tell
Really?
you what this is.
Dude,
This
I
is-
would have gotten a D for this. In
This is a
undergrad.
department
I would
meeting.
fail.
I'm calling the chair. I'm calling I want to know whose student this is,
Dude,
how they got into this school,
what
I
I
need to have a
would
serious
what
talk with that
on
person.
earth our biology curriculum looks like.
What
I
I
mean,
would give to be a fly on
This
the
is a
wall,
freshman's
the plus,
attempt.
the +1 submissions like council or whatever.
He-
Like they get the mail and they're like, Johnson, you're gonna need to come over. You got something you need to see.
hey boss, I got one
Look.
for you.
The only
Look-
reason this wasn't published is because of the bias against creationist science
Bias against-
Yep.
in German.
yeah.
Otherwise inexplicable.
And
I just
every
decided who to send this
publication makes
to.
it
Dan, if
equally
you send this to
justified.
me,
I got you. Yeah,
because
listen,
I've actually had papers rejected by PLOS Biology because it's a legitimate journal that doesn't
Yeah.
take everything it's sent.
Yeah.
And I'm
Yeah.
gonna send this to other people who've had papers rejected by PLOS Biology.
at some
just to,
point, I
just to
don't know
mess
where
with
it
them.
I think it was on Twitter actually. He posted a screenshot of the rejection email. So see if you all can find it. But he
There's
has.
no way it's still there.
Yeah,
and if it is, it's buried under all the biblical coin.
I know all the
posts.
Bible coin.
I wanna point
promotions.
out-
All right, yeah, I'm gonna.
No, Bible coin is a different crypto. There's Bible
So
coin
biblical
and there's
coin.
biblical coin.
Oh
This is
goodness, of
biblical
course.
coin.
Sorry.
So one thing I want to point out about this is basically
I looked it up. Okay,
when you put
I'm not kidding.
the watermark or the logo of an actual journal that could have published a paper at the top of your paper, The only reason to do that is to get people who don't know better to think that you were published by this journal. That is, in fact, academic fraud. Now, am I saying that is criminal fraud according to the statutes where Raw Matt lives? No, that is not the claim I am making. However, it is the kind of thing that would violate the ethics code of every single academic institution you could possibly think of, and would get you disenrolled from whatever program you were in.
Yeah, I mean, I think this might be a fireable offense even if you have tenure.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Dapper, I agree with you, and normally I would leave it at that. But we have a lawyer on right now.
Yeah, Mr. Agent, how is this not a crime?
This count as fraud.
Well, Canada might be different, though.
Canada,
no, it's not different, and no, it's not different, and no, it's not fraud. And I could go. Yeah, you're gonna get me off on a rant. If you're not careful about what fraud is. And
give us the elevator. Give us the elevator pitch as to why it's just the.
So fraud is a very specific kind of misconduct where you are getting, like, you are depriving somebody of something financial, or you're improperly getting something financial by deliberately deceiving them. So that's every situation where you get money from somebody and you are dishonest is fraud, and not every situation where you are dishonest or where you deliberately trick somebody or mislead them. Like, neither of those situations are necessarily fraud, and usually, like, it's never fraud. Just here's the take. Here's the elevate. It's never fraud. Whenever you think it's fraud, it never is.
Sure, because it's such a specific high bar. Let me ask.
It's quite specific.
That's fair. If you were a lawyer for PLOS One in this scenario and they wanted to argue a case against Uncooked Matthew, what would you put this under, in your opinion, if it could be prosecutable?
No, it wouldn't be prosecutable. It would be a tort in that case.
That's right. So a tort, just in case anybody doesn't know what that is, in the audience or something, is when you when you are doing something to somebody that you're not allowed to do, and it's actionable. It's basically like everything other than stuff like breaches of contract. You could think of it is kind of a tort. So, like, if you're not driving carefully enough and you hit somebody with your car, that's a tort. So, like, negligence, all negligence is tort. If you were deliberately to punch somebody in the face, outside of a boxing ring, that's a tort, because you're not allowed to do that. That's an intentional tort. If you steal from somebody, that's a tort. If you slander somebody, that's a tort. So, like, a lot of things are torts. Not everything. I could get into it, but yes, this would qualify probably as a tort.
So, Mr. Anderson, you would say probably no, like, not a criminal violation, but maybe a civil suit.
Sure. So let's take an example of a situation where this might occur. So let's say, for example, that remember that a civil suit there isn't going to happen unless there is, like, damages, right? There, like, it has to have cost plus one money, either directly or indirectly, right? Otherwise, they're not going to sue, because the only thing the court's going to give them is money. Maybe an injunction.
Well, wait. Pause. Could you argue that it may have cost the money in regards to lowering the value of future publications?
Not with Ron.
I know I'm reaching here, but
sure. So hypothetically. Yeah, so hypothetically, in this situation, Ramat's too small time for PLOS to care, and that's probably why they didn't do anything, right? Yes. But if it were the case that, let's say that this did go viral, and that a lot of people thought that PLOS One was publishing crap like this, and their readership went down as a result, and then that way, so therefore indirectly they lost money, because now they're selling fewer subscription because people think that this is the kind of stuff that they publish because he's doing this, then we we have something to talk about. And so that would be a tort called passing off, which is kind of like common law copyright, right? Because he's basically using their name without permission and passing off his work as if it's part of their umbrella. Right?
Okay.
Yeah,
So it
great
would be like
explanation.
if I put a Ford sticker on my Chevy car and tried to sell it to someone as a Ford car.
Sure. Or a more common example would be like a fake Chanel bag.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
Knockoff
That's
roll-up,
exactly, yeah, that's
stuff
what
like
this
that.
is. This a knockoff plus biology article.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
And I want to
Also, this is the
I
first
wanna say
time I've
that's
had
why
this
I
drink. It's actually pretty good.
nice. That's why when I made the video saying that Ron Matt had committed academic fraud, I was very careful in the video to point out
Mhm.
I am not talking about criminal fraud. I am talking about something that uses the same word but does not mean the same thing. Because
Sure. Yep.
there's a colloquial
correct.
meaning for many words.
Right.
Fraud is one of them.
No, that makes a lot of
Oh,
sense to me. And
yeah,
I should be more specific too. Sorry, Mr. Anderson. I was just kind of agreeing. Like, yeah, that's a good point.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, that you're quite correct, Dapper. And it's one of the things that people get tripped up about when they're getting into like legal topics a lot is that there are a lot of words in law that have very specific legal meanings that are different from the meanings that those same words have in their colloquial usage. So like even
That's fair.
here's a really good example. The word use itself. The word use has a specific legal meaning in certain contexts, which is completely divorced from what it means normally. Because use in a specific legal context means that you have something, but it's not yours. So I can bequeath something unto you, but for the use of somebody else, which means that legally it's yours, but in fairness, it belongs to person whoever, right? So like legally, I can give my house to Dr. Dan, but he's holding it for Erica, and he can't do anything with it except unless it is for Erica's benefit. And that's called giving something, bequeathing something to one person for the use of another person, right? It's very confusing. That's just one example. There's lots of them.
Yeah, I think we get it generally because science, it's a great point for our audience, but at least they're used to hearing science communicators talk about how science has very specific uses of term that also differs from the colloquial meaning of the terms.
I mean, I was in this context,
like theory versus hypothesis.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Theory always comes, oh, it's just a theory. You don't know what that word means when we use it that way.
I want to take another cheap shot. I don't know where Erica went, so maybe she stepped away to grab a drink or something real quick. But one of the things I like to talk about on my channel that I'm sure most of you would agree with is, and Stephen Jay Gould wrote a great article about this, but it's the evolution as fact and theory, right? And they do misrepresent the theory of evolution. They like to say, oh, we can poke this hole and that hole. And largely when we show up to defend the theory and say the hole they think they found isn't really there. But there is also the fact of evolution, which I like to think of as truly what it takes to be scientific. It's not just understanding the scientific idea so that you can regurgitate it. It's actually understanding the natural world in the sense that you know that that's what happened, right? And so a lot of these things where they say, I don't understand how X or Y would evolve, or how this is a challenge or how the theory would explain this, that doesn't change the fact that it did evolve. And so if they were to even honestly state these challenges, it would be more or less of, oh, the mutation rates as I understand them don't add up to how we evolve modern humans, but we did, right? And so we kind of know that we're starting from a base of understanding that the evolution happened, and we're trying to fill in the details as to how. And what they're trying to do a lot of times is point holes at the theory and then use that to get you to believe that it didn't actually happen. And I just always like to give a little plug for evolution as a fact that they're rejecting.
That's a great
want
point.
to say, like,
There's two different levels. Oh, go ahead.
Well, they always want to say that they always seem to come at it with the idea like, if I can poke holes in your idea, that means mine is true.
Right.
And that's not how
false
it works.
dichotomy.
That's a false dichotomy, right?
Yeah.
Erica, we should keep watching this video.
Yeah, we should. We just waiting for you to get back.
Oh, sorry, dude. I
Well,
had to
also,
go down.
geez, Dapper, if you and I keep coming up with the same ideas at the same time, people are going to keep calling me Dapper Jr.
I had to go and get some
That's been happening in your chat.
Worst things.
That's okay. I'm fine with it.
Hold on, let me get us back. The end of evolution? Yeah, the worst part about this is we're going to spend time on it. We know where this is going.
Well, now we do, because he's showing a picture from one of Jensen's papers that's actually a blog post.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
1,457 mutations would have built up in this region over that amount of time. This means we should find complete mutation saturation of 12,000 mutations in the mitochondria. We are not even remotely close to equilibrium. I decided to run these same numbers on a highly conserved region of the
that would imply that the entirety of the mitochondrial genome is non-functional because it's completely unsequence constrained. If we could get all of it, but no one thinks that.
Not only that, but the vast majority of the mitochondrial genome is sequence constrained because it's been reduced. So there is a small intergenic region, but most of it is actually under fairly tight constraint.
Matt, why do you have to be this way?
I'm so sorry, but did you guys not just hear I ran it myself?
I know. I know. I want to know where this is going. Raw mat attack.
Let's go. Called the CO1 gene, and I got the exact same results. Nowhere near the amount of mutations have occurred, and nowhere near mutation saturation. We find a fast mutation rate and few mutations. This can.
Ooh, I ran it myself. Checks out. Is that really the summary?
Wrong did science.
Can we get a recording or a screenshot?
Yeah, also,
anything.
Also, Erica, can you hit back for a slide? Just go back one.
Oh, yeah.
It sounds again petty, but the chart junk. Professionals don't do this. It's considered not good. It's not professional to put like a weird illustration in the middle of your plot. Sorry. All right, just go on with more substantive critiques.
That's just your evolutionist bias showing.
Fair counterpoint.
Also, tell it to
We
plus
find a fast
biology.
mutation rate and few mutations. This can only mean one thing. Young Earth creation is true, and
Just
the
more
genetic
chart
evidence supports this.
This can only mean one thing.
Hang on. Go back to that figure. Go back like a second to that
If you
figure.
insist, this is the thing that's going to horrify me the most.
Neither. Okay, so we've got so on the right, we've got the past, and on the left is the present. There is no label for the y-axis. I have no idea what these numbers mean.
I literally just figured out what this thing is even trying to say. Because again, the chart junk is so offensive, it just makes you want to run and hide under your bed.
0, question mark, 80, 120. It's like one of those logic puzzles where you have to look at the pattern and fill in the blank. Like I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
So
This is
okay,
just offensive.
Okay, so if you look at like the green goes up to the height of the guy, right? And it's about 80. Okay, so maybe it's in centimeters or something. Like maybe it's a unit of height, and it's like how tall this guy is over time. And maybe he's saying like we started really little, and like we've gotten bigger.
For everyone who doesn't know this, Jordan is an engineer. That's why he interpreted it that way. That's
of course.
Okay, no, I think I actually have what it is.
Like mutations.
I think I have what it is. I think it's total mutations on the CO1 gene, comparing them to a hypothetical ancestor that Raw Matt seems to have made up himself, because I'm not sure that he could support the idea that orangutans are the most divergent from the common ancestor of all hominids. He could support it that they're the most divergent from other extant hominids, but this seems to imply that they're the most divergent from the primate ancestor. And the fact that they get smaller, getting closer to humans, makes me think that he somehow came up with some hypothetical common ancestor CO1 gene sequence that is actually just based on the human sequence, and then he ran that with these other animals.
Too, that the common ancestor is
I'm sorry to
primate
keep doing this,
ancestor.
but Erica, could I pick your brain again?
Yes, go nuts.
We're never going to finish this paper or this video.
Good. Is it Danuvius, the upright walking ape from Germany? Like, how do we know that's not on the human line, or is it possible that it is? That's something I'd be curious about.
So it's definitely a hominid, and it might be a hominin, but it being a hominin, it doesn't have the hominin synapomorphy. So it doesn't have a reduction in canine size. It doesn't have the characteristics of the nuchal plane or the basicranium. that clocks a hominin. It still has a K9P3 honing complex that's very strong. There's some dimorphism that's proposed for it. And the type of bipedalism that it's proposed to be engaging in is above branch extended limb clambering. So it's not terrestrial bipedalism. And they argue that the toe is still divergent because it's walking upright, but more like a gibbon would when using anchor points when it's in the trees.
Okay.
That's the argument.
Can I make
I
an
actually don't
petty
remember
point?
why I was reminded of that just now, but it's something I've been curious about. And okay,
I love Davies.
I am sorry, but this is a great opportunity to just pick a primatologist's brain, which I don't get to do too often.
I need to make
By
an
all means.
Go.
I gotta make
I'm
it
here for the
extremely
pettiness.
petty, but also important for accessibility point. Never, ever use red and green for opposing data sets and figure. Because if someone can't tell them apart, they're not going to be able to tell your figure is showing, and red-green color blindness is the most common form of color blindness.
They're a wonderful
hot take. I think STEM majors should have to take intro to graphic design.
100. Oh my goodness, 1,000% agree.
I
would
actually,
agree.
yeah, and I give
right
a
there,
lecture
right there.
on how to make graphs, and this person needs to attend because I'm not.
Edward Tofty, read his books.
No. Tofty, yes, yes,
yeah, right,
yes,
yes,
yes.
We should play it.
I got you.
This is jock science theater now. That's
I got you, Jay. I got you.
You got me. Yes, that's my guy.
Hey,
Edward's right there.
Erica,
I got the
I'm sorry.
Napoleon
You
figure.
need to do this more often. This
So
is
Dan,
fantastic.
just quickly,
I'm
you know,
loving this.
so guys, Tufty talks about basically like maximizing ink, right? Like you should think about something like the data to ink ratio, right? So there's a whole bunch of ink on this, and most
Fewer
of it is
lines,
not
more-
necessarily at all to communicate the data. He could have done 4 lines, labeled them, and that's it. Like, and we'd be good to go. And yeah, and my talk is basically the same thing about coding graphs. Like if I code a graph, let's say in Python, and Dan codes in R, and Dr. Deino codes in like some weird, I don't know, matplotlib or something.
I
Fortran.
A good graph code, all of us should be able to read it because it should have the same principle. It should have very few lines. It should be readable to a human. And in those few lines of code, regardless of which language it is, it should be clear enough that a person could just read it and know exactly what your graph is doing. And that's what my talk's about. So
man.
yeah, it's
You know
literally
for
related to
hours
Tufty.
about graphic design. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah.
It's basically science communication, I guess you could
Exactly.
I'm good at it.
Yes.
Yes.
That's exactly what
Yes.
it is. Okay,
That's
so
what,
All right, we
and
definitely
that is
nerded
what
out
we are
hard
all
there.
doing here, right? We're all doing science communication. If you're not doing it visually in a clear, understandable, accessible way, you're not doing it right.
Yes,
So correct me if
exactly.
I'm wrong here, you guys.
I mean,
right?
I'm sure I'll
But
shout
we
it out
have-
again at. Oh,
We
sorry.
have our hominidae. We have our hominidae ancestor, right? The great ape here on the right, an unknown y-axis. The x is time, and then who said it was mutation rates or is it accumulated mutation?
I think it's accumulated mutation.
Number.
Okay, in our specific CO whatever gene, right?
Yeah.
Although also
CO1
everything
or
is
whatever
starting
it's called.
below the 0 line, which I'm pretty sure that Ramat doesn't think that there's negative mutations.
Oh goodness, I wish I didn't notice that. I wish you didn't say that.
I'm sorry.
I really wish you didn't point that out. I really wish.
It just gets worse the longer you look at
It
it.
just gets worse.
I just want to point out that the biggest problem with this paper is not its graphic design.
True.
Are you sure?
Stop it right now. We're never going to play. We're never going to.
What is the argument here, though? So you've got
I don't
humans who have the most amount of mutations, and then pannins, and then gorillans, and then
Don't
No.
try to get
On
in
this
raw
chart,
math.
humans have
but
the
here's
least.
The thing, folks. Here's the thing that we're all ignoring. There's a graph here that's supposed to show something somehow, and then there's a big giant
X through
jagged
it.
horror
Yeah.
movie slasher X over it, showing that this is all wrong.
Okay, wait. I'm sorry.
Maybe that will explain it.
To be honest, I was in another tab. I was playing a game, and
How
it
dare you,
just
sir.
tabbed back
Better
in.
off.
What am I looking at?
No,
Now
we're
you
not-
understand.
The stream
No,
ends. Go
we're
back
not-
and watch
we're-
the last
Yep,
10
go
minutes.
back. We're not redoing it.
I'm sorry.
All right.
I committed a cardinal sin.
It's
but
all right.
We're playing.
It's bad.
We're playing.
We're playing.
It's bad is what it
This
is.
was my fault. I'm sorry.
We're going. We're doing it.
Okay.
Young Earth creation is true, and the genetic evidence supports this.
This was discovered in 2018 in the Rockefeller University study that showed clear genetic boundaries.
Oh.
And in that same study, we noticed when we look at humans, we find up to 10 mutations have occurred in this region in some people.
Okay.
When we look at chimpanzees, we find the average is about 65 mutations. So now, let's use the evolutionary timeline and take that back. Not just 200,000 years, when they believe that there was a global ice age that caused a bottleneck to occur. But let's
Time out. Go back to that paper. Stokel, that's the barcoding paper. Why should mitochondria define a species?
Oh yeah,
that is a win
Barcoding.
for Dapper right there.
Dapper, that's a huge win.
I pulled that out of like nowhere. I was like, you know what? Raw Matt used to be big on barcoding. Maybe it's just barcoding.
There you go, man. There it is.
But there's a video on Jackson Wheat's channel where him and Evograd go through precisely why this doesn't work. I mean, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, is Zach around? Because I've witnessed him ranting about this paper, and like, if you have 9 minutes, it's a thing to behold.
So my favorite thing about Raw Matt's barcoding paper was that he claimed to have shown a DNA barcoding for a human and a gorilla, and they were completely different. But when Evograd did his own analysis of the same region in both the gorilla and the human, not only were they virtually identical, he couldn't actually get his program to produce Raw Matt's barcoding graph for the gorilla, no matter what he did. And the only thing that I can come up with is that Raw Matt must have just found a random DNA barcode picture somewhere and just slapped it in the video.
So the thing about this too is I'm remembering, it's coming back to me. So, you know, casual Raw Matt like trickery and lying aside, I remember specifically about this paper that what Jackson and Evograd did is they took the same methodology and they were like, okay, so let's assume that this barcoding separates, let's assume that the barcoding separates the Homo sapiens and chimpanzees, right? What other organisms would it separate? Because Evograd knows how to use this program. And it ends up separating out like the big cats into like 5 different kinds, like Felidae into like 5 different kinds, and Canidae into like 6 different kinds. These aren't specific numbers, but it ends up separating them out into groups that these guys don't accept as the boundaries for kinds. Like the only canids that ends up being together is like dogs and wolves, and we know for a fact that that's not like they can't standardize it still.
Yeah, the kind boundary starts to go down towards like genus, or in some cases like maybe tribe or something. Like it's really narrow.
It's like consistently tribe, if memory serves.
We should hit play.
All right.
Sorry, that was my fault again.
No, it's okay.
They believe that there was a global ice age that caused a bottleneck to occur. But let's keep going back 6 to 7 million years to this elusive split between the human and chimpanzee line. Look at how many mutations would have occurred over that vast amount of time. There's plenty of time for there to be tons of differences between us and them, yet there are so few.
Wait, what are we looking at here?
Okay, so this. Okay, I feel like I might be the creationist whisperer here, right? Okay, so we've got up at the top something which is representing the common ancestor of humans and chimpanzees.
That's Sahelanthropus chilensis for sure.
Right, and he's using that as a stand-in for the common ancestor. Which, you know what? Sahelanthropus chilensis is probably in the hominin side, but I don't really care. Whatever. It's basal Miocene ape. We'll take it. On the right side, he is representing this as the chimpanzee lineage, and the width, I'm pretty sure, is supposed to reflect population size because it has it shrinking down as you get to a volcano. So he's calling this like maybe it's like the Toba eruption or something. It's great. And then at the bottom, for some reason, it's shrinking again. I don't know why that is, but it gets to apparently modern Earth, where we have a modern chimpanzee skull and a modern human skull. And the numbers, I think, are supposed to represent the total cumulative genetic variations at maximum between any 2 humans and any 2 chimpanzees in the CO1 gene. And I don't know why the numbers are repeated rather than like increasing or decreasing in some direction. But that is my very much meaning Raw Matt way farther than the middle interpretation of this nonsense.
It's intelligible. It's unintelligible to me.
I don't know how you got all that from this, because this is just nonsense to me.
Yeah,
I'm the creationist whisperer. I'm the
you
one
are.
who knows what they're talking about.
Well, I'm going to let him continue. Let's see if he elucidates.
They have even admitted that this paradox is perplexing to them. We can read it right here. Unlike our closest genetic relatives, chimps, all humans have virtually identical DNA. In fact, one group of chimps can be more genetically diverse than all 6 billion humans alive today.
Now, wait a second. Which argument? He's like argument jumping. Is that why we started with the little prediction?
No, we started with genes and mitochondrial mutation rates, and then we went to barcoding, and now we're at chimp divergence.
We're at diversity too.
Yeah.
Like humans aren't very diverse. Okay, well, Ramat, neither are bonobos.
Oh, Erica, so there are a bunch of super chats if you want to go through them, or if you want to wait till the end of the video until 3 a.m.
We're gonna finish this, and then I'm doing super chats. We're gonna finish this, and we're doing super chats.
All right, let's power it through.
Let it play.
It is thought we split from a common ancestor with chimpanzees 5 to 6 million years ago, which is more than enough time for substantial genetic differences to develop. So
Waiting
why
time
haven't they?
Dead. Thanks, Ramat.
Well,
yeah, great. Okay, no, I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to say that if the split was so long ago, then why don't humans have more diversity? And the answer is that humans have probably had a genetic bottleneck that chimpanzees didn't have.
We've also had small effective population size for a while.
Humans moved out of Africa too, right? Like we founder affected ourselves to hell and back. We just moved out.
But that doesn't apply to the most divergent humans, which is what he's trying to talk to. So
like sub-Saharan folks.
right. So that would include all of sub-Saharan Africa. So yeah, that wouldn't technically apply. Not to give Ramat props or anything.
No.
You do not, under any circumstances.
Yeah, you're not giving him any props for sure.
Okay.
I mean, there could be a previous bottleneck. It could be that, like you said, there's just a small effective population size for the entirety of archaic Homo sapiens.
We lived in grasslands throughout sub-Saharan Africa for like a solid 100 to 200,000 years.
Yeah, and then there's the situation where it's like, because the climate is changing so rapidly in Africa, you've got periods where there's this vast coverage of rainforest that's going to create way more space for chimpanzees to increase their effective population.
Oh yeah, right.
Like, so I'm not sure, but I mean, you got those green highways that pulse. So we'll see.
Mm-hmm. Good point.
All right, let him go.
Well, if young Earth creation is true,
I could say,
we would have God creating a fully functional mitochondria and just a...
Oh, sorry, couldn't hear you. What's up?
Sorry, I've done my best to keep track of the super chats and stuff, and donations to the GoFundMe. Oh wow, sorry. I think I have a bit of a lisp right. I've got a bit of a lisp right now, but we've officially more than surpassed my goal, like my ceiling goal. It's just
way to go, everybody.
That is so
That's
awesome.
That is so awesome.
It's phenomenal.
We're gonna. I've said it already, but just. Thank you, folks. Like
we're gonna do a big honk and thank you here. We're gonna do a big honk and thank you here at the end.
And we're not done yet. So
of course. We survived the next 11 minutes of Ramat.
We're finishing it.
Just a few thousand years until the flood, and just 5,000 years or so until current day. So what makes more sense with the data? It should be obvious. But because evolution is not allowed to view history through the biblical lens of creation, they will never solve their paradox. And this is just one in a long line of problems with evolution theory, and they will never be able to solve it.
The evolutionary community.
Hey,
barcodes are back.
Barcodes are in there. He's literally, hey, we picked the right one because for end of evolution, he's trying to get everything. He's trying to just hit them all.
Also, I gotta say, I am keeping with my title of the Creationist Whisperer.
Yeah.
I like that.
I don't know how it is that I can interpret any of this stuff, because believe me, I am doing a lot of work to try to figure out a way to make this make sense and be in line with the things I know Ramat believes. It's not easy, but like, I don't know. I'm doing it.
It takes a lot of smarts to figure out that stupid. I will give you that.
I'm gonna pull up Jackson Wheat's barcoding video too, and I want to get those specific. I want to get those specific kinds while we're listening to this. I'm gonna let him go.
community even admits that this discovery confounds the prediction made that we should see much more genetic diversity, yet we don't. How have evolutionists tried to deal with and explain this destructive evidence that's against them? Well, it has been ignored overall, with the exception of an atheist blogger who goes by Evograd and one of the biggest critics of Dr. Deino's work. After reading his critique, he literally had nothing to save the science. He actually admits that there is far too many differences compared to what we observe.
Okay, let's read what he says. In other words, it would appear as though on the order of 12,000 mutations had occurred, there would be no way to distinguish between 12,000 mutations occurring and 447,000 mutations occurring because of saturation. After 12,000 differences accumulate, any additional ones would fail to be detected. And then you've got, what's this weird line here, guys? What do you suppose that is?
I mean, it looks like a page break.
I bet those two parts of the quote are separated by something more than just the line. I bet there's something in between.
They are. 12,000 differences is still far too many compared to the observed number. I think it's interesting that Jeanson uses silly visuals of hundreds of thousands of mutations in a big bar chart when it's pointless to show the numbers in this way. And then he cuts it off when it says it's just another excuse to make the evolution prediction look bigger than the observed value. Okay, all right. I'm going to let this go, but I'm also going to pull up Evograd's blog and find this.
Oh, I'm already on it. I already found the quote.
I'm already there.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Nope, already got it.
Wow,
there's
nerd
a whole
synchronicity.
Paragraph. There was a whole paragraph in between the two halves of this quote.
God,
damn.
Weasel, dude. He's such
In
a
other words, yeah, I found it. So this is in Evograd's Replacing Darwin Part 6, which is the definitive part. It's the part titled Jeanson's Fulcrum Fails. Like, this is the definitive part of Evograd's takedown of Replacing Darwin by Nathaniel Jeanson. And if you search for the quotes that we're dealing with here, hang on, let me scroll all the way down. So we have a paragraph that, in other words, blah, 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 any additional ones fail to be detected. There is a whole paragraph in between before you get to the 12,000 differences are still far too many. There's a whole paragraph he cut out.
You know, this is almost, though, a little bit of an improvement because in the other RawMat video, which we probably won't watch tonight, but I watched in preparation.
No, Jordan!
It's, he shows screenshots of things, and he's like, there's no solution to this problem. But in the screenshot, there's the person describing what their solution is.
Yeah. Was that the Lynch? Was that the Lynch paper with the rates? Because that's my personal favorite that Erica caught. We were doing the Dismantled series.
Oh, that was so funny. That one was so funny, Dan. I totally forgot about that one actually.
Oh,
well, okay,
fantastic.
So while we're here, hold on.
Pull it up. Pull up that screenshot by all means. Let's. Boom, because that was, if we're all, putting on our Wayback, our thinking caps here for the Wayback Machine, this was our friend, not yet, but soon to be Dr. Christopher Roop. Last I spoke to him, he was too busy to chat because he was working on his PhD, which,
I'm actually, hold on. Jesus Christ. I'm actually pulling up something
is it a PhD in a relevant field?
Yeah, it was, I think it might have even been like paleontology or something.
Really?
Dan, I'm pulling up the bar coding really fast. I really want to I want to make this clear for everybody who's.
Are you trying to induce PTSD in some of us?
I am, yeah.
Okay. All right, just making sure.
I am, yeah. I'm just, I'm here.
Me, you, and Dapper, we spent 7 hours on that stuff.
And, I know.
Yeah, we did.
I know.
I mean,
but the thing
it was
again, as a viewer,
I remember earlier somebody
wasn't there
up,
for the creation of it, but sure as heck watched every episode.
No, I remember earlier someone brought up the BS asymmetry
form.
principle, and that Dismantled series that Erica and Dapper and myself did, it ended up being, I think, approximately 7 hours of video to address 29 videos, 29 minutes of the documentary.
Yep.
And I don't know if
Are you kidding me? Wait a second. That whole thing, because I watched that. That was
bad
like,
that I'd be
how many
disappointed if it
episodes?
was
It was only
less?
29 minutes of video.
It was 29.
It was like 6 episodes, man. 6 full episodes.
Yeah, we did 6 episodes. Each one was over like approximately / over an hour, and in total it was like 29 minutes of the documentary. Yeah,
it was
Good.
not.
That's the minimum
Also,
for a YouTube video.
That's the documentary where Robert Carter decided to just pretend that cheetah census size and cheetah effective population size are the same thing. And then I called him out hard on that. And he admitted later in a video of his that it was wrong, but he just said, a critic of mine.
A critic.
A critic didn't mention it, even though he had previously tried to dox
That's
you.
like Ruhif and who was that?
He had already tried to
Oh,
dox me and give out my real name. He got the wrong Dapper Dino. And then when he finally had to admit that I was right about something, I was labeled just, well, a critic of mine.
A miscellaneous critic.
Let's play this video before we, it'll be Thursday, it'll be Friday before we finish.
So here's the example. This is from Jackson Wheat's video with Evograd, who Ramat was just talking about. So if you want to use the barcoding, right? He points out that if you use a 60 nucleotide threshold, so that you could have humans, panins, gorillans, and pongins as their own kind, this is how many dog kinds you get out of what is currently a single canid group.
I appreciate that Tanuki gets its own kind.
Then he does this. He says, if you include it, if you increase it so you can include all the dogs into the same kind, you get all the hominids into the same kind. Because of course you do. Then he does it. Then he does it with cats.
Oh no.
Helidae. This is how many nucleotides you have to include to get them all in the same kind.
This is so
right?
badass.
Like this is. I knew this was like a worthy like stop because
Fantastic.
Yeah, no, that was
so
so good.
I'm so happy that I was right about barcoding. So happy.
Honestly, Dapper, I'm
I'm so happy most of us were right. I'm so happy. It's like such a harmonious way to end this. Like we all get to feel smart because
we all guessed right somehow. We're all
Listen,
right.
are we all that good, or is Ramat just that awful?
Both.
We know the answer.
It's both.
Oh God, there's still 9 minutes left in this video. What are we gonna do?
He wrote an entire essay dedicated.
I have a solution. I'm about to speed this boy up.
Damn straight. And actually, Erica, here's what we should do. You should do like 3 minutes, pause. Anyone have any comments? Great.
Oh God.
Right?
Here we go. 3 minutes pause. We're gonna go to,
All right, everyone has to mute for
8 minutes and 30 seconds.
8 minutes.
Write
30
down
seconds.
your comments.
Here we go.
To both griping about Dr. Nathaniel Jensen's chart
That's too fast. 1.2, 1.5.
showing 21,457 mutations as where we can only see 12,000 mutations, and how often these mutations occur regarding a particular position. This is how desperate they are. Not only did he miss the entire point of why Jensen put those numbers on the chart to begin with, because it is not that we should see that many mutations. It is the fact that Jensen says that many mutations total should have occurred over that amount of time, and that it is clear that we would find mutation saturation, not that we would find 21,457 mutations when looking at the mitochondria. This is what you get when you have critics who are emotionally responding to something because they are dead set against it. Overall, he ignores the actual problems and hand waves the topic away altogether because of the fact that it is yet again another failed prediction and falsification of evolution. His goal, clearly, was trying to make everyone reading focus on both Jensen as a person and not the argument itself. This is why he did not answer it, because it cannot be answered in the evolutionary community. As they begrudgingly admit, evolution is unfalsifiable nonsense that is so plastic it can use any evidence for it, and nothing discovered will ever be good enough to falsify it because it's complete pseudoscience. This is why schools teach so little evolutionary science, because it is known as a soft science, all based on hypothetical assumptions about the past using historical science rather than observational. And they even admit that over the last 100 years, biology itself has progressed without any help from evolution theory. None of the fields from molecular biology, biochemistry, physiology don't even take evolution into account at all. Evolution theory really is the origin of nonsense. It holds back actual progress in many fields. And this is why the NIH, or the National Institute of Health, the largest health organization on Earth, uses the biblical young Earth creation model called Mendel's accountant, created by young Earth creationists Dr. John Sanford, Robert Carter, and John Baumgartner. If evolution was true, why would they not use some evolutionary program based on the rate of mutation effects and proliferation spreading through a population over evolutionary time? Instead, they use the rate of fast mutation spread through the population, which was predicted by us young Earth creationists. They clearly do not care about the creation versus evolution debate. They just care about what works, and what works is the biblical creation model.
We know that Denisovan, Neanderthal, and modern-day man all met one another and interacted.
All right. Who wants to go first?
I do. I want to go first because I want to say that that from a tactical perspective, there was a really interesting thing that went on there, which is there was a lot of stuff in there that I imagine is just going to absolutely boil the blood of everybody else on this panel, and that was not an accident. So, like, don't let that color your judgment, right? Don't let that bait, don't let that rile you up, because it's supposed to, so that it can distract from his bad arguments.
Can I,
And
Mr. Anderson,
do that
can
a
I
lot.
show you something? Can I show you what I just pulled off of the bottom of my computer right here, taped to the bottom of my monitor? I have a little sticky note I put there, and I sticky notes, they wear out, so I'm always replacing it. But I put this there a couple of months ago before my debate with Casey Luskin. And I had a similar one there when I talked to Jensen a couple of years ago, and I keep one there anytime I'm talking to creationists. And it says this: calm, slow, confident.
Yeah.
Right? Keep a level head, sound reasonable, don't respond emotionally to the BS they're throwing at you.
So
yeah, because there's nothing calms somebody down like telling them to stop being so emotional.
Right.
Yeah.
I will be a little peek under the hood for me. I use that to my advantage, whether it's in person or like on Twitter or something. I will say to somebody, calm down, take a deep breath, because it
enrages them.
It creates the
Yeah, because it works about as well as trying to baptize a cat.
Yeah, it makes them angry at you, and it creates the perception that they're out of control and you're not, right? So, yeah.
I use the alternative strategy of just calling them a dickhead and then blocking them.
Also effective.
Effective.
I do actually have a few things that I want to point out about that whole section. A lot of it was just stuff that we already talked about, right? Like, he seems to be doubling down on the idea that mitochondrial DNA just doesn't have sequence constraint, which is ludicrous.
Completely bananas.
He's continuing on to just accept that Jensen is right about the phylogenetic rate of mutation accumulation, which he's demonstrably, measurably not right about. He's wrong in the same way that if you said that the distance between Philadelphia and Orlando is 42 miles, he's wrong in the same way, right? You just measure it, and you're wrong. We don't have to do any debates, right? But those are minor because we already addressed those. The two big things I want to talk about are, one, his projection of emotional reasoning onto scientists who are by and large not doing that. I'm not going to say no scientist is ever reasoning emotionally, but that is not characteristic of what's going on in the literature. And second, he seems to be implying that many people are using Mendel's accountant, and I know his source for that.
Dapper, can I just jump in before you get to the Mendel's accountant stuff? Can I just jump in for a second and put in a good word for peer review? And like, for those of you who know me, I got a lot of problems with peer review, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, there are a lot of effing problems with the peer review system. But one thing peer review is good at is if person A is making an emotional argument, then people B, C, and D are going to call them on it. And it doesn't make it into the actual journal. Right, that's one thing that peer review is good at weeding out. And you know what's really bad at weeding that out? Having a YouTube ministry.
Yeah. All right. So when it comes to Mendel's accountant,
let's hear Mendel's accountant.
So I know where he's getting. Okay. To be fair, I remember having looked at the paper that he's using as a source for this. I don't remember the name of it, but it was a paper that was just a survey of mentioned forward time evolution or pop gen simulations or simulators, I guess, I don't know, that had been referenced in the literature. And because Mendel's accountant had been referenced in the literature, it got an entry on there. And creationists have taken this one mention in one paper to mean that it is a widely used program. You cannot even download this program currently. It is not publicly available for use. You just can't get it unless you already have a version. Second, back when you could get it, people tested it to see if it could actually reproduce known effects. They went through and said, okay, here's an actual real-world experiment in population genetics. Can we enter realistic starting conditions for this experiment into the simulation and get similar results to the experiment? You don't need to be identical, right? Because there's always going to be contingencies, randomness is going to be a thing, but comparable. The answer is no. In fact, actually, Jay, you might be interested. One of the tests that people ran on Mendel's accountant is, could it replicate some of the ideas that we grew out of the Lentil long-term E. coli experiment. And as I'm sure I don't need to tell you, one of the things that happened in that experiment was sustained fitness increases throughout the duration. The population in Mendel's accountant that was simulating the E. coli in the experiment always went extinct, every single time. Which is, now remind me, because you've got more experience with this than I do, did the E. coli in that experiment go extinct?
Oh, no, they definitely did not.
They're still kicking.
So yeah, mental account is neither widely used, nor does it actually reproduce real-world experiments. And that is the one thing that you need a simulation to do. If it cannot reproduce real-world experiments reasonably well, it is a useless simulation. And there is actually... Oh, go ahead.
I just want to throw one small thing out there about Mendel's accountant. Outside of like people who know John Sanford and the people like in this stream, nobody knows what Mendel's accountant is.
No, they don't. Yeah.
Literally, nobody knows what that is. Nobody in evolutionary biology knows what that is.
Yeah. For one thing, even if it didn't have that problem of not being able to reproduce real-world results in any approximate way, it also just doesn't have the features that most other forward time PopGen simulations have, right? It doesn't have as many options. And also, it has this, it does this thing where it assumes fixed fitness effects. It also simply assumes a particular factor that is fitness effects are multiplied by, that at the default value essentially ensures that no mutations within the range that are defaults will ever result in an actual reproductive fitness increase, ever. You have to actually go in and tweak things to make positive beneficial mutations actually have beneficial reproductive results. Like, the whole thing is just set up by John Sanford to show that John Sanford is right about what John Sanford wrote the program to show that it's right about. It's just that.
Yeah.
He wrote a simulation, well, with help because he's not a programmer, but he wrote a simulation designed to say genetic entropy is true, not designed to accurately represent population genetics. And now I will shut up because I'm ranting.
So I'll make a quick note as well. I mean, you guys touched on all the Mendel's account stuff. I was like, they're going to touch on the Mendel's account stuff. But one thing that I thought was interesting as well is like they're really, really doubling down on those Rob Stabler, like low confidence science, historical science type things, as if you can't make predictions about the past and then use evolutionary assumptions to see if they come to light or not. Whether you're talking about paleontology or geology or, you know, any of these so-called historical sciences. But like this is also genetics, so I don't know that that falls into the purview of like historical science. You know what I mean?
Well, it does and it doesn't, right? Because if you're trying to trace genetics backwards, then, I mean, sure. But what that really betrays is that this is an artificial distinction. There really isn't a fundamental difference between historical science and experimental science, or whatever it is that creationists are talking about. Yeah.
Exactly.
Like, conceptually, yes, you can understand that this is science that's trying to investigate the past versus science that's trying to investigate the future. And yeah, conceptually, those are distinct. But when you actually get down to the point of, like, when you're doing mathematical models, when you're checking your data, it doesn't make a difference if you're going forward or backwards in time. You're going to use the same statistical techniques, the same kind of measurements. When you make predictions about the past, you're making predictions about future data relating to the past. So it's still future data that you're predicting, right? When Neil Shubin predicts where to find Tiktaalik, yeah, Tiktaalik is from the past, but the find was in the future when he made the prediction. So it still just works.
Precisely. I'm going to hit play on this.
I just think of historical science as like experimental science without the waiting.
It kind of, yeah, because it's already the experiment's played out, right?
You know.
All right, I'm going to hit play.
I'm trying to order pizza for delivery, but it is just not going to work, and it's making me sad.
Here we go. 3 more minutes. Let's do it.
Met one another and interacted. Therefore, that immediately rules out interacting with them before a bottleneck, because according to evolution, modern humans didn't even exist to interact with. Therefore, we have the smoking gun refuting evolution, and that all of these people were just living together at the same time, and mutation rates show us that there is no possible way that they could have lived before the bottleneck, since they were all on the same side of the bottleneck together, and mutations all line up and take us right back to the same bottleneck together. Now we know that the high amount of mutation accumulation that we see in us and them had to all take place after the bottleneck, and this fits perfectly with what we've been saying all along, based on what we know about isolation, divergence, and population size. So the genetic boundary already existed at the bottleneck. It is the boundary of the genetic differences that separate different kinds. This boundary cannot be bridged by just assuming common ancestry is true and using imagination to bridge these gaps and go back in time before a bottleneck. Then presume something that we've never seen happen today happened back then, such as a common ancestor splitting into different animal families. Believing a split between humans and chimps happened is fine, but it's faith-based and without evidence. As I stated earlier, that if it were true, there would be far more differences if this split actually happened in the deep past. We just don't see that. Nor do we see this convergence in the deep past with any of these so-called splits. Take myocytes, for example, which supposedly split into dogs, bears, cats, mongoose, skunks, otters, badgers, raccoons, hyenas, weasels, polecats, and even aquatic walruses and seals. The genetic convergence doesn't exist for any of these. There is no evidence for it, and there never will be. Do not be deceived. So again, even if this evolutionary scenario of common ancestry was true, there would be no way of proving it, since there is no possible way to connect ancestry to anything past a bottleneck event. And even they were forced to admit that a global bottleneck genetic reset had to have occurred. So they are stuck ever being able to prove common ancestry because of it. So they had to save their dying theory by invoking something else that also destroys their theory. That's evolution for you. So, what has genetic testing using DNA barcoding exposed in the last 5 years? Well, it has validated the younger creation position of independent lines of ancestry with genetic boundaries that should not exist if evolution was true. It also confirms scripture, which states that a global bottleneck happened, even killing the aquatic life on Earth.
Okay.
What?
Wow.
So first, let's just extend our congratulations to Dapper because he nailed it. This is all about barcoding.
He killed the barcoding, but it's different than the barcoding previously, right? Like,
yeah, it's a new twist.
It's vaguer intentionally.
So is Ramat trying to say that the similarity between chimps and humans is a prediction of creation and is actually counter to evolution?
He's saying that there should be far more differences if the common ancestor was 7 million years ago.
That's what I'm saying, which is an interesting tactical move, a kind of reversal of like they've always said, oh, they're not actually that similar, it's actually lower, and Ramet's going, no, I'm just going to embrace it, and
Which, look, hey, in a couple weeks, we're going to do a thing where we talk about the arguments creationists should be using, and hey, that's not a bad move tactically.
Yeah.
Like, you know what?
So one thing though is, so he's claiming that Neanderthals are after the Homo sapiens bottleneck, which he accepts as a real thing. He just thinks that everything has gone through it. But in that case, then Neanderthals would not fall outside the range of human genetic variation, which they very much do. And by human in this case, I mean Homo sapiens.
Yes, they absolutely.
They are far more divergent than the most divergent human populations, which you find in like mitochondrial haplotype like A or something like that, right? Where when you plot them out, they're way out on a stick.
Yep, they're the outgroup. Absolutely.
You put Neanderthals in there, and A just clusters in a clump that's indistinguishable from the rest of Homo sapiens.
So keep in mind too that hypermutation and inbreeding, again, opposing ideas, but let's just go with it. Let's just go with it. If you apply both of those, Neanderthals, you can't force them to fall outside of human variation. They should still fall within human variation. They're just going to stick out far below because they're hypermutating.
Hey, Erica, didn't Standing for Truth, who, I mean, I know this is raw Matt, but they do things, hand in hand here.
They're the same person.
Didn't they, has Standing for Truth said anything recently to you about, humans and Neanderthals and what Adam and Eve might have been in terms of that phylogeny?
Oh my goodness.
He most certainly has. I actually emailed him too because I wanted a deeper picture about it. I was like, hey, I'm doing this Neanderthal video. It's like a big bite-sized bust on Neanderthals. What's your current position on this? But before I shot that email off, I caught him in a live stream and I asked him, and he told me that he thinks Adam and Eve were probably Heidelbergensis.
Okay. What the heck?
Sorry, what?
Yeah, so that's a big step. It's a big step.
Look, to be fair, it kind of makes sense if you want to say that the majority of species in genus Homo are all descendants of Noah. Noah can't be Homo sapiens.
Noah can't be Homo sapiens.
It's so 100%. Much better. It's so much better. But the problem is, and it's a glaring one, you can't have them all in 6,000 years.
That's the problem, right? It explains a whole bunch of things, but now you have the problem of compressing a 10 plus million year evolutionary history, or not 10 plus, they call it 2 to 3 million year evolutionary history.
Call it long.
Yeah.
Do it.
No, it's not 2 to 3 million years. This is one that I know.
Now, give them the lowest number. What's the Heidelbergensis number? 500K? Like, whatever. It's got to fit in 6K.
Yeah, it doesn't work. It doesn't work on the biblical time frame.
Like, give me a break.
So my one thing is
still a
that
better answer. It's still a better
It's a
answer.
much better.
it is, but it's like all the
still
other
doesn't-
answers. Yeah, that just it's gonna solve that issue, but it's gonna cause 100 more.
Yeah,
Just like all
yeah.
the just so stories they have. It
Can
can only
we-
ever solve one problem.
Yeah.
So there is one thing I want to point out here that I think is relevant, and it kind of goes back to something we talked about 6 hours ago when we were talking about whales and ankles and ears and such. And it's this thing where Rawmat says there's no genetic convergence. And I think if I'm Dapper, you correct me if I'm reading his brain wrong.
I'll try.
But what I think he's saying is there are certain genes that you can look at, like within Homo or within primates or whatever relatively narrow group you want to look at, and you can make a phylogeny for those specific sequences within that narrow group. But if you try to apply that more broadly, it doesn't work.
Yeah, I
Either
think that's what he's trying to say.
because the
Which is
more
wrong.
the larger groups either don't have those genes or you have a saturation problem, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's wrong about that.
But you can also look at slower evolving sequences that are more highly conserved, things like cytochrome C oxidase or your ribosomal RNA. And for those, you can compare across, for example, all eukaryotes, or not just eukaryotes, but also archaea and bacteria. And this is very similar to the thing that we have with Pakicetus and Ambulocetus and the other whale ancestral fossils and modern whales, where you have fossil specimens, not DNA sequences, but fossil specimens, where at one end you have the kind of the double pulley. I don't know what the right term is, but I think of it as a double pulley
It's the
ankle.
astragalus. Yeah,
Yeah,
astragalus.
that, right? The ankle bone,
Yeah.
right? Where you've got your terrestrial ones and you've got your kind of fossil things, right? That have this specific ankle bone, right? And then you have in the modern cetaceans, obviously there's no ankle bones to look at, but there's the involucrum, there's the thick ear bone, right?
Yep.
And you can look and you can see in some of those fossil specimens that have the very specific ankle bone of arteriodactyls, they also have the involucrum. So you have this overlap that allows you to have continuity within that series. You can do that genetically up and down the tree of life, if you want to use that term, with cellular life, where for narrower groups, you use faster evolving sequences, like you can use, for example, the unconstrained region, the control region of the mitochondrial DNA within narrower groups, and you can use slower evolving regions as you go up and up and up into your broader groups, in the same way that you can link those different fossil traits. You can kind of daisy chain them from ancestor to descendant. And I think that's what Rawmat is getting at here. I'm trying to like steel man his argument a little bit, but like you can do that kind of thing with genetics and show the complete chain from top to bottom.
Well, it's the same problem with morphology, right? Where is the line? Why is it drawn there? Like in genetics, do your daisy chain, pick a gene, say that
pick
it
a
only
spot
goes
where
this
it
far,
stops.
whatever. But like pick a spot and apply it in a standard way. They can't do it.
Right, and apply it to other groups. Yes. Yeah.
Doc, go ahead. I'm getting more water.
It's okay. I just figured easier to raise my hand than shout. Two quick things. First, I'm happy to announce that after 10 minutes of struggling, I finally ordered a pizza.
Yay!
Hopefully that comes soon.
I'm next in line. Yeah, I'm
It's been
gonna do
a
the
long
same.
day, man. It's been a long day.
It's been a long day. It's been a great one though.
So close.
I do want to say thanks to someone who donated to my GoFundMe and then emailed me. Thank you to I'm not going to dox you, but I'll say Miss or Mrs. P. Thank you for the advice.
Awesome.
I'll definitely look into it before I head to Wyoming. Thank you.
So I just wanted to say a couple things, like, and they're mostly just related to things people probably already noticed, but just sort of the counter apologetics of it, the epistemological hypocrisy, right? And in this case, it's stuff that's an outright lie, right? Like this idea that, well, we have a unique model, and our model makes unique testable predictions that, oh my goodness, all the evidence just lines up with our model. What do you know? On the other side, these evolutionists Well, which I don't know if people know this. I hate that term. I always correct people. The
We all
term
do,
is
yeah.
evolutionary biologist. Thank you very much. But it's always, oh no. You notice how we cherry picked that quote when that one scientist said, yeah, there's really not a fact or a single observation that could overturn evolution. Like it's so well supported, like that's not going to happen. They pair that up with, oh, it's a faith, right? And so that makes it look like the evolutionary biologists are resistant, right? And that type of thing really bothers me, because again, you can have your whole thing and make your little arguments and make your little terrible charts or whatever you want to do, but when you fundamentally lie about the difference in how I'm approaching this conversation and how you're approaching this conversation, and we both know you are approaching your side of the conversation from a faith-based perspective, arguing for a faith-based initiative, and then you're going to deride the scientific endeavor as though it's just another faith-based. That's when it's a problem, right? That's when it's like I find it very difficult to have a good faith conversation, because that is such a bad faith move. It's such well poisoning that you really got to draw a line.
Yeah.
Hard agree.
I'm not sure if I want to call it devaluing their faith, but it does feel like that. Like saying evolutionism is a faith. Just it feels like it devalues the whole thing. And I'm not that religious. But
If you want to say religion is bad, then creationists, I got news for you.
Well, he just spends so much time like trying to convince himself with the language. Like he's it's so obvious, it's so clear, but Ramat, like he can't define very basic terms in the field that he's claiming is so clearly debunked. I don't know. Like he's been corrected on this exact subject. When was Jackson's video? It was like 4 years ago.
When was the Library of Errors?
Oh God.
God, 2021?
Something like that. By the way, there is one aspect of this that no one has touched on yet, which is that Ramat mentioned the idea that the genetic evidence indicates that all organisms went through a bottleneck. And I know what he's getting that from, right?
Yeah, that same
this
paper.
This is from that paper that mentioned that basically the majority of like tested mammal species all reached their most recent common mitochondrial ancestor within like an order of magnitude of each other.
Right.
And then Ramat took that to mean, well, a lot of creationists, it's not just Ramat, right? It's not unique to him. But they then took that to mean that there was a bottleneck for all mammal species sometime around the same time, which, by the way, within an order of magnitude does not mean simultaneously. That's very different.
No. In that specific paper, the creationists love to cherry pick, and I hate to do the like pick a fallacy game, but what they're doing is they're cherry picking where they pick the part of the paper where the authors say everybody experienced a bottleneck, and creationists go, haha, everybody experienced a bottleneck, the flood. And then the authors go on to explain why the range of times for that bottleneck is like tens of thousands to the low hundreds of thousands of years. It's a big range of numbers. And the creationists just ignore that whole part of the paper.
Yeah. And the thing is, it's like,
please do correct me if I'm wrong, but it has to do with just the last glacial maximum, right?
We don't know.
We're not sure, but a big part of it is just like populations go through cycles.
Yeah, it's genetic turnover, was my understanding. That a lot of it was just like genetic
get it that year, 1 year. Like everyone notices that like 1 year there's rabbits everywhere you look, and then the next year they're scarce on the ground, right? That is a cycle that can happen to large groups of populations over very long times too, right? You can have a millennium where there's an abundance of some particular species, and then another millennium where there just aren't that many of them for various reasons. And then, in fact, sometimes it's just chance-based, right? There's a bad forest fire where this species lived, so they have to recover. And sure, species are going to go through bottlenecks. Every species that's out there has a bottleneck somewhere in its history. I guarantee it. And the fact is that what they really measured was about, on average, how long it takes for mammal species to go back in time to get to the most recent common ancestor in the mitochondrial line. That's not the same thing as when was their last bottleneck. It's not the same question as did they all have a bottleneck at the same time. And it's not the same question as did the bottlenecks all happen for the same reason.
And it's not the same question as when did they originate.
Also very true.
And also, It wasn't.
That's what I was going to
6,000
say.
years
This is
ago
only the
either.
mitochondrial DNA, which is the most shortest. It's the shortest, like.
Because it's haploid.
I'm telling you,
Yeah,
this
so
was
it has a
biologist, right?
smaller
But like,
effective population size.
Mm-hmm. If you try to run the same thing for like the autosomal parts of your genome, like chromosome 1 or something,
completely falls apart.
Now it's a lot harder to do that analysis because it recombines. So it's not mathematically as simple, but like you can still run that.
Still do it. You can do it.
And you know what? You're going to get orders of magnitude more time.
Yeah,
You want my
different.
favorite? You want my favorite example of this, because we've done this for a whole lot of the genome. So you can do this for the mitochondrial DNA at 60 to about 200,000 years ago, Y chromosome 200 to 300,000 years ago, and those are within kind of the range for when Homo sapiens originated. Homo sapiens, Erica, you know this better than I do, but my understanding is 200 to 300,000 years, give or take. And the thing is, you do this for other parts of the genome, except for the Y chromosome and the mitochondria, and the time span exceeds the existence of Homo sapiens. So you do even the X chromosome, you go back to 500,000 to 1 million years ago. You do the hemoglobin gene, it's over 1 million years ago. Now we're talking the most recent common ancestor for that specific part of your genome is outside of the existence of Homo sapiens.
Dan, it's not just Homo sapiens, it's Neanderthals, it's Denisovans, right?
And
Like
I want to be clear about this for everybody.
Part?
Wait, hang on. I want to be clear about this for everybody, because these are the techniques that creationists endorse. If you apply those exact same techniques to something other than the Y chromosome and the mitochondrial DNA, using the exact same techniques, as Dapper has pointed out, saying we're assuming no selection, all the mutations accumulate, blah, 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 blah. You apply those exact same creationist-friendly techniques to something other than the haploid parts of the genome, and you get a time to most recent common ancestor that destroys the Yek model. It is
Well, doing that,
impossible.
the fact that you want to do that, Dan, just shows your evolutionary bias. You obviously
Exactly.
see
No,
what you
Jordan,
want.
you know what it is?
and
You know what it is,
also-
Jordan? I just want to sin, is what it is.
I'm so glad that Jordan is here to check us on this. That's his inner engineer.
There's one thing that I'm just dying to say, and that is the best part is Zach Hancock turned me on to a paper about ARGs, where they talked about, in the autosomal DNA, what about the oldest parts of our DNA, the most highly conserved and yet variable, like as in there are multiple versions. There are 20 spots in our genome that have more than 12 variants, and to get back to the origin for each one of those, you have to go so that would mean to get back to the true Adam and Eve for the autosomal DNA, you go back past the divergence points between humans and chimps.
Oh my god.
So what that means, mitochondrial DNA, mitochondrial Eve is not Eve, and Eve is not human.
Eve's not even
Adam and Eve.
It's not even a hominid.
There's
Eve's not even genus Homo. The canons are daughters and sons of Adam and Eve.
Fun. But here's one question though. We're talking about all these this genetics for all these extinct organisms that we don't have actual real hard evidence that they had genes in the first place. That's just an inference.
That's
what
just,
makes
it's just like eyes and lungs and Tiktaalik, dude.
Yeah, how can we make this inference, really, guys?
It's really unreasonable when you think about
Homo
it.
erectus just didn't have DNA. Did you think about that?
Were you there? Did you see it?
Yeah, I've never seen Homo erectus DNA. There, Erica, paleoanthropologist.
It's time for our home stretch. We're about to knock
Yeah, I said let's finish it. Let's finish it. Let's knock this out. Completionist mission.
Are we just gonna do one run?
One big chunk.
One run.
Boom.
Here we go.
Let's do it.
Evolution never predicted this, and originally stated it did not happen. When the undeniable genetic evidence finally confirmed that it did, they went looking in their own made-up fossil record created by an atheist with an agenda, and they found nothing. The absence of transitional fossils that should be everywhere in the fossil record, if it was true, is another telltale sign that the story is another myth based on imagination and lies. We see fast mutation rates, low genetic diversity, independent lines of
Sorry, I
ancestry
know
with
I'm
genetic
interrupting.
boundaries,
I
and
didn't
biological
realize
evidence
that
of a global bottleneck
Reverend
inside of all
William
life on Earth.
Buckland or Charles Lyell were atheists. Like that doesn't seem to mesh with their reverend titles.
Charles Lyell was distinctly not an atheist. He was a lifelong and committed Christian.
Put a pin in it. We're finishing it.
All of this only points to one conclusion: the young Earth creation biblical model of ancestry. There's no way around it. So the case for independent origins versus common ancestry is really a dead issue. The sad part is that people think evolution is science, and it's not. It's anti-science, because it doesn't allow competing theories. It is also unfalsifiable. It also doesn't make predictions, even on mutations, which the theory is based on. And it can't even predict what anything is going to evolve into, because the theory is so plastic that they will just say, well, anything can happen. The only reason it hangs on is because it's protected by law. It's sad that kids will only hear one side of a horrible argument, the side that is nothing but a made-up lie invented for an agenda that tells them that they are related to the very strawberry that they are eating for lunch. Imagine that.
There's a reason intelligent design isn't taught.
All right.
Well, hang on. Play that bit. There's a reason intelligent design isn't.
Also, shout out to my alma mater, Penn
The legal
State.
staff of Freedom from Religion Foundation, a church-state watchdog group, has had remarkable success in convincing many institutions, such as school boards and town councils, that they are breaking constitutional law when they sponsor sectarian activities. That includes intelligent design. When the authorities can't be convinced, Freedom from Religion Foundation sues, and it wins more often than not.
Damn straight.
If you want your kids to learn real science and want to get young Earth creation taught at your local school, then look no further than Curriculum in Crisis. My book was created for one reason and one reason only: to get your local public school to teach a better model than evolution, one that better explains the genetic diversity of life we see on Earth today. This book will teach you how and why it's so important to get biblical creation into your local public schools, so kids do not grow up believing a lie that ruins their minds forever.
Okay, so I have read that book, and if anybody wants it, email me. I'll send it to you, and we can talk. We can do a stream about it because, oh man, it is a raw mat book.
Damn it, Dan! We had 16 seconds left.
And I pulled it.
16 seconds left. You were that guy.
It was just I was that guy. I'm sorry. That was my fault.
This is going to be super petty and nitpicky,
You know what,
but you know
Dan?
what? It's raw mat, so I'm okay with it. The super nitpicky thing I want to point out is that Raw Matt's self-published book, Curriculum in Crisis, Taking Back the Classroom, A Case for Creation, which is a very long title, on that publication, he lists his name as Matt Nyler.
Mm-hmm.
In his pretend paper, he listed his name as Raw Matt. Matt, of all the things to put your real name on, the thing that you think might get published in a real academic journal is the thing you use your real name on, and some random crappy book that's almost certainly just screenshots of your Google Docs drive.
No, it's really bad.
Where you put
really
Raw Matt.
bad. It's really bad, dude.
I'm just
You
basing
know what?
that
You know
idea
what, Dan? Send it to me.
docs on his
Send it to me. I'll take you up
I'm
on
gonna
it.
send the raw mat paper and Curriculum in Crisis to people.
Dude,
Man, this has heavy graphic design is my passion energy on this cover.
What if
School building just says university. It's the university you.
What petition do you have to sign to get someone on the blacklist of all publishers?
This we're doing it. It's this.
Yeah,
we're doing the Lord's work over
This is
here.
the blacklist. Unfortunately for Raw Matt, we are the Legion of Evil here, and he's been on the chopping block all afternoon. He deserves it though. He keeps putting out this garbage. I mean, it's the same recycled nonsense. At least Donnie has the decency to cycle through them one at a time.
Don't give Donnie Don't give Donnie credit, because if it wasn't for Donnie, you know who wouldn't have a platform? 1, Raw Mat. 2, Kent.
3, Sam. 4, and like
There's
that entire.
There's a guy that I forget exists until he yells at me in a live stream. But yeah.
Is it Jason Ezard?
Is it T-Rock?
No, it was Sam. It was Sam.
Sam. Okay.
Jason Ezard. Oh my god,
Sam.
I forgot.
Oh,
To be
man,
fair,
Jason in the Navy.
To be fair,
that guy.
SFT has kind of distanced himself from Jason Ezard after he started also issuing like threats of violence to other creationists and not just me.
Yeah,
Dapper, were
But
you
not
with
Kent.
me?
Like, come on.
Dapper,
No,
were
he's
you
cool
with
with
me
Kent,
for,
because
were you
Kent
with me for the gelatinous cube? Were you there for the Jason Ezard gelatinous cube Was that you?
Oh, that sounds really familiar.
When he told us about the spirit cube that he saw in his hallway, he was telling us why evolution wasn't true, and then he told us about the spirit.
Oh my goodness!
Was that the same day that he was talking about how his friend came back from the dead from it was.
Yes, it was
a smack overdose?
That was weird.
Yeah, was that also
and no one reported it allegedly, even though he came back from the dead.
And his roommate, who was coming down from methadone, was playing copyrighted music at full volume
in the background.
In the background, and we were like, "You have to stop him from doing that, or we have to disconnect you.
You can't do that. We're gonna get taken down." Like, yeah, Jason was crazy. That was that was some
classic. That's a name. Look,
Jason
that's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
Yeah.
Let
So
me tell you.
the end of the Jason Ezard and Dapper Dino saga basically comes with, after I pointed out that Raw Matt was committing academic but not criminal fraud for putting the PLOS One logo on his paper and putting, like a DOI link as if it were actually a PLOS One paper. Jason Ezard, before that even premiered, he had only seen the thumbnail and my description for it, put out this ridiculous rant in which he issues what is not a very veiled threat to have me beheaded, which is fun. And in the process, also somehow manages to make an even gayer version of In the Navy by the Village People.
Yeah,
already one of the more queer bands in history.
Do we have, so Dapper, were there any slurs in his version? Because if not, I would suggest one of us find it. And
so his version of the song, I believe, so he used the word queer pejoratively, but I mean, it's also...
There were all right, we shouldn't play it. Okay.
There were slurs in the spiel, though.
So we won't do that then.
My version of it is heavily censored because of the ridiculous number of homophobic slurs that were littered across the entire thing.
So let's not do that.
Because of course, the only thing he can think of to criticize me for is that he thinks maybe I have a really successful Grindr profile, which, like, thanks, I guess.
Hey, now.
So here's where I'm at. I want to hear the closing thoughts briefly on the Raw Mat. I'm going to do these super chats, and we're all going to go to bed. How's that?
Yeah.
All right, let's do it. And look, we've been going for 10 hours and 34 minutes. We're going to be
Dan.
done.
Hey,
Dan, I'm sorry.
That just means that the super
I'm sorry, Dan.
You have been going.
Yeah. Yeah, this is awesome, Eric.
I taught a class. I put my kids to bed. I was here. I was gone. I did a live stream. I was back. But you have been going.
The two other dinosaurs have also been here since the beginning.
I'm just gonna put you on. I'm just gonna put you on blast. The same way you were once a first year and you're now ABD. I remember you doing shows where you talked about you didn't want to do streams. You seemed a little bit intimidated by the idea. Now you're hosting the line, doing 11-hour, 12-hour fundraiser marathon streams. I think you got this. I just think you got it.
Thank you for the vote of confidence, Jay. That means a lot coming from you, truly. I fear that I've become that which I hated, though, because the number
I was going to say, we've blown through the SFT barrier of like this.
We've blown through it.
You die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become a villain. This is the villain phase.
I have to tell you, I woke up the other day. It was earlier this week. One of my kids got up way earlier than usual. They were up at it was like 5:45, and my alarm is at 6 a.m. And one of the kids got up before that, which is extraordinarily rare. And I'm like, what the? Oh, so I'm like trying to do kid stuff and breakfast and everything. And I look at my phone and I see an SFT live stream that had been going for like 5 hours, and it's 6 a.m. And I'm like, what? I'm like, what year is it? Is it 2021 again? Like,
you have to quote our beloved friend, Mr. Wilford here. Like, he's got kids. Like, what are they doing?
And a wife.
How is he doing this? Like, is his wife pissed? Because I don't know
that's not his job.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? SFT, I don't know if he's actually part of it, but he and Ramat are associated with the New Independent Fundamentalist Baptists, which I'm going to describe them this way. The Southern Baptist Convention is notoriously one of the most right-wing groups of Christians in America. The Independent Fundamentalist Baptists are a breakaway group that decided that the Southern Baptist Convention was far too left-wing. Then the New Independent Fundamentalist Baptists decided that the Independent Fundamentalist Baptists were way too liberal, so they broke away to form an even more right. So this is the right-wing fringe of the right-wing fringe of one of the most right-wing.
And who do we think is associated with that?
That's standing.
We know that they're at least associated with it. Now, calling them members is tricky because the way Baptists work is they have like associations, not denominations. So anyone can just kind of say, "Yeah, I'm affiliated."
Oh, and what's his name too? Matt Powell, right?
Yeah, Matt Powell too. So I can have a strong.
The answer to the question of how can he be streaming all through the night and not taking care of his kids is traditional gender roles.
Yep, his wife is a he has
not wrong.
trad wife, right? This is the same thing. Hey, remember that time that Lauren Southern found out how much it sucks to be a trad wife?
I do remember. It was
that's just Mrs. SFT.
You know, I don't know. I'll sit here and trash talk all day long. But I do feel that for me, like there's a very big gulf between Ramat and Donnie as far as palatability. Functionally, the difference is very small. What they do is very small. The palatability is what makes Donnie a bit more dangerous, I would say.
You remember if you've seen the movie Good Will Hunting with Matt Damon and the mathematicians and that thing, and there's one scene where there was I forget the guy's name, fantastic actor, the faculty member, who was saying he was like basically the kind of prodigy Matt Damon's, he was figuring stuff out and the other guy couldn't kind of keep up, and he was like, man, only one person, I forget the exact line, but it was like, only one person in a million could tell the difference between you and me, but I'm that person, and I feel terrible about it. Like, that's where we are with, like, Raw, Matt, and Donnie. It's like, nobody could, if you look at them, nobody can, like, parse the distinctions there, but, like, us, like, our crew, like,
yeah,
right.
Yeah.
It's a
like,
rich,
you're this, you're that, right?
It's a rich tapestry, Dan.
Yeah.
It is what webs we weave.
It's a rich tapestry, but it's all just subtly different shades of green that only we can really detect the difference between.
But it's a meaningful difference in terms of who they draw in their audience,
if you will.
True.
Yeah.
No, actually, Jay, that's so true. Because the type of person that clicks on a Donnie video is like a more or less, like, they're not going to be a total, I mean, they might be, but the odds of them not being a total piece of crap are a lot higher than the type of person that clicks on a Raw Mag video.
Like that, okay?
I'm just saying.
Unironically, Dan. Unironically clicks on.
Unironically clicks on a Raw Mag video.
Really super duper quick. To my sister who is apparently watching. Hey sis, hope you're doing good.
That's awesome.
Hey, it's family affair. We like that.
Every once in a while, my brother stops by. I'm not going to say his name because he puts his real name out there, but it's always fun when my brother stops by.
Yeah, I think Donnie's much more like mainstream and palatable. He's somebody who I say when you take our differences off the table, he's somebody that reminds me of like somebody I would have gone to church with. He's come through some of my like gaming streams, or we can talk about wrestling and like have a decent time together. Some of these other people, I wouldn't be caught dead in the same room as them without security.
That's fair.
I'm less worried about people coming after me or something if they're like fans of Donnie.
The only reason I'm bringing it up is my sister graduated high school recently, and I am so freaking proud.
Oh, that's awesome.
Congratulations.
That is awesome.
Love you.
That is awesome. Congrats.
Congratulations.
It's graduation season.
All right, should we get the last 15 seconds?
Yeah, what are we?
No, we're skipping last 15 seconds.
All right.
Okay, I did have two thoughts.
We got out.
We're gonna So we're wrapping up on the video, right?
Wrap up on the video.
All right. So there's two things. So one is what makes my blood boil is the people just attacking science so blatantly, saying that, oh, this is the real science, come learn the true science. That stuff takes me right back to Kitzmiller versus Dover. Yeah. And I feel very passionately, like, as an educator, like, there should be something wrong with that. There should be like, this was tried in a court of law. We decided you can't teach this thing in schools. We decided this isn't science. Okay, maybe you're not teaching this directly in a school curriculum, but one, you're advocating for that. And two, you're still claiming this is science. You're claiming you're doing education, and you're doing it with the explicit intention to violate and overlook that ruling and lie to children. And they're just to me, I think we have to press this case, right? Like, I think the dynamics were slightly different before because they were looking for a test case to get their stuff in there. Now they're not going to go looking for the test case. It's got to be us that says this is worth fighting. This is really a problem and something should be done about it. And then my second thing is just sort of along those same lines. And again, happy Pride Month is I'm so motivated by the intersection of how creation is fundamental to the motivation in the right-wing ideology.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really about the harm that these people do, because the creationism off by itself in an island is actually kind of just a bunch of silliness. And there's a lot of different silliness that we can take on or not take on. And my motivation to take on that is because there's a lot of bad stuff done with it. And so I think that means for me, like, two things. One, we've got to stay motivated to fight it. Like, we've got to stay up for this, right? Because it's really important right now. And then every once in a while, we've also got to address the issues. We've got to address the problem. We've got to address the bigotry. We've got to address the actual harm that they're doing, so that it's not just us showing up to point and laugh.
I think it might be worth our while at some point. I'm just kind of musing here. I've had probably too much to drink and I'm tired, but I think it would be worthwhile at some point to sort of collate all of us who are in this group, like who are in this type of space. And there are a lot of us in this space. And sort of like create like a website or like a shared YouTube channel or something like that, where we can upload like very small pieces, whether they're written or videos, that cover our topics of expertise, and sort of a single location for anybody to access. A sort of talk origin.
I'm down. I just started a new channel recently that's
Next Gen Talk.
I'm actually
Origin,
really
yeah.
enjoying. So
Can I
I think it's a great idea. But yeah.
I don't know when I would do it. I have no time right now, but
It's like creating our own nebula or something.
I mean, here we are, though, right? I mean, is
nothing
that
but
not
time.
what we're
I'm
doing
happy to
here?
host it.
Is that not what we're doing here, though, with this big network of people where we've got, a group of 6, 8, 10, 12, 15 different people who are off doing their own things, but we coordinate and we plan, and sometimes we do collaborations together, and we do series together. We're doing our own thing, but we bounce off of each other, right? I mean, I mean, some of us here, we were talking about this previously of where is the kind of epicenter of where the creationist organizations are things that they have to deal with. Turns out it's a bunch of random ass YouTubers, right, with like 10,000 followers, maybe. And like the major YEC organizations are like having to respond to that group.
Yeah, but that's the thing.
Why?
It's because we're actually providing pushback that people have noticed. Because
Like I don't want to toot my own horn here, but like I am right now engaged in a 2-month-long fight with Discovery Institute, where a disproportionate amount of their blog posts have been directed at me, a random ass YouTuber who has not even 8,000 subscribers. Why?
And I couldn't be prouder.
Really quick, I will have more to say on this. But
why
first,
is a multi-million-dollar
hi
funded?
G. Apparently, 2 of my sisters are watching, so hi
Oh,
G.
nice.
Second, I need to go wait for my pizza. So,
2 sisters down, 1 to go, right?
Let me just. Why is
go
a
ahead, Dan.
multi-million-dollar funded
whatever
creationist, a Christian nationalist organization? And that's what Discovery Institute is. They are a Christian nationalist.
Facts. Yes, I love that.
Right? Why is a
also
multi-million-dollar funded Christian nationalist think tank spilling gallons of ink fighting with some random dude on YouTube? I don't know, but you know what? That's a better use of their time from my perspective than pretty much anything else they could be spending their time on.
Fragile ego.
Let's do it. Keep fighting with me, dudes. Put out more podcasts and videos on me instead of like spreading your word somewhere else, right? I just want to, last thing
I think we need to emphasize this, and you can still say that, is I think what you have to give yourself credit for, Dan, is that part of the reason they keep having to spill ink is that fighting with some random YouTuber is that they're losing. Like you're beating them.
Losing dissuaded fascists. Like that's
yeah, right.
But
So
it's
go
the
ahead.
public tie. No, I to add to what you're saying, Jordan. You know, it's the public opinion. It's the tide of the masses, where people. The reason they're responding to Dan and the reason they respond to any of us is because people email them and they say, hey, aren't you going to respond to this? Or so-and-so said this. What does the DI have to say about that? Or AIG said, oh, what are we going to do?
Or CMI,
really
Erica, that was the impetus for Rob Carter's article. Remember, it was someone saying, hey, these YouTubers said this. What are you going to say?
And not just Rob Carter's article. Rob Carter's going to be publishing very shortly on the Tompkins methods, right? Like it's coming out in CMI, and the results I like very much. So we'll see what happens. But you know, I mean, that's the thing. When we push the envelope, the people who like this kind of content and care talk to the people that they know. And when they meet somebody who's got pushback, who doesn't know what to say, they email these organizations who then are forced to cover it. They don't have a choice.
And let me just say, last thing I want to say here, my little closing bit is just piggyback off of what Jay said, because he is spot on with this. And the reason I do this, and I've said this for years, is that it seems like creationism, and specifically young earth creationism, is this like silly sideshow thing where like, oh, this random fringe group thinks that the world's 6,000 years old, like who cares, right? But the thing is, it doesn't exist in a vacuum. It is a part of the larger Christian nationalist political project. I mean, the Speaker of the House right now, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, the third person in line for the presidency after the president and the vice president, that dude has an author page on the Answers in Genesis website right now, right?
And Answers in Genesis hosted the Fight, Laugh, Feast convention this year, which is a Christian nationalist, not Christian nationalists like, oh, I think they're Christian nationalists. They are publicly unabashedly who don't believe in things, who don't believe in things like marital rape, and they cover up PDF files in the church. Like it's all sorts of bad. And this is AIG. That's the through line. They're 1 degree removed from the Speaker of the House.
Of the Speaker of the House. Yep. So like this is, you know, we talk about this, you know, I focus quite exclusively, with a few exceptions, like Jordan and I did a stream a while back about the election, but like I focus pretty exclusively on the science of young earth creationism. But the whole point underpinning this whole project is we want to cut off avenues into this broader Christian nationalist project. And like we've documented, like, and I say we, I mean the people here have documented real world consequences to this. A couple of years ago, Dapper and I did a couple streams on vaccine, you know, anti-vaxxer stuff among the young earth creationist community. And, you know, the leopards eating my faces effect when CMI of all the YEC organizations tried to be pro-vax and their audience got out the torches and pitchforks.
Yeah, they rebelled.
And CMI was like, why is our audience so anti-science? And we're like, gee, I don't know.
I can't imagine why. So my point is,
you bring that up.
Well, hang on. Let me just, and then turn it over to whoever. But my point is that you have this constellation of anti-science, anti-democracy, anti-equal rights, liberal democracy forces. And young earth creationism is just one little slice of that pie, but it is an important avenue into the rest of it. It is the gateway drug into a lot of the rest of it. And if I can do my little part to close off that entry point, that I'm contributing to shutting down access to the rest of that, you know, kind of very ugly set of ideology. So that's like, we spent a giant chunk of the 10 and change at, almost 11 hours we've been doing this, laughing. This is fun. This is silly. But like, this is at its heart deadly serious, and there are consequences.
Literally, people have died as a result of the anti-science spread by AIG.
I mean,
could I find a particular person? No, but I can say
I can find several. There are multiple.
Well, there is that,
There are multiple prominent young earth creationists that died of COVID after the vaccine came out. And do you want to guess if they were vaccinated or not? Because
there's that too. But on top of that, it's a statistical certainty, right? That group of people are noticeably less likely to be vaccinated, and they live in places where vaccination uptake rates are noticeably lower, and that is related to their anti-science beliefs. People have died in the last few years because of Answers in Genesis, because of Creation Ministries International, despite their pro-vax stance, because of ICR, because of Kent Hovind, because of Ken Ham, because of Karl Baugh. They have killed people, not directly. It's not murder, it's not manslaughter, but they have indirectly caused the death of people who would otherwise be alive right now.
100%.
I mean,
and that's why,
I
and I'll
wanted
just
to
finish
jump
the
in
thing,
here.
and that's why
Like that-
I have my
that
channel,
whole
and that's why
situ-
I do what I do. It's because of all of that other stuff. Take it away, whoever else.
Sorry, me. Yeah, I wanted to say, I think my channel might be, if not the youngest, one of the youngest on the panel right now. I started my channel because of all the pain I saw coming from anti-science and specifically anti-vax sentiments during, shall we say, the early 2020s.
Yeah, the
Now,
earliest
keep in
2020s.
mind, I
perhaps.
was in a fairly liberal area compared to some, but I still lost people. I lost people who were very dear to me, and my friends lost many more. And I think that heading that off at the pass, just teaching people that, hey, scientists aren't the enemies, they're just curious people who want to learn, I think that can help people. And this is anecdotal, unfortunately, but like I've gotten emails from people who say it's helped.
It's reached a boiling point too, I think. Like, all you have to do is look at Answers in Genesis, look at these big organizations, look at the small ones, look at Twitter, and you can see that this boiling point has gotten it's reached ahead. It's reached ahead on the climate change stuff, with AIG now taking a solid stance. You want to talk about a death count? That shit's about to skyrocket as things continue to get worse with the the global climate changing and natural disaster striking these areas that are coincidentally highly impoverished and most likely to be sympathetic towards Answers in Genesis and their ideas. But on top of that, the rampant like homophobia and casual sexism and casual racism and anti-Semitism and you name it. If it's some kind of prejudice, if you go to one of the larger Young Earth Creationist accounts and you check out that comment section on Twitter, you're going to see it. And I know because our group spends quite a bit of time in those circles reporting those types of accounts and seeing Twitter do nothing about it. So
just yesterday, Kent Hovind, who while he might not have a lot of connections left, is still very prominent on the ground with lay creationists. That guy just went full mask off and decided to go ahead and say that actually the people who are pulling the strings all across the world are the Jews.
Yeah. I mean, there was
Did he
really
say that?
Literally, you can check my Twitter feed. I posted it asking the people to report that for promoting hate.
I mean, there was
the sad thing is I don't disbelieve you. I just want to see it.
Well, look, he's been selling the Protocols of the Elders of Zion in his online store since he started his ministry. But before, he would do this thing where he was like, well, I don't know if the whole part about the Jews is correct, but I think this is the plan of, the people who are actually behind all this stuff. And it's like, dude, you're just using code words for Jews.
Yeah.
And we all know it. But now today, like yesterday, I think, or maybe it was the day before, he just pulled that mask right off and he's just said, no, it's the Jews. And it's like, dude, you at least
so I mean, this is why it's so important for us to be kind of out there and combating these people and debating them and, kind of showing, and making sure that they're put on blast for all this stuff because, otherwise people get just sucked in to these orbits and there's nobody pushing back then, and I think your idea, Erica, of, trying to build bridges and create kind of, larger networks of people to make sure that the good information gets out there, I think is a great idea. I think we should look at that. And
I mean, it's all about taking advantage of people's strengths. Like, none of us can be an expert in everything, and that's why you have to fall on people who are. Like, I go to Dan with genetics, I go to Jordan with nuclear shit, I go to Dapper for dinosaurs. Like, I have people who I go to when I have a dumb question. And languages, right? And I get emails all the time of people asking about anthropology. Like, that's or primates or human evolution or whatever. Like, that's the wonderful thing about having a community like this. So
just because I've tricked Josh Bowen into thinking that I was a very big intimidating linguist who was asking him about split ergativity in Sumerian, that doesn't make me a linguist, guys.
I love John.
Yeah, I apologized to him recently on a live stream I was on. And I was like, I just heard that you found my interview intimidating, which was not my intent, and I'm so sorry. And he was like, yeah, I just wasn't prepared to talk about like ergativity and like agglutinative noun phrases in Sumerian when I just went on a random YouTube channel.
We're not going to make it to the 11-hour thing. Who hasn't gone yet?
Yeah,
I know Jay and I have.
We have to do the super chats.
I'm doing the
Oh
super
my
chats now.
God.
We don't
Here we
have very
go.
many of them. We don't have very
Super
many.
chats. Let's go.
First and foremost, Nyx, 24.40 for £2. She's speeding up Donnie to make him effeminate. This is
how dare you?
Yes.
Donnie's
This is
Donnie's all beef. I can
Does your bird
I can confirm he's secure. He's not worried about it.
Does this bird avatar have 3 legs?
I don't know, Dapper. Balthazar 228 for $9.99. Just wait until younger Christians start using heteronyms because they don't want to validate.
Don't call me sis.
Tulpa for $2 says, just want to thank you guys for what you do. Hopefully,
thank
as
you.
you just heard us talk, it is our utmost pleasure. Thayer for $10. Do any species which has a pelvis use a body part other than the pelvis for reproduction? That's a good
in addition to, but
question.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not like unconnected. So like you might have noticed if you reproduced yourself that not everything involved was a pelvis, but the pelvis was in the mix.
I may have
Yes.
Pelvis isn't-
I mean, what about for octopi?
Well,
yeah,
they
but
don't,
they don't have a pelvis.
they don't have a pelvis. Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
like an octopus, Dan.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Well, they don't. Yeah, they
you
don't
know
have
what
an
that is.
endoskeleton. Yes.
You know what that is. Okay, thank you there so much. Carrie Bronson for $5. To be aggressively fair, his hips may not have been involved. His wife may have done literally all the work. Well, we are talking about the traditionalists. So
I don't know what that's a
Possibly,
reference to, but okay.
I feel like his only position that's
Oh,
allowable
wonderful.
is involving him doing most of the work.
Thank you.
Well, he is. Remember, he is an evangelical, so you know.
Yeah, that means missionary only.
Spreading the word.
for $5, Jay, I love your hair and am immediately jealous. That
Love
is
it.
all.
I
have-
will say, I just want to second that on behalf of one of my daughters, who I had this up on my phone during the bedtime prep. And he has
I
green
love
hair.
it.
So, yeah,
Oh, I
isn't that
feel
cool?
so
And she really
special.
liked that. So
I'm all
Yeah,
about I'm all about gassing up Jay's hair, but Dan, you're the one that doesn't want to make it to 11, so quit commenting.
Don't put me on blast.
Well, I mean,
like that.
hey, on that
Trying to have
note,
fun.
we're gonna reach 11 anyway. Also, good night, sisters. Please sleep well. Go to bed 5 minutes ago, please.
That's what
Night.
I'm trying to do. Goodbye, Doc Sisters. Savage 1080 Radiometric Pixels Cobra for $5. This is what happens when your parents refuse to sign the permission slip for sex ed class.
Yeah.
You get left out. Joshua DeHart for $4.99. Ignorance is truly a sin.
Love
I
that.
mean, like, I'm actually pretty sure, like, biblically, you're supposed to seek. I mean,
It's a great
that's my
quote.
understanding.
Don't eat your
Shelly
fruit.
Marie for $5 just started watching from the beginning. I'm so sorry. About 8 hours late.
I'm so
Here's
sorry.
a few bucks to help fund your fieldwork. I look forward to hearing about what you find. Oh, you will hear all about it. There will be another video.
I'm so
Here
sorry.
RP for
Thank you,
$5.
thank
Sorry,
you.
I can't send more, but Eric and other YouTube peeps are the reason I've gone back to school for anthropology.
Awesome.
That's
That
exactly
is
what
fucking
I'm talking
amazing.
about, dude. This is what
That
I'm
is
talking
awesome.
about. Congratulations, RP. That's great.
Every single dollar counts.
Every single dollar
Thank
counts,
you.
but
And awesome. Pursue your passion. That's great.
I'm just glad to hear that's great. I'm so glad. If you have any questions, shoot me an email. Skyways for $10. You have your own rhythm and time, so be kind and patient with yourself. Life is a journey, not a climb. By PerInc.Inc. Make an adventure worth telling your grandkids about.
Good rule. That's a
Thank
good
you,
rule.
Skywise. Yes, Nuzzy D. We're still going. Thank you for the $9.99. Evolutionary question: can we predict what species will evolve into the future, i.e., what life will look back like in the next 100 billion years? I'm gonna put an asterisk on this because I've heard this before. Yes, if you can predict the conditions, like
If you can do the
within a
conditions.
ballpark, right? Like if you can get the conditions, the ancestral state, maybe it depends. There are
Can
going to
also
be
you can also, based on the conditions, predict that there will be fewer of them. Ugh.
I like to say no, and that's the best part.
Yeah, I
so
like that.
I'll say the farther into the future you get, the less certain your predictions are going to be,
Yeah.
and the more broad they have to be.
they have
But
to.
like,
Yeah.
can we make broad predictions about like the next 100 years? Oh yeah, almost certainly.
Yeah.
Renai can stop the law of decay for $4.99. I desperately need to see Mr. Anderson debate raw mat and melt.
Here's the thing: raw mat is a scaredy cat. He is. He would he is afraid to talk to people. He will not do that. Not in a million years.
I think he stepped out a couple times, got humiliated, and
that'd be amazing.
Yeah, he's a coward.
Yeah.
I'll try. We'll see what I can do.
Try.
And no
Try.
promises.
He's not going to do it. He's not going to do it.
He won't, but I'd love to see him try.
I would love to.
$4.99. It's not lying. If you're lying for Jesus, thank you, Nessie D. True. This is what that's what I think is going down. Carrie Bronson for $5. Barcodes bear the mark of the beast. That's why the alignment failed for Matt.
That was a real thing.
I'm glad I'm not the only one who heard that, like growing up from like my grandpa and uncles and stuff. Patrick Volt for $20. Good stuff. Making my head spin. Hey, my head's spinning right now too. What a coincidence. And thank you very much for the $20. Vindalia 1998 for $5. Nice to see the Science Avengers assembled to take down the Hydra Creationist. Okay, Vindalia, or should I say Donnie? Which one of you are which Avenger?
Oh God.
I don't know.
I'm not Captain America. He's too much of a goody two shoes.
Sorry, really quick. Shout out to Vindalia 98 or 1998. I joined them for a stream. I believe it's the first Saturday of every month. We like to talk about the origins of some very interesting dinosaur groups. It's a lot of fun.
Vindalia's a cool person.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that I am not technically an Avenger. I am Devil Dinosaur, who is teaming up with the Avengers for this crossover.
Right. This is right. Okay.
There's got to be like some kind of simian Marvel character. That's what I'll go for. Like some kind of
Nightcrawler
or
Venom is Marvel because that's Spider-Man. So that's a symbiote. Yeah, or Carnage.
I mean,
any of those.
Can I be Beast Boy? Beast Boy is cool.
My personal favorite is Beast in the X-Men.
I do feel like,
Beast.
Are any of us actually going to pick an Avenger?
Oh, dude, I'll just be Gorilla Man. I just looked it up. I'll be Gorilla Man.
I like the Hulk because there's that line in the first Avengers movie when he's like, "That's my secret. I'm angry all the time," and I'm just like, I have never identified with a character like that line. It's just like, yep.
I'm going Rocket Raccoon. If you know, you know.
Rocket's cool.
Rocket is cool.
I'm not rich, but I'd go Iron Man since he's the closest to an engineer in the Avengers.
Yeah, perfect.
That's fair, yeah.
And Jordan, just like you, he knows everything.
He does.
Well, no, not necessarily. But I did become an expert last night.
So,
okay. he eyeballed it. He figured it out. Isaac Tracer for $5. Erica, Dapper, and Doc. Y'all have been going for 10 hours. Just want to. I'm sorry, 11 hours.
11 hours.
Thank you very much.
We're an hour behind on the super chats.
Yeah, but there's not that many. Thankfully, that people have gone to sleep. Steve
Smart.
Areno for $10. I'm sorry, Erica, but fair is fair. I teased Dapper earlier, so now it's your turn to get teased. Paleo expert. Just take the money back. Like, I don't want that dirty money from you. I don't need to hear that. I don't want.
But also, happy Pride, Steve Areno.
But happy Pride, Steve Areno. That is true. That I guess balances it out. Brennan Runyon for $5. I just came back after 6 hours away. You're still debunking, so here's some monies.
Thank you.
I like to imagine
Love
that
it.
even though we didn't get through like a ton of videos, there were a lot of good nuggets in between.
Oh, yeah.
We covered a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
AJG with a wonderful profile pic. You guys weren't kidding me about going all day. I never joke ever about the length of my appearances on camera. Ever. I'm always deadly serious.
She did mean all day.
I meant all day. I said all day.
Next day.
I meant all day. Robin Grieve for $20 Australian. Happy to support Fieldwork. Reading your inner fish now. Go
Nice.
to Tiktaalik.
Great
It's a
book.
phenomenal book. Read some assembly required as well.
Highly recommended.
For $2, Erica, can you rank your top 5 cartoon apes?
Putting you on the spot.
Oh, man.
I got the number
On
one.
the spot.
I
Gorillas.
got number one.
I'm sorry, I misheard you. What?
Top. Okay, number 1, Kong. Gotta be
You have
Kong.
look to your left.
Okay.
Erica, look to your left. You have a poster right there.
They're not. Oh, well, I guess they are apes. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Russell, Noodle, Hootie,
Boom.
Murdoch, Kong. There you go.
There you
Done.
go.
Problem solved.
Okay, but you left off Donkey Kong. Okay, that's
I
a
Donkey
serious.
Kong
That's a
is-
serious
Diddy Kong.
omission.
Diddy
And the
Kong.
number one, the all-time number one, is Curious George, hands down. Come on.
He
now.
is an ape.
He
He
is
is
a
an
chimp.
ape.
He's a chimp.
And
Yeah,
he's a
got
cartoon.
no tail.
All humans are apes.
I was
so
actually
you could
told
pick
the-
any
Yeah,
character.
that's what I was going to say.
I mean, look, yeah, for DBZ, does that count?
DBZ counts.
DBZ counts? Yeah, because I mean, there you go.
I was told the other
Question,
day
could
that
I-
technically Curious George was supposed to be a Japanese macaque, or sorry, not Japanese macaque, a Barbary macaque, Macaca sylvanus. That's how freaking tired I am.
They don't have a tail though.
Yeah, but
neither do Barbary
Macaca
macaques.
sylvanus doesn't have a tail. It's very short, so I don't buy it.
So is simian, but not an ape? Is that the?
No, it's just a macaque with a reduced tail. That's all.
So not an ape then.
Not an ape.
Yeah,
then.
it's not an ape. They just call it a rock ape. But
Interesting.
that's why I brought it up because technically,
I just
if
assumed he
that's
was a chimp.
true, I think he's a chimp. I think that's BS. I heard it and I was like, that doesn't.
The books. Look, we've got look for those of you who don't know. I got a 3-year-old and a 6-year-old, and we're Curious George fans, and that dude looks like a chimp.
He does. He does look like a chimp.
That dude is
He's
a chimp. I think
He's a
that dude's
chimp.
Logan Fisher for $9.99. Go do science. Love the content. Keep learning and keep spreading knowledge. Nothing wild horses couldn't prevent me from doing that. LG Sun for $20. Keep up the great work. I could not stand dealing with creationists. It's hard enough convincing my students to put units on their numbers.
Next challenge.
The
Make
eternal
sure
struggle.
they do the leading zero, so it's not
Yep.
just point. No,
Yep.
zero
Yeah.
point. Whatever.
The full Monty.
You gotta get the leading zero.
Oh, second to last super chat. This is a winner. DM the Hydraso wing for $2. Did Donnie leave us to find a trad wife? Hashtag feminism. I actually thought I said it was awesome because out of the corner of my eye when I read it, I thought it said, "Did Donnie leave us to become a trad wife?" And I think that's a lot funnier.
That's still funny
Hey,
though.
if Donnie wants to be a trad wife, I support his decision.
I support that too.
So do I. Absolutely.
Look, just with that last thing, there are like those every 6 months or so, you get those like the end of dating, and it's because like women won't settle for like asshole dudes who want a trad wife. Those are hilarious.
Dan, did you miss?
Oh, we started out with that.
Did you miss the relative dating video? It's an AIG Canada video that starts off with a full 20-second like preamble about like traditional wives and.
So that's when. So you want the irony of why I missed that? You know the things I was doing when I left, when I was here earlier, and then I left, and then I came back. The things I was doing when I left. Get this, I was doing the dishes, making dinner, and folding laundry. So what was
Beta
I
male
doing?
confirmed.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Dan is
hey,
officially a trad wife.
all I'll say to
has
that
ruined the modern
is
man.
I stand with Spike Spiegel. Gotta love a woman who can kick your ass.
Oh yeah, I think my
So,
husband.
sorry, I was being too feminine to pay attention to the stream about how traditional
know-
masculinity is dead.
If I know anything about the trad husbands in my life, the ones that I know, like for instance, I don't know, Donnie, real men stream while their wives do all the work. Sorry,
Well-
Donnie. Bill McDonough for $100 says, "I love the idea of a gentle and very modern barbarian."
Thank you.
I
Do you
embody
throw
it
people
when
at people?
Do I what?
Do you throw people at people as a barbarian?
Yeah, and then it's mostly like a strategy where it's like, I don't want to bonk you, but I'm gonna bonk you.
I'm gonna bonk you.
Walk up,
Oh,
go
man-
into a rage
man,
because my friends
I
are
have
hurt,
been-
like the protective.
I have been looking for an excuse to play a barbarian druid again. It's a weirdly fun combo.
Look,
I
would
was back
say-
to Dungeons and Dragons. Does everything just circle back to Dungeons and Dragons?
I will say,
Yes.
Jordan convinced me Baldur's Gate 3 is it's a computer game
Pretty
version
amazing.
of Dungeons and Dragons,
It is.
and like you can respec as often as you want, and you want to be like a barbarian fighter, like just do it, and it's awesome.
Pro tip for the barbarian druids out there: you can activate your rage while in wild shape because wild shape prohibits spell casting, but not other class features. Boom.
Exactly.
Pro tip.
Exactly.
So allow me to, as
I'm
the
actually-
gentle and modern host here, I'm going to say a few words before we close. First and foremost, 661 people are still watching. I think we crested around 1,300. So
we need 5 more. We just need 5 more, though.
I am utterly floored by the people who stuck around all day. I hope this has been fun for you. It's been an absolute blast for me. And it has been a pleasure to sit here and debunk creationism and shoot the shit with my friends and check in with Chad and hear what Chad is saying. And I'm just so overwhelmingly grateful for you guys' support, not just with this, not just with something like a fundraiser, but, through the years and supporting the channel and supporting my friends' channels and supporting science education. And I just really greatly value what this channel has brought to my life, who this channel has brought to my life. And I'm so, so glad that we all get to do stuff like this. That goes for the people here. That goes for the folks in chat. I'll let you know, I checked my PayPal. We made my goal easily as well. And I want to let everybody know that of the money that surpasses the goal is going to hopefully go to a couple of things on my end. First, if I have leftover money, I'd like to recoup a little bit of money from my flight. Probably not very much, because I want to take most of that money, if I can, and donate it to CATES, which is the school overseas that I do a little bit of volunteer work at. It's funds education in Rusinga, which is one of the most impoverished portions of Kenya, and it gives students who attend the school, which they all get to attend for free. 90% of them have lost both parents. It gives them access to education in a place where that kind of thing is really important. And I think that's what this channel stands for. So I'd like to donate a substantial portion of whatever is over my limit to that as well, and hopefully continue to help them out. And then anything else will of course go towards making the channel better, which is always my hope. To keep making the channel better, keep improving it, keep creating content that's fun and engaging and educational, that's easy to share if you know people that like, 40-minute videos or 10-hour videos. But
11, 12.
Something to watch all week,
That's what it's for. That's what it's about. You got to be, I'll share with you something that my one of my committee members said to me yesterday. You have to be your authentic self. And this is straight Gutsick Gibbon right here, baby. 11 hours and 13 minutes live stream. So thank you for your support. I'm more happy than I could possibly be by how this stream went. And I know people are always like, do more live streams, do more live streams. This is why I don't, but
Here we are.
And maybe we'll do some more in the future. So thank you from the bottom of my gentle and of course very modern heart. Anybody else want to say anything before we get out of here?
Subscribe to the people.
I'd kind of like to.
Go ahead, Doc. Floor's all yours.
I want to say, and again, sincere thank you to everybody. I just saw we got a last minute $50 super chat.
Jesus Christ.
Y'all are absolutely insane, and I mean that in the best way. Thank you so much. Wait,
who
in this one stream, you've guaranteed my field work. You've guaranteed Erica's field work. I think, it's insane. Thank you so much.
I do want to point out, if you like this crowd, there is almost certainly going to be a heavy overlap between this crowd and the crowd that I have to hang out for my birthday over on Friday, noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. Come over to my channel and hang out. I've got some creationist nonsense that I'm ready to go over. We're just going to hang out. There's going to be drinks. There's going to be more debunks. There's going to be more just random complaining about creationism. It'll be fun.
Well, it'll be a very similar structure to today, with folks rotating in and out all day and hanging out and having drinks and busting creations.
The good cause that you'd be donating to if you super chat is me paying the rent.
That is a great cause.
It's a good cause.
Kind of related to that. While we're saying our thanks and recommending things, I do have a couple recommendations I'd like to read out. First, hi, I'm Dr. Deino. I have a channel called Dr. Deino. I do a lot of creationist stuff, kind of like Erica and Dapper, honestly, more than a little inspired by both of them.
Thank you.
And I like to focus on dinosaurs and geology because that's what my education's in.
Good stuff.
This summer I'll be uploading a long vlog of my adventures out in Wyoming. In the meantime, though, I have a relatively new channel that I'm running with some friends. I can share the link to Erica. We talk about dinosaur depictions in media and use that as an avenue to do some science communication. Right now, we're starting with the dinosaurs and other animals in Ark Survival Evolved, but we're planning on expanding to more stuff soon. It's pretty fun.
Sweet, sweet, sweet. I mean, obviously, I'm going to take everybody who's here, and I think everybody here has a channel, and include it, as well as who has not been here, who has been here but is not here now. But Dapper, you already shilled. Doc shilled. Mr. Anderson, what do you want to shill for us?
All right, super quick. We're called the Boneheads.
All right, all right.
Because we're original.
Yeah, of course.
I actually like that. That's awesome.
I like it too.
Sure. Yeah, my name is Mr. Anderson, and I'm a lawyer. I'm mean to people generally on the internet. I do a lot of debates, and my focus is on kind of the technique associated with trying to take basically not my ideas, but the ideas of the other, kind people on this panel, and really kind of nail young Earth creationists with them. So if you enjoy watching that happen to people, or you want to learn how to do it, that's kind of I'm where you can learn how to do that.
Hell yeah. Dan?
Hey, so my name is Dan. I'm an evolutionary biologist. My channel is called Creation Myths. I take creationist claims one at a time and talk about why they're nonsense. We get pretty nerdy. Occasionally there's math. Occasionally, not as frequently as I would like, because people apparently think I'm mean. But occasionally I do have professional creationists onto my channel and we talk about stuff. And apparently I have a superpower for making them say things that they regret later on. So I've made Dr. Nathaniel Jensen say some funny things, and Paul Price. And just recently I've been having a long conversation with Discovery Institute, and man, they really effed up, and I'm holding them to it. So that's what I've been doing lately, is just fighting with a couple people from Discovery Institute about junk DNA. I've got some stuff coming up. I got a video on something that Sal Cordova came up with that we chatted with last month. I've got a really fun stream coming up in 2 weeks. I know, Jordan, you're going to be involved in that one. And our friend Maddie from Science Side Up is going to be involved. And, I've invited a bunch of other people. And we're going to talk about how creationists make bad arguments, and we're going to fix their arguments for them. We're gonna show them how to make better arguments. It's going to be a blast. So I've got that and some other fun things coming up on the horizon. But yeah, I basically just, take creationist arguments one at a time and show why they're wrong, show why they're contradictory, and we have fun.
What you got, Jay?
All right. So I did confirm I have a debate coming up with Michael Behe on the 19th of July. That's actually going to be on Michael Beverly's channel. So that's at 7 p.m. on the 19th of July. My channel is Pocket Locker 86. Come over for the community. I have a great community, and I discuss a lot of how these things tend to overlap with our social and political issues as well. And if you would indulge me, there's a couple of LGBTQIA plus people that have been in the chat that also have great channels I think you should check out. So one is Hive Psi. That's my friend Bree. Her and my other friend Stephanie Helms run a new channel called The Transpositions with my friend Ember. You can find Ember at Better Than Ember. So Bree and Ember and Stephanie Helms. Also my friend Maya Adkison, who hosts Bad Science Sunday. That's just been blowing up. She was recently on the line as well. So make sure you check out Maya Adkison's channel, and just a great guy. My friend Nitty is in the chat. Nitty is also a great content creator. He was in a high control group and is deconverted and talks a lot about that experience. Also as a trans parent. So we out here for Pride Month. Come subscribe to some people. Thank you so much for allowing me to plug them, Erica. Appreciate that.
No, my pleasure. Jordan.
Wait a minute. Before we go to Jordan, sorry, Jay, who is the person in the middle between Bree and Maya? I'm trying to get these.
Stephanie Helms.
Thank you.
World-class sail lady.
I'm trying to get these links as fast as I can in the chat. I missed that one.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
You said Stephanie Helms?
Yes.
Like you would helm a ship.
Absolutely. And she's a sailor. It was
And
like
that's,
it was
that's I
bound to
found the right
happen.
one. Based on the profile picture, I got the right thing. There we go. All right, folks, if you're
Thank you
watching,
guys so much.
all
I really
of these
appreciate
links,
that.
I've gotten all of these links in the chat. If you are watching, they're in the chat. Hit subscribe.
Oh,
Yes, thank you.
Did you post
Thank you.
my second channel with my friends, or?
No, sorry, Dr. Dino. I got your main channel. What was the second one you had? What was that one called?
Boneheads.
It's called the Boneheads. It's in the private chat here.
Dan, if you would please put Age of Rocks in there too, because we were
Oh,
trying
yeah,
to
I'll
get
add
John
Age of
up
Rocks.
there.
Yep.
He just started then. He's doing a cool Radiometric Gangsters. Okay, Jordan. Tell us about you.
Yeah, so I run Reason to Doubt with a buddy of mine. We're a channel on skepticism. So we, you know how Dr. Dan is to creationists, I am to the Shroud of Turin people. Apparently.
Oh, nice. Somebody's got to do it.
So we are doing a series on the radiocarbon dating of the Shroud of Turin, and we'll have another episode of that out in the next month, hopefully. But we do other stuff, Jesus mythicism and things like that. So, yeah. And
Jordan.
always wear a bow tie.
Quick question. Have you seen Capturing Christianity shilling Shroud of Turin statues with Frank Turek?
Yeah. I've seen some of his stuff.
I did not have that on my 2024 bingo card, but it's lovely.
He's gotten a lot heavier into the shill game since he went to Catholicism. I don't know if there's like a correlation there, but yeah.
That was an interesting anyways, okay. We've been going for almost 11 and a half hours. I think it's about time to hit the old dusty trail here.
Base Theory hit a super chat. He wanted to read as his closing statement.
Shit. No. I forgot
Yes.
I forgot super chats.
Make
too.
sure you
There
check
were
out Base
several.
Theory.
Hold on. Okay, super chats that I missed. Command Cyborg for 50 Swedish kroner, I think. I hope these sacks will help everyone have fun in the field. Have fun out in that field. I'll be rewinding this imminently because I fell asleep and missed 7 hours. That's reasonable, actually. That is really reasonable. Base Theory for $4.99. Thank you for having me. Everyone who watched the stream and made it happen is amazing. Agreed, Grayson. We have 50 Canadian dollars. Love your content from Zaint. Here, maple covered Monopoly money. But Zaint, you donated $50, so you get to pick a song that's going to go on Dok and Grayson's playlist while they're out in the field. So please tell us what song you want.
Yep.
A random $50 from Brandon Fetter. Again, thank you so much, Brandon. Please pick a song to go on that same playlist. Lacey Angle for I'm scrolling. I lost it, but I'm still scrolling. It's close, I think. Is it? Okay, here it is. One last donation for the night. I made it the whole time. Cheers. Lacey, you and me both, my friend. Then we got 50. What is NOK, Dapper?
Nokia's. I don't remember.
For 50 Nokias, started watching. This is Gold H says started watching last night. Slept with you guys on in the background. Woke up a full 8 hours later. Still going.
Nice.
There we go.
Yeah. You got it, boss. Chris Peacock with a cute little super sticker, doing a little jig for £5. Thank you very much, Chris.
Hey, Erica, for what it's worth, I'm not seeing these on screen. I don't know if that's the case for everybody
No.
else.
I'm reading them over here.
There we go.
They weren't
making sure.
loading on for whatever reason they weren't loading on StreamYard. So I'm
You got it.
here. Balthazar, $2.28 for $10. We must make these people from people outstanding in their field to people outstanding in their field. Yeah. And we have $4.99 from, I don't know what those characters are. Planning for Pride during my graveyard shift on a drawbridge. Grateful to y'all. Shameless plug for PSL Web. Also, love your content. And I think, truly this time, that's it.
Bye, everybody.
My gentle and of course very modern apes, thank you for being here the whole time. This has been a all-day Creationism Debunk-athon. We did an all-day Creationism Debunk-athon. We made enough money to do field work. We debunked stuff. We had a good time.
Truly
And
all day,
I'm
though
gonna-
you may want to wait about 30 seconds.
I'm not going to wait 30 seconds.
Nah. Said I'm gone.
Done.
Guys,
Done.
please take care of yourselves out there. And thank you from the bottom of my heart yet again to round us all off. I'll see you real soon next time.
Bye.